Jiang Xinyan perished in the third year of Beitang Jingyu's ascendance to the throne, ultimately reduced to nothing but bones and ashes, a fitting end for a cunning rabbit and a noble hound. Upon her unexpected rebirth, her half-sister aspired to ascend the social hierarchy. Very well, let her fall, and not survive the fall. Beitang Jingyu, you desire to be emperor? There is no window for such ambitions. The princess of Tianlin, you say? With a blood feud spanning 2 lifetimes, let the fall of the Tianlin kingdom be the price paid. With Tianzhou and Tianqi launching their invasions, let us crush their ambitions to invade ever again. In this lifetime, Jiang Xinyan shall secure an unshakable position for the Jiang family and witness the flourishing prosperity of Tianjin. Yet, little did she expect the profound connection that lay between her and the crown prince. Chapter 1. The Truth. Quickly, extinguish the fire. The general's residence is ablaze. Hurry to put out. In an instant, the entire Shangqin was illuminated. The Jiang family was extinguished overnight, the flames raging for 3 full days and nights. It was said that on that fateful night, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, now an esteemed empress, knelt upon the ground, weeping tears of blood, ultimately succumbing to the anguish of her heart. 3 months later, in his deep longing for the empress, the emperor of Tianjin issued a decree elevating Jiang Xinyan, the Jiang family's illegitimate daughter, to the position of empress, and promoting the legitimate second daughter of the Jiang family to comfort the spirit of the departed. This became common knowledge throughout Tianjin. In the most sinister and terrifying dungeon of the Tianjin kingdom, cries of despair echoed, where an exceedingly unattractive woman was imprisoned, her duration of confinement unknown. No one dared to inquire about her identity. The woman sat upon the ground, letting out a soft hum, lifting her gaze to discern whether it was day or night. Little did anyone know that the once expected deceased empress of Tianjin would find herself within the very dungeon she had once crafted by her own hand. Is there hatred? Surely there must be. Jiang Xinyan married him at 17, aided him in claiming the throne at 20, dedicating the full strength of the Jiang family to elevate him to the pinnacle of power. Yet what did he do? Within 3 years of his reign, he annihilated her entire family, imprisoning his empress within this dark abyss, stripping her of her martial prowess and severing her meridians. Alas, the Jiang family was no more, and its lineage extinguished. Jiang Xinyan helplessly closed her eyes against the wall. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Hearing the clinking of the approaching chains, she guessed who it was. She had thought he would come personally to see her off one last time. Look at her now, still yearning to meet him once more. Jiang Xinyan let out a self-deprecating smile. The iron lock clanged to the ground, and Jiang Xinyan slowly entered. She cast a glance at the wretched figure seated on the ground, her face and body marred, and a smug smile crept upon her lips. With a disdainful gesture, she covered her nose and mouth, speaking languidly, "Sister, do you now refuse to look upon your younger sister? I am, after all, your own flesh and blood." Jiang Xinyan did not respond, keeping her eyes tightly shut. Jiang Xinyan. The newcomer's eyes sparkled with a glint of envy, her voice venomous as she spat out her name.
Why?
Why, even now, did Jiang Xinyan maintain such an unyielding demeanor? Was she unperturbed by the calamity before her? Jiang Xinyan adjusted her sleeves, reaching up to touch the phoenix hairpin adorning her head, a casual smirk gracing her lips as she began. "Oh, sister, I have news to impart. Yesterday, news from the frontier revealed that our elder brother and a Xian, upon hearing of the Jiang family's overnight demise, could not bear the weight of grief and fell in battle." Her words, so casually spoken, struck Jiang Xinyan like a thunderclap. Her brother and a Xian, gone as well? How infuriating! How infuriating that the loyal Jiang family fought valiantly at the borders for Beitang Jingyu's throne, while he sat atop Shangqin, meticulously plotting against his ministers and his empress. "Brother, forgive me. Father, forgive me. It is my fault," she lamented, recalling the moment she was forced to witness the destruction of the small army that had fought alongside her since birth. As she watched the inferno spread, she realized the depth of her mistakes. Jiang Xinyan suddenly opened her eyes, glaring at Jiang Xinyan, the malice and murderous intent emanating from her causing Jiang Xinyan to take a step back. After all, Jiang Xinyan had been on the battlefield. She scorned such petty verbal skirmishes. Was it you or him who orchestrated this? She still yearned to know whether he was truly that cruel. "My dear sister, what do you think? Would the emperor show mercy?" Jiang Xinyan paused, realizing the truth. How could he show mercy? If he had, how could the Jiang family have been annihilated? She raised her gaze to meet Jiang Xinyan's, the sister she had once cherished, who had disregarded even her own blood for her sake.
Why?
Jiang Xinyan, why? Jiang Xinyan's icy stare bore into Jiang Xinyan, a chilling laugh escaping her lips. Why? I am also a daughter of the Jiang family, yet has the family ever remembered my existence? Father, elder brother, younger brother. Jiang Xinyan, perhaps they see only you, the favored daughter. Why is it that you, upon birth, enjoyed luxury while I was cast aside to a remote estate, subsisting on meager fare? Why is it that because your mother was the matriarch, you were deemed the legitimate daughter? Your mother has been gone for so many years. Why must we live in your shadow? I will destroy you, ruin everything you hold dear, obliterate all your kin, and sever your wings completely. With a seductive smile, Jiang Xinyan taunted, what of Tianqin's foremost talent, the fairest beauty, the greatest female general? Now you are but a shadow of your former self, the first to be deemed ugly, the first to be rendered useless. Jiang Xinyan lowered herself, disdainfully regarding Jiang Xinyan, a slight smile gracing her lips. Oh, and perhaps you remain unaware of how our father met his demise? I suspect he never fathomed that the incense he inhaled day and night was laced with slow-acting poison, and as for Jiang Ting and Jiang Xian, I hope they perished in battle. Jiang Xinyan's eyes gleamed with a cold malice, exuding a murderous intent. Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan's voice echoed with fury within the dungeon. She had long pondered how her father, in such robust health, could collapse in the court. So it was her doing. She had also been perplexed by the sudden chill in her husband's demeanor after their marriage, once gentle and attentive, now distant. She had thought it was merely the weight of his responsibilities, but now it seemed all was but a play, a ruse to secure his throne. The jade pendant? Ah, indeed, Jiang Xinyan had valued it greatly upon her return, yet once she accepted her title, she never wore it again, claiming fear of losing it. How ironic. Jiang Xinyan smiled with satisfaction. She intended to drive her sister to madness. Her eyes sparkled, as if recalling another delightful piece of news. Slowly, she continued, I fear there is yet another matter of which you remain unaware, your child. I suspect you are puzzled as to why that child, though fully developed, was stillborn. Jiang Xinyan covered her nose and chuckled, because His Majesty has long since drugged my sister. No matter how many children she bears, she will never safely deliver them. If just a moment ago her heart felt extinguished, now that despair had been scattered like ash, it was her first time yearning for motherhood, filled with such joy and excitement. However, the stillbirth that occurred 10 months later dealt her a crushing blow. What had he said? He promised there would be more, urging her not to fear, assuring her he would remain. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xinyan laughed, tears streaming down her face. Her fists clenched tightly. Though her veins felt severed, she yearned for vengeance, to slay those responsible for her child's demise, those who had harmed her family. Beitang Jingyu, Jiang Xinyan. Sister, do not clench your fists any longer. I imagine you lack the strength now, do you not? I have come today to accompany you, as a gesture of our sisterly bond. Jiang Xinyan, tell Beitang Jingyu that vengeance is not forgotten, merely delayed, and as for you, I shall watch as you both descend into hell. I await your reckoning. Jiang Xinyan glared fiercely, gritting her teeth. Very well, my beloved elder sister, as you depart, tomorrow marks my coronation. Observe how I ascend to become Empress of Tianqin. Witness the depth of our imperial love. Bring forth the former Empress. With that, Jiang Xinyan stepped back, and the jailers entered with a pack of vicious hounds. Jiang Xinyan sneered, waving her hand as the dogs, having caught the scent of Jiang Xinyan's blood, lunged forward at the slightest loosening of the leash. Jiang Xinyan let out a light laugh, allowing the dogs to pounce upon her, tearing at her flesh, enduring in silence. Jiang Xinyan, remember this agony of being devoured alive. Jiang Xinyan, Beitang Jingyu, should there be a next life, I shall surely use your flesh and blood to honor the Jiang clan. Chapter 2. The General's Mansion Miss, is it Biluo or Failwan? Are they waiting for her? Jiang Xinyan felt as though she were enveloped in darkness, her brows slightly furrowed. Xinyan, eldest brother? Is that your voice? She strained to open her eyes, instinctively raising her hand to shield against the blinding light. It had been so long since she had seen the sun that it was almost painful. Finally awake, as she gazed at the man before her, whose brows had relaxed slightly, Jiang Xinyan felt a rush of emotion, her nose tinged with warmth, and her eyes involuntarily glistened. What has happened? Have I been injured? Jiang Ting hurriedly supported his sister, taken aback by her state. Eldest brother, you are alive. I knew it, I knew it. Jiang Xinyan sobbed in Jiang Ting's embrace, repeating her belief that her formidable brother could never fall in battle. What nonsense is this? How could my brother die?
Wait.
What is going on? Wasn't I dead? Jiang Xinyan looked up at her brother, turned her head, and saw Biluo and Failwan. Hadn't Jiang Xinyan been executed by Jiang Xinyan? Something is amiss. Eldest brother? What time is it now? It must be close to Shunshur. No. Who is Emperor Tianchen? You silly girl. Of course, it's your royal uncle. The late Emperor Beitang Jingyu? Is this a dream? Or perhaps the heavens, unable to bear witness, have granted her a second chance at life? The Jiang family bears the blood debts of the past. Heavens, watch as she sends those who wrong them to hell.
Xenia?
Eldest brother, I'm fine, don't worry. That's good. You've just returned, and already there are those who cannot contain themselves. Eldest brother will not let them off easily. Jiang Xinyan recalled her previous life, when she had returned after completing her training under the Transcendent Master, only to encounter an ambush on her journey. It seems everything is only just beginning. Sister. Just as Jiang Ting departed, she heard the childish voice of a Xian coming from afar. Jiang Xinyan smiled. A Xian, the brother their mother risked her life to bear, is still here. How fortunate. She vowed to protect her brother and Jiang family well in this lifetime. Little young master, greetings. Sister Failwan, where is my sister? The little one blinked his large eyes, glancing around, then quickly lowered his head, hiding his expressive eyes beneath his lashes. I'm right here. Jiang Xinyan stepped down from the bed, walked over to Jiang Xian, and gently patted his head. After years apart, he had grown taller. How wonderful. Sister, a Xian has missed you so much. Will you not leave again? The little one spoke so softly that it was nearly inaudible. Looking at a Xian's head, her heart melted. All right, sister will not leave. I will stay with a Xian from now on, to study and practice martial arts together. Is that all right? Jiang Xinyan crouched down and hugged her brother, speaking in a tone filled with tenderness she had never shown before.
Really? Great.
The little one, surprised by his sister's unexpected gentleness, felt elated that she would stay with him and even hug him. Jiang Xinyan gazed at the excited child, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her brother, oh. How she regretted believing Jiang Xinyuan's words that a Xian was too unruly and that his birth had led to their mother's death. This had caused her to distance herself from him. Jiang Xinyan, you are merely the product of your mother's tryst with our father when he was intoxicated. You truly think too highly of yourself. Now that I have been granted a second chance, your schemes will surely fail. For 5 whole days, Jiang Xinyan gradually regained her strength. She had truly returned to life, and everything was indeed well. Slowly, she stepped out of the mansion, gazing at the glory her father had toiled for all his life. Young miss. The guards at the entrance stood tall and resolute. All members of the Jiang family were steadfast warriors. In her past life, however, she had led an army to their demise. She closed her eyes. The memories of that fateful night, the glint of blades and the chaos, still vivid in her mind. Jiang Xinyan looked up at the plaque on the door. The calligraphy by her royal uncle was exquisite. The words General's Mansion were bold and powerful. Indeed, her father was a figure akin to a god of war, the protector of Tianchen. Yet in her previous life, he had perished at the hands of his own daughter. Jiang Xinyan inhaled deeply. This is not her previous life. She would not allow her father to die. Everyone feared her father, and many had submitted memorials to the royal uncle, but they did not understand. Her father and the royal uncle were childhood friends, bound by a deep bond. One aspired to be a benevolent ruler, while the other vowed to become a valiant general. Following him meant loyalty to the crown. Though her father had achieved great feats, the emperor and her father shared an unwavering friendship, a trust that would not betray even in battle. The emperor trusted the Jiang family because they were unwaveringly loyal, and he understood her father's heart and aspirations. Her father was the kind of man who would rather die on the battlefield than engage in the treachery of the court. The emperor, a wise ruler, comprehended her father's ambitions. The Jiang family had always maintained a low profile. Even this plaque had to be displayed, as it was penned by the emperor himself. Beitang Jingyu could never have anticipated that within 3 years of his death, the entire Jiang family would be annihilated. Among the people of Tianchen, there was a saying, as long as the Jiang family exists, so too does Tianchen. If the Jiang family falls, Tianchen falls. In her past life, Beitang Jingyu had merely bribed a general who stood against her father. He could not naively believe that a mere Mengji could influence the dynamics of 5 nations. To dare to annihilate her entire Jiang family before her wings had fully developed, Beitang Jingyu, it seems you have overestimated yourself and underestimated the Jiang family. Mengji, it appears you too shall be among those I must deal with in this life. Jiang Xinyan stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the plaque. From a distance, Jiang Ting spotted Jiang Xinyan, dismounted upon reaching the mansion, and approached her. Eldest brother, you have returned. Jiang Xinyan did not turn but knew it was her brother.
Xinyan.
Why are you standing at the door? Was it merely Jiang Ting's illusion, or did he catch a fleeting glimpse of boundless hatred and regret in her eyes? It was but a moment, too swift for him to capture. Perhaps he was mistaken. His sister was merely 14, still untouched by the world, bright and innocent. She had simply grown restless indoors and had come out for a stroll. Eldest brother, are you finished with your duties? Jiang Xinyan turned to look at Jiang Ting. Yes. All matters are settled, he replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Where's father? I have been back for several days and have yet to see him. The emperor is going hunting in Nanshan tomorrow, so father was sent to make preparations a few days ago. Jiang Ting gently tugged at his horse, his brow still knitted. Nanshan hunting, yes, it is time. Ex-Ioner, let us go inside.
All right.
The siblings entered the family home together, where another door awaited them, prominently inscribed with the words Jiang Mansion. Chapter 3. The legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Xinyan, rose early, quietly sitting by the window and combing her hair. Today marked the regular hunting event, with the esteemed sons and daughters of the realm invited, a meaning that was unspoken yet clear. The emperor was ultimately making plans for his son. Miss, why are you up so early today? Biluo said I should wait before coming in. Feilwan pushed open the door and entered, finding her young mistress lost in thought by the window, placing her basin aside. Feilwan, did my brother say anything yesterday that I might have missed? Yes, the eldest master mentioned that he would take you to Nanshan today. However, you seemed to be in a daze yesterday, so he sent me early to wake you. You truly are up early. As Feilwan tidied the bedding, she frequently glanced back to chat with Jiang Xinyan. Indeed, then let us prepare quickly. Feilwan, please fetch the riding attire my brother sent for me. Of course. Feilwan smiled at Jiang Xinyan and turned to retrieve the garments. In her previous life, she had not donned riding attire, but now, she intended to take the initiative. Jiang Xinyan gazed at Feilwan's silhouette, feeling a warmth in her heart, reflecting on how, in her past life, she had inadvertently caused her and Biluo's troubles. You look truly beautiful today, she remarked as Biluo entered, instantly captivated by her in a red attire. Biluo, with her keen perception, had sensed something amiss with her mistress since the ambush incident, yet she remained steadfast in her loyalty to her esteemed lady. You always love to tease me. Come now. We should hurry. Brother will be waiting impatiently. Jiang Xinyan settled into the carriage, closing her eyes to rejuvenate. In a brief moment, they arrived at Nanshan. Xinyan, your father wishes to see you as soon as you arrive. Yes, brother, lead the way. Upon entering the tent, Jiang Xinyan embraced her father. Feeling a slight sting in her nose, Jiang Beima gently patted her shoulder. Our Xinyan has returned. What troubles you? I just missed you, father, she replied, burying her face against him, her tone unusually affectionate. Haha, come here, let me have a look at you. Jiang Xinyan wiped the tears from her eyes and stood tall before Jiang Beima. Yes, you look splendid. My daughter is truly remarkable. And today's riding attire only enhances your gallant presence. No one in the realm can compare. Jiang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Their father never held back his compliments for his sister. Jiang Xinyan smiled at Jiang Beima, feeling grateful for her father. Father called me here. There must be more to discuss, right? Jiang Xinyan tilted her head, her smile bright. You little rascal. Indeed, I have something to say during today's hunt. Regardless of what transpires, Xinyan, do not forget that the entire Jiang family stands behind you. Be cautious, yet also fearless in your pursuits. Jiang Ting frowned slightly. Although today's hunt was routine, he sensed an underlying tension. Observing Jiang Beima's serious expression, Jiang Xinyan felt warmth spread within her. In her past life, her father had expressed similar sentiments, reminding her that the Jiang family was her unwavering support. As the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she possessed her own pride. Perhaps shaped by witnessing the profound affection between her parents, which led her to once make a solemn vow. When Beitang Jingyu voiced that wish, She had resolutely spoken those words. Afterward, she had believed her dreams had come to fruition, envisioning a future even happier than her parents, only to inadvertently bring ruin upon the entire Jiang family. Father, rest assured, I understand. Jiang Xinyan gently squeezed her father's hand. As Jiang Xinyan exited the tent, she encountered officials and their children arriving in succession. Sister Shi, who is that person? A girl in a yellow dress pointed towards Jiang Xinyan, inquiring of her companion, who wore a gentle smile. The girl in yellow spotted Jiang Xinyan in her striking red riding outfit, standing with an impressive demeanor, her bright eyes fixed upon her. The girl addressed as Sister Shi smiled softly. Recognizing the essence of Jiang Xinyan's presence, she thought, only a daughter of a general could exude such grace. Xiaozhi. There is your heart's desire, Sister Xinyan. Sister Xinyan? She has returned? The girl in yellow dashed towards Jiang Xinyan, while Yanxi sighed and followed. Upon seeing Yanxi approach, Jiang Xinyan welcomed her, bemused by the girl's exuberance.
Azi.
Sister Xinyan. Yanxi gazed at the figure before her, almost forgetting how long it had been since they last met. You've grown up, yet still remain so impetuous. You ought to learn from Sister Shi. If Aji were any more demure, it would be quite unusual. Failwan chuckled, covering her mouth. Yanji pouted. Sister Shi has always been gentle and refined. Sister Xinyan knows that Aji's lively charm is merely a reflection of her influence. Failwan really? Yanji tugged at Jiang Xinyan's sleeve. Yanxi smiled from the side. Sister, Xiaozhi misses you dearly. Jiang Xinyan looked at the two girls beside her, smiling gently, recalling the hardships they endured on her behalf in her past life. She remembered the days of confinement, witnessing Jiang Xinyan push Aji into the hands of her guards, those brutes who took her away while she could do nothing. She also remembered seeing Yanxi tortured, as Jiang Xinyan cruelly ended her life before her eyes. This was her uncle's cherished daughter, the sister she had always protected. Jiang Xinyan, a deep-seated vendetta, shall be addressed in due time. Sister? Are you all right? Yanxi noticed Jiang Xinyan's sudden shift in demeanor, sensing a wave of chilling intent. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xinyan wiped away the lingering sorrow and smiled gently.
No worries.
Once the hunt concludes, we shall visit Uncle together. Time is fleeting, let us take our seats. The two girls nodded, following Jiang Xinyan closely. The Emperor has arrived. As the figure drew nearer, everyone knelt in reverence. Long live the Emperor. No need for formalities today. It is a hunting day. Let us dispense with the excessive rituals. Thank you, Your Majesty. Beima, I hear that the girl Yan has returned. Where is she? I wish to see her. The man seated at the forefront inquired casually. Jiang Beima gestured towards her, and Jiang Xinyan bowed respectfully, rising slowly to the center. Subject, Jiang Xinyan. Pays her respects to Your Majesty.
Rise.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Yan, you have blossomed beautifully. During today's hunt, will you showcase your skills? Your Majesty flatters me. I possess only rudimentary skills. How could I dare to flaunt them? Do not be modest, go ahead. With the Emperor's permission, Jiang Xinyan returned to her place. Today served as an announcement to all that Jiang Xinyan, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, had returned. Chapter 4. Nanshan Hunt. Today's hunt was open to all. Within 2 hours, whoever brought back the most game would be granted a wish by the Emperor. Jiang Xinyan smiled, as she had anticipated, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The victor would likely be the third prince, Beitang Jingyu, who aspired to be the crown prince. She surveyed the crowd, noting the eager participants. His wish, if all went as expected, would be to request the Emperor's permission to marry the daughter of the National Protector General, Jiang Xinyan. How absurd! With countless concubines in his household, he dared to seek her hand as the third prince's consort. Such fanciful dreams. Beitang Jingyu's scheme was clever, yet in her past life, he ultimately fell to Beitang Jingyu, perishing by his blade. Today, however, he would meet his match in her, Jiang Xinyan. Previously, she had dismissed the notion of pursuing this wish, never considering it would pertain to her. Today, however, she would claim it as her own. She resolved to speak that very phrase today. Jiang Xinyan, taking hold of the red-brown horse gifted by her brother, confidently stroked its coat with a smile. Sister Xinyan, are you going hunting? Yan Ji cheerfully approached Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, nodding. Indeed, I wish to win that wish. Is that so? Then allow me to assist you, sister. Yanxi arrived leading her own horse. Excellent. Today we shall see what Sister She can do. With that, Jiang Xinyan elegantly mounted her horse and sped away. She smiled. Let us wait for Xiaoji. We shall surely achieve great success today. Yes, Sister Shi, hurry. Sister Xinyan has already gone far ahead. You must help her fulfill her wish. Yanji urged Yanxi to mount her horse.
All right.
With affectionate eyes. Yanxi mounted and commanded, let us go. With 2 hours to spare, a figure clad in red galloped forth, legs gripping the horse's belly, drawing her bow and releasing arrows with seamless precision. Impressive. Sister's archery skills have improved. As Yanxi approached on horseback, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she flashed a charming smile. You've come with a mission today, haven to you? Naturally. But, dear sister, given your nature, wouldn't you disregard such an occasion? Truly, you are the little strategist of the Yen family. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Are you unable to guess? As astute as you are? In that case, rest assured, today you are destined to win. She would never allow the things she envisioned to transpire. The descendants of the Yen family deserve to live freely and extravagantly, especially her sister. A glint flickered in Yanxi's eyes. The third prince, is it? A fine choice. But alas, he is unworthy. What do you think? Rest assured, today's victor will undoubtedly be you. That is splendid. It is not in vain that I suggested to father that this hunt should grant a wish as a prize for the top contender. If today's endeavor succeeds, everything else will fall into place. North Hall Jingyi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, if successful, the military power will stand by your side. The strategist beside him nodded in agreement. North Hall Jingyi smiled, determined to secure Jiang Xinyan and the Jiang family, thereby solidifying his own confidence. My lord? Observing the third prince and his entourage depart, a figure hidden among the trees glanced at the man beside him, who was resting with his eyes closed, and tentatively inquired. The man opened his eyes, rubbed his brow, and stretched, feeling quite uncomfortable after that nap. He then leapt down from the tree. The nearby guard twitched his mouth. Did his lord truly hear what the third prince had just said? Watching his master walk away, he had no choice but to jump down and follow. Why are you trailing me? The man scoffed at his guard. My lord? What do you mean? You don't want him? No, please don't. Go assist her.
What?
Help her? Who? The guard looked bewildered at his master's receding figure. After a moment, he slapped his forehead. Oh, it must be Miss Jiang, right? My lord, couldn't you have just told me directly instead of making me guess? 2 hours later, everyone returned to the venue, and soon, the spoils of the hunt were presented to them. However, as Jiang Xinyan gazed at the continuous stream of game brought before her, she was taken aback. Did we catch all of these? How is there so much? But all the arrows bear my mark. What's going on? Jiang Xinyan subtly glanced at Yanxi, who shook her head in response. Meanwhile, the third prince stared at Jiang Xinyan's catch, inhaling sharply. He turned to his attendant, irritated. How could you not manage such a trivial task? What use are you to me? Today, he had underestimated her.
Huh?
It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. North Mo, you have trained her well. Today, Yen girl has achieved a resounding victory, surpassing even my Tian Chun men. North Hall Yunfeng laughed heartily as he surveyed her bounty. Your Majesty flatters her. It seems this girl was merely more fortunate than others today. Jiang Bei Mo rubbed his forehead, realizing this girl truly concealed her talents well. In the distance, a man grinned as he observed the game at Jiang Xinyan's feet, thinking that finally his master would acknowledge his capabilities. Yet, just as he reveled in his joy, a stone struck his head. What nonsense! You've caught so much. Are you trying to raise suspicions about her? Or make her too conspicuous? Oh no, I messed up again. Well, since the Yen girl has the most game, let us hear what wish you have. North Hall Yunfeng gestured grandly toward the young lady standing before him. Your Majesty, I believe my fortune today was just a tad better than the others, leading to this bountiful outcome. Jiang Xinyan raised her gaze to the emperor, her resolve solidifying. She knelt on the ground, lifting her chin slightly, and spoke calmly. I, your humble servant, have but one wish, and I hope your Majesty will grant it.
Oh.
Speak, Yen girl. Once uttered, I shall comply. The wind tousled her red attire, showcasing her resilience and, perhaps, stirring something within a certain someone's heart. From a young age, I have been influenced by the love between my parents. So pure and beautiful, it inspires admiration. I truly envy it. Thus, I do not wish to share my future husband with anyone else. Today, I simply seek your majesty's consent to love, but one in this lifetime. Jiang Xinyan heard gasps around her and continued. I will be the sole arbiter of my marriage. Others must not interfere. This is my only wish. I beseech your majesty to grant it. After making her respectful bow, her words reverberated like ripples in water. Fei Luan and Bai Luo, seemingly understanding, stood quietly to the side, heads bowed, yet their minds were a whirlwind of thoughts. The third prince clenched his fists tightly. If the emperor agreed, how could he secure the general's support without Jiang Xinyan as a bridge? He looked up at the figure draped in royal yellow. Jiang Beimo and Jiang Ting were equally astonished, never imagining Xinyan would voice such a wish. Was she trying to shield the general's residence from this turmoil? Jiang Ting frowned. Who would agree to marry only one? Even if their father had intentions, he could not thwart the schemes of others, which led to Jiang Xinyan's existence. Even though their father had never allowed them to reside in the Jiang residence or acknowledged them, Jiang Xinyan still bore the blood of the Jiang family. Had Xinyan vowed to remain unmarried for life? The man lounging in the tree straightened up, watching the red-clad figure kneeling in the distance. To love but one for a lifetime? A smile crept across his lips. Truly, she is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Undoubtedly, the prized disciple of her extraordinary master. She is indeed the one chosen by me, North Hall Yunjan. His Yen appeared as she always had, yet somehow, she was different. Yen, it has been so long. Chapter 5. King Chen, North Hall Yunjan. Jiang Xinyan waited patiently for the person seated above to speak. Yet she was resolute, for he was her beloved emperor uncle since childhood. He had always treated her with the affection one would show a daughter, personally teaching her to read and write. Half of her talents were inherited from him. Surely, he would grant her wish, just as in her previous life, because of her father, and because of herself. North Hall Yunfeng observed Jiang Xinyan kneeling there, astonished by her words, yet he soon felt at ease. How could his daughter be like others? In the blink of an eye, she had grown so much. She resembled you, both intelligent and beautiful. I will look after this girl well. You needn't worry. Very well. I grant it. I, your servant, humbly thank your majesty for your grace.
Jiang Xinyan bowed deeply.
Before she could rise, North Hall Yunfeng smiled and added, Yen girl, how about I bestow another favor upon you today? Another? Jiang Xinyan wondered what this could mean, for wouldn't her formal title be granted on her coming-of-age day? Why now? By the mandate of heaven, I decree, Jiang Xinyan, the eldest daughter of the Guardian General, possesses a beauty both delicate and agile, with a keen intellect and gentle disposition, admirable in character and deeply favored by me. Therefore, I personally bestow upon her the title of first-rank Anyang princess, with a fief in Anyang. Thus it is decreed. The eunuch beside him immediately produced the prepared edict. Yen girl, why aren't you receiving the decree and expressing your gratitude? North Hall Yunfeng chuckled at the dazed girl below. I, your servant, thank your majesty for your grace. Her father and elder brother also knelt in gratitude alongside her. With this, no one should come to propose to her in the future, allowing her to avoid this unnecessary turmoil. Alas, she would now become the talk of the town in Shangchen. Jiang Xinyan helplessly rubbed her forehead. How wonderful! Sister Xinyan is now a first-rank princess. And Yang is a land blessed with good fortune. Yanzi excitedly tugged at Yanxi's sleeve. Yet, Yanxi did not share her enthusiasm. Indeed, a first-rank Anyang princess. However, that wish of dear sister S. Yanxi sighed, fearing her sister would live a life of solitude. As the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, if their aunt in heaven knew that the daughter she cherished had made such a wish today, it would surely break her heart. Yanxi furrowed her brows slightly as she gazed at the distant figure of a woman clad in red, exuding a sense of carefree elegance. Given the clarity of her sister Xinyan's character, it was likely that she had anticipated today's outcome long before, otherwise. With her sister's arrogant disposition, how could she have aspired to fulfill that wish? From a young age, her sister had been unlike others, exceptionally intelligent and perceptive, believing that no one could ever match her sister Xinyan. Yet, the thought of her remaining unmarried for life brought a pang of sorrow to her heart. Observing that flash of red, Yanxi felt an indescribable sensation, sensing that her sister had changed upon her return, though she could not pinpoint how. Despite being referred to as the little strategist of a Yen family, she understood that she fell significantly short of her sister. She had always regarded her sister as a role model, but more than that, she was family, her dearest sister. Jiang Xinyan turned her head to look at Yan Shi, who was frowning, and smiled gently. Was the little strategist of the Yan family worried about her? Just then, someone approached to report, "Your Majesty, Prince Chun has arrived." Prince Chun. Jiang Xinyan's brows knitted slightly. How could he be here? In her past life, she had never encountered him at Nanshan. Hadn't he come then? Everything seemed to be in disarray, yet it also felt oddly coherent. Regardless, Jiang Xinyan raised her head, resolutely gazing into the distance. In this life, aside from seeking vengeance, she would live solely for the peace of her family, wishing only to protect those she cherished and ensure their safety. As she observed the approaching figure, Jiang Xinyan could distinctly feel the stir among the surrounding women. Yet she was enveloped in a peculiar haze. Beitang Jingyu had always been the object of pursuit for the noble ladies of Shangchen, but his demeanor was so aloof that he regarded everyone and everything with indifference. Nevertheless, he possessed the qualifications to adopt such an attitude. In her previous life, her interactions with Prince Chun had been merely cordial acquaintances, yet each encounter had stirred different feelings within her. She merely felt that perhaps she had been bewitched by his beauty. After all, the desire for beauty is inherent in all. Jiang Xinyan lowered her head, a slight smile gracing her lips. However, she soon concealed her smile, narrowing her eyes. 3 days before the annihilation of the Jiang family, she recalled him asking her if she would regret it. That was their final meeting. Perhaps he had sensed something amiss then. What had she said? Oh, right. She had replied no. She looked at him, dressed in a blue robe. She remembered he looked most handsome in black attire. She had once teased him with a little maid in the palace, only to be caught by him. At that time, he had worn a long black robe. As if sensing someone's gaze, Beitang Jingyu curved his lips in a smirk. Your humble servant greets the emperor.
No need for that.
Why has Zhang come today? I recall you said you wouldn't. Having finished my matters, I felt bored and hurried over. Upon my arrival, I heard that General Zhang's daughter has been rewarded by your majesty today. It seems I have arrived a step too late. Beitang Jingyu wore a look of regret, which made Jiang Xinyan raise an eyebrow. Is this truly the ethereal Prince Chen she knew? Why does he seem so different?
Azan.
You have indeed arrived late. You missed the excitement. Well, the competition has concluded, and I am tired. You youngsters may continue to enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. Sister, what do you think of Prince Chen? Look at those ladies. Their eyes are sparkling. Yan Shi chimed, grinning at Jiang Xinyan. Sister, look. Prince Qian is still unmarried, and he is the youngest son of the late emperor, a brother to the current emperor. Although he is a few years older than you, he is a perfect match and a commendable man. Jiang Xinyan rubbed her forehead. Her sister seemed intent on pushing her forward. Prince Chun is indeed admirable, but sheer. Jiang Xinyan smiled and shook her head. Her sister. Sister, that's not good. I've heard many admire Prince Chun. If you were with him, it wouldn't be pleasant. You two are not suitable.
Yanzi put it in disagreement.
Yan Shi shook her head, smiling. If Prince Chun truly ends up with Sister Xinyan, he would surely protect her for a lifetime. Yan Shi was not sure why she felt so confident, but she had high hopes for Prince Chun. If one had to find a match for Sister Xinyan, only Beitang Jingyu would suffice. Jiang Xinyan observed the two little girls beside her, smiling gently. She walked alone to the riverbank, and indeed, where Beitang Jingyu appeared, there were many women. And where there were many women, the noise was quite overwhelming. It was rare for Nanshan scenery to be so splendid. Having returned from her rebirth, it was good to take a stroll. With a splash, water from the river splattered onto Jiang Xinyan's dress. She furrowed her brows and turned to glare at the mischievous culprit. Have you met Prince Chen? No need for such formalities, Your Highness, Beitang Jingyu replied, momentarily taken aback upon hearing her address him as Prince Chen. He stepped closer, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Prince Chen seems quite relaxed, Jiang Xinyan remarked, gazing at the distant mountains, hands clasped behind her back. Beitang Jingyu observed her, narrowing his eyes. She seemed to have returned as a different person, even altering how she referred to him. Was she still angry with him? He secretly laughed at her little temper. However, Beitang Jingyu's gaze darkened. If it were before, with her proud nature, how could she seek out that wish? He feared she wouldn't even need to compete. Whatever she desired, the emperor would grant her. Not merely owing to Jiang Beima, just for the sake of her deceased mother, Yen Inua, the emperor would also comply. Yet, the depth of this matter was likely beyond her comprehension. Today, she not only donned riding attire but also personally participated in the hunt, which surprised him. He recalled when she had attended a palace birthday banquet at the age of 10. Back then, all the noble ladies of Shangqin gathered to compete in couplets, vying for the Empress Dowager's favor, but she had remained silent, slipping away unnoticed. What had she said back then? Jiang Ting had sought her out, asking why she hadn't answered. She had replied, "Why should I flaunt my talents for the sake of a hypocritical facade? True talent does not stoop to such competitions." And she had indeed proven her worth, as within half a year, the title of the foremost talented woman in Tianjin was bestowed upon Jiang's eldest daughter. Have you seen enough?
How?
Does this appearance of mine still catch Prince Chen's eye? Jiang Xinyan smirked, turning her head to look at him. Huh. The princess jests. I shall not disturb you from enjoying the beauty of the mountains and rivers. I take my leave. Watching him walk away, Jiang Xinyan let out a subtle sigh of relief. Standing beside him was truly taxing. Such a person. He was utterly inscrutable. Even with her second chance, she could not discern who he truly was. Jiang Xinyan shook her head. Why ponder so much? Next, it was time to meet her second sister. Chapter 6. What is meant to come will come. It's fine, brother, you all go back first. I will take Sheer and Azzi to Uncle's house. Don't worry. I am just not at ease with you all being girls. How about this, if you genuinely want to explore, on the way to Uncle's house? I shall have Jiang Yi accompany you with 10 guards, and you shall not refuse.
Jiang Ting, in goding xin jan cho votet, di ten Jiang Yi.
Her elder brother was overly anxious. It was not so easy to harm her. The last time they could not use internal energy was why she was injured. This time, should they dare come, she would ensure they returned without success. Bai Luo pondered and said, Miss, the eldest young master cares for you. The ambush last time seems still unresolved.
Jiang Xinyan.
However, sneered inwardly. What people? Perhaps my second sister is more than she seems, appearing harmless but harboring secrets. But where did she acquire her connections? Upon careful reflection, she seemed to have overlooked something. Jiang Xinyan, how intriguing. All right, let us hurry. By the time we reach Uncle's house, it will probably be dark. Uncle has prepared a sumptuous feast. Jiang Xinyan finished speaking, and then climbed into the carriage. Sister Xinyan, cousin cares about us too. Yanzi murmured as she wrapped her arms around Jiang Xinyan's. Little Z, I know, Xinyan replied, playfully poking her sister's forehead. Oh, my dear sister, you are truly adorable. But tell me, did you encounter any assassins upon your return? Have you yet discerned who orchestrated it? Yan she inquired, her gaze serious as she scrutinized Jiang Xinyan. Do not concern yourselves with such matters. I shall manage it all. What we ought to focus on now is the sumptuous feast prepared by our uncle. Little Z is quite the foodie. Jiang Xinyan's lightheartedness drew laughter from Yan Shi, for indeed, Yan Zi's eyes sparkled at the sight of food. The group continued their jovial banter as they journeyed onward. As twilight descended, they finally arrived at the Yan residence. Uncle, Jiang Xinyan's voice quivered slightly. She was finally face to face with him, burdened by guilt. Yan Yicheng saw her radiant smile and approached, ruffling her hair. My dear, you haven't even come to see your uncle. I have missed you. Before Jiang Xinyan could respond, Yan Zi pouted in protest. Father is so biased. The moment Sister Xinyan arrives, both she and I are rendered mere decorations. I heard he prepared so many delectable dishes. Yan Shi, standing nearby, covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Little Z is jealous. Uncle, you must make it up to our dear Z. All right. I suppose we are all hungry now. Let's eat. Yan Yicheng said, his eyes filled with affection for his 3 children. After dining at her uncle's home, Jiang Xinyan bid him farewell and made her way home. The night had fully enveloped the world, and it felt eerily quiet. Jiang Xinyan smiled slightly, sensing the stillness. Jiang Yi followed alongside the carriage on horseback, suddenly gripping the sword at his waist tightly. Jiang Xinyan lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance at him, noticing a faint aura of menace surrounding him.
Bianchi,
she called softly. He turned towards the head peeking out from the carriage. Mississippi. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly. There is no need for excessive caution. What is meant to come will arrive. These people are not to be feared. Simply head home. Seeing her unwavering confidence, Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. The entourage continued without revealing themselves. Soon, they returned to the Jiang residence. Jiang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback by the brightly lit hall and quickened her pace. With Fei Wan and Bai Luo closely following her. Upon entering, she spotted 3 individuals kneeling on the ground. Her pupils constricted, and her fists tightened before she regained her composure. "Xinyan, you are back," her father said. "Yes, father." "Brother, who are these?" she inquired, glancing at the kneeling figures. Before Jiang Ting could respond, she interjected. "Are they servants who have erred? If they have made mistakes, they should be dealt with and sent away, not left kneeling here. Bai Luo, please dismiss them." "Yes, miss," Bai Luo nodded, ready to approach the 3. "Xinyan," Zhang Beima interjected, "they are not servants. You returned late today, and you have never met them before. This is your sister from the estate, Xinyan, and her mother." Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes, recognizing the kneeling figures instantly, even if they were reduced to ashes. Jiang Xinyan and her mother, along with the nurse. Chapter 7. Returning home, is that so? But why are they kneeling? Have they committed an error? "Please, rise." Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow, puzzled. The kneeling Jiang Xinyan clenched her teeth slightly. From the moment Jiang Xinyan entered, she had been disparaging her. Servants? Mistakes? Humph. Recalling the previous day, had it not been for her efforts to persuade her mother, she might not have even crossed the threshold of the Jiang family. Why should she be relegated to the outside? Ever since she learned that Jiang Xinyan had become a princess, she vowed to return and reclaim what was rightfully hers. Jiang Xinyan regarded Jiang Xinyan with indifference, a cold smile forming within her heart. If she were oblivious to Jiang Xinyan's intentions, she would have lived in vain. In her past life, she had always treated her well, partly out of a desire to compensate for her upbringing in the estate, and partly because she genuinely liked her seemingly gentle and understanding sister. But all of it was an act. Initially, she had no intention of allowing her inside, yet it mattered little. If she did not come in, how could Jiang Xinyan return everything due to her? If she did not enter, everything would lose its meaning. Moreover, this woman certainly had someone supporting her behind the scenes. Jiang Xinyan pondered, yet the fleeting thoughts eluded her grasp. Turning to her father, Jiang Xinyan spoke slowly. "Father, it is getting late. Perhaps you should retire early, and we can discuss this matter further after your morning court session?" "Very well, Xinyan." "You handle their arrangements," Jiang Beima replied. "Rest assured, father. I will manage it well." Jiang Beima cast a reassuring glance at Jiang Xinyan before departing, not sparing a glance at the kneeling individuals. Once Jiang Beima had walked away, Jiang Xinyan turned to the 3. "Help them up, the ground is cold. It seems our home has not been tidied up since your sudden arrival." "Fei Wan," she instructed. "Yes. The room next door appears to be cleaner. You may accommodate them there for the time being. I will have the servants clean up other rooms by tomorrow morning. For tonight, please make do." Jiang Xinyan regarded them. Jiang Xinyan supported her mother, her face a mixture of indignation and a suppressed desire to speak as she glanced at Jiang Ting, her voice trembling slightly. "Sister, please, we do not mind." "Thank you, Fei Wan, for leading the way." Jiang Xinyan was well aware of her ulterior motives, and she scoffed inwardly. "Fei Wan, take them away, do not delay." "Yes, miss, understood." "Ladies, please follow me." After Fei Wan escorted them away, Jiang Ting approached Jiang Xinyan. "Xinyan, did you return safely today? I apologize for worrying you, brother." "I am well. The journey was uneventful," Jiang Xinyan replied with a smile. Jiang Ting lowered his head slightly with a smile. He had thought his sister was still young and in need of his protection. Yet today, it seemed, even in his absence, she would be just fine. His sister had always been kind-hearted. He assumed she would soften at the sight of Jiang Xinyan. Although Jiang Xinyan did not possess Xinyan's bright beauty, she had an air of fragility that evoked sympathy, making her appear as if she had endured great hardship. Fortunately, his sister did not show any weakness. He did not wish for his home to be filled with intrigue that could harm Xinyan and Xian. He desired their peace and happiness. And the most crucial aspect was the tranquility within their household. Being siblings, he and Xinyan were naturally of one heart and mind. However, for some reason, he could not bring himself to like Jiang Xinyan. Upon returning home, he had noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. As he approached, he saw the 3 kneeling before the gate. While the Jiang family was not extravagantly wealthy, they were generous compared to those in the estate. Yet, they were dressed in coarse garments. Upon seeing Jiang Xinyan, he felt a pang of sympathy. But the onlookers reminded him, though he had not experienced the intrigues of a household, he had witnessed them. He never expected to encounter such a scenario at his own doorstep. The bystanders were quick to place blame, attributing their grievances to the esteemed general's household for treating such fragile women harshly. A heavy accusation indeed. He maintained a stern expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang Xinyan observed Jiang Ting, knowing his concerns. Her heart warmed. In her previous life, he had been the same. She had thought he merely disliked Jiang Xinyan, but now she understood he was worried for her.
Brother, you should also get some rest.
There is an early court session tomorrow. Very well. I shall take my leave to rest, and you should do so as well. Jiang Ting tenderly caressed Jiang Xinyan's hair. Jiang Xinyan smiled faintly and nodded, watching him depart. Biluo, let us return to our quarters. Miss, Biluo admonished Failwan, who had rushed in. What are you calling so loudly at this hour? Failwan stuck out her tongue and listened to Biluo's reprimand, while Jiang Xinyan shook her head with a light smile, acknowledging Failwan's nature, which was unlikely to change. Indeed, Miss is right. Failwan pouted defiantly at Biluo, causing Biluo's forehead to twitch in annoyance. Failwan, have you made the arrangements? Yes, miss. You cannot imagine the expressions on their faces when I brought them into that room. It was quite the spectacle. They certainly did not expect that the room next door was merely a storage space with a rickety bed. I distinctly saw their faces turn green, yet they still thanked me. And just then, Miss Xinyan stepped on a cockroach. Failwan laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Jiang Xinyan's brows curved with amusement. Her mood was splendid today. Tomorrow, I shall take you all to the ancient tower for a grand feast. Really? Failwan's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Biluo chuckled, covering her mouth. Indeed, Jiang Xinyan replied, smiling at both Failwan and Biluo. Xinyan, why must you return today? Did we not plan everything? The beautiful woman seated opposite Jiang Xinyan, Auntie Zeng, looked at her daughter in confusion. Mother, have you forgotten the news that arrived today? Jiang Xinyan has been granted the title of County Princess, the esteemed Anyang County Princess. If I do not return now, it will be too late. Everything she possesses, I must have as well. What she lacks, I shall obtain. The girl's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of resentment, no longer the delicate maiden she once was. She surveyed her living quarters, cursing Jiang Xinyan in her heart, convinced it was all deliberate. You vile creature. Just wait. After tomorrow, I shall be the second young lady of the general's residence, and I will reclaim everything, bit by bit. Chapter 8. An unexpected visitor, miss. You have risen quite early today. Biluo observed Jiang Xinyan practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Miss, the visitor is not tardy. She is already outside, having paid her respects to both the master and the eldest son. What do you think? Jiang Xinyan continued her sword practice, unperturbed. Sister is so well-mannered. Why not invite her in? Indeed. Biluo responded, moving toward the entrance. Miss Xinyan, please. Thank you, Biluo. Jiang Xinyan regarded the maid before her, feeling slighted that she, as the second young lady, was being disregarded. She forced a smile and stepped inside. As she entered the courtyard, a glimmer of light flashed before her eyes. And in that moment, she caught sight of a long sword hurtling toward her with speed and precision. Jiang Xinyan gasped in shock, screaming as cold sweat broke out, and she fell to the ground. Jiang Xinyan looked down at her sister with a disdainful smile. Sister, are you unhurt? Why did you not announce your arrival? Biluo bowed her head, stifling her laughter as she quietly retrieved the sword that had pierced the door. It seemed she would need to find someone to repair it. No worries, it is not Biluo's fault. It was my sister, who did not anticipate that I was practicing my swordplay. Jiang Xinyan gritted her teeth and slowly rose to her feet. It is my fault, as I was unaware of your habits. You have risen quite early. Did you rest well yesterday? Jiang Xinyan took the towel Failwan offered and wiped the sweat from her brow. Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, sister. May you grow accustomed to it. Just then, Jiang Xian dashed into Jiang Xinyan's courtyard. Jiang Xinyan turned, a gentle smile gracing her face. Do take care while running. You might fall. What brings you here so early? She took Jiang Xian's hand and guided him to sit beside her. I have come to pay my respects to sister. Sister, I wish to have breakfast with you, Jiang Xian said shyly, his head lowered. Of course. Jiang Xinyan replied, her eyes filled with warmth. The two siblings completely ignored Jiang Xinyan, who stood beside them. Biluo, let us have breakfast in the courtyard today. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Jiang Xinyan and smiled slightly, instructing Biluo. Sister, you have not eaten yet, have you? Shall we dine together? Jiang Xinyan, puzzled by their camaraderie, stepped over and sat down. Very well. Jiang Xian squinted at Jiang Xinyan and asked, Who are you? I have never seen you before. Jiang Xinyan looked at him, smiling gently. I am your second sister. Second sister? Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Xinyan. Who are you trying to deceive? I am not a child. After mother gave birth to my sister, I was born alone. Where did you come from to impersonate my sister? My sister is only Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xian glared at her, indignant. Jiang Xinyan felt her heart soften. In the past, Jiang Xian had spoken similarly to Jiang Xinyan. Yet she had scolded him for being too unruly and failing to understand his place. Reflecting on this now, it seemed quite absurd. Her brother had always been the most exceptional. Those who deemed him arrogant were mistaken. Let him show them his true self. Jiang Xinyan, hearing Jiang Xian's words, felt a flicker of anger. Concealed within her sleeves, her hands clenched tightly as tears brimmed in her eyes, giving her a pitiful appearance. Jiang Xinyan cast a cold glance at her and smirked, thinking she must still believe that she would receive sympathy, like those young masters. Breakfast was laid out on the table, as usual. Jiang Xinyan served a bowl of congee, placing it gently before the little one, and smiled softly at him. A Xian. You are growing. You must eat more. Okay, sister should eat too. The little fellow was thrilled, staring at the congee before him, eager to tell his elder brother that sister was indeed kind to him. He always knew she liked him. Sensing the child's joy, Jiang Xinyan felt her heart swell with happiness. Her brother cherished her. Sister, you should eat as well. I wonder if it suits your taste. Jiang Xinyan took the congee Biluo had prepared, suppressing her smile as she addressed Jiang Xinyan. Noticing that neither Jiang Xinyan nor her maid intended to serve her congee, Jiang Xinyan begrudgingly took it upon herself to serve a bowl. She bit her lip and then raised her head to smile at Jiang Xinyan. Thank you, sister. It smells delightful. Jiang Xinyan continued to drink her congee, mocking her inwardly. Throughout breakfast, Jiang Xinyan felt quite constrained, while Jiang Xinyan and Jiang Xian enjoyed their meal heartily. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Xinyan showed no signs of wanting to leave, pretending to read a book while seated nearby. Jiang Xinyan ignored her, letting her be. Sitting on the stone bench, Jiang Xinyan watched her brother practice his calligraphy. At 7 years old, Jiang Xian wrote beautifully. Perhaps he was too concerned with his reputation and too eager for attention, which made him excel in every endeavor. Observing him, Jiang Xinyan felt a pang of sorrow. Over the past 7 years, she had not fulfilled her responsibilities as an elder sister. However, they still had a future ahead of them. From now on, she would always be there for her brother, watching him grow, witnessing his happiness, and wishing for his safety. Chapter 9. First encounter at the ancient tower. She had promised Failwan and Biluo that they would visit the ancient tower today, yet Jiang Xinyan glanced at Jiang Xinyan, who was seated nearby with a book. It seemed reminiscent of a past life, where Jiang Xinyan would cling to her for an entire day. It appears she has no intention of leaving today. Failwan, please prepare things. We shall be heading out shortly. Understood. Mississippi. Failwan walked into the house. The little one practicing calligraphy lifted his head and looked at his sister. Sister, are you going out for a meal? Jiang Xinyan gently patted his head. Yes. Would a Xian like to join me for a meal? Sister will take a Xian out to eat. Yes. The little one's eyes sparkled like tiny stars, filled with joy as he laughed heartily. Sister, may I join as well? Jiang Xinyan calmly organized the little one's calligraphy book, never once lifting her gaze to glance at Jiang Xinyan. Of course, sister. Jiang Xinyan replied, setting aside the book she was holding, her demeanor poised like a refined lady. In the ancient building, Jiang Xinyan led a Xian by the hand, ascending the stairs ahead of Jiang Xinyan, who leisurely followed, as if she intended to turn the path into a blooming flower. The Tianchen ancient building had long been renowned across nations, though it operated as an eatery. Jiang Xinyan understood that this establishment was far from ordinary, shrouded in mystery. To this day, the identity of its owner remained unknown, and the deep connections behind it were daunting. Here, social classes were distinctly defined. Wealth alone did not guarantee entry. This place, was indeed intriguing. Not wishing to draw too much attention, Jiang Xinyan chose a relatively understated private room. After all, it was merely a meal, and there would be time to indulge later. Order whatever you desire. Jiang Xinyan seated herself by the window, savoring her tea as the sunlight streamed in abundantly. Jiang Xinyan sat quietly beside her, secretly disdainful, as she had expected Jiang Xinyan to choose the finest room. Sister, I want green bean cake, a Xian chimed in, his eyes sparkling. For the pastry chef at the ancient building was reputed to be the best in Tianjin. All right, Jiang Xinyan replied, and you too, please order as well. I hear sister loves milfai. Let's have a portion of that. Oh, and some braised pork. Sister enjoys this delicacy too. Just bring out 3 to 5 of your signature dishes. As soon as Jiang Xinyan finished speaking, Jiang Xinyan raised her chin, imperiously instructing a nearby attendant. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow. How well she seemed to understand her preferences. One might think she knew her intimately. How amusing, a true white lotus. The act of sisterly affection was performed impressively, yet Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing within them, almost undetectable. While they were enjoying their meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Jiang Xinyan set down her bamboo chopsticks. Taken aback by the lack of decorum in the ancient building, Bai Luo turned to her mistress for guidance and, upon receiving a nod, stepped outside to investigate. Jiang Xinyan glanced at a Xian, who was thoroughly engrossed in his food. She took a napkin to wipe the grease from his mouth. A Xian, with his cheeks stuffed, thanked his sister and continued eating, concealing the delight dancing in his eyes and at the corners of his mouth. Before long, Bai Luo returned, Miss. All the private rooms are full, and there's a disturbance with the manager over this matter. Jiang Xinyan frowned, her left thumb unconsciously tracing the small scar on her index finger. Ordinary people would not dare to cause a ruckus here. General Meng Ji's son was hosting a banquet, and his companions were present. Were they truly causing such a ruckus? General Meng had just returned from his campaign, and yet his son was acting so brazenly. Fei Luan scoffed, taking over by Luo's report. Meng Ji? His son? That must be Meng Ziki. Jiang Xinyan sneered at the shouting outside. Just the son of a junior general. My lord, this is the situation, a sword-bearing guard reported to the man seated at the table. The man simply sipped his tea, seemingly indifferent. No way, you must clear a room for me today. Do you even know who I am? This is it, get them out. Chen Jiabao, a wealthy scion accompanying Meng Ziki, pointed at Jiang Xinyan and her companions. The manager appeared troubled. Anyone dining in the private rooms was either wealthy or noble. How could he force them out? Chen Jiabao glanced at Meng Ziki, who was leaning against the wall, idly toying with a jade pendant. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, it seemed he was unconcerned, emboldening Chen Jiabao to act with even less restraint. He shoved the manager aside and kicked open the door. The loud noise startled the little one, causing him to choke momentarily. A Xian, drink some water. Jiang Xinyan quickly poured him a glass, furrowing her brow as she patted his back. Chen Jiabao had not anticipated that 2 stunning beauties would be seated inside. He grinned and made his way over. Outside, a man peeked in, wondering if Meng's wealthy companion would need to compensate for the door he had damaged. However, upon seeing Jiang Xinyan, he narrowed his eyes and smirked before retreating into another room. Did you kick open my door? Jiang Xinyan finally lifted her gaze coldly to the intruder, exuding disdain for the rowdy young scions. Yes, that was me. My apologies. May I inquire which family as young ladies you are? Chen Jiabao grinned widely at Jiang Xinyan and Jiang Xinyan. Bai Luo and Fei Luan stood up, their bodies tense with caution, ready to protect their mistress. There's no need for you to inquire, young master, as we are not from a prominent family, Jiang Xinyan replied, adjusting her sleeves with a slight smile. Oh, if that's the case, might I have the honor of inviting the 2 young ladies to share a drink with my friends? Chen Jiabao leaned closer to Jiang Xinyan, smiling broadly. My elder brother is none other than the son of General Meng Ji. Oh, General Meng? Jiang Xinyan smiled subtly. But as for drinking, I see that Meng Gongzi and his companions are not lacking in funds. Just 2 alleys away, there are plenty of ladies willing to drink with you. Jiang Xinyan's gaze drifted to the figure leaning against the wall outside. Sensing her scrutiny, Meng Ziki looked up, his gaze locking onto Jiang Xinyan, narrowing slightly. This was Jiang Xinyan's first encounter with Meng Ziki across 2 lifetimes. In her past life, she had only heard tales of the Meng family's young master, notorious for his arrogance and indulgence in vice. Jiang Xinyan had never deemed such a frivolous youth worthy of her attention. Thus, she had only heard of him but never laid eyes upon him. Yet, today, she found herself face to face with him in this ancient building. Meng Ziki merely glanced at her before returning to his jade pendant. Chen Jiabao, however, was incensed by Jiang Xinyan's words. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Today, I will ensure you accompany us, he exclaimed, pulling Jiang Xinyan into an embrace. Jiang Xinyan glared at him, pushing him away, but Chen Jiabao yanked her back, attempting to grab Jiang Xinyan as well. A Xian stood protectively in front of Jiang Xinyan, his small stature exuding a fierce demeanor. Who is this lecher trying to bully my sister? Do you know who we are? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan struck Chen Jiabao with all her might, but he retaliated with a slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Jiang Xinyan watched, amused. That slap had indeed been forceful. Jiang Xinyan cried out in pain, furiously berating Chen Jiabao. You wretched scoundrel. Can't you see who I am? I am the second daughter of the Protector General's residence. How dare you strike me? Beware of your life. Jiang Xinyan smirked, sipping her tea. Second daughter, indeed. What would the Protector General's residence ever acknowledge? How laughable. You shameless wretch. Chen Jiabao seized her hair as he approached. Jiang Xinyan found great joy in this. Meng Ziqi's companions were amusingly entertaining. Outside, Meng Ziqi caught a glimpse of the gleam in Jiang Xinyan's eyes, a smirk forming on his lips as he found the situation amusing. At that moment, the manager hurried forward. Young Master Meng, a private room has opened up, please. He then whispered something in Meng Ziqi's ear. Jiabao, don't disturb others while they eat. Come outside. Meng Ziqi lazily raised his head, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Xinyan before turning to leave. As soon as Meng Ziqi departed, Chen Jiabao released Jiang Xinyan, grumbling as he exited. Jiang Xinyan gazed at Jiang Xinyan, who appeared utterly disheveled, her tear-streaked face resembling that of a weeping pear blossom, evoking a genuine sense of pity. Regrettably, Jiang Xinyan was not one to easily succumb to emotions. Furrowing her brows, she commanded, Bailu, escort Miss Xinyan back to the residence for medical attention. Understood, Miss Xinyan, please. Bailu gently supported the swollen-faced Jiang Xinyan as they exited. One must admit, the practiced hand was indeed formidable. That slap was sufficiently harsh and gratifying. My master, my keen eye has truly served me well, for I recognized Miss Jiang at a glance. Look, old Five has been outside for ages without a clue. What poor eyesight he possesses. Oh, but then again, he has never encountered Miss Jiang before. Old Five, standing nearby, remained silent, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Yunling, are you that idol? The man seated at the table rubbed his temples. Why was his shadow guard so exuberant? The man referred to as Yunling was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was the individual who had accompanied Jiang Xinyan on her hunting expedition in Nanshan. My master, are you dissatisfied with me? Yunling lamented, casting a pitiful glance his way. Had he not entered to report to his master? How could the innkeeper have been persuaded to send that boorish fellow away and grant Miss Jiang a moment of tranquility? He had performed a commendable service. Yunche, take Yunling away. Yes, my master. Old Five, Yunche, promptly hoisted the incessantly chattering Yunling and exited. Even as the door closed, one could still hear Yunling's protests of discontent. Chapter 11. A reunion, Your Highness. Our master requests your presence. The innkeeper stood before Jiang Xinyan with an air of utmost respect, having adopted a demeanor of formality. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow at the innkeeper, surprised by his awareness of her identity. Your master? The innkeeper nodded and replied. You shall know who our master is once you arrive. Sensing her hesitance, he added. Jiang Xinyan frowned, thinking this was a redundant statement. Was she supposed to know who he was without meeting him? Failwan, accompany Ashwan for dinner. You may return to the residence afterward.
Miss?
Failwan expressed concern, fearing for her mistress's safety. Jiang Xinyan gently shook her head. She was no longer an easy target.
Sister.
Jiang Xian, sitting nearby, looked up at her with earnestness. Ashwan, I shall return shortly. Continue eating with Failwan, and be sure to finish your meal. I have paid for it, and you must do your homework afterward, as I will be checking. All right, sister, do not worry. Ashwan will diligently complete her homework. I will protect you. Jiang Xian clenched her tiny fists, determined to be formidable.
Good.
Jiang Xinyan affectionately ruffled Jiang Xian's hair before stepping out. Your Highness, this is the room. Please go ahead. The innkeeper bowed and departed. Jiang Xinyan traced the small mark on her finger and raised her gaze to the words ancient residence inscribed on the door. The ancient building had always been off-limits to outsiders. Perhaps the master of this abode awaited her within? She wondered why the owner of the ancient building would wish to meet her. Narrowing her eyes, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing the figure seated within, she was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Beitang Jingyu, the current Prince of Qin. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be His Highness, the Prince of Qin. Your Highness, please. Beitang Jingyu smiled and gestured to the seat beside him. Jiang Xinyan took a seat, feeling an inexplicable sense of ease wash over her in his presence, accompanied by an odd sense of trust. So, the ancient building belonged to the Prince of Qin. She pondered what business he had in summoning her. Beitang Jingyu reclined in his chair, clad in black, holding a cup of tea, lazily gazing out the window. Jiang Xinyan's gaze drifted to his hands, which were strikingly elegant. One might assume a man of his stature, a seasoned warrior, would possess rough hands. Yet his were slender and captivating, drawing her attention irresistibly. It seemed that each time she encountered him, her gaze would naturally gravitate towards him. After parting ways in Nanshan, seeing him again stirred within her an indescribable emotion. She finally settled on the word delight. Her spirits were inexplicably high. Perhaps it was merely the sight of such a handsome individual that brought her joy. I have no particular matters at hand. Merely observed that the princess was in distress, and thus offered my assistance. So it was the prince who alleviated my troubles. Thank you, your highness. Do not mention it, but I hear the Jiang family has another young lady? Beitang Jingyu turned his attention to her. Merely family matters. I appreciate your concern, your highness. Jiang Xinyan frowned slightly. Upon seeing her frown, Beitang Jingyu suddenly chuckled. Jiang Xinyan looked at him in confusion. I sense you harbor some dislike for your second sister. Since it's a family issue, it would be wise to resolve it properly. Also, you were followed yesterday. His assured tone rendered Jiang Xinyan momentarily speechless. So, the prince had been present yesterday as well? Indeed, I happened to pass by. Beitang Jingyu sipped his tea, concealing the cold light in his eyes. Yesterday, he had been worried. Upon her return to the capital, she had been ambushed. Given how late it was, he did not believe Jiang Yi alone could protect her. Chapter 12, A Proposition. Jiang Xinyan, how about we strike a deal? Uncertain why the words slipped from her lips. Perhaps it was the prolonged wait that bred anxiety over unforeseen complications, or perhaps her return this time felt different from before. A deal? Jiang Xinyan fixed her gaze on him, intrigued. What kind of deal could it be? Yet doubts lingered in her mind. Could he truly be referring to that position? Despite her myriad uncertainties, she managed to maintain her composure. Indeed, a deal. He wore a slight smile, perhaps buoyed by her unwavering gaze, lifting his spirits inexplicably. What advantages could there possibly be for me in striking a deal with the esteemed prince? Jiang Xinyan poured herself a cup of tea, and Beitang Jingyu, noticing, extended his own cup towards her. Jiang Xinyan glanced at him and reciprocated with a cup for him. Beitang Jingyu smiled slightly. What do you desire in return? That depends on the nature of the deal you propose. She took a sip of the tea, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. This tea is truly delightful. Beitang Jingyu's gaze remained fixed on her. At that moment, she bore the likeness of a contented little fox. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes were filled with admiration for the woman clad in a light blue dress before him. Only she, Jiang Xinyan. He composed his expression, dipped his finger in the tea, and inscribed a single character on the table. Cunning as she was, Jiang Xinyan immediately grasped his meaning. She lifted her gaze, observing him as he sipped his tea with an air of nonchalance, while her heart remained turbulent. Why did he trust her so completely? Why did he so openly share his thoughts, unafraid of her revealing them to others? She suddenly recalled a moment from her past life when he had asked her if she regretted her choices. At that time, she had answered in the negative, only to sense an aura of death enveloping him, a feeling that lingered. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xinyan felt compelled to ask, "You do not fear?" Before she could finish her question, he interjected. Beitang Jingyu looked at her and said, "You do not inquire why? You wish to know if I fear you will disclose my intentions to others? Yet I trust you. If you wish to safeguard your Jiang family, then agree to my proposal. It will be a mutually beneficial arrangement." In that moment, Beitang Jingyu exuded an undeniable aura of authority that left no room for refusal. He continued, I trust you." At that moment, Jiang Xinyan's heart was filled with astonishment. She was taken aback by his casual use of her name. He trusted her. Yet she had few individuals in her life whom she could truly rely upon. However, for some inexplicable reason, she felt an innate trust in Beitang Jingyu.
Why?
You are the Prince of Tianqin, a man of great stature, with unparalleled achievements. No one can threaten you.
Why?
Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow in confusion. Because only I. Beitang Jingyu uttered merely 5 words. Yet for Jiang Xinyan, it was as if she had been enlightened. Indeed, it was only him. Beitang Jingyu had but 5 royal sons, and if one were to deliberate on the matter, none would be capable of shouldering the weight of responsibility to become a true sovereign for the nation and its people in the century to come. Even Beitang Jingyu could only be deemed a mediocre emperor at best. However, as long as she, Jiang Xinyan, was present, he would never ascend to the throne. Thus, it appeared that for the sake of Tianquan, this individual before her was the only viable option. She exhaled softly, raising her gaze to him, and solemnly declared, "Very well. The terms of our agreement are set. I shall assist you, and in return, you shall ensure the safety and security of the Jiang family for all time." Agreed. Beitang Jingyu replied with a smirk. Observing a packet of tea in his hand, Jiang Xinyan's lips curled slightly. She had merely made a jest. Yet, he genuinely gifted her a packet of tea. Rising gracefully, she performed a respectful bow and said, "Your Highness, I take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality today. It is getting late. Allow me to escort you," Beitang Jingyu remarked, amused by her teasing, and he turned to leave. Jiang Xinyan smiled and followed suit. Chapter 13. Cousins. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Xinyan recalled the events of the day. Surely, her father and elder brother had returned, and it was time to address the matter concerning Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Ting observed Jiang Xinyan, who sat weeping softly at the side, his brow furrowed in silence. "What troubles you?" Jiang Xinyan inquired as she stepped inside, sensing the discord in the atmosphere. She turned to Jiang Xinyan, who had merely been slapped and yet was still crying after an entire afternoon. Was she not being overly dramatic? Jiang Xinyan thought to herself, momentarily dismissing her sister's behavior before greeting her father and brother. "My dear, what transpired today?" Jiang Beima questioned, looking at his daughter. "Father, today I took Ashuan and Xinyan to the ancient tower for a meal, but a friend of young Master Meng insisted we dine with him. My sister refused, and in a moment of desperation, she claimed to be the second young lady of the general's residence, only to be slapped by young Master Meng as companion." Jiang Xinyan explained, her brows knitting together. "Father, considering our family status, we must handle this matter cautiously. Otherwise, it may spread by tomorrow. You ought to be prepared." Upon hearing this, Jiang Beima violently hurled the cup he held, spilling tea and shards everywhere. Jiang Xinyan and concubine Zeng were startled by this sudden outburst, lowering their heads in silence. "How audacious! How dare you claim to be the second young lady of my general's residence?" Jiang Beima glared at the mother and daughter, demanding, "Who granted you the right?" "Father," Jiang Xinyan pleaded, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "I am your daughter. What I said is the truth. Why is this happening? I acknowledge my wrongdoing, but my sister only meant well by taking me out. It is merely a matter of offending young Master Meng and his friend." "Ah, is that so? So you did not assist her? That you failed to watch over her in her time of need? Are you implying that the general's residence fears the Meng family?" She scoffed inwardly. Jiang Xinyan thought it amusing that her father could be so easily swayed by mere words. Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly and addressed Jiang Beima. "Father, I too have made mistakes in this situation. Please do not punish Xinyan. I was wrong to take her to the ancient tower. Given our status, it was indeed inappropriate." Jiang Beima waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "This matter does not concern you. Xinyan, household affairs are your responsibility. Handle it as you see fit." "Understood." Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly. "While concubine Zeng may have borne you a daughter, she remains only a nominal figure. However, I believe it prudent to let her reside in the household for now, as you are in need of care in your advancing years. As for whether you wish to formally acknowledge her, that is entirely your decision." "Father, why not say that Xinyan is a distant relative of our family? That way, if anyone inquires tomorrow, you'll have an explanation ready," she suggested with a smile. "These matters are best kept within our family. We shall not neglect my sister and concubine, for it is merely a title." This idea had just occurred to her, and she found it quite clever. After considering Jiang Xinyan's proposal, Jiang Beima nodded in agreement, concluding, "Very well, it is decided. Then I shall instruct the servants to prepare 2 rooms for you both tomorrow. For now, you must endure a little longer," Jiang Xinyan said, turning to express her remorse, her gaze lingering on the kneeling Jiang Xinyan, offering a gentle smile. Within, Jiang Xinyan's heart was tumultuous. "Jiang Xinyan, what an astute maneuver.
With a single sentence.
She had elevated herself to the status of a cousin of the general's residence. The distinction between a cousin and a second daughter was vast. A mere word apart, but worlds different in status. Damn it! How considerate of my sister, Jiang Xinyan muttered, biting her lip and casting a sidelong glance at Concubine Zeng. Concubine Zeng knelt before Jiang Beima. My lord, I am but a humble concubine, unworthy of entering the Jiang family or being acknowledged by you. Yet Xinyan is your flesh and blood, the second young lady of the general's residence. Her voice trembled with sorrow, evoking sympathy akin to a mother steadfastly seeking justice for her child. Any bystander would surely perceive Jiang Beima as lacking compassion. Unacknowledged?
Ha!
If someone were to inquire tomorrow when this second daughter appeared, how would you have me respond? Should I claim she was a product of drunkenness?
Jiang Ting interjected coolly.
Casting a glance at Concubine Zeng. Our family has never publicly acknowledged the existence of another daughter. When you returned to the residence without my father's consent and left the estate, that was sufficient grounds for me to have you expelled.
What?
Now you seek to come back? Jiang Ting's words struck like thunder, leaving the pair of women stunned, forgetting that Jiang Beima's betrothal to Xinyan had been officiated by the emperor himself. Concubine Zeng felt a sinking sensation in her chest, collapsing to the floor. Jiang Xinyan hung her head, lost in thought, acutely aware that everything had changed, derailing her initial plans. But a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes. She would not concede so easily. Now that she had returned and entered the Jiang family, surrender was not an option. I understand my sister's good intentions. Concubine Zeng only cares for me too much, Jiang Xinyan pleaded, so please do not blame her. It was her rashness. This matter requires careful deliberation. As long as you acknowledge me, I seek no title of second daughter. Being by your side is enough. I am content with my brother, sister, and younger sibling. Jiang Xinyan's display of understanding made others appear petty by comparison. See, I do not care for the title of second daughter, she insisted. Very well, this matter is settled. Jiang Beima declared impatiently, waving his hand. Jiang Xinyan smiled to herself, knowing her father, a man of martial prowess, would not be swayed by her sister's pleas for sympathy. That night, Jiang Xinyan lay in bed, unable to find slumber, contemplating the day's events that required careful assimilation. In her previous life, she had sought the emperor's favor to bestow Jiang Xinyan with a legitimate title as the second daughter of the Jiang family. In retrospect, her moment of weakness seemed profoundly foolish. Jiang Xinyan, devoid of the title of second daughter of the general's residence in this life. I am quite eager to see how you navigate your role as a cousin of the general's family. In the storeroom, Jiang Xinyan furiously smashed objects around her. Damn, Jiang Xinyan. She did this on purpose. She intentionally failed to instruct the servants to clean the room today, deliberately keeping my identity concealed. She deserves to be cursed. Yuan, this matter requires our careful arrangement, and Jiang Ting's words hold merit. We must be more vigilant going forward. Aunt Sung, seated at the table, spoke with a hint of urgency. Mother.
Why?
There is no reason. Yuana, if you aspire to rise above others, heed your mother's counsel. I shall ensure you do not suffer, and that person will assist us. Just wait and see. Aunt Sung gently patted Jiang Xinyan's hand. That person? He is nothing but a deceiver. If he had resolved matters on the day Jiang Xinyan descended the mountain, how could we have faced such a predicament? Jiang Xinyan's countenance soured at the thought of that man. Aunt Sung glanced around nervously, admonishing Yuana, do not speak carelessly. Seeing her mother ire, Jiang Xinyan reluctantly fell silent. Chapter 14. The game is afoot upon waking. The sky was overcast and rain fell steadily. Jiang Xinyan gazed out the window, suddenly recalling that in her previous life, Jiang Xinyan and her mother had returned only today. The continuous drizzle mirrored the plight of the mother-daughter duo, prompting her to relent and welcome them into the general's residence after merely a glance. It appears all has transpired ahead of schedule. What of you, Beitang Jingyu? Are you not soon to return from your travels? I am quite eager for your arrival, particularly regarding the small army you so meticulously assembled. In my past life, you entrusted your troops to me, allowing me to lead them through life and death. Yet, after forging such deep bonds, I was left to witness their demise alongside the Jiang family. A bitter smile graced her lips, and a chill ran down her spine. Uncertain whether it was from cold or something else, Jiang Xinyan traced the small wound on her finger, leaning against the window. Beitang Jingyan's choice to ally with her hinges on the support of the Jiang and Yan families, along with the affection of the emperor. This arrangement suits both parties, establishing a coalition, and while she may not require his alliance, having one is certainly preferable to none. She cast a contemplative glance at the jade pendant at her waist. It must be employed wisely. Moreover, her pupils contracted sharply. Father's incense.
Jiang Xinyan. Biluo.
Jiang Xinyan called out to Bai Luo, who was tidying the room, her voice trembling slightly. Bai Luo hastily set down her teacup and hurried to Jiang Xinyan's side. Miss, what is it? Has father's incense been changed recently? Incense? Bai Luo pondered before shaking her head. Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes. Naturally, she had only just arrived and could not have intervened. It seems precaution is necessary. Moving forward, we must be vigilant regarding father, elder brother, and Xian's provisions, send a few astute maids to monitor them, and personally select those who will do so. If anything seems amiss, report to me immediately. This matter must be treated with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, I will see to it myself. Indeed, I trust your judgment. Fei Luan is still too. Jiang Xinyan gazed outside, her brows furrowing. Fei Luan is still young. Do not be overly severe with her. I understand she is young, much like Aziz. If possible, I only hope she remains blissfully carefree for all her days. She longed to shield her innocence, her simplicity and charm, yet she would inevitably mature and come to understand the world. Miss, I cannot discern how you have changed from before, but both I and Fei Luan have long been indebted to your kindness and shall remain by your side. Jiang Xinyan took Bai Luo's hand, smiling as she shook her head. Bai Luo, you and Fei Luan have grown up alongside me. I regard you as my own sisters. I do not require your companionship. What I desire is for you both to find happiness and joy, to live the life you wish for. Have you never imagined marrying a man of your dreams? At her jest, Bai Luo's cheeks flushed slightly. Fei Luan stood outside, clutching a box of pastries tightly. Miss, rest assured. I will grow strong and protect you and the general's residence. Miss, Bai Luo said with earnest seriousness, gazing intently at Jiang Xinyan. The one who had always accompanied her was worth any sacrifice. All right, Fei Luan should be returning soon. Go tidy up, we shall visit Xian shortly.
Jiang Xinyan gen lipat that bilu hen.
Miss, today the rain falls heavily. Look, I am drenched, yet the pastries remain intact. Just as Jiang Xinyan finished speaking, Fei Luan rushed in, shielding the pastry box. Jiang Xinyan quickly accepted it, wiping the rain from Fei Luan's clothes. You are soaked. Why did you not take an umbrella? Bai Luo, quickly, prepare a bowl of ginger tea. Bai Luo complied, hurrying to make the tea.
Biluo.
Arrange for 2 rooms to be prepared. You know the outcome I desire. Jiang Xinyan gazed through the curtain of rain. Understood. Bai Luo instructed Fei Luan to hold an umbrella for Jiang Xinyan before disappearing into the rain. Miss, why are we still preparing rooms for them? It would not do to have them reside in a storeroom. After all, it contains many treasures. Fei Luan scratched her head, confused by her mistress's intentions. Treasures? What treasures? Chapter 15. Siblings. As Jiang Xinyan entered Jiang Xian's courtyard with Fei Luan, she was met with the sound of reading penetrating the rain. They stepped slowly inside, and upon noticing the slightly ajar door to the study, she peered in. A small figure was animatedly reciting at a desk, truly resembling a mini scholar. Prompting a smile to grace her lips, how endearing her younger brother had been in his youth.
Oh.
Jiang Xian paused, noticing his sister. Sister, why not come in? It's raining outside. I feared I might disrupt your studies, Jiang Xinyan replied as she stepped inside. With a gentle smile, she reached out to stroke her brother's head, and Jiang Xian squinted his eyes, grinning as he leaned closer to receive her affection. Xian, you are still young. When it is time to play, do not restrain yourself. You are becoming quite the little old man. Jiang Xinyan took a seat beside him, holding his hand. Fei Luan hurriedly presented the pastries she had prepared. Young master, these are freshly made pastries. The missus brought them specially for you.
Thank you, sister.
Jiang Xian eagerly grabbed a pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, his other hand still clutching his sister's.
Slow down. Jiang Xinyan chai.
Pouring him a glass of water and observing him enjoy the treats. He was reluctant to release her hand, and she understood well why. Perhaps it was her changed demeanor upon returning that made him cherish this bond all the more. Since birth, he had been deprived of a mother's love. And with father and elder brother being men, there was a lack of tender affection. His only sister, who had never favored him, was both sister and mother to him. It was only natural that he would hold her dear. As Xian, I owe you an apology. As Jiang Xinyan savored the sweet pastries, his heart swelled with joy. It was the first time his sister had come to visit his courtyard since her return. She even advised him not to be so reserved. His sister, oh how he longed to be by her side, to hold her hand and call her sister sweetly. Yet, she had always held disdain for him, blaming him for their mother's death. Nevertheless, that did not diminish the fact that Jiang Xinyan was his one and only true sister.
To him,
she was a singular gem in this vast world, astute and capable, excelling equally in both the arts and martial pursuits. Were he a man, he would wager that even elder brother could not compare to her. He held a deep affection for his sister, relentlessly dedicating himself to his studies and martial arts. His elder brother mentioned that their sister had a penchant for calligraphy, thus he devoted countless nights practicing his writing. When his brother revealed that she adored martial prowess, he eagerly implored his brother to teach him the art of combat from a young age. His sole desire was to draw his sister closer, to prevent her from shying away from him. If their mother were still alive, would their circumstances have unfolded differently? However, upon her return from her master, she seemed transformed. When he heard from his brother that she had been injured, he rushed to her chamber, forgetting her aversion to his presence. In his anxiety and frustration, she unexpectedly approached him, tenderly ruffling his hair and embracing him. That night, he excitedly recounted the event to his brother, believing it to be a fleeting kindness from her. Yet, as days passed, it became evident that she was genuinely acknowledging him, filling him with joy and gratitude. In his heart, she was irreplaceable. He aspired to become the mightiest protector, safeguarding her and their family. Chapter 16. A helper after finishing his studies, as Xian ventured outside. Jiang Xinyan observed him lost in thought and gently flicked his forehead. Sister, do not worry. A Xian will not become an old man, he assured her with utmost seriousness. At this, Fei Luan chuckled, and Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but smile, replying, very well, sister understands. After sharing lunch with a Xian, she led Fei Luan back to her courtyard. Watching the unrelenting rain outside, Fei Luan grew restless. She glanced at the young lady, who was absorbed in a game of chess, and said, Miss, Bai Luo has yet to return. Should I go search for her? Jiang Xinyan, holding a black stone, reassured her, Fei Luan, be patient. Arranging for 2 permanent residents cannot be accomplished swiftly. With her mistress's words, Fei Luan reluctantly settled down, affirming that she would practice her patience diligently from that day forth. Just as she was about to break her silence after an hour of restraint, Bai Luo entered. Miss, everything is arranged. 2 rooms have been prepared for her in Shili courtyard, neither too remote nor too favorable. Jiang Xinyan nodded at the chessboard, while Fei Luan questioned why they needed a location that was neither too secluded nor too advantageous. If it were in the farthest corner, it would be evident to any discerning eye that the miss intended it thus, Bai Luo explained. Moreover, wouldn't a corner be more convenient for their clandestine dealings? They must remain within controllable bounds. Jiang Xinyan slightly nodded. In her past life, Jiang Xinyan resided in her picturesque bamboo courtyard, even renaming it Yuan Courtyard. How fortunate to be so close to the water's edge. Presently, her bamboo courtyard remained unscathed, a place where Jiang Xinyan could not encroach upon, as it had belonged to their mother during her lifetime. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow in irritation and made a decisive move on the board. The 2 bystanders, startled by her sudden agitation, turned to their mistress, who was inexplicably upset. It's nothing, she murmured, tidying the disordered chessboard. Indeed, rainy days do tend to dampen one's spirits. Remarkably, Jiang Xinyan did not disturb her until the rain ceased. Surely, their mother possessed some sense. Having allowed her to stay, the anticipated drama should soon unfold. Shouldn't it? In Shili courtyard, Jiang Xinyan clenched her teacup tightly, fuming. This is not at all what I anticipated. How dare they place us in such a remote location? Jiang Xinyan, you truly excel. With that, she hurled the cup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Annie shook her head and advised, do not act in haste. Now that you are here, you should ponder your future days carefully. Play the role of a good sister before her. Win her over, and the tides will surely turn in your favor. I understand, Mother. I will ensure she adores me as her sister, and I will reclaim all that is rightfully mine, Jiang Xinyan declared, a flicker of malice gleaming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyan rested her chin on her hands, gazing out the window. What should she do? Thoughts of a certain individual crossed her mind, the one whose elegance was unparalleled, a gentleman like no other. At the mere thought of him, she instinctively recalled this phrase. Yet regrettably, he despised being compared to it. Imagining his disdainful expression made her chuckle. If only he could be her ally. She would not mind bringing him to her side at this moment. Perhaps he needed her just as much. A glimmer of determination sparked in Jiang Xinyan's eyes. Chapter 17. My family is only you, miss. Are we truly leaving just like this? When will we return? Fei Luan followed Jiang Xinyan as she climbed over the wall. Observing her mistress dressed in boy's attire, she was filled with questions. The rain had ceased, and darkness enveloped the sky. Where could her mistress possibly be heading? Jiang Xinyan turned to Fei Luan, assuring her, naturally, I am going where I need to be. Why do you follow me? Miss, I must accompany you. What if something happens? Before Fei Luan could finish, Jiang Xinyan interrupted her, stating, if anything were to occur, I can handle it. I am more concerned about what may happen at home. Stay behind, and help Bai Luo keep watch. I must be on my way. Jiang Xinyan eyed the alley before her. Just ahead lay the path to him. Yet, she hesitated. Perhaps it would be best to ensure he was settled in this lifetime, without necessarily drawing him into her affairs. But what of his aspirations? Never mind. Time was of the essence. Since Jiang Xinyan returned home early, might Beitang Jingyu also arrive sooner? If he returned with such a capable aide, he was indeed fortunate. However, to be precise, it was she, Jiang Xinyan, who had given him a new life, a fresh start, a new belief. In that fateful fire, he had single-handedly fought to save others, risking everything for their sake. Again, I am sorry, they all have families, and I can only follow orders. She vividly recalled him, bloodied, collapsed at her feet, valiantly explaining to the army. A sight both tragic and magnificent. Yet he had declared, my family is only you. Those words weighed heavily on her heart. They had fought side by side for 2 years, sharing battles, strategizing, playing chess, and facing life and death together. She regarded him as her right-hand man, her most trusted comrade. Unbeknownst to her, he had already considered her family, silently protecting her for years afterward. Bai, thank you. With your wisdom and strategy, you deserve far more than this. Serving Beitang Jingyu is a waste of your talents. She stepped forward, remembering how his mother had always been ailing, unable to afford a proper burial when she passed away. It was only when Beitang Jingyu returned to the capital that he recognized Bai Ye's worth, offering him 10 taels of gold to take him under his wing. As she stood before the dilapidated door, she raised her hand and gently knocked. After a moment, the door creaked open from within. At last, she stood before him, his rough fabric failing to conceal his extraordinary talent. Who are you seeking?
Bai Ye inquired softly,
Eyeing the handsome young gentleman at the door. Yet Jiang Xinyan, having disguised herself as a boy since the age of 5, spoke in a way that concealed her femininity. Bai Yi cautiously closed the door, making sure it did not make too much noise, for fear of disturbing those inside. Once the door was securely shut, he scrutinized her closely. What business do you have with me? Jiang Xinyan cleared her throat. I am Jiang Yan. I have heard that Bai Gongzi did not participate in this year's martial examination, yet you have registered. Oh, is there a problem with not taking the exam?
Bai Ye chucked it lightly.
Jiang Xinyan, however, discerned the pallor and helplessness behind that laughter. She was well aware of the reasons behind his lack of motivation. The martial examination was merely a request from his mother, who feared that it would delay him. Reluctantly, he had agreed to participate. On the day of the examination, no one anticipated the sudden onset of his mother's illness. In his eyes, his mother surpassed everything, even if it was his own heart's desire. Sir Bai, might I request a favor from you? Bai Yi observed Jiang Xinyan, puzzled by her plea for assistance. Jiang Xinyan smiled gently. I have a younger brother at home, and I wish to ask you to impart your knowledge to him. In return, I shall assist you in resolving your current predicament. You need not question why I seek your help. After all, Sir Bai, you hail from a prestigious lineage, having been educated in the finest circles. However, the present situation. Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly, not articulating her thoughts, and lifted her gaze to ask, what do you propose? You have sought me out, assured that my current circumstances would not compel me to decline. Why then do you inquire how? Bai Yi self-deprecatingly chuckled. His family had fallen on hard times. accumulating substantial debts and incurring the ire of many, and now no one was willing to assist him. He sought no one's help either. Very well, tomorrow. Someone will come to escort you and your mother. As for the future, I kindly ask you to look after my younger brother. As Jiang Xinyan's figure faded into the night, Bai Yi fell into deep contemplation. After a day of rain, the moon finally emerged. If a lifetime of learning could ensure his mother's peace, it would be worth everything. Chapter 18. Apprenticeship on the way back to the residence. Jiang Xinyan encountered Prince Chun, though she did not consider it mere coincidence. The princess was indeed quite handsome in her male attire. Beitang Jingyu looked at Jiang Xinyan, recognizing something, and a slight smile graced his lips. Forgive me, Your Highness, I did not expect to bump into you. Since we have met, might I trouble you for a late-night meal? She lifted her gaze towards him. In the ancient tower, as she surveyed the lavish array of dishes before her, Jiang Xinyan felt it rather extravagant. Who indeed indulges in such a feast for a midnight snack? Aren't you hungry? Please start eating. Beitang Jingyu held a teacup in his left hand, casually blowing on the tea before speaking. Your Highness, I wish to request your assistance once more. Jiang Xinyan regarded the tea enthusiast with a serious demeanor. Speak freely. Unfortunately, he did not raise his eyes, seemingly uninterested. I know that the residence next to the General's manor belongs to you. May I borrow it for a time? Who resides there? Beitang Jingyu lifted his gaze to meet hers. The General's manor was protected by his hidden guards, and upon her departure, they had informed him. He had rushed to find her and saw her conversing with a man, but before the man appeared, her myriad emotions had been carefully concealed. Jiang Xinyan perceived the coldness in his gaze and lightly tapped the table, offering a hollow smile. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Beitang Jingyu withdrew his gaze, fully aware that she regarded him solely as a collaborator, unlike before. Apologies, I was lost in thought just now. If you require it, you may use it. Seeing Beitang Jingyu's vexation, Jiang Xinyan genuinely believed he was entangled in a troubling matter. Tomorrow, please send someone to fetch Bai Yi and his mother. I would appreciate it if you could arrange for a physician at your residence. I trust you are aware of Bai Yi's identity. If you are not, you must have seen it just now. Beitang Jingyu glanced at Jiang Xinyan, who was busy eating with chopsticks. Had she sensed his hidden presence? Where are you taking me, sister? Jiang Xian looked up at Jiang Xinyan as she led him out of the manor. We just had breakfast. Where are we going? I have found a master for you, a Xian, whom you will consult frequently. This person possesses knowledge and martial skills from various schools. You must study diligently. The little one's eyes brightened at the prospect of having another master. If this master were formidable, he would become stronger and be able to protect his sister better. Ah, sister, we are very close to our home. Indeed, a Xian can come every day. If you grow weary of staying in the manor, you can come here. With you around, I shall never tire, Jiang Xian thought with a smile. By the way, when we enter, remember to call him brother, understand? Jiang Xinyan bent down to ruffle Jiang Xian's hair. Remember, brother is a distant relative of the Jiang family. Do not let your master know that sister is a woman, do you understand? She recalled their first meeting, where he had shown no respect for her. Perhaps it was best to reveal her true identity at a more opportune moment. The little one gazed at his sister in male attire, accustomed to her previous habits, and nodded. Yes, a Xian will not speak of it. This will be your future master, a Xian. Offer him tea. Master, tea. Jiang Xian presented the tea to Bai Yi, who sat upon a stool. A Xian thought that his sister's choice of master seemed somewhat weak, though undeniably handsome. Bai Yi accepted the tea. In the future, I will dedicate myself to your instruction, young Master Yan. You may rest assured. He set the teacup aside, rising to express his gratitude for Jiang Xinyan's efforts in securing a physician for his mother. He had only learned of the doctor's presence in the manor upon his arrival that morning. He resolved to repay this kindness in the future. Jiang Xinyan shook her head, uncertain what the future held, but she was determined to allow Bai Yi to accompany her brother into battle one day. Such ambition should not be confined within the walls of a single residence. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan was unaware of the legendary life that Bai Yi would lead because of her. Brother Bai, you are too courteous. I entrust a Xian to your care. There is no need for such formality between us.
Just call me a yen.
In a previous life, he had addressed her in that very manner. Very well then. A yen, you may rest easy in entrusting your brother to me. Jiang Xinyan smiled. Chapter 19. Master. Bai Yi. Jiang Xinyan quietly observed as Bai Yi tested the young boy's martial skills. despite being only 7 years old. The boy had been personally trained by his elder brother from a young age, thus his foundation was quite solid, yet he was not easily subdued. It would be interesting to see if Bai Yi could earn the boy's respect. Bai Yi showed no leniency towards the small boy. Instead, he pressed forward, skillfully targeting the child's weaknesses. Jiang Xinyan quickly recognized that this seemingly frail master was indeed a formidable opponent. With each exchange, he found himself countered by Bai Yi, as though the latter anticipated his every move. Utilizing his small stature, Xian leapt into the air, aiming a fist at Bai Yi's chest.
Bai Yi simirket.
His newly acquired disciple was not without merit. In a swift motion, Bai Yi dodged to the side, capturing Xian's left hand and spinning him around before gently setting him down. What appeared to be an attack with the right hand was a clever ruse. The left hand had been poised for a decisive strike. While an ordinary opponent would focus on the right hand, they would not expect the left hand's lethal intent. Xian regained his footing and smiled, raising his hand in a bow. I will trouble you, Master Bai. His gesture resembled that of a teacher in a classroom. Bai Yi, perhaps charmed by the boy's innocence, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He turned to Jiang Xinyan, who sat in the pavilion, striding towards her with purpose, the little one trailing closely behind. Your brother is quite impressive. I consider this disciple a boon. Oh! To receive such praise from you is indeed a rarity. It seems you have taken a liking to Xian. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Bai Yi, then at the little boy. Xian, if you encounter anything you do not understand, do not hesitate to consult your master. Don't worry, brother. I will learn diligently from my master, the little one replied, his face alight with joy. He sensed his master's formidable skills during their earlier sparring session. From Jiang Xinyan's words, it was clear that this master was a person of both literary and martial prowess, and he intended to visit often. Bai Yi lowered his head to gaze at the little one, a smile dancing in his eyes. He had accepted this disciple, yet he wondered about the child's origins. Jiang Xinyan, upon hearing this, earnestly uttered the name Jiang family.
Bai Yi pauset momentarily.
Realizing that it would be quite challenging for Tian Chun to find another family with the surname Jiang beneath the emperor's gaze. To be able to serve as the master to the young son of General Jiang is indeed an honor. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow slightly, amused by Bai Yi's demeanor. Master, it is also my privilege to have you as my mentor. The little one beamed, looking up at Bai Yi. Well then, since you are here today, let us practice horse stance for an hour, Bai Yi declared. The little one, who had just been grinning, instantly furrowed his brow. Horse stance? I haven't practiced that since I was 5. The fundamentals are crucial. From this day forth, you shall practice for an hour daily without exception, Bai Yi stated sternly. Hands clasped behind his back. What? Horse stance? The little one grumbled. I haven't done that since I was 5. The basics are essential. I have assessed your martial skills, and they are passable. The young general must value your fundamentals quite highly. However, you're still young, and now is the time to solidify your foundation. Apart from horse stance, none of the other basics can be neglected. We shall begin with horse stance. Bai Yi settled into a pavilion, gesturing for the little one to begin. Reluctantly, the child complied. Jiang Xinyan observed Jiang Xian's figure and remarked, I trust Xian will benefit greatly from your tutelage. With all my heart, Bai Yi replied succinctly. Jiang Xinyan smiled but said nothing further. Chapter 20. Flattery Sister. You have returned. Please sit down and eat. As Jiang Xinyan and Jiang Xian entered, they saw Jiang Xinyan rising from her seat to greet them. Jiang Xinyan bypassed her and took a seat. Did you visit somewhere enjoyable today? Why are you back so late? Jiang Xinyan inquired, concern lacing her voice. Jiang Xinyan, arranging her chopsticks, softened her tone. Oh? Are you worried about me, sister? Jiang Xinyan met her gaze and offered a polite smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Jiang Xinyan felt a flutter of panic at the intensity of Jiang Xinyan's gaze, quickly averting her eyes as she returned to arranging the chopsticks. Yes, it is quite late. After all, being a lady, it is not convenient to be out at this hour. You should return home early. Her tone was one of faux concern. A protective sisterly instinct. Is it? Early return for concern? Tomorrow, rumors will surely circulate about Jiang Xinyan's late-night escapades, Jiang Xinyan thought to herself. Reflecting on her past life, when she had little desire to remain in the estate, often visiting her uncle's home or frequenting tea houses and training grounds. It was Jiang Xinyan's light-hearted comment that had spurred the servants to gossip, leading to tales of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. who supposedly never returned home at night, shamelessly so. Jiang Xinyan, however, was indifferent to such rumors. They were merely idle chatter. What weighed on her were the stern faces of her father and uncle, who seemed to wish they could silence the tongues of others. If I am not mistaken, the sun is still shining. How can it be considered late? Jiang Xinyan calmly picked up her chopsticks, surveying the appetizing dishes. Sister, you should focus on your meal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan reluctantly withheld her words and sat down sullenly. Jiang Xinyan cast a glance at the servants standing nearby. If in the future, even the simple act of arranging chopsticks and serving dishes requires the master's involvement, then the Jiang family has no need for idle hands. They should seek employment elsewhere. The servants, heads bowed, knew well that the eldest daughter had given them permission to rest. They lamented their misfortune, cursing the seemingly gentle cousin. Jiang Xinyan's expression darkened as she silently continued her meal. Jiang Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Jiang Xinyan's predicament, thinking her actions were truly unbecoming in front of her sister. Xinyan, while you may hold the title of cousin in this household, you are still a master. It would be better for you to refrain from such menial tasks in the future. Yes, sister, Jiang Xinyan replied, lowering her head to hide her displeasure. Sister. Jiang Xinyan called, running to catch up with Jiang Xinyan, her cheeks slightly flushed. You walk so quickly. What is it? Jiang Xinyan frowned slightly, glancing at the approaching figure. The hour was late, and with dinner finished, it was wise for her to return to her chamber. After all, the general's residence was not peaceful at night, and there was always the risk of enemies lurking nearby. Jiang Xinyan's flushed face paled slightly, yet she managed to smile, saying, Sister, I made some snacks and wanted you to try them. She carefully retrieved a piece from the box held by her maid, presenting it to Jiang Xinyan with hopeful anticipation. To an outsider, it would appear as if she were a devoted sister seeking her elder's approval, an impressive act indeed. Beside them, Biluo noticed the snack and frowned, about to speak, when she saw her mistress take the offering and bring it to her lips. It is quite tasty, Jiang Xinyan remarked after a bite. I didn't expect your pastry-making skills to be quite good. I shall accept the snack. Now, you should return to rest. She then gestured for Feilwan to take the box of snacks. All right, sister. Do rest early as well, Jiang Xinyan said with delight and a slight bow, turning to leave. As Jiang Xinyan walked away, Jiang Xinyan thoughtfully observed the snack in her hand, a cold smile gracing her lips. Biluo approached her and whispered, Miss, why did you accept that snack and even eat it? Jiang Xinyan smirked without raising her head. Since she came to curry favor, the snack must be free of impurities. Why not acknowledge her gesture and play the long game? Jiang Xinyan, we have plenty of time ahead. I shall see what you hide beneath that facade. I, Jiang Xinyan, shall confront gods and demons alike, and I am ready to engage in this game with you. Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes, tossing the snack into the box held by Feilwan. Feilwan, dispose of this. Understood, Feilwan replied with a cheerful nod. Chapter 21. Illusions Miss. Jiang Xinyan is truly persistent. She has been sending those snacks for over a month now, Feilwan remarked disdainfully as she carried the recently delivered box of pastries. Biluo inspected the pastries carefully, her brow furrowing as she said, Miss, I have been scrutinizing these snacks over the past days. Previously, there were no issues, but the one sent in the last 2 days have been tampered with. The poison you speak of must be quite troublesome, or perhaps rare. Jiang Xinyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. This poison, I am familiar with but have never encountered. I only heard mention of it from the detoxification master. It is sweet in flavor, allowing it to be masked within the pastries without detection. Yet its excessive sweetness is precisely the issue. The poisoner claimed that the sweeter it is, the more cloying it becomes. This sweetness can be addictive, especially for those who delight in sugary treats. Biluo glanced at Jiang Xinyan, well aware of her sweet tooth. It was likely that Jiang Xinyan had calculated this aspect perfectly. Fortunately, Jiang Xinyan had not consumed them. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, recalling how her affinity for sweetness had developed due to her mother. Biluo picked up one of the recently delivered pastries, lost in thought. Initially, I had my suspicions, but the pastries sent these last 2 days were exceptionally sweet. Even without opening the lid, the sweetness was palpable. I placed a small piece beneath a tree in the backyard, yet no creatures approached it. Ants are typically drawn to sweetness. Logically, it should have attracted many, unless it is poisoned, Feilwan interjected, aghast. Jiang Xinyan is truly despicable. Jiang Xinyan rose, shaking her head with a smile as she regarded the box of pastries. It is no wonder I became addicted to the pastries Jiang Xinyan made in my past life. She turned to Biluo and asked, "What kind of poison is this?" It is a chronic poison that, when consumed over the years, leads to an ever-deepening dependency. In extreme cases, it can induce hallucinations, blurring the line between illusion and reality, ensnaring the victim in an inescapable dream, akin to a fleeting fantasy, hence it is named Phantom Dream. Phantom Dream, indeed, is rather intriguing, Jiang Xinyan remarked with a slight smirk. Yet, in her previous life, she seemingly exhibited no such symptoms. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and her gaze fell upon Biluo. "What is the antidote for this poison?" Her voice trembled slightly. Biluo looked at her mistress with confusion, frowning slightly. The usual antidotes proved ineffective. "But my blood can counteract it." Upon uttering these words, a pang of pain pierced Jiang Xinyan's heart. Biluo, exceptionally gifted in the arts of medicine and poison, had been courted as an apprentice by renowned toxicologists numerous times, yet she had always declined. Jiang Xinyan recalled a childhood incident when she, in her playfulness, had contracted floral poison, and it was Biluo who had tested the antidote on her. What transpired during that time remained a mystery to her. She only knew that upon awakening, Biluo became impervious to all toxins, her blood containing a unique venom that could also neutralize myriad poisons. In her previous life, Biluo had almost daily prepared medicinal concoctions for her, claiming they were for her health, and Jiang Xinyan had never suspected anything amiss. However, each time she consumed them, she detected a faint metallic taste, which she had dismissed as a figment of her imagination. Reflecting on it now, she feared that Biluo had long been aware of the truth, yet could not voice it, especially since Jiang Xinyan had held Jiang Xinyan in such high regard at that time. No matter what Biluo said, she would not have believed her. Biluo's blood could counteract countless toxins, yet it could not withstand the daily doses of poison Jiang Xinyan ingested. Thus, an antidote was indeed required daily. No wonder her health had been so poor in her previous life. With excessive blood loss, how could she have thrived? Phantom Dream, she mused, is clearly a nightmare. Has Tianqian ever heard of such a poison? Jiang Xinyan inquired, her mind sharpening. Biluo nodded, confirming, yes, it is not found within the Tianqian realm. However, it is the sacred poison of Tianlin. The sacred poison of Tianlin? Failwan glanced at the box of pastries, astonished. Is this poison from Tianlin? Jiang Xinyan and Tianlin? Jiang Xinyan's furrowed brow deepened further. Investigate, keep a close watch. Ensure everyone in our household is vigilant. Chapter 22. The Banquet, my lady. Are you certain you wish to take Jiang Xinyan to the princess's 100-flower banquet? If she desires to attend, then let her go. It matters not. Jiang Xinyan contemplated as she adjusted her attire. Despite Tianlin's diminutive size, it was still a sovereign territory. Was Jiang Xinyan not backed by those of Tianlin? Could it be that those who ambushed her on her descent were also from Tianlin? Sister, you look splendid today, Jiang Xinyan remarked as they sat in a carriage, having just boarded. Upon entering, she noticed Jiang Xinyan playfully jesting with Failwan, her radiance captivating. A fleeting shadow of envy crossed her features. Jiang Xinyan, at the 100-flower banquet, you shall witness my brilliance. Just wait and see. Ah, sister, Yanxi exclaimed as she disembarked, catching sight of Jiang Xinyan. As she approached with Yanzi, she finally noticed the person beside Jiang Xinyan. Charming and gentle, with a glimmer in her eyes and a smile that evokes tenderness. She must be my sister's illegitimate sister, she mused. I have met both Miss Yan. Jiang Xinyan nodded in greeting. Ah, so you are my sister's cousin? A relative of the general's household? Yanxi inquired, her gaze lingering on Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly. Greetings, I am Xinyan. Yanzi glanced at Jiang Xinyan dismissively. I cannot bear such a title. I am younger than you. Besides, who is this mere illegitimate daughter to claim sisterhood? Yanzi's words caused Jiang Xinyan's expression to shift, while Jiang Xinyan shot a glance at her, noting her impatience. Xiaozi, do not be rude, Yanxi admonished gently. Reluctantly, Yanzi made a face at Jiang Xinyan. Yanxi, with a wry smile, suggested, Sister, let us proceed inside. The banquet is about to commence. Jiang Xinyan nodded, and the group entered the princess's residence, greeted by a garden bursting with blossoms and stunning scenery. The princess, the legitimate daughter of the late emperor, was renowned for her elegance, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Consequently, such refined gatherings were commonplace, held several times a year, with invitations extended solely to the elite of Xinjiang. Families often utilized connections to send their children or distant relatives to these events, and Jiang Xinyan likely intended to leave her mark among the attendees.
Fair.
I did not anticipate that sister would bring you along, Yanxi remarked, observing Jiang Xinyan admiring the flowers upon their arrival, a thoughtful smile gracing her lips. Indeed. I find it quite distasteful. So ostentatious. How could Jiang family produce such an illegitimate daughter? Yanxi's boisterous voice startled Yanxi, who quickly covered her younger sister's mouth, her expression turning stern.
Xiaozi.
If word of this reached others, it would become a significant scandal for the Jiang family, regardless of its nature. It would be difficult to explain to the emperor. Jiang Xinyan regarded Yanxi and Yanzi, then turned her gaze to Jiang Xinyan. If she wishes to come, then let her. Since she desires to make a name for herself in Xinjiang, why not fulfill her wish? Allow her to shine among the noble families. She understood well what Jiang Xinyan sought to achieve, which was nothing less than to captivate all with her performance. To leverage this opportunity to elevate her status as the general's second daughter. Oh no, now merely a cousin within Xinjiang. Yet, she remained oblivious to whether this cousin would indeed have the chance to make a lasting impression today. Standing beneath the tree, Jiang Xinyan appeared even more enchanting against the backdrop of the garden's beauty, drawing many admiring gazes. Tianjin was typically casual with decorum, thus at banquets, male and female guests were not segregated. Out of respect, the male guests would naturally step back. Jiang Xinyan's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely what she desired. Today, she would ensure everyone remembered her, that the name Jiang Xinyan would echo in their minds. As for Jiang Xinyan, well, Chapter 23, The 100-Flower Banquet. 1. Sister, the princess has arrived, Yanxi whispered, observing the approaching figure in the distance. Jiang Xinyan followed Yanxi's gaze. Beholding a woman of regal stature and elegance, truly a rarity in this world. In the time of the late duke, the couple shared a profound bond. After his passing, the princess embodied his essence, overseeing the affairs of the realm and safeguarding the family's legacy. Please take your seats. Today's 100-flower banquet is prepared for the youth. There is no need for formality. Beitang Jingyu gestured toward her seat, encouraging the others to sit. Jiang Xinyan languidly observed the festivities within the banquet hall, her ears catching Jiang Xinyan's voice. Sister, this fruit wine is delightful. You must try it. Jiang Xinyan extended her glass toward Jiang Xinyan, her face illuminated with joy, exuding gentleness and charm. Jiang Xinyan glanced down at the offered drink, her left thumb grazing the faint scar on her index finger. Fruit wine? The beverages at this gathering were not limited to fruit wine. She smiled as she accepted the cup, inhaling the sweet aroma, savoring a sip that confirmed its delightful taste. Thank you, dear sister, she replied with a knowing smile. Jiang Xinyan returned her smile, turning her attention back to the performances, oblivious to the mocking glimmer in Jiang Xinyan's eyes. Yanxi, seated beside Jiang Xinyan, observed the exchange and shook her head with a soft smile. Recognizing that her sister was not one to be easily manipulated, Jiang Xinyan contemplated the wine in her glass. Realizing that had Biluo not disclosed the primary trigger for the phantom dream, she might have fallen victim to its allure today. Although the fruit wine was sweet, it was undeniably still an alcoholic beverage. One could easily become the subject of ridicule after consuming such a drink, behaving as if intoxicated, leading to embarrassment. Unfortunately for Jiang Xinyan, it seemed she would be left disappointed today. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Xinyan noticed Jiang Xinyan indulging in the sweet wine, a smirk forming on her lips. Drink up, drink more. The more you consume, the more unhinged you shall become. Jiang Xinyan, however, had no ulterior motives. She simply found the fruit wine genuinely enjoyable. As she reveled in her drink, a personal maid of the princess, Lianu, approached her, bowing respectfully. Jiang Xinyan rose and offered a subtle nod to her, inquiring if Sister Lianu had matters to discuss with her.
Lianu smiled gently,
explaining that the eldest princess had noticed the county princess's fondness for the fruit wine and had specially sent a jar for her enjoyment, which was brewed by the eldest princess herself. Lianu extended the jar of wine to Jiang Xinyan, who accepted it with delight. Remarking on the renowned brewing skills of the eldest princess and expressing her eagerness to taste it, she opened the jar and brought it to her lips, momentarily startling Lianu with her boldness. Ah, delightful wine. My gratitude to the eldest princess, Jiang Xinyan said, wiping her lips and her eyes sparkling with appreciation. Lianu performed a courtesy, satisfied that the county princess enjoyed it, and excused herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyan, feeling agitated, twisted the hem of her skirt in annoyance at the audacity of the eldest princess in bestowing wine upon her. Just as Jiang Xinyan settled back down, an empty wine cup was presented to her. "Sister, you must share a cup of the eldest princess's wine with me," Yanxi said, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Jiang Xinyan. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Xinyan poured a cup for her, admonishing her for being too young to drink more than this single cup. "Sister, you are exceedingly stingy," Yanxi retorted, taking a sip and confirming its sweetness. Jiang Xinyan cast a glance at the jade pendant hanging from Jiang Xinyuan's waist, lowering her gaze momentarily before exchanging a nod with Biluo, who had been instructed earlier to find an opportunity to replace Jiang Xinyuan's family jade pendant. Biluo crouched slightly, addressing Jiang Xinyan. "Your cup is empty, Miss Xinyan. Allow me to refill it." "Thank you, Biluo," Jiang Xinyan replied, moving aside. After refilling the wine, Biluo quietly informed, "Miss Xinyan, your pendant has fallen." A jade pendant lay at the hem of Jiang Xinyan's skirt, and upon noticing the emptiness at her waist, she was relieved that it had been discovered in time. She picked it up and secured it back in place. Jiang Xinyan regarded the pendant with a cold smile. It was a counterfeit, made of the most inferior material. Yet its design was almost indistinguishable from the genuine article. Only upon closer inspection could one discern its authenticity. "Jiang Xinyan, the stage is set. I wonder if you are prepared?" As the festivities continued, Jiang Xinyan frequently cast glances at Jiang Xinyan, who, aside from a slight flush from the wine, remained remarkably composed. Growing increasingly restless, Jiang Xinyan pondered whether something had gone amiss. After the performances concluded, the eldest princess addressed the assembled youth. "Very well, the entertainment I prepared has concluded. Those wishing to enjoy the flowers may depart at will. Thanks to the eldest princess for this rare occasion. It is indeed a privilege to have the county princess of Anyang in attendance, as this is her first banquet in the last 3 years," came a voice, tinged with a hint of petulance and acidity. Jiang Xinyan recognized it immediately. Minister Lin, known for his integrity and uprightness, had a daughter whose disposition was strikingly similar to that of his cunning and materialistic wife. Jiang Xinyan sighed inwardly. Lin Jingjing's sole hobby seemed to be making things difficult for her. "Miss Lin, I have only just returned, and it is a great honor to be invited to this 100 Flowers banquet by the eldest princess." Witnessing the performances from the eldest princess's household was indeed a marvel. "Although I have been absent from Shangqin in recent years, I have heard tales of the eldest daughter of the Lin family, whose dance is said to be extraordinary. May I have the honor of witnessing it?" Jiang Xinyan observed the young woman in the pale yellow dress, well aware of Lin Jingjing's confidence, no, her arrogance, in her dancing abilities. With a glance at the assembled gentlemen, she decided to give her a push. Indeed, sister must not have seen Miss Lin's dance. If she did, she would surely be more impressed. Yanxi chimed in, holding a teacup in her left hand, while Yanzi nodded in agreement, simply following her sister's lead. "Humph. My dance is certainly awe-inspiring. Recently, I have learned a new piece, and I wish to showcase it at today's 100 Flowers banquet," Lin Jingjing declared, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Xinyan and her sisters before respectfully addressing the eldest princess, reveling in her own self-satisfaction. Sitting gracefully, Beitang Jingyu sipped her tea and acquiesced. "Very well. It has been a while since I have seen Miss Lin's dance. Everyone here is welcome to seize this opportunity to display their talents." As Lin Jingjing's ostentatious performance unfolded, Jiang Xinyan frowned. While it might have been passable, it hardly elicited admiration. Indeed, in a gathering of young ladies, it might have captivated the attention of the gentlemen present, as evidenced by their rapt gazes fixed upon Lin Jingjing. What sort of lessons had her mother imparted to her? Once the dance concluded, Lin Jingjing cast a challenging look in Jiang Xinyan's direction. "I wonder what the county princess has prepared to showcase? Or perhaps..." She narrowed her eyes at Jiang Xinyan, who had caught her attention for talking to Huaguo earlier, appearing weak and pitiful. "I have never seen this girl before." Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, realizing the potential for conflict. Perhaps Jiang Xinyan had unknowingly offended her. "This is my cousin, new to Shangqin. And thus Miss Lin has not had the pleasure of meeting her." "Oh. Then why not have the county princess's cousin perform a dance? I would like to see what talent this country girl possesses," Lin Jingjing sneered. Jiang Xinyan felt nervous, but excited, recognizing the opportunity to outshine Lin Jingjing with her superior dance skills. Turning cautiously to Jiang Xinyan, she hesitantly asked, "Sister, Jiang Xinyan gently patted Jiang Xinyuan's shoulder, smiling warmly. If you wish to dance, then dance. Have you not practiced diligently at home every day? Why hesitate now? Are you afraid of me? You have never asked my permission before. Jiang Xinyan laughed awkwardly, wondering why Jiang Xinyan had not yet unleashed her venom. Was the poison given to her ineffective? Regardless. Today she intended to make a name for herself in Shangchen. Very well. Thank you, sister. As Jiang Xinyan approached the musicians to signal for accompaniment, Jiang Xinyan feigned a yawn, raising a hand to cover her mouth. Jiang Xinyan stepped into the center, bowing slightly to Beitang Jingyu, raising her arms in graceful anticipation. Even her silhouette was enough to spark endless imagination. Surely, every man would be enchanted by a delicate woman. What a pity, Jiang Xinyan thought, smirking slightly. As the music began, Jiang Xinyan danced with elegance and grace, reminiscent of her past performances at royal gatherings, where her skills had captivated dignitaries from various nations. Lin Jingjing clenched her fists in frustration, astonished at the talent displayed by this little girl. Her gaze flicked to Huaguo, whose eyes were glued to the dancer, as were those of the other gentlemen present. Humph! Yanxi turned to Jiang Xinyan's sister. You seem unfazed. Are you truly allowing her to complete her performance? If this is how captivating it is from the start, then what follows will surely be even more so. She trailed off, knowing Jiang Xinyan understood the implication. When have you ever watched a performance only for its beginning? Is it not the climax that captivates the heart? Jiang Xinyan replied knowingly. Jiang Xinyan smiled, confident that once she began dancing, all eyes would be drawn to her. However, as she continued, she felt a slight ache in her left arm. Had she perhaps overexerted herself during her recent practice? Lin Jingjing watched closely, growing more puzzled. Was this woman truly only good at the outset? What was happening now? Such rigidity and lack of coordination. Oh, merely mediocre. No wonder she practices daily at home. She could never ascend to the grand stage. Yet, Jiang Xinyan remains oblivious, her stiff limbs still gracefully dancing, utterly unaware of the whispers surrounding her. Jiang Xinyan sips her drink, concealing the cold glint in her eyes. Naturally, Jiang Xinyan cannot perceive how rigid her movements truly are. She likely believes only her left arm aches slightly, but alas, she is ensnared in her own delusions. After having just tapped her shoulder and sealed her acupoints, it is only natural that her dancing becomes increasingly stiff, akin to a novice. Her overconfidence in her skills and her eagerness for success have rendered her blind to her shortcomings. Sigh. I once thought the princess's cousin possessed extraordinary dancing talent. But it is nothing exceptional after all. Lin Jingjing could no longer contain herself and scoffed. Of course, she is not as capable as Miss Lin, after all. Xinyan is still in practice. Surely, she will improve in time. Jiang Xinyan responded with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan finally halted, staggering before falling to the ground, incredulously gazing at the gossiping crowd around her. How could this be? How could no one appreciate her? What were Lin Jingjing and Jiang Xinyan saying just now? Merely that? How could it be? Swear, help my cousin up, Jiang Xinyan instructed Jiang Xinyan's maid. Yes, miss. Shuer hurriedly approached the center of the banquet to assist Jiang Xinyan, who, with her head down, stepped back to her seat with Shuer's support. To her dismay, she felt no sensation in her foot. What of her earlier dance? Could it be? Has her frequent practice recently led to this numbness? Chapter 25. The wine does not intoxicate. Yet the heart does. Many noble ladies showcase their talents, as one must make an appearance. Once the grand princess departed, the atmosphere became lively again, with guests eager to admire flowers, stroll in the gardens, and engage in poetry and friendship. However, Biluo could only helplessly gaze at her mistress, who clutched a wine jug, likely fearing that Miss Lin would impose another talent display upon her, prompting her to gulp several cups of wine. Yanxi frowned, relieved that the grand princess had left. Yet her sister's drunkenness at the banquet was quite bothersome. Sister is inebriated. It would be wise to send her home soon. Jiang Xinyan's capacity for alcohol leads one to believe she mistakes it for sweet water. Yanxi shrugged, glancing at Jiang Xinyan, who lay sprawled on the table. Jiang Xinyan felt the carriage jostling, threatening to make her nauseous. Miss, perhaps relinquish the wine jug? Failwan suggested, but Jiang Xinyan swatted her hand away. Oh, miss. You are quite ruthless. Failwan pitifully extended her hand to Biluo, exclaiming, Look, my hand is all red. Biluo chuckled, relieved they had sent Jiang Xinyan home first. Otherwise, who knows how they would be spoken of. Let her hold it and sleep. Feilwan nodded. Jiang Xinyan is quite irritating. I often hear some maids praising her while disparaging our miss, claiming she is fierce and unapproachable. It's obvious she stirs trouble. When she wasn't around, who spoke ill of our miss? Humph, sowing discord, how detestable. Feilwan's face clearly displayed her disdain for Jiang Xinyan. Biluo's expression darkened as well. Jiang Xinyan truly is unlikable. Always feigning helplessness in front of the miss, making one think she is being bullied. Water, I need water, Jiang Xinyan murmured, eyes closed. Feeling as if she were being scorched. She sensed someone lifting her and feeding her water. After drinking, she felt somewhat better, slightly opening her eyes to see the person before her. By the dim candlelight, she glimpsed his eyes, twinkling like a myriad of stars, remarkably beautiful. How did I drink so much? Are you still unwell? Your voice is quite pleasant, and your eyes are truly captivating, Jiang Xinyan remarked, narrowing her eyes in a smile, akin to the stars.
Ha!
She heard the man chuckle softly, speaking with resignation. Do you know who I am? Who? Brother Yunjian, is it you? Beitang Jingyu froze. It had been ages since he had heard such a title from her. He never expected that even in her inebriated state, she would still recognize him. Yet, she, intoxicated, was a different matter altogether. Jiang Xinyan was typically composed and would never allow herself to become drunk in public. However, seeing him in person was a different experience. She truly was intoxicated. What brings you here? Are you taking me to see the stars? Jiang Xinyan tugged at his sleeve, completely unaware that she was half reclining in his embrace. Beitang Jingyu looked down at the woman leaning against him. He could immediately catch a whiff of her faint fragrance mingled with the scent of wine. Sweet and refreshing. Want to see?
Yes.
Beitang Jingyu gently lifted her and quietly stepped outside, leaping onto the roof, where they sat side by side, draping his cloak around the still-dazed Jiang Xinyan. Beautiful, Jiang Xinyan remarked, propping her head to the side, squinting at Beitang Jingyu. He felt a twitch at his temple. Wasn't she supposed to be looking at the stars? You are beautiful, Jiang Xinyan smiled at him, clearly intoxicated. Yet Beitang Jingyu was undeniably handsome, captivating to the point of being hard to look away from. Jiang Xinyan raised her hand, and before Beitang Jingyu could react, her palm covered his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered at the cool touch.
Ayan.
Sure, Jiang Xinyan appeared displeased by his interruption. Your eyes are truly beautiful. Why must you look so sad? She recalled the despairing eyes that had caused her heartache, leaving her uneasy.
Beitang Jingyu stiffened.
What was she saying? Was she referring to someone else? After a long silence, he finally asked, Ayan, who are you speaking of? Yet no one answered him. He gazed at the person asleep in his arms, his brow furrowing. Chapter 26. Cannot stay Biluo. Jiang Xinyan raised her hand to massage her forehead. The fruit wine, though delightful, was too potent. Miss, is your headache severe? Biluo offered her a glass of water. Jiang Xinyan accepted it, muttering, it's not too painful, just a bit stuffy. Oddly, she recalled dreaming of Beitang Jingyu last night, dreaming of his eyes, devoid of emotion, filled with despair. She shook her head slightly and took a sip of water. Miss, there is another matter. After helping her settle, Biluo spoke earnestly. Jiang Xinyan turned to her wondering. This morning, Jiang Xinyan, as usual, went to greet the Lord, but only emerged after he had left. Xia Ai entered to check and found this while cleaning near the incense burner. Biluo unfolded the already prepared paper, revealing a packet of white powder. What is this? It is a dream-inducing substance, in a small dosage, not as much as was added to the treats. Of course it's small, after all. My father is still a protector of the nation. Jiang Xinyan sat there, slightly lost in thought, while Biluo sensed an aura of sadness and helplessness surrounding her mistress. After a while, Jiang Xinyan finally spoke, her voice so soft that Biluo almost thought she had imagined it. Biluo, why have you never asked me why I dislike Jiang Xinyan so? From the moment she entered the household, her dislike was apparent. After all, in Biluo's eyes, she was gentle and kind. Surely, she should have a fondness for someone like Jiang Xinyan, who is soft and tender-hearted. Miss, Jiang Xinyan is, by status, your half-sister. However, her return to the household has been too deliberate, and she has openly and covertly provoked you, even sowing discord within the Jiang family. To speak frankly, miss, this woman cannot remain. This woman cannot remain. Indeed, in her previous life, Failwan, with her boisterous nature, often spoke ill of Jiang Xinyan. But only Biluo had seriously warned her that this woman must not be allowed to stay. It was precisely due to those 5 words that she was severely punished by her. How could Jiang Xinyan, who prided herself on her intelligence, fail to see through it? Could it be that she had not heard sweet words and soft whispers for too long, leaving her heart ensnared? Jiang Xinyan, rather than dealing with Beitang Jingyu, I would prefer to bring your life to an end myself. Since you cannot remain, then do not linger. Jiang Xinyan gazed at the jade pendant she had taken from Jiang Xinyan the previous day, her brows knitting in disgust as her fingertips throbbed with pain. Jiang Xinyan, if you desire to be Beitang Jingyu's benefactor, then so be it, she chuckled softly. Mother's heart was too tender. Although she did not bring Jiang Xinyan back those years ago, she still gifted her a jade pendant when Jiang Xinyan was 3, acknowledging her as a child of the Jiang family. Perhaps mother did not wish to treat her unfairly. After all, she was the flesh and blood of father. Even if he did not want to acknowledge it. Jiang Xinyan was originally named Jiang Yuan, but once the pendant was in hand, her mother hastily added the character Xian to her name. Following the lineage, she inherited the name. How absurd. My own name, Jiang Xinyan, symbolizes the love between my parents. Yet the 3 characters of Jiang Xinyan are nothing but a pale imitation. Jiang Xinyan tossed the jade pendant aside. Bailu, she inquired, have you found any news?
None.
As of now, there are no indications of the 5th prince's return, Mississippi. Why are you inquiring about the 5th prince? Baila hesitated before asking. Jiang Xinyan merely smiled in silence, though her smile bore an unsettling quality. She murmured to herself, he should be back. Sensing her reluctance to speak, Bailu refrained from further questioning and quietly began to tidy the room. Chapter 27. Brother Yunzhan, where is Failwan? I haven't seen her today. Jiang Xinyan stood in the courtyard, as ordinarily, Failwan would already be at her side. Uncle somehow procured 2 sweet potatoes and Failwan, tempted by them, has gone to him to roast them, Bailu explained. Just then, Failwan's excited voice echoed from afar. Failwan dashed towards them, panting heavily. Miss, you must go and see next door. Next door? Jiang Xinyan hurriedly changed into men's attire. Upon arrival, she was greeted by the sight of 2 individuals in a standoff. Bai Yi, facing the door, caught sight of Jiang Xinyan entering and called out, Ian. Beitang Jingyu, standing with his back to the door, turned, his already gloomy expression darkening further as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xinyan. Xiao Bai, what is this? Jiang Xinyan managed an awkward smile as she approached them. Bai Yi frowned slightly at her use of his nickname, Xiao Bai. You've never called me that before. Yet, it flowed from her lips so naturally, as if it had been uttered countless times. Ian? Beitang Jingyu addressed her, his tone tinged with a hint of irritation. Brother, what brings you here? A Xian, upon seeing his sister, rushed to Jiang Xinyan's side. The little one seemed to have grown taller. Jiang Xinyan ruffled his hair and smiled. Brother, Yunzhan claims this is his residence. Yunzhan? Jiang Xinyan was taken aback. When did the little one become acquainted with Beitang Jingyu? She was unaware of this. Jiang Xinyan glanced up at Beitang Jingyu. Yes, this residence is borrowed from my brother.
Bay Yi stod beside her.
Fixing his gaze on Beitang Jingyu without a trace of doubt. Ein, this is the Prince of Chun. Indeed, that is the Prince of Chun, Jiang Xinyan nodded, observing Beitang Jingyu. Oddly, she sensed that his mood was particularly foul today. She inquired, Your Highness, have you come for a specific purpose today? My residence. Am I not allowed to visit? Well, that's not quite it. Ian, you should find another place to stay, Bai Yi remarked, eyeing Beitang Jingyu. Sensing an inexplicable animosity from him, Jiang Xinyan rubbed her temples, perplexed by the situation. Xiao Bai, just make yourself comfortable here. It's of no consequence. He won't be residing here. Jiang Xinyan looked at Bai Yi, her brows slightly furrowing. Could it be that Bai Yi harbored an aversion to Beitang Jingyu? That shouldn't be the case. Bai Yi's hands shifted behind his back. Xiao Bai? Ian, what did you just call me? Xiao Bai? What's wrong? Do you dislike it? I find it rather endearing. I hope you don't mind. Jiang Xinyan smiled sweetly at him. Xiao Bai is such a lovely name.
I've always called you that.
It rolls off the tongue nicely. Bai Yi chuckled while raising an eyebrow. As you wish. Beitang Jingyu cast a cold glance at Jiang Xinyan and Bai Yi, narrowing his eyes. Ian, why is she so casually addressed? Jiang Xinyan felt an unsettling gaze upon her, making her uncomfortable. Brother Yunzhan, are you here to see a Xian? The little one tilted his head, his eyes gleaming as he smiled at Beitang Jingyu. Beitang Jingyu lowered his head, bending slightly to pat the little one's head, giving a non-committal hum. Brother Yunjian, you are so kind, a Xian exclaimed, gleefully embracing Beitang Jingyu. Jiang Xinyan observed their interaction, bewildered. What was happening? Could someone enlighten her? When did these two become so close? Had something transpired during her years away that she was unaware of?
No.
She had never heard of any connection between a Xian and Beitang Jingyu in her previous life. A Xian, when did you become acquainted with the Prince of Qin? Jiang Xinyan, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, quietly pulled a Xian aside to ask, Sister, don't you remember Brother Yunjian? You took me to meet him. A Xian replied, looking puzzled. He was only 4 then and you rarely came back, but you took me to meet Brother Yunjian. I remember you liked him very much, always following him around. Remember? I merely knew him, right? Jiang Xinyan pondered, searching her memory. She had only known Beitang Jingyu. There had been no significant interactions. The little one appeared equally confused. Sister, are you perhaps forgetting something? Forget? Forget what? Jiang Xinyan traced the scar on her index finger, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her. She furrowed her brows tightly, closing her eyes, struggling to recall the events between the ages of 10 and 12. What transpired during that time? Why did she have no recollection? Beitang Jingyu approached her, noticing her furrowed brow. What is the matter? A Xian glanced between his sister and Beitang Jingyu, whispering, Brother Yunjian, it seems my sister doesn't remember you. Doesn't remember? Beitang Jingju's expression stiffened as he looked at the girl with her eyes closed. No wonder, after she left and returned, she seemed like a different person. In the past, she would always sneak to his residence upon returning, but this time, she hadn't, and she seemed much more distant than before. He had thought she was still upset with him, yet he had never considered that she might not remember him at all. Brother Yunjian, you must like me, right? You can't keep avoiding me like this. The girl, dressed in men's attire, stood before him with a gentle smile. A vivid scene flashed through Jiang Xinyan's mind. It must have been when she was 11. How could this be? She felt startled, suddenly opening her eyes to find the fleeting figure from her memory now standing before her. Jiang Xinyan gazed at him, her thoughts racing. In both her past and present lives, she could not recall anything between the ages of 10 and 12. Bailu and the others had said that during those years, she was often alone, wandering aimlessly, with no one aware of her whereabouts or actions. So, did those years mean she was always with Beitang Jingyu? Yet, why had she forgotten? That fleeting image suggested she must have liked him very much at that time. How could she have forgotten him? Beitang Jingyu stared at her, somewhat entranced. Forgotten? Your Highness, I am still unaware of your purpose for visiting today. Jiang Xinyan gathered her emotions, offering a slight smile as she inquired. Beitang Jingyu regained his composure and remarked, It's nothing. The manor is undergoing renovations, so I came here for a brief stay. Jiang Xinyan was taken aback. Was he truly going to reside here? While it was indeed his residence, she couldn't shake the feeling that something felt amiss, though she couldn't articulate what it was. Did you not inform Bai Yi that you are the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? Beitang Jingyu was scrutinizing the individual before him, who was dressed in male attire. Jiang Xinyan shook her head at his query, requesting that the prince and his subordinates keep her identity a secret for the time being. It is far more convenient for men to conduct affairs, is it not? Beitang Jingyu concurred, adding that he preferred Bai Yi to remain oblivious to her true identity. She was different when observing Bai Yi. Who was it that she had seen last night?
What did she perceive him as?
Had she truly forgotten their past? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Xinyan regarding her blank memories, leaving her unsettled. Chapter 28. Recognizing a remarkable brother regardless of whether Beitang Jingyu genuinely intended to stay, he could settle himself as he pleased, given that it was his own abode. Before departing, Jiang Xinyan visited Bai Mu, and under the careful treatment of the physician, Bai Mu's complexion had improved significantly. However, whether she could endure for a few more years depended on fate. After seeing Bai Mu, Jiang Xinyan informed Bai Yi that he need not concern himself with Beitang Jingyu and could allow him to stay as long as he wished without any restrictions. On her return home, she encountered Jiang Ting at the entrance. Jiang Ting scrutinized Jiang Xinyan from head to toe and inquired, What is with this attire? Have you just come from next door? If I recall correctly, that is the residence of Prince Chen, is it not? Jiang Xinyan smiled faintly and sighed, recognizing her elder brother's insinuation. Brother, is it not more convenient for me to dress in men's clothing? Jiang Ting studied her again, teasingly remarking, "Indeed, it is quite convenient. Do you not recall how many times you disguised yourself to seek out Prince Chen? You claimed it was to recognize a remarkably formidable brother?" Prince Chen said he wouldn't acknowledge a sister, deeming her too delicate, yet you managed to persuade him to recognize you as a brother? As she listened to her brother's words, Jiang Xinyan's smile faded, and her expression turned pale. She could not remember. She softly asked, "Brother, how did I come to know Prince Chen?" Jiang Ting, unaware of her distress, chuckled and reminisced about their childhood. "It was during one of the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations when I went to find you. Other young ladies were patiently waiting for their families, while you, on the other hand, discreetly slipped away, running about the palace. After much searching, I found you only to bump into Prince Chen, and that encounter led to you becoming his little shadow. Prince Chen, a figure of great renown though young, stands on equal footing with our father. And there you were, meeting him for the first time, calling him brother and stating that he was only a few years older than me. I told you to be mindful of the hierarchy, as you were nearly of marriageable age." Jiang Xinyan seemed to lose focus on Jiang Ting's further comments, unaware of how she returned to her courtyard. Throughout the night, she remained motionless, sitting quietly in the courtyard, repeatedly whispering Beitang Jingyu's name. If everyone insisted that she had known him before, why did she have no recollection? She had lived 2 lives without any memory of him. Yet, each time she faced him, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. It dawned on her that their first meeting must have occurred much earlier. Jiang Xinyan closed her eyes, sensing something becoming clearer, yet increasingly elusive. As if ensnared in a vast web, the cause of her amnesia surely held significant importance. "My lady, it is getting late. You have been seated for quite some time. You should retire to your chamber and rest," came the voice of Biluo. Jiang Xinyan opened her eyes to find Biluo and Failwan standing before her, their faces etched with concern. She nodded and rose, walking toward the house, yet she could not help but inquire, "Biluo, do you know if anything could cause a person to lose a segment of their memory?" Biluo paused momentarily, taken aback by the question. After a moment's thought, she shook her head, replying, "I do not know. If my lady wishes to find out, you may send a letter to the poison doctor." Jiang Xinyan dismissed the notion with a shake of her head. "There is no need to trouble the poison doctor. I was merely curious. Now, let us all retire for the night." Chapter 29. Lifting a stone only to strike oneself. Recently, Jiang Xinyan had been diligently befriending young ladies from prominent families, resulting in numerous visitors to the Jiang residence. Jiang Xinyan, preparing to make her move in a game of chess, glanced up at Yan Shi, who had come to challenge her. "Are you not concerned about the whispers that may arise from arranging for her to stay in the west courtyard?" With her mind on the game, Jiang Xinyan replied, "She is merely a cousin. Do you expect her to move in with me? Focus on the game. Your skills have noticeably declined." Yanxi lowered her gaze to the chessboard, smiling as she said, "Sister, you taught me how to play. While I have since sought a teacher to refine my skills, you remain unmatched." Jiang Xinyan simply smiled in response. "Sister, may we observe your game?" Came an unwelcome voice after what felt like an eternity of playing. Jiang Xinyan frowned internally, raising her eyes to see Jiang Xinyan, who had brought her friend along. Had I not guessed correctly, it is indeed a rare occurrence for guests to visit the Jiang residence. How could she resist hovering around me? If not for the utility she provided and the absence of Beitang Jingyu, she would not have tolerated her presence for long. "So, does my cousin also enjoy chess? Perhaps we should arrange a match for you both?" Yen, she suggested, her smile bright as she regarded Jiang Xinyan and her companion. If she was not mistaken, that companion was a daughter of Minister Chen, known for her cunning ways, having employed underhanded tactics to marry off her legitimate sister to a farmer. "Ah, thank you for your kind offer, Yan Shi, but I am rather unskilled at chess," Jiang Xinyan replied with an awkward smile. "Oh? If you are not adept at chess, why not take advantage of this fine weather and perform a dance in the courtyard?" Yen, she suggested, recalling that Jiang Xinyan's dancing skills were quite impressive, though perhaps she had not showcased them well at the recent banquet. Jiang Xinyan lifted her teacup and smirked, thinking, if she is not skilled at chess, why is she even watching the game? Indeed, the residents could use some lively entertainment. "Miss Yen, I fear that Jiang Xinyan may not be able to perform today. She rushed here and twisted her ankle. Although it is not severe, it would be best for her to sit quietly." Chen Guer stepped forward and greeted Yan Shi before nodding to Jiang Xinyan. "I only came along because I heard that the princess and Miss Yen were present." Jiang Xinyan often speaks of her sister with great fondness, which is why she was so eager to come. I apologize for the intrusion. As she spoke, Jiang Xinyan observed the young woman, finding no fault in her demeanor. However, her words not only declined Yan Xi's suggestion but also portrayed Jiang Xinyan in a favorable light, subtly indicating how much she cherished her sister, a sentiment she frequently expressed. Such a young age, yet quite clever. In that case, it would be prudent for my cousin to remain seated, as twisting one's ankle is no trivial matter. We should have my sister summon a physician to examine it. Yan, she said, her gaze filled with concern for Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this minor injury does not warrant a physician. Jiang Xinyan hurriedly interjected, not wishing to dance for either of them, yet reluctant to contradict herself and reveal that she had not truly injured her ankle. It is best to have it checked.
Chen Guo remarked, smiling at Yan Xi.
Chen Guo was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip in silent resolve, and agreed. Indeed, Miss Yan is right. We must summon a doctor to examine the matter. Jiang Xinyan cast a glance at Chen Guo, signaling her with her eyes, thinking to herself how exasperating Chen Guo could be. Before long, Feilwan returned with Dr. Zhang from the neighboring residence. Jiang Xinyan, clutching a handkerchief, said, Sister, I am perfectly fine. It is Guo who is making a mountain out of a molehill. See, I can walk and jump. With that, she stood and twirled around. Closing her eyes, with a steely determination, she suddenly cried out and collapsed to the ground, prompting Chen Guo to rush to her aid. Jiang Xinyan observed coolly. It was evident that Jiang Xinyan had intentionally twisted her ankle while spinning, yet she would have everyone believe her injury was genuine. How ruthless! The sound of her bones cracking was unmistakable. Dr. Zhang, I must trouble you to examine my cousin, Jiang Xinyan said, moving closer to Jiang Xinyan with a furrowed brow. Feigning concern. Knowing full well you twisted your ankle, why would you attempt to spin around? Now look, it has only worsened. Jiang Xinyan lowered her head in silence, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her face a mask of guilt. She had not anticipated the severity of her actions. She had thought she could manage the force, believing it would not cause any harm, yet the pain radiating from her ankle clearly indicated an injury. Meanwhile, Yan Shirhua sipped her tea nonchalantly, thinking that if Jiang Xinyan wished to fall, she would certainly lend her a hand in the endeavor. Dr. Zhang examined her injury and declared, Miss Jiang, your condition appears rather serious. It seems you have indeed injured your ligaments. Bed rest is essential. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Please prescribe any necessary medication. I trust your judgment. Feilwan, please see Dr. Zhang out, Jiang Xinyan instructed. Sister, I apologize for the trouble. I merely wanted to spare you unnecessary worry, Jiang Xinyan said, feigning innocence. After all, we are sisters. Jiang Xinyan regarded her injured foot with a frown, shaking her head in regret. What is it? Jiang Xinyan looked up at her, puzzled. Jiang Xinyan sighed, lamenting, in a few days, the emperor's birthday celebration will arrive, and I had hoped to bring my cousin along. Perhaps she could perform before the court. However, with your ankle in such a state, I fear you will be unable to dance. Jiang Xinyan stared blankly at Jiang Xinyan, processing her words. The emperor's birthday banquet. Performing before the court. Had she not just shot herself in the foot? To prevent Jiang Xinyan from suspecting her, she had deliberately twisted her ankle to such a severe extent. Sister, what about the emperor's birthday banquet? It is pointless to discuss. Unless you can restore your foot to its former state within a month, Jiang Xinyan replied, shaking her head. With such an injury, it is unlikely to heal in less than 100 days. Unless you are willing to forgo your feet altogether. Sister, I will take care of my injury. Will I still be able to accompany you? Jiang Xinyan pleaded anxiously. Cousin, focus on healing first. Let the maid and Miss Chen escort you back to your room to rest, Jiang Xinyan replied gently. Jiang Xin bit her lip in agreement. She indeed needed to return to her room to recuperate, as she wished to recover in time for the emperor's birthday banquet. Then, I shall take Xinyan back, Chen Guo said, helping her as they slowly walked away. Alas, this is rather dull. I thought there would be more excitement here with my sister, Yan Shi remarked, feigning disappointment while blowing on the freshly brewed tea. When will you ever be as mischievous as a Z? Jiang Xinyan responded. Having the audacity to come to my sister's side, it is only right that she receives a taste of her own medicine. If she wished to twist her ankle, then so be it. The severity was merely a matter of degree. Yan Shi's tone grew colder as she watched Jiang Xinyan depart. Jiang Xinyan smiled, narrowing her eyes. However, Knowing Jiang Xinyuan's temperament, she will undoubtedly dance again, just not for the time being. It remains to be seen what choice she will make, her feet or her fame. I hope her decision does not leave me disappointed. Chapter 30. The gambling house deal. Miss Jiang Xinyan has twisted her ankle, but the pastries remain as delightful as ever. Failwan announced, bringing in a box of sweets. Jiang Xinyan smirked. This is how one poisons, and this is how one flatters. Bailu pondered for a moment before frowning. Miss, the emperor's birthday is approaching. Jiang Xinyan rested her chin on her hand, recalling how yesterday, Jiang Xinyuan's aunt had risen early to pay her respects. Traditionally, she should have paid her respects to her elder, but she found it bothersome and did not wish to see Aunt Zeng, so she had not requested an audience. Who would have thought that this rare initiative would lead to such a scenario? As a mother, she had indeed been diligent, but even so, if Aunt Zeng had sought her out, she still intended to take Jiang Xinyan to the birthday banquet, as Jiang Xinyan herself was eager to attend. Gifts for the emperor's birthday must be prepared in advance. With a smile, Jiang Xinyan said, I shall step out for a moment to select a gift for the emperor. You two need not accompany me. Take good care of the house. Failwan and Bailu exchanged glances and nodded. Miss, be cautious. Do not worry. I shall return shortly. Clad in male attire, Jiang Xinyan stood before the largest gambling house in Shenzhen, holding a folding fan. She gazed at the signboard, a smirk playing on her lips. Fortune? The name of the gambling house was indeed auspicious. Stepping inside, she took out a pouch of silver and weighed it in her hand. Before long, the pouch had grown noticeably lighter. Jiang Xinyan pursed her lips. Was her gambling skill truly so lacking? Fortunately, she held little interest in such matters. Otherwise, she might have risked the entire Jiang residence. It was better to focus on the task at hand. Jiang Xinyan tucked the pouch away, tapping her left hand with the fan as she peered into the innermost room of the gambling house, narrowing her eyes. It was said that the seventh master of the gambling house possessed a unique stone, smooth to the touch like jade, said to prolong life and prevent corpses from decaying for a century. Such a treasure must be acquired. After all, Beitang Jingyu had once cherished it dearly. If it were presented as a gift for the emperor, it would surely infuriate him. After all, when he returned, he had gone straight for that stone, employing all manner of cunning tactics. As Jiang Xinyan approached the door, she was intercepted. I am Yan Jiang. I wish to discuss a business matter with the seventh master. Please inform him. Wait here. The servant scrutinized her before turning to enter the room. Shortly thereafter, he called for her to come inside. Jiang Xinyan put away her fan and followed him into the room. There, seated at the main table, was a burly man, casually playing with 2 walnuts. He glanced at Jiang Xinyan and said indifferently, So it is you who wishes to discuss business with me? You look so clean and delicate. What business could you possibly have with me? Is it now the case that anyone can come to talk business? Jiang Xinyan smiled slightly, lowering her head. Although she had never met the seventh master, she was aware of his reputation as a decisive businessman. Now that I stand here, it is evident that I possess the ability to engage in conversation with you. When did the seventh master begin to judge business by appearances? Jiang Xinyan raised her gaze, a smile on her lips, displaying unwavering confidence. The seventh master, upon hearing this, turned serious. Ha! It is the first time a young person has dared to stand before me to discuss business. Very well, go ahead. What business do you wish to discuss? He seemed both curious and intrigued by the young person's proposition. Jiang Xinyan tilted her head, nonchalantly stating, Naturally, I wish to acquire the unique stone in your possession. At this, the servant beside them drew his knife in alarm. Jiang Xinyan glanced sideways, then turned her attention back to the seventh master. The seventh master continued to toy with his walnuts without changing his expression, finally saying coldly, You possess quite the courage. I wonder if your courage can withstand the weight of this deal? Of course, as long as the seventh master is willing to part with it, I will gladly offer an equivalent value in exchange. It is merely a matter of whether the seventh master is willing to engage in this transaction. Equivalent value? The seventh master narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the person before him. Chapter 31. The curious stone's seventh master rose from his seat and approached Jiang Xinyan, regarding the young man with a newfound seriousness. Despite his youth, the boy exhibited considerable audacity. Seventh master, will you engage in this trade or not? He questioned. Young lad, you dare to seek my curious stone right off the bat. Do you truly believe this exchange to be equitable? That depends on how significant the stone is in your eyes, seventh master. If it holds less value than other treasures, then it is indeed a fair bargain. Jiang Xinyan understood very well that while the stone was remarkable, it was ultimately of value, and anything of worth could be traded, could it not?
Is that so?
Seventh Master mused, caressing the walnut in his hand. The origin of the curious stone was unknown to others, yet he was well aware of its provenance, a gift from Master Chunhui during a fortuitous encounter. In his moment of despair, Master Chunhui had come to his aid, presenting him with the stone while saying that a fated individual would eventually seek it out. As for this boy before him, whether he was fated remained to be seen. This trade seems quite acceptable, he continued. As long as you can offer something of equal value, the stone shall be yours. Very well. Jiang Xinyan replied with a subtle smile, producing his purse and extending it forward. Seventh Master accepted it, weighing it in his hand. You expect to acquire the stone with this meager sum? Jiang Xinyan shrugged. Is it not improper to belittle its worth without even inspecting it? Observing the calm demeanor of the young man, Seventh Master hesitantly opened the purse. Upon his first glance, his expression changed dramatically. Jiang Xinyan, noticing his reaction, smiled gently. What do you think? Are you satisfied? After a moment of silence, Seventh Master burst into laughter. Excellent. Concentrating his internal energy, he crushed the walnut, revealing the stone nestled within, a rather unremarkable sight. Jiang Xinyan reached out, and upon contact, she felt its warmth, indeed smooth and exquisite as jade. Seventh Master furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Jiang Xinyan. Clearly, she was the fated individual. The stone had never radiated warmth in his possession. Jiang Xinyan carefully pocketed the stone and handed him a note, smiling. It seems our trade has been quite successful. I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate with you again, Seventh Master. As she departed, a nearby servant inquired, Seventh Master, you simply gave him the stone? Seventh Master smiled silently, clutching his purse tightly. In his eyes, its contents far exceeded the value of that inconsequential stone. Packing his belongings, he prepared to leave the city. Although the servant was puzzled, he could only nod and withdraw. Upon exiting the gambling house, Jiang Xinyan glanced back, realizing that what Seventh Master desired was merely the warmest essence of this world. She understood that it was best to reveal this, now rather than allow him to cherish it only to be used against him by others in the future. Gazing at the stone in her palm, she furrowed her brow slightly. It felt almost alive, radiating warmth that enveloped her entire being, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Only the long-lost treasure of the Tianjin kingdom, the cold jade, could rival it. Such a precious gem certainly deserved an exquisite box. Jiang Xinyan stepped into the ancient building, where the prince of the Qin kingdom, no doubt, possessed many fine items. Young Master Yen, welcome. The innkeeper, clearly familiar with her, ushered her upstairs. Jiang Xinyan surmised that Beitang Jingyu must have spoken to the innkeeper, for all the staff here were astute. Chapter 32. Back again, the innkeeper guided Jiang Xinyan into the ancient residence before stepping out. It wasn't long before someone brought her familiar tea and snacks, clearly prearranged by Beitang Jingyu. Sitting by the window, she held a piece of pastry, watching the bustling street below. How unfortunate, Prince Chun is not here today. The hour was still early, and the sunlight made her a bit drowsy. Perhaps a brief rest would do her good. When Beitang Jingyu entered upon receiving news, he found Jiang Xinyan, dressed in men's attire, leaning against the window, eyes closed in slumber. A smile graced his lips as he gently closed the door. Picking up a nearby blanket and draping it over her shoulders, he settled into the seat opposite her, unable to tear his gaze away from her. Even after all these years, after an indeterminate time, when Jiang Xinyan opened her eyes, she saw him clad in dark garments. A soft smile graced her lips. Beitang Jingyu. He turned to face her, holding a book, occasionally sipping from a cup of tea. Unexplainably, her heart felt a sudden void, a hollowness that made her anxious. Yet she relished this feeling. You've come, she said, setting the blanket aside. Beitang Jingyu looked at her, responding, Did you seek me for something? Momentarily taken aback by the gentleness of his voice and demeanor, she felt an overwhelming urge to lean into his embrace and share her thoughts languidly. Clearing her throat, she replied, Indeed, I have a matter. I acquired a curious stone from Seventh Master and seek a box to contain it. Jiang Xinyan blinked in annoyance, lowering her gaze. Beitang Jingyu set aside his book, smiling.
Ah?
I have several fine boxes. I shall fetch one for you to choose. Very well. This stone, is it a gift for your royal brother? he inquired, observing her as she examined the boxes. Yes, have you heard of this curious stone? Jiang Xinyan picked up one of the boxes, fiddling with it. Beitang Jingyu nodded. I have heard a little. However, the stone has an owner. If you give it to your royal brother, he may not find it useful.
An owner?
Jiang Xinyan was slightly taken aback, realizing why Seventh Master was so attached to the stone. What do you mean? I've only heard whispers. The stone is of no use to anyone else. Akin to an ordinary rock. It only offers protection to its master, and it is said that only the rightful owner can feel its warmth. However, if someone else acquires the stone and its master, it can change hands. Change hands? Jiang Xinyan mused, glancing at the stone in her hand. Do you know how this occurs? It is said that the previous owner must willingly shed a drop of their heart's blood upon it, making it a stone without a master. The new owner only needs to immerse the stone in their own blood for 7 days to reclaim ownership. But it must be done with the previous owner's consent. Heart's blood? Jiang Xinyan chuckled humorously, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. I see now. I am the stone's rightful owner, and that was the intent of the previous transaction. This box shall suffice. It has an antique charm. She casually tossed the stone inside. With the princess's heart's blood as a catalyst, perhaps it could save the prince's life, though it remained uncertain whether the princess would consent. Past events were behind her. Jiang Xinyan remained seated by the window, gazing outside. It seemed the gift for her royal uncle required a change. Suddenly, she squinted, her gaze fixated on a figure below, wearing a hooded cloak.
Ah, so you have returned.
Below stood Beitang Jingyu, accompanied by his trusted guard, Xiao Yi. With Xiao Yi's appearance, it was evident that Beitang Jingyu had indeed returned. Returned, has he? Jiang Xinyan repressed the murderous intent in her eyes, sitting upright. Prince Chun, I shall take my leave. Beitang Jingyu nodded, and Jiang Xinyan smiled as she departed. Chapter 33. In search of a person as Jiang Xinyan brushed past Xiao Yi. A glint of murder flickered in her eyes. Xiao Yi made his way to a secluded courtyard, where he entered and removed his hood, bowing to the figure seated within. Fifth Master, the owner of the dodgy gambling house, has left the city. The curious stone, as they say, has fallen into the hands of a boy named Jiang Xinyan. The person seated there was Beitang Jingyu, who kept his eyes closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Oh, Jiang Xinyan?
Ha!
Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. We shall investigate gradually. He will surface eventually. He rose, opening his eyes to gaze at the jade pendant in his left hand. His expression softened. First, find out who the owner of this pendant is. I wish to know which family it originates from.
Understood. Xiao Yi nodded.
Is the person you seek in Shangqin? This jade is of fine quality. Beitang Jingyu had a premonition that the person he sought was in Shenzhen. How had that little girl from years past fared? Did she still remember him? With the jade pendant stowed away, Beitang Jingyu cast a somber glance outside, his voice heavy as he declared that news of his return must not leak even the slightest bit. Furthermore, he instructed to keep a close watch on Beitang Jingyu and his associates, for though his third brother was rather dim-witted, his underlings were notably astute. Yes, my lord. I have already dispatched Heiress to monitor them, came the reply. As Xiao Yi exited, a figure emerged from behind the screen, strolling casually to the table and taking a seat with an air of nonchalance. You are quite persistent. What purpose do you have in finding her? Beitang Jingyu tilted his head, casting a fleeting glance at the individual before turning to sit down with a stoic expression, though his tone softened as he replied. It matters not what purpose it serves. I simply wish to know who she is and to express my gratitude in person. The fifth prince is indeed thoughtful. But, if I may remind you, that little girl was merely 7 or 8 years old back then. Are you certain you will recognize her upon your reunion? Surely you won't mistake her for someone else? At this, Beitang Jingyu tightened his grip on the teacup and asserted confidently, I will not. With the jade pendant in hand. I cannot be mistaken. Moreover, who would dare intervene in this matter? One cannot be too sure, Shang Wanson mused quietly, after all these years of searching. No wall is impenetrable. Perhaps she has long been exploited by those with ulterior motives. I know your thoughts, yet I still wish to see her again. When I awakened back then, she was gone, and despite my prolonged search, all I found was this jade pendant. I worry for her safety and yearn to see her standing before me, unharmed. This has become an obsession over the years. I wish to ask her why she left without a word. Beitang Jingyu reflected aloud, the memories of that little girl etched vividly in his mind. Observing his friend's honest demeanor, Shang Wanson straightened slightly. I hope you locate her soon. Thus far, you have only searched within the confines of where you first encounter her. But considering the quality of that jade pendant, it is possible she hails from a prominent family in Shenzhen. Perhaps she was merely visiting and is not a country girl, which would explain your inability to find her. Now that you have returned, it would be wise to deliberate on the current situation in Shenzhen. Beitang Jingyu nodded. Rest assured, I have a plan in mind. Having prepared for many years, I am but a step away from success. Indeed, with the Emperor's upcoming birthday, it presents the perfect opportunity for your formal return, given that your travels have yet to conclude. Upon your return, the Emperor will likely say nothing, especially since we have garnered the support of numerous officials. Your emergence will surely shift the political landscape. Should you appear now, it may not pose a significant risk. But the timing is not right. During the birthday banquet, the gifts alone will enhance your reputation, yielding multiple benefits. Keeping Jingyu hidden for now is the best course of action. After searching for someone for so long, it is ironic that she might be right before him. Perhaps it is only Jiang Xinyan who, fearing her lineage is known, flaunts her jade pendant daily, while the others treasure their pendants, keeping them close. After all, the three siblings' pendants were crafted by their mother, who left them as the only memento after her passing. Jiang Xinyan's pendant, being a mere imitation, should rightly be destroyed, but that can only happen after reclaiming the original crafted by their mother. If given a choice, Jiang Xinyan would prefer her pendant to be lost rather than have it hidden away by Beitang Jingyu for years. Chapter 34. The Unusual Stone for Fishing Miss. What troubles you? Fei Luan inquired, observing her mistress's cheerful demeanor, though a chill crept up her spine. This feeling was indescribable. Ever since returning from the ancient building, Jiang Xinyan had been wearing a smile that seemed oddly sinister. Fei Luan, go fetch me a stone from the courtyard and ensure it is clean. It should be something that catches the eye, Jiang Xinyan instructed after a prolonged silence. Exchanging glances with Bai Luo, Fei Luan stepped out, her mind racing with questions. Miss, here is the stone you requested, washed and even scented with incense. I almost took it to the temple for offerings. Fei Luan presented the stone, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jiang Xinyan accepted the stone, idly toying with it. It appears to be quite the specimen, she remarked, a mocking smile playing on her lips. In the end, who truly knows who the owner of this peculiar stone is? To others, it is merely a worthless rock. If I can use this stone to catch a big fish, how delightful. Jiang Xinyan had a plan in mind that would require the assistance of the Prince of Chen's territory. Not long after, news of the ancient building's public sale of unusual stones spread like wildfire, reaching Beitang Jingyu's ears. Upon hearing this news, Shangguanxin expressed intrigue, declaring it quite interesting. Could it be that Jiang Xinyan has acquired the stone merely to profit handsomely? Xiao Yi, standing nearby, speculated further. What do you think, Jingyu? I must have that stone. It seems that person is unaware that it has an owner and does not comprehend its significance. Beitang Jingyu frowned, contemplating the implications. However, it is not the right time to reveal myself. Asen, you go ahead, he instructed. I will certainly go, but what about you? Will you not accompany me? Shangguanxin pressed, aware of Beitang Jingyu's attachment to the stone. Beitang Jingyu remained silent, his brows furrowing deeper. To forego attending would risk the stone falling into someone else's hands, yet to attend posed significant dangers. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before opening them to meet Shangguanxin's gaze. Asen, this stone is of great importance to me. I would appreciate your assistance. Shangguanxin smiled. Now that you've said that, I have no reason not to bring it back for you. Even if it requires stealing, I will ensure it is returned to you. Beitang Jingyu chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the sky. Inside the ancient residence, Beitang Yunzhong observed Jiang Xinyan, who sat nearby sipping tea. You intend to use my territory merely to sell stones? Well, Jiang Xinyan said, a touch of embarrassment as she rubbed her nose. You mentioned that the stone was of little use, so I intend to make a considerable profit. However, with the financial means of the Prince of Qin, I am confident he will acquire it. Beitang Yunzhong shook his head with a smile. You, indeed. How so? She asked, her smile radiant. Surely you do not wish to sell it merely for profit, but to lure someone out? However, since you are selling a fake stone, selling it at a high price would still yield benefits, Beitang Yunzhong added, pouring her another cup of tea. Jiang Xinyan pursed her lips, resting her chin lazily on her hand as she regarded him. What should I do? Is it good or bad that my partner is so clever? How did I address you in the past? Jiang Xinyan suddenly asked, looking at him. Beitang Jingyu paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering momentarily. He blew on the tea, concealing his expression. It's just a title. It matters not. Is that so? Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, turning her attention to the window, no longer looking at him. Will you sell it? It would be quite profitable for that person after all. The one who offers the highest price shall prevail. Chapter 35. The sale of stones 3 days later. The unusual stone was prominently displayed in the center of the first floor of the ancient building, with attendees filling the venue for the sale. Jiang Xinyan stood on the second floor, tilting her head to observe the scene below. This sale has certainly attracted quite a crowd. She watched the carefree individuals below, shaking her head inwardly, bemused by Meng Ziqi's tendency to gravitate toward any commotion. She wondered if Meng Zi had already become one of Beitang Jingyu's people. Meng Ziqi glanced up, catching sight of Jiang Xinyan. She met his gaze with an unfazed demeanor. This Meng Ziqi is indeed an interesting character, she mused. Turning back into the ancient residence, she relished the tranquility of the space. Ian, come sit and have some tea, Beitang Jingyu invited.
All right.
She donned her male attire and settled beside him. Miss, the Prince of Chun has arrived, Fail Wan announced. As the gentle knock of Biluo heralded her entrance, she leaned down to whisper something into Jiang Xinyan's ear. Jiang Xinyan, reclining in her chair, idly observed the faint scar on her index finger, lazily listening. Beitang Jingyu watched her, casting a glance at her left hand before lowering his gaze to sip his tea. Biluo's words echoed her expectations. Had she not arrived? Ah, but what of it? It was about time to commence. Downstairs, Sheng Wanson led the hat-clad Xiao Yi into a secluded corner, where they settled. Though this peculiar stone was of great significance to Jingyu, it was, after all, merely a stone. It was prudent to observe first. Esteemed guests, the shopkeeper called out, you have gathered here at my ancient pavilion, drawn by the allure of the rare stone. As entrusted by young Master Yen, we are here to sell this wonder, and the highest bidder shall claim it. Standing beside the stone, the shopkeeper proclaimed in a booming voice, I trust you have all heard of the miraculous properties of this stone, capable of nourishing the body and extending life, even preserving the deceased from decay for a century. Such treasures are up for grabs today, and we shall see who among you is fortunate enough to claim it. As his words concluded, a cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd. How can we be sure it's truly a rare stone? Indeed, how can we know? Silence, everyone. You are surely aware that the rare stone has long been in the possession of the 7th master of the great fortune gambling house, are you not? Alas. He is currently away, but we have summoned a witness from his side to attest to its authenticity. The shopkeeper's stern gaze swept across the assembly, reminding them of the significance of their location. This was no ordinary tavern. With the room finally quiet, he declared, if there are no further doubts, let us begin. The bidding for the rare stone starts at 300 taels of gold. At his words, the noise resumed. 400. 450. Meng Ziqi observed the surrounding bidders with keen interest, his gaze shifting towards the second floor. The young man he had glimpsed earlier must be the young master Yen mentioned by the shopkeeper. Unfortunately, he was too far away to discern the details, leaving him curious about the connection between Yen and the Yen family. What role was he playing today? His attention drifted back to the crowd, landing on Sheng Wanson and his companion in the corner. Despite Xiao Yi's hat, Meng Ziqi recognized him immediately. It seemed the 5th prince had indeed made his presence known in Shenzhen. Just as the bidding reached a plateau, Sheng Wanson spoke up, 1,000 taels. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd as Sheng Wanson smiled at the shopkeeper. Jiang Xinyan stared intently at Sheng Wanson, her expression inscrutable.
Ah, Sheng Wanson.
It has been far too long. 1,500. Came a cool voice from the second floor, just as Sheng Wanson appeared to assume no one would challenge his bid. Jiang Xinyan smirked, sensing the excitement of the unfolding drama. Unfazed, Sheng Wanson maintained his composure, glancing upward as he declared, 2,000. 2,500. The bidder above seemed to be engaging in a mere game, raising the stakes without a glance at the crowd below. Jiang Xinyan observed this individual with a smile, appreciating Beitang Jingyu's shadowy companion. Seated rigidly, Yunhe felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, furrowing his brow as he sipped his hot tea. The task assigned by his master felt utterly tedious. Was he summoned from afar merely for a worthless stone? Humph. Chapter 36. Xiao Yi's identity revealed it was only when the price for the rare stone reached 5,000 taels that he began to take it seriously. The individual above was clearly opposing him. They had not even joined the bidding until now. While he was indifferent to money, paying 10,000 taels for a mere stone seemed absurd. If that person continued to raise the bid, he would let them win this time, planning to seize it later. Young Master Shangguan, Xiao Yi interjected. The master insists that the rare stone must be acquired, regardless of the cost. He had been sent to remind Shangguansen. As the master understood him well, the stone was crucial. Shangguansen shook his head and whispered, I understand, but if he raises it further, it will surpass its value. I will explain to Jingyu upon my return. Noticing Shangguansen's determination, Xiao Yi's brows knitted under his hat. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the person above remained silent. Jiang Xinyan was acutely aware of Shangguansen's temperament and would not allow Yun He to increase the bid. After all, exchanging a mere stone for 5,000 taels of gold was a profitable transaction. Is there no one else willing to bid? Then congratulations to this young master. The rare stone is yours, the shopkeeper announced, nodding toward Shangguansen. He gestured for Xiao Yi to retrieve the stone, and Xiao Yi rose to approach the shopkeeper. Please leave your address, young master, so I may collect the gold. No need, Xiao Yi replied, producing a stack of silver notes from his clothing. You may exchange this now for the 5,000 taels of gold, every last coin. The shopkeeper accepted the notes, confirming their authenticity, before handing the rare stone to Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyan, observing from above, toyed with a copper coin, contemplating whether tossing it could create a scene. Sighing, she decided to spare his life for the moment. She pinched the coin between her fingers and hurled it toward Xiao Yi. Startled by the flying projectile, Xiao Yi could not evade in time. His hat was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. Meng Ziki chuckled at the spectacle, entertained by the unfolding drama. From the crowd, someone exclaimed, Isn't that the fifth prince's guard, Xiao Yi? The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. The fifth prince? Has he returned?
Shangguansen squinted.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yi's presence was akin to Jingyu's appearing, as they were inseparable. The mastermind behind this scheme had executed it with precision. Xiao Yi approached Shangguansen, lowering his head. Young master. Shangguansen whispered. We must leave at once and devise a plan. This entire affair is clearly orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives who anticipated our involvement. Do you intend to draw him out? Beitang Jingyu observed the hurried departure of the two below with a cold gaze. Leaning against the railing, Jiang Xinyan smiled until she turned to face Beitang Jingyu, who had spoken. The fifth prince has returned to Xincheng. Among these princes, is not Beitang Jingyu your fiercest rival? She had little faith he was unaware of the dynamics among the princes. If he had conducted any investigation, he would know Beitang Jingyu's grand ambitions. While she too harbored her own desires, Jiang Xinyan smiled and replied, Since we have agreed to cooperate, I shall fulfill my obligations to the best of my abilities. Beitang Yunjan's eyelids fluttered slightly. For the sake of cooperation? She was quite self-aware. Beitang Jingyu? Your greatest rival? Yen, you may be overestimating the fifth prince. Today's events have made his appearance inevitable, shattering his carefully laid plans. Chapter 37. A resemblance yet not Jingyu. The one behind this knows you too well. I believe they anticipated your return and your determination to acquire the rare stone, hence the public sale. I shall have someone investigate this Jiang Yan. Shangguansen expressed his concern. Yet, Beitang Jingyu remained oblivious, engrossed in the rare stone as he caressed it. Noticing his preoccupation, Shangguansen furrowed his brow. Jingyu. Beitang Jingyu pocketed the stone, smiling faintly. Now that the news is out, let it be. It matters not.
Thank you, Asian.
You sigh. What use is this worthless stone to you? Its owner remains unknown, and possessing it serves no purpose. It matters not. I shall find out eventually. Beitang Jingyu's gaze dropped. Lost in thought as a familiar smile filled his mind. Father. Beitang Jingyu knelt on the ground, patiently awaiting a response from the person seated above him. Beitang Yunfeng lifted his gaze towards him, silently shaking his head. He was still too young.
Rise.
Now that you have returned, go pay your respects to your mother, the late empress. Do not spend your days wandering outside. Remain well in Shangcheng. Yes, thank you, father. I shall take my leave. It had been many years since the passing of Beitang Jingyu's mother, the Butterfly Empress, and the Butterfly Palace had remained dim for far too long. As he stepped through the palace gates, an icy chill enveloped him, yet the flickering candlelight illuminated the Butterfly Palace brightly. Mother, I am unfilial. It has taken me so long to visit you. I have brought your favorite osmanthus cake. Beitang Jingyu carefully unwrapped the delicacy, which had been tenderly wrapped in oil paper, and placed it gently upon the table. Mother, once I find that little girl, no, by now she must be a young lady, I shall bring her to see you. You will surely adore her. He gazed quietly at the memorial tablet, his eyes softening. If his mother were still alive, she would indeed cherish her. She had always favored bright and carefree women, and merely her smile could captivate anyone's attention. In her rebirth, Jiang Xinyan had not anticipated encountering Beitang Jingyu in such circumstances. The sound of her gritted teeth echoed in her ears, and every fiber of her being screamed for vengeance, to end him once and for all. How audacious of him to seek forgiveness, after what had transpired yesterday. I have seen the Empress. Has the fifth prince returned? Come, take a seat, the Empress greeted, a smile gracing her lips. Sister? Yan Shi gently patted Jiang Xinyan's hand, noting her rigid posture. Sister, do you not feel well? Your hands are so cold. A flicker of warmth coursed through Jiang Xinyan's hand as she turned to Yan Shi. She managed a faint smile, shaking her head slightly. It was her own composure that had faltered. Lifting her gaze, she questioned herself. Are you flustered? Jiang Xinyan, how can you be so hasty and unsteady at the very onset?
How will you safeguard the Jiang family?
I did not realize that the Empress was hosting a gathering today. It was my oversight, Beitang Jingyu remarked with a smile. Today was indeed an invitation from Her Majesty, and among the attendees are many daughters of high-ranking officials. As for Beitang Jingyu, he is a paragon among men. His demeanor is as gentle as jade. A refined gentleman with a voice as deep as music, naturally drawing the attention of many eligible young ladies. How could I have been so devoted to him in my past life? Clearly, Beitang Yunzhong was far superior. His military achievements were countless, his demeanor outstanding. And he was even more handsome than Beitang Jingyu. My past judgment was indeed lacking. Beitang Jingyu felt countless pairs of eyes upon him the moment he entered. Yet one pair stood out, glaringly focused. Why did the word targeted come to mind? They were merely young ladies of the court. How could that be? Until he caught sight of Jiang Xinyan, his heart skipped a beat as he stared at her for a moment. Is it her? So similar, yet not quite. Nonsense. Mother was unaware of your return today, otherwise, she would have set aside time to dine with you. It is my unfilial deed to return without informing the Empress in a timely manner, Beitang Jingyu said, averting his gaze and feigning a slight embarrassment. It is of no consequence. If that is the case, I shall take my leave for now and return later to pay my respects. He rose and bowed to the Empress. Very well, she nodded, harboring a particular dislike for the fifth prince, especially since his mother's death bore some relation to her. As Beitang Jingyu turned, he suppressed his smile, casting a fleeting frown towards Jiang Xinyan seated in the distance, his mind already plotting. Do you recognize her? That is the one you have held in your heart for so many years. Yet, you have misjudged. Oh whale, such a fitting nickname. In your past life, you conquered the realm but lost your dearest. Surely, you must regret it now. And what of this life? How ironic that you are Ra Yan's adversary. Chapter 38. The Jiang family jade pendant. Before Beitang Jingyu could voice his suspicions, Xiao Yi had already informed him that the jade pendant originated from the Jiang family. The Jiang family? Beitang Jingyu furrowed his brow as he examined the pendant in his hand. Today, I happened upon General Jiang. The jade pendant around his neck happened to fall out, and it is identical to the one you possess, Xiao Yi explained. I specifically inquired, and General Jiang mentioned that each child in their family possesses one. What a coincidence. Beitang Jingyu had just encountered a woman, and now he learned of the pendant's origins. But Jiang Xinyan? The name slipped from his lips unexpectedly. Although he had never seen her before, he felt an inexplicable certainty that the woman he had met today was indeed Jiang Xinyan, the newly titled princess. However, the Jiang family has another second young lady. Second young lady? Beitang Jingyu looked at him, puzzled. Yes, others refer to her as the cousin who just arrived. However, I have investigated and discovered that this cousin is actually the illegitimate daughter of General Jiang. During Madame Jiang's pregnancy, a maid somehow managed to enter General Jiang's chambers, resulting in Jiang Xinyan. She has been living in the countryside until recently. Beitang Jingyu's frown deepened as he rubbed the jade pendant in his hand. The Jiang family has two young ladies? Jiang Xinyan spent her childhood under the tutelage of the out-of-world master. It is common knowledge that she could not have left. The out-of-world master's dwelling is far from where I was injured. And as for Jiang Xinyan? He narrowed his eyes slightly.
Xiao Yi.
Investigate further and find out who does not possess a jade pendant. This is currently the only effective method to ascertain the ownership of the pendant in my hand. I will find a way to clarify this, he replied. It appears that Jiang Xinyan is the closer match, having not been in Shangqin during her youth. She may have gone to Shangqing. She might have inadvertently saved me, but why does Jiang Xinyan feel so familiar? As Jiang Xinyan returned to her residence after leaving the Empress, the sky had darkened. It was likely that the Empress had deliberately kept them late, not wishing to dine with Beitang Jingyu. However, Beitang Jingyu likely had no desire to attend either. Miss, it is time to wash up.
All right.
Jiang Xinyan sat before her vanity, casting a disdainful glance at the jade pendant on the table. Were it not for the necessity of exchanging it for her own, she would have shattered it long ago. Bailu, has the pendant you requested been completed? Not yet, but it should be ready. I will fetch it tomorrow. No need. It is best not to travel far at this moment. She did not wish to expose herself over a jade pendant. Beitang Jingyu had already seen her, and Xiao Yi would surely inform him about the pendant, so he would undoubtedly keep a close watch on the general's residence. If she were to send someone to retrieve the pendant now, Beitang Jingyu would certainly take notice. Even if done discreetly, a thorough inquiry would reveal everything. She had already informed her elder brother, suggesting that he might reveal his jade pendant at an opportune moment for Xiao Yi to see. However, she had not expected Beitang Jingyu to see her so soon. Nevertheless, the timing now seemed just right. It appeared that a trip to the ancient tower was necessary tomorrow. It would be best for Beitang Jingyu to retrieve the pendant, and she hoped he would not inquire further. Chapter 39. The guard sent away seeing her miss so furrowed in thought. Bailu reassured her, Miss, do not worry. The jade crafted by Master Qi is indistinguishable to most. Jiang Xinyan rose, her concern not solely about that. Rather, she feared. Presently, both the jade pendant crafted by Master Qi and the one worn by Jiang Xinyan were fakes. If Beitang Jingyu discovered that both were counterfeit, complications would surely arise. Even if he could not discern their authenticity at first glance, it would still pose a problem. It was imperative to exchange her pendant with Jiang Xinyan's before Beitang Jingyu uncovered anything. At that time, even if he discovered that the jade pendant in his possession was not the original piece and sought to investigate her privately, it would matter little since she wore the one crafted by Master Qi rather than the genuine article. Surely, he would be powerless in this regard. As for Jiang Xinyan's pendant, it was a falsehood within a falsehood, yet such a deception could indeed become reality. The following day, Jiang Xinyan visited the ancient tower to discuss this matter with Beitang Jingyu, who did not inquire further but merely sent someone to retrieve it. Jiang Xinyan then engaged in a game of chess with Beitang Jingyu while awaiting her pendant's arrival. After an indeterminate time, the pendant was delivered into Jiang Xinyan's hands. Examining the pendant closely, she found no apparent flaws. If placed alongside her elder brother Ashwan's, they would likely be indistinguishable. However, a slight furrow formed on her brow as she recalled that the pendant her mother had given her bore a faint trace of blood on its reverse side, so subtle that only years of familiarity would reveal it. Rest assured, my lady, I have already seen to it that the master has been sent away, and no one else will find him, Yunhe remarked, noticing Jiang Xinyan's frown. Jiang Xinyan fastened the pendant at her waist and looked up at Yunhe, acknowledging his thoroughness. Do you like it? Beitang Jingyu asked, observing her reaction. Jiang Xinyan turned to him, puzzled. Yunhe, he called, prompting a slight frown from Yunhe at being summoned. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Yunhe. Well, it is quite nice, isn't it? Are you offering your subordinate to me? Beitang Jingyu lowered his gaze to the chessboard. Indeed. Yunhe can assist you. He shall accompany you from now on. Are you not concerned that your subordinate might refuse? Jiang Xinyan smiled lightly, glancing between the two. Beitang Jingyu addressed Yunhe. From now on, the lady shall be your master. Yes, Yunhe replied, bowing respectfully, internally regretting his return. Why had he come back only to be dispatched? The thought of Yunling's incessant chatter gave him a headache. Very well then, it is better to comply than to resist. Just so happens I am in need of a skilled assistant like Yunhe. I shall certainly seek a reward for my loyal guard for my uncle, the emperor, Jiang Xinyan said, raising her teacup in a toast to Beitang Jingyu. Beitang Jingyu shook his head with a smile. This girl, he mused, sipping his tea, while narrowing his eyes slightly. She was concealing something regarding the pendant from him. Jiang Xinyan savored the tea in her hands, wishing to confide in him but unsure how to express it. If she spoke up, would he perceive any connection between her and Beitang Jingyu? Would he trust her or doubt her? She could not afford to take such risks. Everything remained uncertain, and she must exercise utmost caution regarding the pendant. After all, a jade pendant intimately worn by a woman for years could hardly convince anyone of their innocence. Why am I even thinking about this? Jiang Xinyan frowned in frustration. It would be better to find an appropriate moment to discuss it with him. Chapter 40. Tianjing, Zhao Huani Dad? As Jiang Xinyan exited the ancient tower, she spotted her father. Xiner? Jiang Beima turned to look at his daughter, dressed in male attire, frowning. A young lady like you should not be dressed as a man. You would look far better in feminine clothing. Jiang Xinyan glanced down at her outfit, smiling softly. Do not think, father, that I look particularly dashing in this male attire? Surely, it resembles your youthful days. Jiang Beima chuckled. You're quite something. By the way, where are you headed?
Oh.
In a few days, the emperor's birthday is approaching, and today several individuals from the Tianjing kingdom have arrived. I have been tasked with welcoming them, Jiang Beima explained. His brow furrowed. Tianjing? Father, is Huani coming too? Jiang Xinyan asked, a mix of excitement and hesitation in her voice. She should be here, he replied. Then, may I accompany you to greet her? Of course, Jiang Beima nodded. Upon reaching the city wall, Jiang Xinyan gazed ahead, her heart eager to see her. As soon as the emblem of the Tianjing kingdom came into view, she could not wait for her to enter the city and leapt down, standing before the carriage, only to be swiftly surrounded by the accompanying guards, swords drawn. Jiang Beima, taken aback, hurriedly led the group outside the city. Jiang Xinyan smiled faintly as she observed the carriage. Bold and reckless, one guard pointed his sword at Jiang Xinyan, who merely stared blankly at the carriage curtain. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from within, gently lifting the curtain as a voice reprimanded, "Step back." The guards, upon hearing the command, furrowed their brows and retreated, though they did not sheathe their swords. Xinyan is too impatient. Why not wait for me to enter the city? The woman from the carriage spoke, having emerged to stand before her. Suppressing her tears, Jiang Xinyan embraced the person before her. Zhao Huani was momentarily taken aback. What is the matter? She asked, raising her hand to gently pat Jiang Xinyan's back in comfort. Your Highness, this scoundrel. One of the maidservants who had followed Zhao Huani scolded. At those words, Jiang Xinyan quickly regained her composure, releasing her hold and apologizing softly. I am sorry. She had forgotten that she was currently dressed as a boy. No harm done. Zhao Huani chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Jiang Xinyan's nose. Qingling, this is Miss Jiang. Be respectful.
Ah?
The young girl named Qingling scratched her head, smiling apologetically. Oh, I did not recognize you, Miss Jiang. Your Highness, are you well? A figure rushed forward from behind, filled with concern.
Norm, Generali.
This is General Jiang's beloved daughter, Jiang Xinyan, Zhao Huani introduced seriously. Upon hearing this, the guards finally sheathed their swords. Greetings, Miss Jiang. Jiang Xinyan frowned. General Li, you are too courteous. Your Highness, General Li, my daughter has been impolite, Jiang Beima interjected, hastily approaching with a throng of people, prompting Jiang Xinyan to step back behind him. General Jiang, it is no trouble. Thank you for coming to receive me, Zhao Huani said with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. By the way, where is Prince Yan? Jiang Xinyan inquired, her eyes brightening. Could Zhao Lanche also have arrived? My brother has matters to attend to. He will arrive shortly, Zhao Huani said, casting a glance at Jiang Xinyan. Huani has not visited Tianjin in quite some time. She may linger at the residence for a few days. I noticed that Xinyan looked rather forlorn. She likely has much to share, Zhao Huani added. Jiang Xinyan exchanged a glance with Huani, nodding in understanding. It is not an imposition. Since we are in Tianjin, the Jiang residence is your home. Always welcoming. Jiang Beima smiled as he led them into the city. Zhao Huani turned to Jiang Xinyan, who sat beside her in the carriage, smiling gently. Do you have something to tell me? Jiang Xinyan pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze and remaining silent. After years apart, Jiang Xinyan had blossomed into an even more beautiful young woman. Currently, I am dressed as a boy. How would you know if I am beautiful? Jiang Xinyan murmured under her breath. Zhao Huani chuckled softly, replying, even in male attire, you are captivating. How much more so in women's clothing? Jiang Xinyan looked up. You have become quite the tease, senior sister. She gazed at Zhao Huani, her only senior sister, who had accompanied her in her youth like a sister and mother. In the long, dark dungeon of her past life, her senior sister had sacrificed her own happiness to save her, agreeing to a betrothal with the prince of Tianjing, only to suffer the consequences of that decision in the end. Feeling a lump in her throat, Jiang Xinyan quickly lowered her head to hide her reddened eyes. Zhao Huani sensed something was amiss, her brow furrowing slightly. She refrained from probing further, knowing Jiang Xinyan would speak if she wished to. Asking would be futile. "Senior sister, are you well?" Jiang Xinyan asked, lifting her gaze back to normal.
Yes, Xinyan.
"What of master? Is he well?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Huani finally asked. "Master is well. If you miss him, you should return and visit. He has long since forgiven you. You know I cannot return." Zhao Huani smiled faintly. Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brows slightly, wanting to say something more, but upon nearing the palace gate, she refrained from speaking. "Princess Huani, having traveled from afar, please convey my gratitude to your father on my behalf," she said. "Huani will ensure it is done." Zhao Huani replied with a nod and a smile as she sat there. After accommodating the Tianjing envoy and settling in at the relay station, Jiang Xinyan led Zhao Huani and her maid, Qingling, to reside in the Jiang residence. "By the way, who was that woman who just visited your courtyard?"
Oh.
"My senior sister may not know yet, but I have a younger sister named Jiang Xinyan. That woman was her aunt," Zhao Huani explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huani understood. "It seemed your life was quite delightful." Jiang Xinyan, noticing Zhao Huani's teasing, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Yes, otherwise, life would be excessively dull. In a few months, you should be coming of age, right?" Zhao Huani inquired. Jiang Xinyan gazed at the teacup in her hands and responded with an affirmative hum. "By then, there will undoubtedly be many suitors seeking your hand." Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow and replied, "How could that be? In this world, who marries only one person? Even ordinary folk have multiple wives and concubines. Thus, I fear no one will come to propose." Zhao Huani shook her head. "Perhaps someone may be daunted by your words, but there will still be the bold-hearted among them. After all, marrying you brings far more benefits than having multiple wives." "Indeed," she chuckled. "And what about you, senior sister? Surely, your prince has already arranged several suitors under the guise of being a good brother?" Jiang Xinyan casually asked. Zhao Huani frowned, gripping her teacup tightly. "If he has the audacity to make such arrangements, I certainly have the courage to reject them." "Is he suggesting you to marry off?" Zhao Huani chuckled lightly. "Look, the news has even reached you. It seems he is determined to secure an alliance with Tianqi." "Humph, he is delusional. Tianqi is merely a small nation. How could they be worthy?" Jiang Xinyan remarked, narrowing her eyes slightly. Chapter 41. The situation is such. Zhao Huani expressed her concern. "Now, my father's health has greatly deteriorated. With the crown prince seizing power, the situation in Tianjing has already fragmented. It is fortunate that they can still restrain one another." "Senior sister, what about the general who accompanied you?" Jiang Xinyan asked. "He is one of the crown prince's men, Li Shuren. He holds the military token of Tianjing. Perhaps to the crown prince, he is both a trusted aide and a potential threat. The crown prince sent him to escort us. Yet Li Shuren is well aware of the reasons behind this. On the surface, it appears to be a restraint, but if handled properly, it could serve two purposes. It is fortunate that he handed over the military token to my brother in front of the people before departing. The crown prince would not dare to act rashly. If my brother and I do not return to Tianjing, the token will not return either. But once we go back, it should naturally be returned to Li Shuren. He is quite a clever individual. Though it seems like a restraint, if the three of you encounter misfortune, your crown prince would surely rejoice. After all, with one less Li Shuren, even if he dies in a foreign land, the military token would naturally revert to the crown prince, eliminating you all while acquiring the token." But he did not consider that Li Shuren would hand the token to Prince Xian in front of the commoners. Thus, should he act against him, the token would remain unattainable. Moreover, targeting Prince Xian would be too obvious, and he may not gain any advantage from him, making it a lose-lose situation. It would be wiser to wait quietly for your return, as the commoners are watching. Prince Xian must return the token, and Li Shuren can remain unharmed. Considering this, senior sister, perhaps we could win over Li Shuren. A person so wary of the crown prince is unlikely to be very loyal. Jiang Xinyan analyzed while tracing the scar on her index finger. Zhao Huani covered her mouth and chuckled. "Your thoughts align with my brother's." "Oh? You and Prince Xian share the same opinion." Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow. "By the way, has Brother Lan Che avoided coming?" "Yes, he should arrive in a few days."
Why?
"Do you miss my brother?" Zhao Huani teased. Jiang Xinyan moved her teacup aside and coughed lightly. "Senior sister, what are you saying? Once you come of age, It would be best for you to marry into Tianjing, Zhao Huani suggested. Senior sister, you are getting further from the point. Jiang Xinyan replied with a frown and a light smile, though a certain figure flashed through her mind. She shook her head slightly and said, Senior sister, it is getting late, we should rest soon. Zhao Huani looked up at the night sky, nodded, and sipped her tea. The tea has gone cold. Sister? Is she not up yet? Jiang Xian pouted at Biluo. Biluo smiled and replied, Miss stayed up late chatting with Princess Huani yesterday and has yet to rise. Young master, you have come rather early today. The little one pouted. Then let sister rest. I will go to my master first. It seems the school is on break for the emperor's birthday. Very well. When the young lady wakes, I will inform her, Biluo said. Oh, by the way. The little one took out an oiled paper package from his pocket and handed it to Biluo. This is a small snack for Sister Failwan. I didn't see her today. Probably still sleeping in. He scratched his head. Biluo accepted it. Thank you, young master. I will convey your regards to Failwan. Sure, don't let sister know. Sister Failwan said that if I bring her delicious food, she will teach me how to catch grasshoppers. He winked at Biluo before turning to leave. Biluo shook her head and laughed softly. That Failwan. However, the young master's demeanor is increasingly resembling that of a child, unlike the cautious and timid boy from years ago.
which was quite heart-wrenching.
Chapter 42. A boating incident. As the emperor's birthday banquet approached, Jiang Xinyan lay in bed, staring intently at her feet, biting her teeth as if she had made a significant decision. Just as she was about to lift her foot to get out of bed, she was stopped by Ansung. Mother, the emperor's birthday banquet is nearly upon us. If my foot does not heal, will I not waste this excellent opportunity? Ansung frowned as she approached her, speaking gently. If you get out of bed now, your foot will be crippled for life. Do you wish to indulge in a momentary thrill or take a slow and steady approach? Slow and steady. Jiang Xinyan lowered her head, her beautiful eyes filled with malice. If taking it slow meant she could trample Jiang Xinyan completely, she would not mind. However, this was a prime opportunity for her to gain renown across nations. Recently, she had heard the servants say that the princess of Tianjing was staying in the estate, and the capital of Tianjing had arrived, let alone other nations. Ansung, seeing her daughter silent, understood her thoughts and sighed as she sat down. Xinyan, do you wish to dance this one dance and then never dance again? If you believe it is worthwhile, then go ahead, even if you ruin your foot after astonishing everyone with your performance. Jiang Xinyan raised her head slightly. Mother, am I to stay in the estate like this? Xinyan, it is most important to take care of your injury. Opportunities will arise in the future. Opportunities. Jiang Xinyan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Upon opening them, she said, Mother, Jiang Xinyan's illusion has been ongoing for some time now. Yet there have been no signs of it manifesting. With the banquet approaching, the dosage should be increased. It would be best if it manifests during the banquet. The first talent of Tianjin, how laughable. Did you catch a cold yesterday? Zhao Huani asked upon hearing Jiang Xinyan sneeze, turning with concern. I suppose. Jiang Xinyan waved her hand. Will you still take me out for a boat ride today? Jiang Xinyan squinted and smiled. Isn't that just fulfilling a host's duty? Senior sister. It is rare for you to visit Tianjin. Today is clear, and in these few days leading up to the banquet, I must entertain you properly. Otherwise, when the emperor inquires, I cannot say that the esteemed princess of Tianjing merely stayed in the Jiang residence for a few days. You have quite the sharp tongue. Zhao Huani chuckled, standing at the boat's bow, gazing into the distance. Biluo draped a cloak over Jiang Xinyan, who smiled gratefully at her. Thank you, Biluo. It was evident that the young lady had caught a chill while reprimanding the young master yesterday. Biluo chuckled softly. Early yesterday morning, amidst a light drizzle, the young lady had discovered Failwan leading the young master in catching grasshoppers in the adjacent courtyard. Though it was not enough to provoke her anger, given the weather, she had ordered them to transcribe texts as punishment. Jiang Xinyan raised her hand to touch her nose, her eyes brimming with laughter. That little rascal A Xian was getting influenced by Failwan, joining her in the grasshopper hunt without a thought to the weather. What if he caught a cold? Failwan, like a Z, had such a mischievous nature, and even Beitang Jingyu, who resided in the manor, merely watched without offering guidance. A Xian was becoming quite the wild child, mischievous in every way. Whatever happened to her once gentle and lovely brother? It wasn't he that he had turned bad, but the change was rather drastic. However, the sight of the little fellow pouting in indignation was quite endearing. He even worried if he had angered her, showing his affection. What a good child he was. Just as she was lost in thought, the boat rocked violently. Jiang Xinyan quickly looked up at Zhao Huani, relieved to see her senior sister unharmed. She rose to glance at the approaching boat, squinting her eyes. In broad daylight, there was no reason for it to collide directly. Chapter 43. May you remain unruffled and clear of worries. Zhao Huani steadied herself, watching the figure emerge from the cabin, shaking her head with a gentle smile. Jiang Xinyan observed as he walked from the cabin onto their boat. What's this? Sister Xinyan, doesn't he recognize me anymore? The man stood before her, slightly bowing, a smile gracing his features, his eyes sparkling brightly. Jiang Xinyan returned the smile, calling out Brother Lanche. The newcomer was indeed Zhao Huani's twin brother, Zhao Lanche. Zhao Lanche straightened up, still smiling. Zhao Huani stepped forward to ask, "How did you know we were out on the lake?" "I inquired with Brother Jiang and came specifically to find you." Zhao Lanche cast a warm smile at his sister before turning. "Why, isn't Brother Jiang coming out? What's so interesting in the cabin?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan looked towards Zhao Lanche's boat. "Elder brother is also here?" Just then, Jiang Ting emerged from the cabin, making his way to their boat. "Elder brother, why don't you come down? Why hide in the cabin?" Jiang Ting lowered his head and coughed softly. "I thought since Zhao brother was merely coming to greet you, I needn't come aboard. Since we've met, why not join us? Biluo, please bring another pot of tea." "Yes, Mississippi. Then it seems we are destined to meet." Zhao Lanche pulled Jiang Ting down to sit. Brother Lanche was quite easygoing. Jiang Xinyan settled down next to her brother, while Zhao Huani took a seat beside Zhao Lanche. Zhao Lanche picked up a cup of tea, smiling. "Sister Xinyan, children of the rivers and lakes are unrestrained. Feel free to enjoy, for we are all kin." "Elder brother, was your journey smooth?" Zhao Huani inquired with concern. "Indeed." Noticing Zhao Huani's inquiry, Zhao Lanche nodded solemnly. He could not let his sister worry. He would handle everything in due time. Jiang Xinyan caught a fleeting expression in Zhao Lanche's eyes and sipped her tea. As long as it's smooth, Zhao Huani finally felt reassured. She trusted her brother completely, believing he could turn misfortunes into blessings. All she wished was for him to live a life as tranquil and clear as the name their mother had given him. "Sister, after the birthday banquet, when you return to Tianjing, I will have Jiang Yi personally escort you." Jiang Xinyan understood that while they held the military token, it was not a shield but rather a death warrant. While they were within Tianjin, they dared not act, but once outside, the dangers would be great. "Sister Xinyan, you are thoughtful," Zhao Lanche said with a nod of thanks. Although he was not so weak as to require a woman as protection, it was crucial for Huani to have someone by her side. If the Jiang family was willing to assist, it would be even better. Jiang Xinyan merely smiled, refraining from further comment. Jiang Ting said seriously, "I will speak to Jiang Yi about this." While in Tianjin, with the Jiang family present, no one will dare to cause trouble. Zhao Lanche nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it is still necessary for Brother Jiang to keep Huani safe. Zhao Huani lowered her head, concealing her emotions. Her brother was overly worried about her. After all, she was a disciple of a transcendent master. How could she be so fragile? "Brother Lanche, last time we parted, you promised to take Xinyan hunting for foxes upon our reunion. You cannot go back on your word. How about we go tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lanche turned to Jiang Xinyan. "Hunting foxes? I never said that," he said with a smile. "All right, let us go tomorrow." The two exchanged smiles. "When did Xinyan make such an agreement with her brother?" Zhao Huani asked, puzzled. "Sister, this is a secret between me and Brother Lanche. How could I let you know? Why not join us tomorrow?" "Very well, let Brother Jiang come along too," Zhao Huani suggested, glancing at Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Chapter 44. The cunning are not always foxes. The next morning, everyone set off for Danqiang Mountain. However, Jiang Xinyan declared, "I am going to hunt foxes with Brother Lanche, and you must not follow." She mounted her horse, asserting, "Brother Lanche must take me to hunt foxes first before you can join us." Zhao Lanche smiled at her, taking hold of his horse. "Having promised you, how could I go back on my word? Brother Jiang, I will take Xinyan ahead. Huani, I leave you in his care for now." Jiang Ting nodded, though he felt a hint of confusion. If they were hunting foxes, shouldn't they go to listen? Zhao Huani chuckled softly, amused by the girl. "Sister Xinyan, do you have something to say to me in private?" Once they had ridden a distance away, Zhao Lanche spoke, observing the girl on the horse, pondering how such a young lady could be so elusive. Jiang Xinyan tilted her head. What is it? Brother Lanche. Aren't you going to hunt the foxes first? Zhao Lanche smiled. If that's the case, very well. Jiang Xinyan watched as Zhao Lanche rode off into the distance, her brow slightly furrowed. Danqiang Mountain had many things, but foxes were the hardest to find. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone a fox.
Zhao Lanshi.
It seems your skills will be tested. Zhao Lanche rode around but saw no sign of foxes. Instead, he encountered quite a few wild rabbits. He pondered for a moment, realizing he had no other options. When Jiang Xinyan found him, he was reclining leisurely on a rock, holding a branch he had picked up from somewhere, while a small fox was ensnared in a net beside him. Jiang Xinyan pursed her lips as she approached. The little fox was quite beautiful, an impressive catch. A rare red fox from Danqiang Mountain. Zhao Lanche remained unmoved by her praise, but the little fox began to roll around in discontent, clearly displeased. Jiang Xinyan turned to him, curious. How did you manage to catch it? Naturally, with those adorable little rabbits, Zhao Lanche replied, raising an eyebrow at the distant rabbits, while the little fox looked even more grieved. Using rabbits to lure a fox, who would have thought of that? Jiang Xinyan sat down beside him, without reservation. Zhao Lanche then straightened up, asking seriously, well then, Sister Xinyan, do you have something to say to me now? Jiang Xinyan gently picked up the little fox, patting it through the net. The little fox remained obedient, trying its best to break free and burrow into her embrace. Seeing this, Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lanche, don't you think it's time for a change of the prince in Tianjing? Her words were direct and unembellished, leaving Zhao Lanche momentarily stunned. He stared at her, waiting for her to continue. Sister, you have reached the age where discussions of marriage are inevitable. Surely, Brother Lanche would not wish for your lifelong destiny to be dictated by another? Given the current situation in Tianjing, does it not stir feelings of regret within you? As the Prince of Tianjing, I recall our first encounter in childhood, how proud and unrestrained Zhao Lanche was back then. Alas, now you harbor ambitions yet find them thwarted. Jiang Xinyan perceives the desire for retaliation in Zhao Lanche's heart, yet he is aware of his limitations, far removed from the pride of his youth. With the passing of his mother and the decline of his maternal clan, surrounded by sycophants at his father's side, one wonders if there exists anyone in Tianjing willing to support him. She gazes at him, realizing that the sole source of his endurance over the years may well be Zhao Huani. The two have relied on each other, navigating their path with utmost caution. If it were not for her, Sister would not have acted so impulsively, and had it not been for her, Sister's fate would not have been so tragic. It is the absence of his sister that has driven Zhao Lanche to madness. Even if he ultimately becomes the ruler of Tianjing, what does it matter? Though she did not witness the bloody scenes of the palace massacre, mere accounts have sufficed to fill her heart with anguish. Chapter 45. Well. Jiang Xinyan feels an inexplicable bitterness. Her mistakes have led to the demise of those she cherishes. The little red fox in her embrace seems to sense her emotions, gently tugging at her hand with its paw. Jiang Xinyan looks down and strokes its small head. Yes, as you mentioned, the situation in Tianjing is dire. Why should I wade through such murky waters? Moreover, after all these years, do you truly believe I still possess the ambition you speak of? Zhao Lanche lowers his head, idly poking the ground with a twig, a languid smile gracing his lips. If Brother Lanche were devoid of ambition, he would not have come to Tianjin. Had Sister journeyed alone, the path would surely have been far less fraught with obstacles. After all, as a woman, she poses no threat to the crown prince, but rather is of great utility, is she not? Jiang Xinyan furrows her brow slightly at the sight of Zhao Lanche's bowed head. She understands that he does not care who becomes the ruler of Tianjing, as long as that person loves the country and its people. Yet, the current state of affairs in Tianjing is alarming, and the prospects for a suitable ruler are disheartening, especially as they view the siblings as thorns in their side. Though they share the same father, he has neglected his responsibilities as an elder brother, only seeking to extract benefits from them. If only Zhao Lanche were alone, it might not matter. However, Zhao Huani is also a woman, and the prospect of her being used for political marriage or alliances is something Zhao Lanche would rather avoid. From any perspective, he must fight for a better future. Zhao Lanche chuckles softly, still gazing at the ground, but the twig in his hand snaps. Indeed, she is of great utility. Huani is, after all, his sister. Having grown up together, he shows no regard for their sibling bond, only thinking of his own interests. Tianqi. How ironic. Zhao Lanche discards the broken twig and rises to his feet. Jiang Xinyan, observing this, sets down the little red fox and stands as well. The small fox, suddenly abandoned in the warmth of her embrace, appears despondent, clinging to Jiang Xinyan's foot and curling up beside her. Jiang Xinyan is taken aback, looking down in confusion. Oh, is this little fox not leaving? Well, let it be. Brother Lanche, it is time to take action. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lanche turns to face her. Before him stands a girl even younger than his sister, yet her words carry the weight of someone far beyond her years. He raises an eyebrow, assessing her. Jiang Xinyan, indeed, is the disciple of a transcendent master, residing in Tianjin, fully aware of the situation in Tianjin. Jiang Xinyan smiles gently. I shall take your words as compliments for both myself and my master. Are you so certain that I will act? That I will seize that position? Jiang Xinyan smirks. After all, the crown prince is a royal, not a commoner. You bear responsibilities and, indeed, possess ambition. Brother Lanche, it is only by ascending to the highest position that you can protect the people and matters you cherish. Your first action upon arriving in Tianjin was to seek out my elder brother. I presume you conversed at length with him. The Jiang family holds a pivotal position not only in Tianjin but also as the foremost military power among the 5 nations. Zhao Lanche squints at the young woman before him, contemplating her thoughts as if they were laid bare. Indeed, if he seeks assistance within the 5 nations, it can only come from the Jiang family. After this matter is resolved, do you have any requests? Zhao Lanche inquires with a serious expression. Jiang Xinyan tilts her head. So, are you preparing to claim that position? Your words today seem to affirm that I will arrive at such a decision. Do they not? For Huani's sake, it is only right. But you, what about your brother? He has yet to make any commitments to me. What do you say? The crown prince need not worry about this. Jiang Xinyan lowers her head and smiles softly. She is merely a woman, after all, seeking only material comforts. She raises her eyes to him, earnest and resolute. As for my elder brother, rest assured, I can represent the Jiang family. Should Prince Zhao Lanche require the Jiang family, we shall offer our utmost support. Zhao Lanche raises an eyebrow. The Jiang family? Jiang Xinyan nods, inwardly sighing. Truly, he is destined to be an emperor. Speaking to her with such deliberation. The Jiang family is indeed the Jiang family, aside from the military might of Tianjin. Who can fathom the power that lies behind it? As for requests, I trust that Brother Lanche will not disappoint me. The future emperor of Tianjin ought to be a man of his word, should he not? What she desires is simply for Zhao Huani to live a life of peace and happiness, accompanied by the rights of the Jiang family. Zhao Lanche is a clever man. She believes he will understand. Very well, he replies with a smile. Jiang Xinyan nods, then bends to pick up the little red fox at her feet, smiling slightly. This little fox shall serve as a gift from Brother Lanche. Though the situation in Tianjin is dire, it is not without hope. A letter of introduction could serve as the first move for you, Brother Lanche. It remains to be seen how the crown prince will play his hand. Sister Xinyan observes astutely. The chessboard is set, and this first move is indeed straightforward. Zhao Lanche remarks, hands clasped behind his back as he gazes at her. For Huani's sake, it must be done. For the love of my country and its people, it is even more imperative. For Tianjin to flourish after my father's reign, for the court to be clear of treachery, everything is worth it, even if it costs me my life. Chapter 46. The Little Fox That Clings. Brother Lanche, let us go. It is time to find sister and the others. However, this little fox seems intent on clinging to me, Jiang Xinyan remarks, tugging at the little fox's ear. It gazes up at her with an expression of pitiful longing, clinging to her skirt. Does it wish to come home with her? Then let us take it back and care for it. It appears to favor you and refuses to let go, Zhao Lanche observes, reaching out to stroke the little fox with a smile. Jiang Xinyan nods. Very well. I too have grown fond of this little fox. Let us bring it home. What a beautiful red fox, Zhao Huani exclaims upon seeing the creature in Jiang Xinyan's arms. Yes, it is quite well behaved, Jiang Xinyan replies, playfully teasing it. Shiner, I just caught a few fish, and they are already being roasted. Let us all sit down, Zhang Ting calls from the side. All right. It has been ages since I savored the fish roasted by my elder brother, Jiang Xinyan replies, having caught the delicious scent from afar. She sets the little fox down and joins everyone by the fire, while the small fox, looking forlorn, curls up once more by Jiang Xinyan's feet. It seems this little red fox has taken a liking to you. It must truly enjoy your company, Zhao Huani chuckles, observing the fox's affectionate demeanor. Indeed. Jiang Xinyan smiles, gently tapping the fox's head. The little creature gazes up at her, tightening its grip on her foot. Xinyan, why not give this little fox a name? Zhao Lanche suggests, surprised by the fox's unusual attachment to Jiang Xinyan, especially since he had not captured it intentionally. Jiang Xinyan furrows her brows slightly, contemplating the name. This little red fox always curls up into a ball. How about we call you Little Dumpling? Jiang Xinyan reached out and scratched its neck. The little round creature was indeed quite amusing, and surely Z and Fei Wan would be delighted to see it. Little round one? That is indeed an endearing name. Zhao Huan nodded in agreement. The little fox looked up at Jiang Xinyan, then nuzzled her hand, expressing its fondness. As expected, upon returning home, Fei Wan spotted the bright red bundle attached to her young mistress and hurried over, only to realize it was a small fox. Her eyes instantly lit up, and just as she was about to reach out, the little fox bared its teeth at her, as if to warn her off. Jiang Xinyan raised her hand to pet the little fox and coaxed, Little round one, Fei Wan is my friend. You mustn't be fierce with her. If you stay with her, you shall have meat to eat every day. Hearing this, the irritable little fox buried its head again and burrowed into Jiang Xinyan's embrace. Fei Wan couldn't help but laugh. Miss, is it really called Little Round One? How adorable. Yes, it is called Little Round One. It was caught by Brother Lanche today, and it will stay here from now on.
All right.
I must prepare a cozy nest for it so that our little red bundle can live comfortably. With that thought, Fei Wan dashed off to prepare a home for the little fox. Little red bundle? Jiang Xinyan mused, looking down at the fox with a smile. Fei Wan indeed returned with a heap of cotton and other materials to build a nest in Jiang Xinyan's room. Jiang Xinyan merely smiled at the sight, while the little round one slowly squirmed next to Fei Wan, watching her organize its nest, no longer showing any signs of aggression. As soon as Fei Wan saw the little fox, she joyfully picked it up and said, Little red bundle, I have made you a cozy nest. Do give it a try. You need to eat more meat in the future. Look at you, so tiny. Bai Luo, who was arranging the bedding, turned to glance at Fei Wan and the little fox, chuckling softly. The bond between this girl and her fox seemed rather delightful. Chapter 47. The path ahead. As night deepened, Jiang Xinyan's gaze grew solemn. She draped a cloak over her shoulders and instructed, Fei Wan, take good care of Little Round One. Bai Luo, accompany me to the study to find father and eldest brother. Ensure that not even a fly gets in. Jiang Xinyan reminded as she stood outside the study. Rest assured, miss. Bai Luo nodded and stood guard outside. Xinyan, have you accepted the proposal from Prince Xian today? Jiang Ting looked at Jiang Xinyan, well aware that today's hunting excursion was far from ordinary. Jiang Beima, seated quietly, sipped his tea and read his book. Jiang Xinyan cast a glance at her father, and then at her elder brother. Didn't the prince discuss it with you first? Why haven't he responded? Jiang Ting frowned, recognizing the gravity of the matter. As a member of the Tianqian clan, he could not readily agree, but his sister might have already accepted. Brother. Since Brother Lan Che has such intentions, why not lend your support? For the Jiang family, it would not be a disadvantage. If one day he ascends to the throne, he would not turn a blind eye to our family's troubles. But, Xinyan, you must understand that the political landscape in Tianjing is chaotic, and the Crown Prince's faction already controls half of it. If, brother, you mentioned only half, what are the other half? Jiang Xinyan interjected, raising an eyebrow as she lifted her teacup, gently stirring the leaves. Brother, the world is ever-changing, and we should plan ahead for the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Beima looked up from his book at his daughter. Father, it is time for you to speak, Jiang Xinyan said, tilting her head and smiling faintly. Jiang Beima was taken aback, clearing his throat softly. Aren't you two siblings already engaged in discussion? Father, aren't you going to say anything? Both Jiang Xinyan and Jiang Ting urged him. Jiang Beima set down his book and smiled. Xinyan, are you so certain that Zhao Lanche will be your ally in the future rather than your enemy? In this world, there are no alliances without self-interest. As for enemies, do you think he would be one? Even if he ascends to that position, drunk with power, do you think I would have only him as an ally? Father, you seem to have forgotten a saying. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, Jiang Xinyan said earnestly, looking at her father and brother. Father, brother, my senior sister has shown me immeasurable kindness. She is like a sister and mother to me. I cannot bear to see her ensnared within Tianjing, used as a pawn. Only with Zhao Lanche as the ruler of Tianjing can Zhao Huan live a peaceful and prosperous life. The bond between them is as profound as that between me and my brother, A Xian. For someone who values and cares for his sister so dearly, I believe he cannot be a callous person. My decision to support him with the Jiang family is not a fleeting whim. In the long run, it will benefit the Jiang family. Xinyan. Jiang Ting looked at her in astonishment, realizing his sister harbored many unspoken thoughts. Brother, father, Zhao Lanche is a person worth befriending. I believe that even as a ruler, he will not be treacherous. Do you have confidence in this? Jiang Beimo regarded his daughter with newfound seriousness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan smiled confidently, her eyes resolute. Jiang Xinyan, never engage in battles without certainty. Jiang Beima chuckled heartily at this. Xinyan, you are indeed quite confident. Very well, the Jiang family should seek a path for itself. Hearing this from her father, Jiang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he understood everything. The Jiang family had already attracted attention, and after 100 years, it would be difficult for them to survive. Yet, father, unwilling to betray Tianjin, ultimately faced the end of their lineage. Everything he did was for her sake. Her marriage to Beitang Jingyu was the reason he would forsake their escape route. To protect those and that which one cherishes, one must become powerful enough to be unassailable and not overlooked. Jiang Xinyan yearned to witness that day arrive. Chapter 48. Ancient Coins of the Jiang Family. Father, I only wish for our family to be together, at peace. Nothing else matters as long as we are safe. Jiang Beima nodded in response, turning to retrieve a box from the shadows and handing it to her. Xinyan, do whatever you wish. Jiang Xinyan accepted it and exchanged a glance with Jiang Ting before opening it, both siblings furrowing their brows upon seeing what lay within. Inside the box rested an ancient coin, adorned with tassels, its texture foreign yet timeless. Perhaps Jiang Ting did not comprehend its significance, hence the frown. But Jiang Xinyan recognized it as the essence of the Jiang family's power. Aside from the military of Tianjin, the Jiang family's secretive forces and trusted allies were spread across the 5 nations. In her past life, she had utilized this item to aid in a fierce battle, emerging victorious, yet exposing the Jiang family's final lifeline. Jiang Xinyan closed her eyes. Father? Jiang Ting looked at Jiang Beima. This is the entirety of the Jiang family's trusted forces available for your use. It may assist you and Prince Xian, Jiang Beima said gravely. Hearing this, Jiang Ting turned to his sister, only to find her staring intently at the ancient coin, her expression heavy with contemplation. After a long moment, Jiang Xinyan finally lifted her head, gently closing the box. Father, you underestimate your daughter. When would I ever need to resort to this? It is best to keep it away. Such a thing ought to be used only in dire circumstances, unless her life were at stake. She would not use it for anyone, nor would she expose the Jiang family's last line of defense. Jiang Beima furrowed his brow, regarding her silently. With Prince Xian's wisdom, Xinyan must have planned to secure the Jiang family's support to achieve cooperation. However, the Jiang family of Tianjin had only the military of Tianjin at their disposal. Father, I have promised Brother Lanche that I will support him with the full strength of the Jiang family. But that does not mean I will expose our last line of defense. My support is limited to helping him secure the position of the Tianjin crown prince. If he lacks the capability to protect it, it would be in vain. Furthermore, father, you have friends in Tianjin, do not? The overt support should suffice. Sometimes, strategy proves more lethal than brute force. Moreover, it is likely that within a few days His Highness Prince Xian will have a loyal general to bolster his forces. What he seeks from the Jiang family is merely our significant standing in the 5 nations. With the Jiang family as a formidable backing, should misfortune befall us, the lives of both he and his elder sister would still be safeguarded, even if we truly find ourselves in a clash. His Highness the Prince of Tianjin could request troops from Tianjin to quell the treacherous rebels and restore the proper order. With this alone, both my father and the Emperor could decree the mobilization of forces. At that juncture, it would become a transaction between Tianjin and Tianjin. Yet, I sincerely hope such a day will not arrive. Xinyi, Zhang Bei seemed poised to speak again. Father need not worry. This matter should be returned. She turned to her elder brother. I must trouble you to lend your support to your younger sister in the future.
Jiang Xinyan glanced at Jiang Ting,
who smiled and shook his head. Seeing that his sister was already considering the Jiang family's welfare, he, as the elder brother, could not lag behind. Xinyi, I have long wished to inquire whom you favor among the princes of Tianjin. On their way back, Jiang Ting finally posed the question. Given that the fifth prince had already returned, the position of crown prince would soon be determined. Jiang Xinyan paused. Pleasantly surprised that her elder brother showed curiosity about court affairs, she had assumed he was solely interested in military texts. She looked up at him and smiled. Brother, the emperor is in good health. There is no rush. Tianjin does not require a crown prince. After speaking, she resumed walking, her smile fading as she gazed into the night. What Tianjin truly needed was not merely a crown prince, but the next emperor, Beitang Jingyu. Zhao Lanche, cunning girl. You could have directly assisted me. Jiang Xinyan. Do you not believe, Brother Lanche, that a steady and grounded approach would win more hearts? Zhao Lanche. Jiang Xinyan. With the reputation of the Jiang family and our apparent support, dealing with that inept crown prince is more than sufficient. Surely, Brother Lanche can handle a few mere followers of the crown prince? Zhao Lanche. Chapter 49. Confrontation. You are quite the intriguing little red fox. Beitang Jingyu remarked, his gaze fixed on the small fox nestled in Jiang Xinyan's arms for a long while. Indeed, Brother Yunzhong, this little bundle is absolutely adorable. Jiang Xinyan, who had been quietly eating, chimed in. Jiang Xinyan stroked the small fox in her embrace. What brings you here today? I had merely intended to take a Xian out for a meal, not expecting to find you here as well. Am I not allowed? Beitang Jingyu replied, looking up at her. Not at all. It's just that I have not seen you frequent the Gulu, she responded. Beitang Jingyu remained silent, continuing to observe the little fox in her arms. Noticing this, Jiang Xinyan offered the small creature to him. Do you like it? Would you like to hold it? The little fox clung tightly to Jiang Xinyan instead. Beitang Jingyu cast a sidelong glance at the small creature he had not yet taken, taking a sip of tea. When did you acquire it? Jiang Xinyan reclaimed the little fox into her arms, stroking its fur. Just yesterday, Brother Lanche caught it. And it seems to have taken a liking to me, so I decided to keep it. Brother Lanche? Beitang Jingju's brow furrowed instinctively. Yes, you likely haven't met him yet. You will at the emperor's birthday banquet, she replied. Oh. Beitang Jingyu regarded the small fox in her arms with a bemused smile. Jiang Xinyan eyed him suspiciously. What is it? Nothing. It seems you are quite familiar with this prince. Indeed, I have known him since childhood, she said, tilting her chin slightly. Today. Beitang Jingyu seemed particularly peculiar. Sister, I have finished eating, Jiang Xinyan said, looking up at his sister. Shall we return home? Yes, Jiang Xinyan replied. Having eaten, they should head back and properly follow Xiaobai. Your master is highly skilled, a Xian. You must ensure he imparts all his knowledge to you. But, sister, wouldn't that mean master would starve himself? The little one looked at his sister with suspicion. Jiang Xinyan chuckled and touched her nose. Not at all. I will be here, so your master will not go hungry. Beitang Jingyu observed the two siblings with a smile in his eyes. Once you are finished eating, let us depart together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan turned to him, momentarily forgetting that he had settled in the neighboring residence. Jiang Xinyan looked around at the people in the courtyard with suspicion and glanced at the person beside her. Why are there so many people here today? Master. A Xian greeted the newcomer obediently. As usual, proceed. A Xian bowed properly before heading to the back courtyard. A Yen, you have arrived. Bai Yi smiled at Jiang Xinyan. Yes, I brought your disciple. By the way, who are these? She squinted slightly at the people behind Bai Yi. Brother Lanche and sister. Are they here? She glanced at Bai Luo, narrowing her eyes. Bai Luo understood and shook her head slightly. With her here, she will certainly help Miss resolve matters. I spoke with the prince and princess before coming. Miss Bai Luo said they are your friends and wish to stay here, Bai Yi explained. Stay here? Jiang Xinyan looked at Bai Luo, who approached and whispered, the prince said it is inconvenient to stay at the inn. And upon hearing that the residence of the Prince of Chun has been lent to you, he allowed the prince to stay here. What do you think? Jiang Xinyan closed her eyes momentarily, thinking of her elder brother. The prince is staying at our home, not at an inn. Why send him here? She glanced back at the people behind her, her eyes indicating her helplessness. These two are indeed the princess of Huan Yi and His Highness the Prince of Xian. After all, they are guests. Since you have lent me your residence, let him stay a few days. Jiang Xinyan leaned closer to Beitang Jingyu and whispered. What do you think? Beitang Jingyu gazed down at the young woman before him. What do you propose? Jiang Xinyan tugged at his sleeve. Please. Very well. Beitang Jingyu replied, looking toward the distant figures. Zhao Lanche felt as though someone was watching him and turned to meet a pair of profound eyes. Seeing her brother's silence, Zhao Huani looked up and noticed Jiang Xinyan dressed in male attire in the distance. She smiled and walked toward her. You have returned? Brother has moved to the estate next door. Yes, I am aware. Since it is my brother's arrangement, it is only fitting for the prince to stay, Jiang Xinyan replied. It must be an inconvenience for the Prince of Chen. The prince has traveled far. It is no trouble at all, Beitang Jingyu said quietly, observing Zhao Lanche. Jiang Xinyan looked between the two, surprised to see them today, whom she thought she would only meet at the feast. Chapter 50. A gathering. Once Zhao Lanche was settled, the night had already deepened. Jiang Xinyan touched her nose and instructed her servants to prepare a table in the courtyard. Huan Yi, do try this. I specifically found a chef for you. His culinary skills are unparalleled, and you will not find a second like him among the 5 kingdoms. As for this wine, I have buried it underground for quite some time. My elder brother has yet to taste it. Jiang Xinyan poured a glass of wine for Zhao Huani. Very well. I fear that once I savor this exquisite wine, I will be reluctant to leave when the birthday banquet concludes, Zhao Huani said, gently lifting her glass. Jiang Xinyan's eyes flickered, and she smiled. Whenever you wish to drink, feel free to come by. I shall ensure the finest wines are prepared. And as for the prince, you are always welcome. Then I must thank Brother Yan for the fine wine. Zhao Lanche emphasized the term Brother Yan as he handed the glass to Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan smiled, pouring a glass for Zhao Lanche and also one for Bai Yi. The little one watched eagerly, eyes fixed on his sister. Jiang Xinyan chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle A Xian's hair. He is still young. One day, your brother will brew a fine wine just for you, and on your coming-of-age day, we shall present it to you, all right? The little one nodded eagerly, delighted at the prospect of his sister brewing wine for him. Something even his elder brother had not done. Meanwhile, Beitang Jingyu frowned slightly. You have poured for everyone, why not me? He sulked, offering his glass to Jiang Xinyan. Startled, Jiang Xinyan took the glass. I must also thank the prince for lending me this residence. I am truly grateful. She then filled his glass to the brim. Beitang Jingyu accepted the cup, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Lanche smiled knowingly. It seemed that the Prince of Chen had a fondness for this girl, Xinyan. With her endearing awkwardness and pride. Your Highness, thank you. Zhao Lanche raised his wine cup in a gesture towards Beitang Jingyu. Beitang Jingyu lifted his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. No need for thanks. Feel free to enjoy your time at Ian's residence. Nearby, Jiang Xinyan, engaged in a delightful conversation with Bai Yi, feigned ignorance to Beitang Jingyu's words. What was that you just said, Bai?
Do go on.
Ian, it's what you were just discussing, Bai Yi replied.
Oh.
Is that so? Let us drink. I must thank you for agreeing to teach my brother. Finding him a master had me quite distressed, but fortunately, I found you. Bai Yi tightened his grip on his cup, lowering his head, reflecting. If not for you, my mother might not survive this winter. As for everything else, it matters little. Am I not fortunate to have met you? He then turned to Jiang Xinyan, saying, this child, a Xian, without my guidance, is destined for great heights, with remarkable talent. Thank you for the compliment, master. Jiang Xinyan beamed at the mention of himself. What are you thinking? Came a deep voice, startling Jiang Xinyan. She glanced at her friend laughing in the pavilion before lowering her gaze to her wine bottle. Your Highness, thank you. For what? Beitang Jingyu stood beside her. For everything, she replied, raising her bottle in a toast before taking a sip. It was rare to gather with such friends, and she believed that in the days to come, there would always be laughter and camaraderie among them. Beitang Jingyu noticed the smile curling her lips, chuckling softly at the girl's demeanor. Chapter 51. The hidden weapon of copper coins. In a few days, the emperor's birthday banquet would commence. Jiang Xinyan rubbed her temples. Failwan, noticing her distress, approached with a furrowed brow. Miss, do you have a headache from drinking too much? Biluo has gone to fetch the hangover remedy. You mustn't overindulge in your own brew, even if it is delightful. Without Biluo's remedy, you would surely suffer in the morning. Jiang Xinyan waved dismissively. No, I was merely pondering something. Miss, after you drink the remedy, please rest. Thankfully, you didn't overdo it today. Like last time, even Biluo's remedy would be of no use. Failwan laughed as she took the remedy from Biluo and handed it to Jiang Xinyan. You just enjoy teasing me. Jiang Xinyan wiped her mouth. Her tolerance for alcohol was adequate, The last incident had been an unfortunate accident. Indeed, Miss has the finest tolerance, Failwan chuckled, tidying up before leaving with the bowl. Jiang Xinyan, seated at the table, spoke softly to Biluo, who was preparing her bed. Biluo, I need to go out tonight. Biluo halted her work and turned to her. Miss, you've been drinking. It's not wise to go out. Jiang Xinyan understood the implication and shook her head slightly. It's fine, Biluo. Please fetch my night attire. Seeing her determination, Biluo ceased her objections, asking Miss, do you need me to accompany you? Stay here. I can manage alone. Understood. Dressed in black and blending into the night, she swiftly scaled the wall and silently entered a room. The masked figure smirked self-deprecatingly, even with eyes closed. They could find their way. After confirming the visitor, they replaced the silk cloth in the box with the one they had prepared. Neither Beitang Jingyu nor Shangguansen were accustomed to examining well-prepared items, perhaps due to their confidence that no one would dare steal from them. Or perhaps they believed that cherished items should not be frequently handled to avoid attracting attention. They would only check them when necessary, thus acting beforehand was best. Jiang Xinyan weighed the spoils in her hand and smiled. Just as she was about to leap over the wall, a figure clad in black stealthily entered. She followed, wondering who else might be out at this hour. A thief in the royal prince's residence? One could not deny the agility of this person. Jiang Xinyan crouched low, observing as they pried open a roof tile. That room appeared to be Beitang Jingyu's study. Perhaps this individual sought information? Though masked, she could sense the intent emanating from them and anticipated that the ensuing conversation would be intriguing. She had thought they were like her, but the scapegoat was likely prepared. With a mischievous grin, she retrieved a copper coin, reflecting on the poor habit of throwing money around. Perhaps she should ask her elder brother for some concealed weapons next time. Shaking her head, she swiftly hurled the coin. The figure below twitched their ear, glancing up, squinting, and was about to evade when a voice from within called out, "Who goes there?" The figure leaped, catching the hidden weapon that Jiang Xinyan had thrown. Sensing the commotion inside, she raised an eyebrow at the figure, decisively fleeing the scene. The individual caught a glimpse of her dark silhouette, their eyes narrowing. Without time for contemplation, they confronted Xiao Yi, who charged at them with a drawn sword. After a brief exchange, the figure retreated without further engagement.
Xiao Yi,
With a serious expression, reported, "My lord, it was my oversight." Beitang Jingyu sipped his tea, pondering, "What do you make of this?" Shangguansen toyed with his folding fan, remarking, "Among those we just conversed with, this person was likely one of them. It matters not. We hold the leverage and they cannot escape." I sense something amiss. That person seemed startled. Could there be a second individual? Beitang Jingyu mused, stroking his teacup. If there is indeed a second person, how could they evade our guards as if they were invisible? Xiao Yi, from today forth, increased the number of watchmen in the residence. Yes. Xiao Yi bowed and exited. What troubles you? Shangguansen asked, noticing his friend's furrowed brow. Nothing of consequence. Perhaps I am simply being paranoid. With the Emperor's birthday approaching, I feel as if something is about to transpire. Beitang Jingyu rubbed his temples. Jiang Xinyan observed the figure before her, noting their impressive agility. Despite her distance, they pursued her closely. Kindly step aside, she addressed them coldly. The figure chuckled softly. Are you jesting? After using me, you expect me to let you pass? Is that so? Jiang Xinyan replied nonchalantly. The figure narrowed their eyes, gripping their sword tightly. Jiang Xinyan noticed the movement and, with a slight motion of her left hand, grazed the small scar on her arm. This person appeared quite skilled. It was unwise to linger. With a smile, she approached, prompting them to draw their sword. However, a sudden cloud of white smoke obscured their vision. They raised their hand to shield themselves, but when the smoke cleared, the figure had vanished. Frustrated, they gazed down at the copper coin they had received from the fifth prince's residence. This coin resembled the one used in the previous encounter with Xiao Yi. Could it possibly be that girl? Their eyes darkened, regretting not taking a better look at Jiang Xinyan's features that day. Nevertheless, they would cross paths again. Clenching the coin tightly, they departed silently. In the Meng residence, Meng Ziki sat at the table, contemplating the copper coin before him. He had intended to investigate the fifth prince's residence, as his father had been increasingly involved with Xiao Yi, the fifth prince's aide. What he overheard was unexpected. Beitang Jingyu's ambitions surpassed what he had anticipated. He was unaware that his father's leverage over the ministers was firmly in Beitang Jingyu's grasp. Father. Do you truly believe that your pursuits and loyalties are just? The fifth prince may not be the future crown prince. And you may not be able to replace the Jiang family. The Jiang family, he couldn't help but recall the figure he had seen that day in the ancient tower, dressed in a light blue gown. It must be Jiang Xinyan. He closed his eyes. The Jiang family must not be disturbed. The entire clan is known for its loyalty and valor. The supremacy of Tianshan among the 5 nations relies heavily on the Jiang family. Should the Jiang family be eliminated, the status of Tianshan would be precarious. And in times of turmoil, the common folk would be plunged into suffering. Father, how could you be so foolish? Meng Ziki clenched his fist tightly, striking the table with a heavy thud. Though he disapproved of Meng Ji's actions and the Meng family's dealings, they were still his kin. If not for his mother's dying wish for him to remain in the Meng family and the numerous suspicions surrounding her death, he would not be in such turmoil. The person he encountered today, who had once severed Xiao Yi's hat and who had stealthily infiltrated the fifth prince's residence, was presumably an adversary of the fifth prince. Could it be related to Yan? Did they have ties with the Yan family? Was the Jiang family aware of this? Meng Ziki pondered deeply over the copper coin. Chapter 52. The concept of loyalty to the monarch is no more. Jiang Xinyan examined the silk cloth she had acquired from Beitang Jingyu. As expected, it bore the character for longevity inscribed by the populace. How adept they are at employing such moving tactics. She smirked, tossing the silk into the fire pit. In her previous life, this longevity scroll had earned the fifth prince a commendable reputation, filial son, indeed. Yet, the man in black intrigued her. His martial prowess was commendable and he likely held a poor opinion of Beitang Jingyu, otherwise, he wouldn't have visited in the dead of night. As for who he was, she mentally reviewed the figures in the court and realized that there were very few with such formidable skills. Miss, you might set the house ablaze if you continue like this, Biluo observed the flames in the pit. Not to worry, it will burn out soon, she replied, watching the silk turn to ash. All right, I can rest now. Biluo, please clean up. The following morning, an unexpected guest arrived at Jiyuan. Your foot has yet to heal. How have you come here? Jiang Xinyan inquired. Elder sister, I have been idle these past few days and have embroidered a sachet, wishing to present it to you personally. Jiang Xinyan said, extending the sachet toward her. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, accepting it and scrutinizing the craftsmanship. After a moment of silence, just when Jiang Xinyan thought she would remain silent, Jiang Xinyan spoke. Your needlework is exquisite, sister. Jiang Xinyan smiled slightly. I'm glad you like it. I've made one for father as well, which I will send shortly, along with those for elder brother and Xian. Jiang Xinyan smiled but remained silent. The fragrance within the sachet was indeed familiar. It had clearly required considerable effort. If one were to say that no one assisted her, she would never believe it. Despite her injury, she still thought of her family. How considerate of her sister. Jiang Xinyan patted her hand and glanced at her foot, regretfully stating, what a pity. In a few days, during the birthday banquet, you will miss the chance to showcase your dance. Such a great loss. Jiang Xinyan seemed to be touched by the words, retracting her foot slightly. It's nothing. There will be other opportunities. Opportunities, indeed. Jiang Xinyan thought. Their mother had also spoken of the future. But who could truly predict when such opportunities would arise? Jiang Xinyan chose to leave the topic there, lifting her teacup and gently stirring the tea leaves with the lid. She secretly hoped Jiang Xinyan would attend. It would be splendid if she did. If not, a fleeting shadow crossed her eyes. After Jiang Xinyan left, Jiang Xinyan looked at the sachet on the table, recognizing that this person had perfectly grasped her preferences. Father and the others would never carry such sachets. It was best to find a chance to destroy them. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her thumb brushing against a fine scar, and said, Biluo, take this opportunity to deal with them as well. Biluo understood. There was no use in keeping stolen items from the master's household. It was best to handle both the people and the things. Master, Xian has completed his homework. May I go find elder brother? Jiang Xian looked up at Bai Yi. Bai Yi flipped through the homework written by the little one, noting how rarely he encountered a child of this age with such beautiful handwriting. Xian, if one day both the family and the nation face calamity, which would you choose? He unexpectedly asked. The little one looked at Bai Yi, smiling confidently. Elder brother once said, the country is more important than the family. The nation comes first, then the family. However, the child pondered for a moment, then looked up solemnly. If the family is gone, I might not be here either. The concept of a nation is too vast for me. When the nation is in peril, countless people will rise to defend it. But, Master, I am still small. Could I not choose the family first? The little one appeared somewhat bewildered. To him, family was of utmost importance. Later, when Jiang Xinyan recalled this question, he stood atop the city gate, with the enemy looming near, thousands of commoners behind him. To him, the people were paramount. Without the people, there would be no nation. The children of the Jiang family should sacrifice their lives for their homeland and for the welfare of the people, just as his elder sister would.
Bay similet knojin.
On his way home, the little one imagined countless scenarios of a family-less future, tightly clenching his fists. He would not allow his family to disappear, he vowed. But if that day truly came, what should he do? He must become strong, even stronger. Xian, what are you thinking? Jiang Ting emerged from the study and saw his younger brother lost in thought at the door. The little one looked up. Elder brother, can I go with you on your next expedition? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jiang Ting ruffled his hair. When you grow a bit older and become a man, I will take you along, all right? Jiang Ting watched Jiang Xinyan run off, shaking his head and smiling. An expedition? Peace is best for the country. But there will always be a few small nations with excessive ambition. The envoys attending the emperor's birthday banquet likely have ulterior motives. Tianjin is preoccupied enough with its own affairs, not to mention Tianqi, which may face war sooner or later. War is detrimental to the people. He furrowed his brow. A nation that attracts envy is not a good thing either. He hoped everything would go smoothly when the time comes. The Jiang family must protect this peaceful era. When Jiang Xinyan came to find Jiang Xinyan, she was leaning by the window engrossed in a book. Hearing Xian's voice, she smiled and set the book down. Asking with concern, how did your homework go today? Sister, I finished all my homework today, but sister, Master asked me a question. Seeing the little one's troubled expression, Jiang Xinyan grew curious. Oh, what was the question? Master asked me, what should we do when both family and nation are in peril? Jiang Xinyan lowered his head, counting off many people he wished for. Sister, I want family, I want you, father, elder brother, and sister Yanxi. Jiang Xinyan's heart trembled. What should we do? Bai Yi posed an excellent question. Had she not experienced the annihilation of her family, had she not witnessed her loved ones perish one by one before her eyes, perhaps she would have steadfastly chosen her country. After all, the teachings she received since childhood emphasized loyalty to the monarch and love for the nation. In this lifetime, she should choose family over country. But she closed her eyes, understanding that today, she still cherished her homeland, still hoped for the prosperity of Tianjin, and the well-being of its people. This desire bore no contradiction to her personal vendettas. In this life, she wished to see the Jiang family's unassailable position and the flourishing of Tianjin. And all of this was merely patriotism. As for loyalty to the monarch? Across the land, if one were to discuss rulers, there truly was not a single person worthy of her loyalty. She was only loyal to the Jiang family and to the countless citizens of the world. From this day forth, the Jiang family's teachings would no longer include the notion of loyalty to the monarch. Jiang Xinyan gazed earnestly at her younger brother and said solemnly, Xian, remember, the land beneath your feet is where the people of Tianjin live in peace, where our ancestors, honored in the Jiang family shrine, exchanged their blood for this soil. You are still young now. As you grow older, you will come to understand. But I hope that, regardless of the time, you remain true to your heart. What your heart desires is what you must protect with your life. My only wish is for my Xian to have a life of ease, peace, and happiness. Regardless of the trials faced by family and country, for your elder sister, brother, and father will always shield you from the front lines. She did not wish to see Xian stained with blood on the battlefield, nor did she want to witness him return to the Jiang family, covered in wounds. In this lifetime, all she desired was for her brother to shine brightly, free and unfettered. The fleeting images in her mind pierced her heart. Jiang Xinyan gazed at his sister's slightly reddened eyes. Being wise beyond his years, he could not help but understand her words. Yet he longed to protect her and their family. Sister, I will ensure a safe and smooth journey, and you shall too. The little one fixed his gaze on Jiang Xinyan. That night, Jiang Xinyan sat at his desk, motionless for a long time. Though young, he was no mere child. He understood the implications of great merit inciting jealousy, and while the Jiang family maintained a low profile, they were certainly not to be trifled with. His sister must have had some plans in mind to speak to him so earnestly. He He smiled, determined to fulfill her wishes for a life of peace and happiness. After Jiang Xinyan departed, Jiang Xinyan made her way to the family ancestral hall. Kneeling respectfully, she bowed her head to the array of ancestral tablets, her gaze drifting to the family motto hanging on the wall, which mocked her like a thorn in her throat. Loyalty to the emperor and love for the country. How ironic. Turning her gaze back to the tablets, her eyes reddened. To our ancestors, the Jiang family's century-long legacy lies in ruins because of me. I am ashamed before my forebears and my grandfather's teachings. In this life, I will not let the Jiang family down. Chapter 53. The banquet these past few days. The capital was unusually bustling. Has my sister not come to take a look? She observed the chessboard. Jiang Xinyan, holding a black piece. Engaged in a game with Shi. Sheer, one must concentrate while playing, otherwise, defeat will come swiftly. Losing this game was trivial. Shi, watching Jiang Xinyan place a piece, smiled knowingly and remarked, "You have won again, sister." With the grand banquet approaching, envoys from various nations arrived in succession, flooding the capital. As the territory belonged to Jiang Xinyan, she was well prepared. Raising her cup, she took a sip and said, "Sheer, one should not hesitate when placing a piece. Anticipate the outcome, and you shall win next time." "Indeed, sister. Today, while I sought you out, I happened upon the Tianqi envoy, and their representative is quite intriguing." Jiang Xinyan's interest was piqued. "Oh? In what way?" Logically, the Tianqi envoy came to celebrate, not to present a surrender document. Yet, the leader seemed overly obsequious, bowing and scraping to the officials, a disgrace to the dignity of a nation. In my view, that person does not resemble a legitimate envoy from Tianqi. 3 years ago, I had the honor of meeting He Qinchuan from Tianqi, an envoy truly worthy of admiration, neither servile nor arrogant, possessing both courage and wisdom. I cannot fathom why Tianqi would send someone of such questionable character this time. Among the envoys attending the banquet, none matched the stature of Tianqi's great man, instead appearing sycophantic and opportunistic. Jiang Xinyan had an inkling of the reason. She had heard of He Qinchuan. Had he been born in Tianjin, he could have become a figure renowned across the 5 nations. Yet, he was from Tianqi, a land that cherished arrogance and flattery, harboring ambitions of conquest over the 5 nations, unwilling to remain confined to a corner. Surely, he felt stifled in Tianqi. In 5 years, she might need to ensure Tianqi harbored no further intentions of aggression, thus sparing Jiang Xinyan from a blood-soaked battle. "Sheer, what do you think of the current relations among the 5 nations?" Hearing her sister's inquiry, she furrowed her brows slightly, surveying the surroundings of the pavilion. Though it appears the 5 nations are mutually restraining one another, with Tianjin at the helm, the situation is far more precarious than it seems. Tianjin will inevitably face internal strife. The struggle for the throne is unavoidable. Though Tianjin seems stable, the crown prince is unworthy of his position, which will lead to trouble sooner or later. As for the other 3 nations, peace along the borders cannot last much longer. Indeed, peace will not endure for long. She regarded Jiang Xinyan. "If war breaks out, will you go, sister?" Noticing the heaviness in Shi's expression, Jiang Xinyan chuckled lightly, perhaps having frightened her. "Do not dwell on such thoughts, Sheer. For now, let us enjoy our peace." Shi nodded, but a moment later, she heard Jiang Xinyan solemnly add, "If that day truly arrives, I entrust both Jiang families to you." She looked at Jiang Xinyan, whose eyes held unwavering determination. Shi understood that if war were to erupt, Jiang Xinyan would not shy away. The Jiang family would be at the forefront. "Sister Shi, Sister Xinyan." The voice of Yanzi echoed from afar. Biluo led her into the pavilion. "Sister Shi, Sister Xinyan, are you playing chess again?" "By the looks of it, Sister Shi is lost once more." Yanzi observed the chessboard. Shi stood up. "Indeed, my sister's skill is unparalleled. Where have you been, little Z?" With a playful grin, Yanzi replied, "Uncle's house is genuinely vast. I got a bit lost on my own." Shi poked her sister's cheek. "Aren't you supposed to have a maid for such occasions? How could you get lost?" Yanzi giggled, tugging at Shi's sleeve. "Sister, you know me well. I have always been a wild spirit. I simply felt like wandering off on a whim." Jiang Xinyan looked down and smiled gently. Yanzi's nature was indeed unchangeable. That evening, Jiang Xinyan finally awaited the person she had been anticipating. "Sister, have some tea." Jiang Xinyan respectfully offered a cup. Jiang Xinyan accepted it. placing it on the table without taking a sip. Biluo furrowed her brow the moment she entered. Jiang Xinyan bit her lip, recalling her purpose for coming, and smiled. Sister, your foot is not fully healed yet. How can you come here alone? She glanced down at Jiang Xinyan's foot. A flash of resentment flickered in Jiang Xinyan's eyes as she softly replied, It is no longer an issue. Sister, may I accompany you to the banquet tomorrow? Did you not say I could perform before the court? Perform? My dear sister, I merely said it was a possibility. After all, this is a significant matter before the court. My words alone do not suffice. Moreover, is your foot truly healed? It is healed. It is healed. Sister, please take me along. I have never attended such a grand banquet, and I wish to broaden my horizons. Jiang Xinyan observed the woman before her, who had shifted to a pitiful demeanor, suppressing her scorn. Perhaps I have not considered this adequately. Such events should indeed include my sister. Though to outsiders, you may be a cousin, we are still family. If your foot is truly healed, then you may join me tomorrow. Recently, Jiang Xinyan had been recuperating at home. Hearing the word cousin, she nearly revealed her displeasure. Just remember to wait for me tomorrow. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave. Jiang Xinyan nodded, watching her exit. Once she left, Feilwan hurriedly closed the door. Miss, will you truly take her tomorrow? Jiang Xinyan took a sip of the freshly brewed tea from Biluo. Of course. Does she not wish to broaden her horizons? It would be unkind to thwart her desire. She glanced at Biluo. Why do you still have that frown? Miss. When Jiang Xinyan came in, she smelled particularly sweet. It was rather overwhelming for the evening. Understanding dawned on Jiang Xinyan. Ah, so she is eager. Very well. If she wishes to embarrass herself, I shall oblige her. After all, it was a significant affair for Tianqin. A solution that preserves dignity must be found, lest her actions tarnish the General's house. Bilo, have Yunhe keep an eye on them tonight. Miss, is that not an overreaction? Feilwan questioned, perplexed. It is not. I fear her mother may not want Jiang Xinyan to attend tomorrow, especially since her foot isn't fully healed. If she goes, her dance skills may be ruined, and Jiang Xinyan would become a burden. However, with that jade pendant, Jiang Xinyan would not allow her to become useless. She would still find a way to utilize her to disrupt Beitang Jingyu. Yunhe lay languidly on the rooftop, gazing at the stars. The task assigned to her by the princess for the first time, watching over this woman, seemed rather excessive. If Yunling found out, he would likely laugh for quite some time. Just then, a heavy thud echoed from inside the room. Miss, that lady has been sitting in our courtyard since early morning. Seemingly anxious that you wouldn't take her along, Feilwan remarked, handing a handkerchief to Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan smiled, taking the handkerchief to dab her lips. Indeed. She arrived unusually early. Of course, Mississippi. She wouldn't have stayed up all night, would she? Otherwise, why would she come so early? Feilwan leaned toward the window to observe the person seated in the courtyard. All right, Feilwan, quickly fetch the clothes for the Mississippi. It's getting late. We should prepare to leave soon. Under Biluo's urging, Feilwan hurried off to retrieve the garments. Miss, Yunhe mentioned that there was a dispute between that person from Shili Courtyard and Ansing last night. Biluo whispered discreetly into Jiang Xinyan's ear. This was indeed expected. Ansem would likely be reluctant for Jiang Xinyan to go to the palace today. During the quarrel, Yunhe had overheard Jiang Xinyan mention a name, although she did not specify it. The implication was clear. Jiang Xinyan had someone backing her. But they all disapproved of her performing at the birthday banquet. Only Jiang Xinyan was resolute in her intent to go, resulting in her drugging Ansem, who had yet to regain consciousness. Drug her? How intriguing. Biluo, go take a look, but be cautious. There may be outsiders in Shili Courtyard. After you check, call Yunhe back. Today, father and elder brother are responsible for the palace's security. Have Yunhe accompany a Xian next door. Understood. Biluo nodded and departed. Feilwan, arrange a separate carriage for my cousin, Jiang Xinyan instructed. When Jiang Xinyan boarded her carriage, she learned for the first time that she would be traveling in a separate vehicle. Her expression darkened as she glared at Jiang Xinyan's carriage. That wretched girl. Is she going to help me onto the carriage? She pinched Shui Er, fully aware that her foot was still healing, yet showing no consideration. Shui Er winced in pain but stepped forward to assist Jiang Xinyan. Seated in the carriage, Jiang Xinyan glanced at the shabby decorations within. Jiang Xinyan. This is clearly a public humiliation. demonstrating the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, she thought, suppressing her indignation as she prepared to redeem herself today. Just before their departure, Bai Luo entered Jiang Xinyan's carriage. Miss, the sedative was from Tianlin. Jiang Xinyan paused, looking up at Bai Luo. Tianlin again? It seems these two have quite the connection with him. Bai Luo, upon your return, send someone to investigate thoroughly at the estate. I suspect the people there may not be from the Jiang family. A number of officials had begun to arrive at the palace gates. The wind has been strong these past few days. The princess should dress warmly. Thank you, Prince Xian, but the wind has not yet reached me. Jiang Xinyan replied with a gentle smile as she greeted the man before her. Zhao Lanche chuckled. When did you become so formal? It is only proper to pay respects to Prince Xian. Just then, Jiang Xinyan, who had dismounted from her carriage, approached, softly inquiring, Sister, may I ask who this is? Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow and responded, His Highness, the Prince of Tianjing. The commoner pays her respects to His Highness. Jiang Xinyan curtsied gracefully. Zhao Lanche squinted. And this is your cousin from the estate, is she? Here to see the princess off? A smile froze on Jiang Xinyan's face. Jiang Xinyan watched Zhao Lanche with keen interest, recognizing that such an occasion was not one a mere illegitimate daughter could attend.
Prince Xian, you jest.
My cousin has not seen much of the world. She implored me for quite some time to bring her along. Jiang Xinyan wore a forced smile. Her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. Zhao Lanche remained silent, glancing towards the ceremonial official, while Jiang Xinyan also directed her gaze that way. Everything was in place, save for the favor of the wind. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Lanche, both understanding without words. In the grand hall, Jiang Xinyan stole a glance at Beitang Jingyu seated across from her, noting his displeasure, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Beitang Jingyu recalled the silk cloth from the gift box he had received yesterday, which had caught him off guard, completely derailing Otsun's plans. At least there were alternatives. Otherwise, he remembered the assassin from that night, realizing it must have been their initial ploy to switch the birthday gift. After stealing the longevity scroll, they had sneaked onto the roof, employing a diversion to make him and Otsun believe they were merely gathering information, never suspecting the gift itself. What a clever scheme. His face darkened as he instinctively pressed the sachet at his waist. Jiang Xinyan noticed his movement and speculated that the sachet was never far from him. The thought of her jade pendant possibly being in that sachet made her wish to knock him unconscious and retrieve it immediately. Beitang Jingyu suppressed his emotions and glanced at Jiang Xinyan, who was savoring her tea. She held the cup delicately in her left hand while her right hand stirred the brew with the lid, a sight truly pleasing to the eye. Then he turned his gaze to Jiang Xinyan, who sat to Jiang Xinyan's left. In stark contrast to Jiang Xinyan's radiant elegance, Jiang Xinyan appeared fragile and pitiful, evoking sympathy. Was it really her? Was such a delicate woman the one who saved him? Jiang Xinyan was aware that Beitang Jingyu was appraising her and Jiang Xinyan. Had she returned to her previous life even earlier, she might have struck him down the moment she saved him. What a thought. Jiang Xinyan lowered her head slightly, sensing someone watching her. Indeed, her beauty drew attention, and it was only natural. Today was a splendid opportunity for her to make a name for herself. After performing in front of the court, her status would surely rise, rendering the mere general's estate inconsequential. Sister, may I truly perform later? Jiang Xinyan asked softly. Jiang Xinyan did not look at her, leisurely setting down her teacup. You should be able to, but sister, have you thought this through? If your foot is fully healed, then dancing today would be no issue. However, if it is not recovered properly, not only could you injure yourself, but it would also reflect poorly on you before the foreign envoys, which would be quite. Jiang Xinyan understood her implication. It would be embarrassing. Yet, she glanced at her foot, having used the finest ointment in preparation for today. Everyone had advised her to wait, but she was unwilling to heed their warnings. Jiang Xinyan must fear that she would outshine her. She slightly moved her foot and felt no pain. Her dancing skills were unparalleled. She dared to claim no one could rival her. To stumble over a mere sprain would be ridiculous. Jiang Xinyan observed her and discerned her thoughts. But it was a pity if it were just a typical sprain. Today would not lead to a loss of her foot or her dancing ability. However, that day, it was Yan Shi who struck her. If she took proper care, she would heal, but today, she would undoubtedly be rendered incapable. Jiang Xinyan's eyes flickered. After all, with envoys from various nations present, making a fool of herself at Tianjin would serve no purpose. It was better to remain unremarkable. Sister, my foot is fine. Jiang Xinyan reiterated with determination. Then, as such, I shall smile slightly. Jiang Xinyan replied by Luo, take my cousin to the back to prepare. Mammy, one will arrange everything for her. Thank you, sister. Jiang Xinyan rose and bowed to Jiang Xinyan, then produced a sachet from her attire. Sister, this is the sachet I always carry. I will be performing later, so I kindly ask you to keep it safe for me. As the sachet was produced, Bai Luo's expression darkened a few shades. Jiang Xinyan smiled, accepting it. Fine, I will keep it safe. Now go. Once she left, Jiang Xinyan placed the sachet on her desk, no longer paying attention to it. If she were to fall deeply into a dream, the lingering sweetness from the sachet could easily lead her to lose control. It was indeed clever of Jiang Xinyan to leave behind the sachet while still planning to perform. After changing into her dance attire, Jiang Xinyan discovered that she was not the lead dancer today. She glared at the lead dancer before her, gritting her teeth as she donned a veil. Jiang Xinyan had indeed mentioned she could perform before the emperor, but not as the lead. Moreover, with Miss Xueyan present today, Jiang Xinyan would certainly not be given the opportunity to shine. Thus, it seemed Jiang Xinyan was destined to leave empty-handed today. The emperor and empress took their seats, and after the audience paid their respects, the banquet began with a dance. Beitang Jingyu lazily glanced at the dancers before shifting his gaze to Jiang Xinyan. Today, it seemed unlikely that his half-sister would gain any advantage. Today marked the performance of Miss Xueyan from the palace, and the accompanying music for the dance was exquisitely enchanting. Its essence embodied in the lead dancer, while the accompanying dancers, though graceful, were merely in the background. Furthermore, it was widely known that whenever Miss Xueyan performed, to ensure absolute success, she would administer a potion to all the accompanying dancers to prevent any attempts to overshadow the lead. Given the grandeur of today's event, it was expected that she would not be lenient. Jiang Xinyan observed Jiang Xinyan, who was veiled among the accompanying dancers, and a cold smile crept onto her lips. Today, her skills and feat would be rendered useless. In her past life, she had sought out Miss Xueyan to ensure Jiang Xinyan's performance dazzled all the nations. But it seemed her wishes would not be fulfilled this time. Jiang Xinyan's face, hidden beneath the veil, was already dark and sullen. She had thought that, even as an accompanying dancer, she could still capture the spotlight, but after the matron had given her the drink backstage, she regretted her decision. Jiang Xinyan was undoubtedly aware of her predicament. She had no room to resist, and could only complete the dance. Once the performance concluded, the audience dispersed, and the envoys from various nations began to present their gifts. On her way back to the hall after changing, Jiang Xinyan initially felt no significant pain in her feet. But upon stepping into the side hall, she was struck by a piercing pain, causing her to break out in a cold sweat.
Beside her, Sua hurriedly supported her, asking,
Miss, what is wrong? Jiang Xinyan's face turned pale. It is nothing, let us proceed inside. Sister, Jiang Xinyan called softly, leaning on Xue's arm as she took her seat. Jiang Xinyan turned her head, ignoring her sister's pallor, and said, Sister, you've returned. Did you enjoy yourself today? At least your wish to perform before the emperor has been fulfilled. It was better not to mention it. The moment Jiang Xinyan heard the words, her complexion paled further. Sister, did you see the lead dancer? Today's main performance was not by me. Indeed, I saw. Miss Xueyan's skills are exceptional. You need not feel too disappointed. After all, not everyone can take on the role of the lead dancer in the palace. But at least you had your chance today. No noble ladies were allowed to perform before the emperor. Jiang Xinyan glanced at her. Jiang Xinyan forced a smile through gritted teeth. Thank you, sister. We are sisters. There is no need for thanks. Your Majesty, I have been sent by my emperor to both celebrate your birthday and to discuss relations between our nations. My emperor has dispatched me to seek a bride for Prince Geli, thereby solidifying our bond. Jiang Xinyan turned her gaze towards the envoy standing in the hall. Tian Zhao. Tian Zhao has always been allied with Tian Chen. In my previous life, there were no disturbances. What brings them here today? Oh. Does the emperor of Tian Zhao have a candidate for the Geli princess? Beitang Jingyu inquired. My emperor believes that the people of Tian Chen are extraordinary, and my Prince Geli is among the finest men in our nation, deserving of the best women from Tian Chen. Therefore, I seek to propose to Princess Anyang for my Prince Geli. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow at the envoy. Deserving? Tian Zhao certainly has a lofty opinion. The envoy's words drew the attention of many towards Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan seemed pleased. If Jiang Xinyan married into Tianzhao, it would eliminate a competitor. Tianzhao certainly knows how to choose, Beitang Jingyu remarked, then added, however, it may disappoint Prince Geli, as I cannot decide on the matter of Miss Yan's marriage.
Besides,
Even if I could, Beitang Mo, would you be willing to have a son-in-law like Prince Geli? I am unworthy, Jiang Beimo replied coldly from the side. The envoy's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting the Emperor of Tianchen to refuse so quickly. Yet, it was better this way, his words might have been inappropriate. But our nation's desire for a lasting friendship with Tianchen remains unchanged. Unchanged? Jiang Xinyan sipped her drink, realizing that Tianzhao's visit was ostensibly a celebration, but subtly a probe. If the Emperor agreed to the marriage alliance today, it would suggest that the Jiang family's relationship with Tianchen was rather insignificant. With Jiang Xinyan at hand, the Jiang family would have to think twice before opposing Tianzhao, perhaps even aiding them one day. However, if the proposal was declined.
Jiang.
What a surprise. Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes, a chill creeping into his heart. Beitang Jingyu sneered. How could father agree to marry the daughter of the National Protector General off to another nation as part of a marriage alliance? Whoever she marries will be a carefully considered decision. He glanced at the man seated above in royal yellow. His elder brother had been frail since childhood. His second brother was of little use, and his fourth brother's mother held a lowly status. Only he and his third brother could vie for the throne. Yet, their father favored his third brother slightly more, being the son of the Empress. But he would not yield. He had been born a prince. Scheming for many years for that throne, how could he easily relinquish it to another? His third brother was merely born of the Empress's womb. What difference did it make? He would prove that he was the only rightful heir to the throne. Chapter 55. A skillful hand in simple garments. Jiang Xinyan felt her foot pain worsening, yet she endured it due to the occasion. Sister, I wish to step outside for some fresh air, she finally said. Jiang Xinyan glanced at her foot. Go ahead, but do not run around. After Jiang Xinyan left, Beitang Jingyu discreetly slipped away as well. Jiang Xinyan smirked subtly as she took a sip of her drink. The timing was just right. The moment Jiang Xinyan exited the hall, she could no longer hold back. Shuer assisted her to a nearby pavilion, worriedly asking, Miss, is your foot injured? Jiang Xinyan abruptly raised her head, snapping, be quiet. Her foot would be fine. Once she returned home and applied the ointment, it would be all right. For now, she just had to endure. Today had been her folly. Cursed Jiang Xinyan. Why had her poison not taken effect yet? Could it be? Had she not eaten those pastries?
Impossible.
The box had been empty every day. Where had the problem arisen? Was the dosage insufficient? She could not solely trust that person. Jiang Xinyan had to be eliminated by any means necessary. Miss, Shuer warned as she noticed someone approaching from afar. Jiang Xinyan regained her composure, feigning interest in the scenery outside the pavilion. As the footsteps drew nearer, she slowly turned, feigning surprise and a hint of shyness as she greeted the newcomer. I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness, the Fifth Prince. Do you know me? Beitang Jingyu raised his hand, signaling her to forego the formalities before taking a seat. Jiang Xinyan frowned slightly, enduring the pain as she replied. I had the fortune of meeting His Royal Highness and the other princes inside the hall. And you are? I am Jiang Xinyan, a member of General Jiang's family.
Oh.
The daughter of General Jiang? Beitang Jingyu inquired, looking at her. Jiang Xinyan hesitated, realizing that admitting to it was futile. With a pained expression, she replied, a cousin. Beitang Jingyu observed her pitiful demeanor and frowned in annoyance. He then produced a jade pendant. Is this yours? Jiang Xinyan glanced at the pendant he placed on the table, hurriedly looking down at her waist and reaching for it. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. May I ask where you found it? Beitang Jingyu did not mention that he had ordered someone to retrieve it while she was dancing, nor that he had picked it up by the roadside on his way over. Thank you, Your Highness. I almost lost it, Jiang Xinyan said as she hung the pendant at her waist. Beitang Jingyu's brows furrowed further as he instinctively touched the sachet at his waist. The quality of Jiang Xinyan's jade was indeed subpar compared to his, but since the Jiang family provided identical jade pendants for their illegitimate daughters, it stood to reason that the quality should not differ greatly. Observing her earlier panic, he speculated that perhaps after losing the pendant, she had gone to replicate it. This jade seemed quite significant to Jiang Xinyan. Yes, it signifies that she is also a daughter of the Jiang family, a legitimate daughter. Otherwise, how could all the Jiang children possess one? This is her identity. Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes. Now, only Jiang Xinyan remained. If Jiang Xinyan did not have the pendant, or if hers was genuine, then the one who saved him all those years ago must be standing before him. But her temperament? Perhaps she had returned to the Jiang family? Or perhaps these years had not treated her well. What do you think of Shangchen, Miss Jiang? Beitang Jingyu asked. Jiang Xinyan looked up and replied slowly, as a newcomer to Shangchen, I find it truly deserving of being the capital of Tianjin, quite prosperous indeed. How does it compare to Shangqing? Beitang Jingyu probed. Shangqing? Jiang Xinyan maintained her composure, yet inwardly she felt a pang of doubt. She had never visited Shangqing herself, however. A few days prior, a servant from Shili Garden encountered a fellow townsman from Shangqing who brought some local delicacies as a gesture of goodwill. Shangqing was known for its literary elite, each place possessing its own unique charm. It was rumored that His Highness had traveled extensively. Had he ever been to Shangqing? The renowned Shangqing wine was particularly memorable, with a sweet aftertaste that lingered. Speaking of local specialties was certainly not amiss. Beitang Jingyu clenched his fists. In the past, when he was in a daze, that young girl had declared that if he recovered, she would demand a jar of Shangqing wine from him. As she had delayed her own chance to procure it while saving him, he had thought at the time such a young girl with such a penchant for wine. Shangqing wine? Yes, I have had the fortune to taste it. Have you, Your Highness? Jiang Xinyan smiled. When she returned to the grand hall, her cheeks were slightly flushed. She had even forgotten her foot injury, having conversed for quite a while with the fifth prince, a figure of such stature. The fifth prince was strikingly handsome, and if she were to win his favor, she, the second daughter of a mere general, would not be overly concerned. Yet, she sensed the fifth prince had a particular fascination with Shangqing. Fortunately, she had not revealed her own lack of experience there. Upon her return, she intended to learn more about that place. Jiang Xinyan discreetly glanced at Jiang Xinyan, suspecting that Beitang Jingyu's conjecture was partially correct. It was time for her to reclaim her jade pendant. Jiang Xinyan picked up a nearby wine cup, contemplating. Today's banquet was unlike any from her previous life, where Jiang Xinyan had captivated nations with her dance, while Beitang Jingyu's gift had garnered him favor from the emperor, earning him a fine reputation among the officials. Sister, where is my sachet? Jiang Xinyan smiled as she addressed Jiang Xinyan.
Ah?
It must have been taken by the maid, who poured the wine when I wasn't paying attention. How did it go missing? Jiang Xinyan feigned a look at the ground. Sister, it is truly my fault for not keeping an eye on your sachet. I will have Biluo look for it. Yes, miss, Biluo replied. Before Jiang Xinyan could speak, Biluo had already stepped away to search for the sachet. Jiang Xinyan spoke dejectedly. Sister has good intentions. It is of no consequence. I can make another when I return. How can that be? After all, it is a cherished item for my cousin. Not to worry, Biluo will retrieve it. Just wait. Before long, Biluo returned, handing the sachet to Jiang Xinyan. Miss, here is your sachet. She then presented another sachet to Jiang Xinyan. Miss, it seems I did not notice that the maid had also taken yours. Biluo was careless. I have already handed that maid over to old Madame Wan for her to deal with. Jiang Xinyan took back the sachet from Biluo's hands. Those with ill intentions were indeed hard to guard against. After speaking, she opened the sachet, pouring out her jade pendant, her eyes warming slightly as she carefully placed it back inside. She had not even realized that someone had made off with her sachet while she was distracted by the wine pouring. Beitang Jingyu. She looked up to see him quietly taking a seat. It was now clear to him that Jiang Xinyan was indeed the one who had saved his life. Beitang Jingyu recalled the jade pendant he had just seen and instinctively furrowed his brows. After parting from Jiang Xinyan, he had examined Jiang Xinyan's pendant, which was of exquisite quality. It was apparent now that Jiang Xinyan was indeed the young girl who had saved him in his youth, and his gaze towards her softened slightly. After the banquet concluded, Jiang Xinyan hurriedly boarded her carriage, while Jiang Xinyan cast a glance, sensing that her foot injury had reached its limit. Miss, please get in the carriage, Biluo whispered gently at Jiang Xinyan's side. Inside the carriage, Jiang Xinyan regarded the bound individual, instructing Biluo, you sit outside.
All right.
Biluo glanced at the interior of the carriage, understanding, and stepped out. Jiang Xinyan settled in, her left arm lazily propped against the cushion, a smile gracing her lips. Today, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have so easily reclaimed my belongings. The person bound within the carriage glared intently at Jiang Xinyan. This individual had previously intercepted her and even poisoned her. Today, she had betrayed her master and seized the jade pendant from her sachet while her master was distracted. However, she had checked and found no trace of poison on the pendant given to her by this woman, so it likely was not a significant issue. There is no need to glare at me. It is truly remarkable how empty-handed you are. Upon hearing this, the woman looked at Jiang Xinyan in shock. How could this be? The tales of the skilled healer Su Yi had long circulated in the martial world. It was said that she perished at the hands of her enemies. It seemed that rumors were merely rumors, not to be taken literally. Yet, to think that Su Yi was in league with the fifth prince was truly astonishing. Jiang Xinyan regarded the person before her, recalling that she had suddenly remembered the existence of such an individual under Beitang Jingyu's command just days ago. Today, with such a prime opportunity, Beitang Jingyu would surely act, quietly taking the sachet from her. Su Yi was indeed as her name suggested. In her previous life, Jiang Xinyan had heard mentions of Su Yi from Shangguan, who had claimed that Su Yi was enamored with her beauty, using it to her advantage to find her before the banquet, administering a poison that could mar one's appearance to threaten her. Given Beitang Jingyu's regard for that jade pendant, it was likely that apart from Shangguan and Xiao Yi, few understood its significance. Thus, in Su Yi's eyes, swapping the pendants was a trivial matter compared to her appearance. Therefore, she had preemptively given Jiang Xinyan's genuine jade pendant to Su Yi, instructing her to swap it for Beitang Jingyu's pendant at the first opportunity. In terms of loyalty, Su Yi truly could not compare to Xiao Yi. Su Yi attempted to speak, but her mouth was gagged. Jiang Xinyan pressed her hand to her forehead, speaking with an air of indifference. As for today's incident, you shall not remain. But fear not, your beauty shall not be marred, for... She lowered her voice, leaning towards Su Yi's ear, and coldly stated, the poison I administered is lethal. Then she straightened up, watching as Su Yi struggled, succumbing to her fate. As they neared the Jiang residence, another carriage matched the pace of Jiang Xinyan's, and upon closer inspection, the two carriages were identical. Chapter 56. The useless son. Jiang Xinyan sat at the table, cradling the sleeping red dumpling in her arms, gently stroking it with her left hand. Failwan, observing this, remarked with disdain, Miss, do not spoil this little red dumpling. It refuses to lie in its own nest and insists on sleeping in your bed. Jiang Xinyan chuckled affectionately. It is fine. Let it sleep. Miss, Biluo has returned, Failwan announced, glancing towards the approaching figure in the courtyard. Biluo approached Jiang Xinyan's side, saying, Miss, the person and the carriage have been dealt with. Jiang Xinyan nodded in response, realizing that she had turned this rumor of the martial world into reality. Failwan, go to Shili Garden and investigate.
All right.
I will go at once. Await my good news, Failwan replied, raising an eyebrow at Biluo as she departed. Biluo shook her head, smiling lightly. After Failwan left, she seemed to recall something, reaching into her pocket to retrieve the jade pendant and hand it to Jiang Xinyan. Upon receiving the pendant, Jiang Xinyan casually hung it at her waist and then removed the sachet from her waist. The little red dumpling shook its body, sat up, and then leaped from Jiang Xinyan's arms onto the table, curling up there. Jiang Xinyan slowly opened the sachet, taking out the jade pendant inside. This pendant, crafted by her mother, had been lost for many years, and she finally saw it again. She turned the pendant over, revealing a faint trace of blood. She hoped that Beitang Jingyu had not examined it too closely. She instructed Biluo to fetch warm water, placing the jade pendant inside before washing her hands. Miss, how long should the pendant soak?
2 hours, perhaps.
Jiang Xinyan stared blankly at the pendant in the water. She needed to clean it thoroughly, as it had come into contact with Beitang Jingyu. Biluo was aware of today's events, but was puzzled as to how Mrs. Pendant ended up with the fifth prince. When she received the pendant from Su Yi, she had been somewhat taken aback. She knew that Mrs. Sachet contained a replica made by Master Qi and that Mrs. Genuine pendant had been lost since childhood. But to find it in the fifth prince's possession was indeed surprising. She placed the young lady's jade pendant into the sachet, concealing Master Qi's piece, and then quietly rendered Su Yi unconscious, binding her to the carriage. Today's young lady was different from the past. Su Yi's demise troubled her.
Why?
Is it merely the act of killing a person? Bai Luo, do you no longer recognize me? Realizing Bai Luo had been watching her, Jiang Xinyan lifted her gaze. Bai Luo came back to her senses. The lady had killed someone who deserved it, yet the fifth prince? The fifth prince? Jiang Xinyan propped her head up, declaring, Bai Luo, he is my sworn enemy, an irreconcilable foe. Irreconcilable. Startled, Bai Luo's brow relaxed as she knelt before Jiang Xinyan, acknowledging that if the lady deemed it irreconcilable, then he too was Bai Luo's adversary. Jiang Xinyan helped her up, saying, "Indeed, he is your enemy as well, the enemy of the entire Jiang family." In the Wesley courtyard, Anson gazed sorrowfully at the woman lying in bed. "How many times have I told you to endure? Why did you not heed my words and ventured into the palace on your own? Just look at what benefits you have gained today. Your foot is beyond repair. You can never dance again. Is that the result you desired? Mother, do you think I wish to ruin my foot? If it weren't for that wretched Jiang Xinyan intervening today, this would have been my moment to shine across the nations. I was meant to dazzle today, not Jiang Xinyan. It is all Jiang Xinyan's fault. Mother, her poison has yet to manifest. That person has been deceiving us all along, never intending to assist us. Tomorrow, I shall procure arsenic to poison Jiang Xinyan." Jiang Xinyan spoke frantically, convinced of her impending success. Determined to make a name for herself in the heavens, she wanted Jiang Xinyan dead. Dead. Silence. Anson glanced nervously at the screen. Miss Jiang's temper is truly fierce. From behind the screen emerged a man clad in black, enveloped in a dark cloak, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery. Had the second miss been willing to listen to me from the start, would she have fallen to such depths? Jiang Xinyan instinctively looked to Anson, who bowed to the newcomer. "Sir, please forgive my young daughter's ignorance. She is unaware of the consequences." The man scoffed lightly, regarding her as if she were a corpse. "Consequences? The second Miss Jiang is likely already a wasted effort." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan trembled, hastily protesting, "No, he cannot kill me. I am the second miss of the Jiang family. I am not a waste. I can still deal with Jiang Xinyan. Sir, I implore you for another chance." Anson quickly knelt on the ground. "We mother and daughter still have our uses in the Jiang household. Please spare us. Do you even comprehend your own worth? My master has invested considerable effort into nurturing Jiang Xinyan, not to raise a useless child. She is already ruined, and there is no utility in keeping her. As for the Jiang family, my master has his plans." The man seated himself slowly, coldly observing them. Jiang Xinyan, filled with fear, scrambled off the bed. "No, I am still useful. I met the fifth prince today. He treats me differently. I am not a waste. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, sir." The man turned his gaze to her. "Oh,
Beitang Jingyu?
if that is the case, I shall keep you for now and grant you one final chance. As for your delusions, it seems Jiang Xinyan has not fallen for your trap."
So, we shall set that aside for now.
Upon Fei Luan's return, she noticed the jade pendant soaking in water.
Hey?
"Miss, is this not your pendant?"
Yes.
"I found it. By the way, what is the situation over at the Wesley courtyard?" Jiang Xinyan asked casually as she was undressing. "I inquired with Dr. Zhang. The foot is ruined and can only manage walking. Dancing is out of the question." "How tragic." Fei Luan mimicked Dr. Zhang's tone. "He said your cousin really is a case beyond words." Just as her foot injury was healing, she insisted on reaping the consequences. Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but laugh. Dr. Zhang hit the nail on the head. Since the pendant was still soaking in the water, and it was not yet time, Jiang Xinyan stayed awake, leaning against her bedside reading. A faint sound from the window startled her. She put away her book, drew the dagger from beneath her pillow, and approached the window, coldly demanding, "Who is it?" Yet, no sound followed. Puzzled, she saw her door pushed open and someone entered, sitting at the table and pouring themselves a cup of water. Jiang Xinyan glared at the intruder, annoyed. "I was unaware that His Highness, the Crown Prince, had a penchant for barging into a lady's chamber."
Beitang Yun-san smirked.
"You flatter me. I learned the art of stealth from you." Jiang Xinyan was momentarily at a loss. Could it be that she had once snuck into his chamber as well? Furrowing her brow, she sat down, slamming the dagger on the table to express her discontent. "Visiting in the dead of night? What is it about?" Beitang Jingyu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cup on the table, wherein lay a jade pendant. Does the princess not wish to explain her actions tonight? A fire broke out in a grass hut outside the city, resulting in a death. Jiang Xinyan poured herself a cup of water, her expression unchanged. "Your Highness seems to be particularly concerned about my affairs. Since you are already aware, why inquire further? I simply do not understand why you chose to kill her." However, Beitang Jingyu's gaze flickered toward the jade pendant in the water. "It is a curious coincidence. Today, as I left the palace, the fifth prince's sachet fell. I observed Beitang Jingyu hurriedly retrieving it, examining its contents closely. It coincidentally resembles the jade pendant retrieved that day. Your Highness must have come to a conclusion? Noticing Beitang Yunjan's focus on her pendant, Jiang Xinyan prompted. How did your pendant end up in Beitang Jingyu's possession? He fixed his gaze on her, eager to hear her explanation. Jiang Xinyan merely responded with the phrase a mere coincidence. Beitang Yunjan chuckled softly in irritation, reaching into the water to retrieve the pendant. Then let us have another coincidence. With that, he turned to leave. Jiang Xinyan reached out to stop him. You may leave, but please leave my pendant behind.
Beitang Yunjan's Katinizet here.
Your method of cleaning is inadequate. I shall cleanse it properly before returning it to you. At his words, Jiang Xinyan lowered her hand. She had no other means to clean it and, indeed, had no grounds to claim the pendant. Oddly, she felt a twinge of guilt.
Fine.
As Beitang Yunjan exited the Jiang residence, he gazed at the pendant in his hand.
Beitang Jingyu?
When did a Yen and Beitang Jingyu cross paths? Thus, her attempt to lure Beitang Jingyu out in the ancient tower was not for him.
Junke, investigate Beitang Jingyu.
Understood. Chapter 57. Encountering Jiang Xinyan again. So, do you know who it is now? Upon arriving, Shang Guanxin noticed Beitang Jingyu holding 2 jars of Shangqing wine. Beitang Jingyu placed the jars on the table, stating, I learned about it yesterday.
Oh?
What do you make of the lady's personal jade pendant? Shang Guanxin teased with a smile. Beitang Jingyu brushed aside Shang Guanxin's hand reaching for the wine. Naturally, it was brought by Su Yi. Jiang Xinyan's jade pendant is of similar quality to mine, so it cannot be hers. However, Jiang Xinyuan's pendant is evidently fake, of poor quality. Wait a moment. Both of them possess jade pendants? How do you ascertain it is Jiang Xinyuan's? Shang Guanxin asked, puzzled. Initially, I found it strange. I had Xiao Yi inquire. And he subtly asked Jiang Ting, who mentioned that her sister's pendant never leaves her side. As for Jiang Xinyuan, Xiao Yi also observed her wearing one. I wondered if one of the pendants might be counterfeit. Until yesterday, when Su Yi produced both pendants, I inspected them and found Jiang Xinyuan's pendant to be fake. I suspect she had a replacement made after losing her pendant long ago, but as a concubine, it is difficult to find something of quality. This pendant is crucial to her identity. Shang Guanxin nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Do you believe Jiang Xinyuan resembles the little girl you met in your childhood? Though uncertain, she remains unaware that the jade pendant is in my possession and has visited Shangqing. She must be Jiang Xinyuan. As for Jiang Xinyan, Beitang Jingyu refrained from further conversation, fixating instead on the 2 jars of wine. Indeed, Jiang Xinyan bears a closer resemblance, yet all indications suggest otherwise. Jiang Xinyan did not reside in Shangqing during her childhood. Instead, she followed Chuchun and was bound by the rule of remaining in seclusion until her martial arts were perfected. Chuchun resides far from Shangqing, at the Ningyuan mountain in Shangling. Xiao Yi, deliver these 2 jars of wine to Jiang Xinyuan.
Beitang Jingyu summonet Xiao Yi.
Once Xiao Yi departed, Shang Guanxin abandoned her casual demeanor, inquiring, Jingyu, what do you make of the exchange of birthday gifts? Beitang Jingyu turned, his expression darkening. It seemed this person had a profound understanding of me, even knowing the nature of my gift to the emperor. Either there is a traitor within my household, or perhaps… Sin. Should I act preemptively? Shang Guanxin pondered for a moment, suggesting that any preemptive action required further planning. Jingyu, what are your thoughts on the previous assassins? Those skilled in martial arts among the court officials. How many do you think there are? The ones dispatched could escape Xiao Yi's grasp.
Ha!
It may be time to teach those individuals a lesson, creating an example to deter others. Jiang Xinyuan gazed at the Shangqing wine on the table, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, the 5th prince seems to care for her. As Meng Ziki returned home, he found his father waiting for him with an expression of displeasure. He smirked slightly, approaching. Father, you awaited my return? Meng Ji hurled the teacup in his hand at him, yet Meng Ziki remained unfazed, still wearing a smile as he regarded Meng Ji. Rebellious son, what have you done? Meng Ji could not ascertain whether the 5th prince had reprimanded him today, yet among the martial generals, only his rebellious son possessed such audacity. Meng Ziki chuckled. Father, what transgression have I committed to incite such fury? Am I guilty of murder or arson? He feigned contemplation of his recent actions, reflecting on various deeds. Which one? Did you visit the 5th prince's residence? Meng Ziki raised an eyebrow, retorting mockingly. The 5th prince? Father, I lack the influence to establish a connection with him. You know precisely what I mean. I am unaware, father. If there is nothing further, I shall return to my chambers. Meng Ziki turned to leave. In a fit of rage, Meng Ji swept the items from the table to the ground, shattering them. If only he had another son, this rebellious child. Meng Ziki sat at the table, contemplating the copper coin in his hand. What had that individual done at the fifth prince's residence? Otherwise, Beitang Jingyu would not have addressed the martial generals today. It seems I must seek out this Jiang. But where to begin? The ancient tower? Meng Ziki stood with his hands clasped behind him in the elegant chamber of the ancient tower, gazing out the window. It had been 3 days, and he had visited the ancient tower without catching a glimpse of Jiang. Even inquiries had yielded no results.
Miss.
Several envoys have departed in succession over the past few days. In a few days, Princess Huan and His Highness Xian Wang will also leave Tianshan. Would you like to dine with the princess once more? Biluo, dressed in male attire, followed Jiang Xinyan closely. Jiang Xinyan glanced at the market stalls by the street. Yes, I intend to bid them farewell, but it must wait until the emperor hosts a banquet. It will be in the next couple of days. Has Beitang Jingyu yet returned my jade pendant? It has been several days. It is quite vexing. Yun, what is your lord doing these days? Jiang Xinyan turned to the guard following her. Yun he paused, then clasped his hands, replying, I am now the princess's guard, and have no contact with the Wangfu. Jiang Xinyan regarded him with a knowing smile, causing Yun he to lower his head. Yun he, let us go. Biluo gently reminded. When Yun he looked up again, Jiang Xinyan had already vanished from sight. Jiang Xinyan raised her gaze at the sign of the ancient tower. Why did everything associated with Beitang Jingyu ignite such a desire to shatter it? She smirked mischievously. Why did encountering him evoke that brash and arrogant nature from her years on the mountain? As she stepped inside, the proprietor hurried to greet her. Are you dining at the ancient residence today? Ancient residence? Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow. Just give me a random room. The proprietor led Jiang Xinyan to an elegant chamber, brewed her cup of tea, and then exited. Jiang Xinyan picked up the tea and savored it. Biluo and Yun he reached the entrance of the ancient tower, exchanging glances, confirming that their lady had indeed entered. Biluo stepped inside, inquiring of the servant, has young master Yan Jiang visited today? The servant grinned, replying, young master Yan has arrived, in an elegant chamber upstairs. Meng Ziki, who had been about to leave, turned at the sound, recognizing the two. He found the servant's face somewhat familiar, and so he followed them leisurely. The servant knocked on the door, and upon hearing a voice from within, they entered. Meng Ziki leaned against the wall, pondering where he had seen that face before. Mississippi Biluo stood beside Jiang Xinyan, noticing her cup was nearly empty, and refilled it. Jiang Xinyan remained focused outside, speaking to Yun he, go find your Chen Wang, and tell him I am waiting for him here. Yes, I shall go at once. He dared not provoke her, after all. Even the prince deferred to her. Meng Ziki noticed Yun he exiting and contemplated his next move. He approached and knocked on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Xinyan glanced over, surprised by the quickness of his arrival.
Today,
Beitang Jingyu should not be at the ancient tower, she thought, signaling Biluo to open the door. Biluo approached the entrance, opening the door, and was taken aback by the visitor. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, observing the figure at the door. Meng Ziki's smile faltered. He had not anticipated that the person seated would be Jiang Xinyan. No wonder he had found that servant's face familiar. He was the one standing beside Jiang Xinyan last time. I have seen the princess. Meng Ziki regarded Jiang Xinyan, realizing she was indeed Yan Jiang. Jiang Xinyan met his gaze, feeling he was playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. For some reason, Meng Ziki left her with this impression. Biluo, let him in. Upon hearing her command, Biluo stepped aside to allow him entry. Meng Ziki entered without waiting for Jiang Xinyan to speak, taking a seat. The princess's attire today has caught my eye. My eye? Jiang Xinyan pressed her thumb against the scar on her index finger, resting her chin on her hand. I have merely heard that Yan Jiang is present.
Oh.
It is a pity that young Master Meng cannot meet the one he wishes to see. Yet, seeing the princess is quite fortuitous. Meng Ziki chuckled lightly, realizing Jiang Xinyan was indeed Yan Jiang. Thus, the people at the fifth prince's residence must have known the fifth prince's intentions, and also that the Meng family was involved. Jiang Xinyan had never feared others knowing her true identity as Yan Jiang. It was merely a temporary guise to conceal herself from Bai Yi. Yet, she could not comprehend why Meng Ziki sought her. After all, her use of the Yan Jiang name was merely to sell a worthless stone. Did Meng Ziki possess an interest in rare stones? As Meng Ziki beheld the one he had longed to see, he decided not to disturb the princess further. Very well. I shall not escort you. Chapter 58. Jiang family's secret guards. As Meng Ziki exited the ancient tower, a smile graced his lips. Jiang Xinyan, how intriguing. This young lady from the Jiang family does not seem like a typical daughter of a martial family. Her intellect is extraordinary. He toyed with the copper coin in his hand. Is the Jiang family plotting against the fifth prince? Are they supporting the third prince?
No.
Jiang Bei Mo has always been loyal to the emperor. The Jiang family should maintain neutrality at all times. What, then, is Jiang Xinyan's true intention? She first disrupted Beitang Jingyu's return to Shangqin, then visited his residence at night, evidently provoking him. Otherwise, Meng Ji would not have reacted so strongly upon returning home. Is Jiang Xinyan indeed targeting Beitang Jingyu? And what of the Jiang family stance? Jiang Xinyan, it appears I have encountered a most fascinating individual. Miss, what does Meng Ziki mean? Why is he seeking you? Biluo asked, perplexed. Jiang Xinyan gently shook her head and then spoke with conviction, declaring that Meng Ziki was undoubtedly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Biluo looked at her in confusion, questioning why she was so sure. This man appeared to indulge in merriment with a group of frivolous friends daily, yet Biluo, have you heard of him having wives or concubines at home? On the contrary, our General Meng has a plethora of them. Upon this thought, Jiang Xinyan recalled Meng Ji's mockery. Meng Ziki was indeed the first outsider to discern that Yan Jiang was Jiang Xinyan herself. Is Shangqin truly infamous for its debauchery? How intriguing. Nevertheless, Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes, for a mere Meng Ziki would not thwart her plans to uproot the Meng family. As she pondered, someone pushed the door open and entered. Without needing to glance up, she knew that the only person capable of entering unannounced was Beitang Yunjan. Biluo, please step outside to keep watch. Biluo bowed to Beitang Yunjan and exited with Yunhe. When will you return my jade pendant? Jiang Xinyan inquired. Beitang Yunjan remained silent. She continued, Your Highness, that jade pendant was a gift from my late mother. I kindly request its prompt return. Only then did Beitang Yunjan raise his gaze to her, questioning how it could possibly be in someone else's possession if it were indeed a gift from her mother. Jiang Xinyan found herself at a loss for words, explaining that she had lost it in her youth and only recently learned that the fifth prince had picked it up, prompting her to seek an opportunity to reclaim it. If it was merely lost, why not seek it out directly instead of resorting to a trade? He challenged. It is a personal belonging. I would rather the fifth prince remain unaware that it belongs to me. I have no desire to be entangled with him. Upon hearing the last sentence, Beitang Yunjan reached for a cup and poured himself some tea. He had indeed investigated and found that there was no substantial connection between them. I shall return the pendant to you in a few days. It requires proper cleaning first. Your Highness, just how dirty could my jade pendant be? Jiang Xinyan retorted, feigning disdain. Quite dirty, indeed, he replied. Jiang Xinyan suspected he was not referring to the pendant, but given that it was in his possession, she could not simply seize it. It was best to maintain a cordial relationship after all. Now that the birthday celebration had concluded, was the prince prepared? Presently, the most likely candidates for the position of crown prince were the third prince, Beitang Jingyu, and the fifth prince, Beitang Jingyu. With Beitang Jingyu's return, the political landscape might shift, especially since the emperor had never harbored intentions of naming the prince as crown prince. Beitang Yunjan scoffed. Crown prince? Do you think I covet such a title? If it weren't for my elder brother's sons being of little use, I wouldn't even care to be emperor. The internal affairs of Tianquan were unstable and would inevitably lead to its downfall. It was disheartening to witness a great nation crumble at the hands of those vying for power. He recalled how his father had once taken him to see the maps of the kingdom, the vast expanse of Tianquan, abundant in resources. He had traversed its rivers and mountains and witnessed its people's smiles. A prosperous nation, where the people lived in peace, was what he yearned for, along with a clear political environment. I wish to see Tianquan flourish, with its people living in harmony, and this is merely the beginning, he said, gazing at her, realizing that their aspirations aligned. The Jiang family was indeed a blessing for the nation. As for my two nephews, let us observe from the sidelines. Beitang Yunjan's tone suggested he viewed them as mere jesters, indifferent to their fate. How could he ever allow Beitang Jingyu to ascend to the throne? As Zhao Huan and Zhao Lanche were preparing to depart from Tianquan, Jiang Xinyan hosted a banquet at home to bid them farewell. Senior sister, I toast to you. Jiang Xinyan raised her cup. Xinyan, with this parting, who knows when we shall meet again? I fear I may not be able to attend your coming-of-age ceremony. Her senior sister lamented, having previously promised to be present. It is of no concern, senior sister. You return to Tianjing. Take care of yourself and do not worry about me. I shall visit you in Tianjing when I am free.
All right.
Brother Lanche, you have gifted Xinyan a red fox, and I believe she ought to return the favor, Jiang Xinyan said as she approached Zhao Lanche. Sister Xinyan, you are too kind, Zhao Lanche replied. Yan Bai. Jiang Xinyan called out to Zhao Lanche's attendant. At your command. A figure clad in black approached Jiang Xinyan, bowing respectfully. Brother Lanche. Jiang Yan Bai will henceforth be at your service. The black-clad man lowered his head, slightly furrowing his brow. Although Miss Jiang had mentioned this arrangement to him before, he still felt a tinge of sadness. Zhao Lanche turned to look at Jiang Yanbai, a smirk playing on his lips, and then glanced at Jiang Xinyan, while Jiang Ting remained silent. Yanbai has been raised in the Jiang family. I present him to you without ulterior motives. From today forth, he is no longer a member of the Jiang family, but solely loyal to you. Jiang Xinyan entrusted Jiang Yanbai to Zhao Lanche, simply wishing for him to have a capable ally by his side. Seeing the clarity in Jiang Xinyan's eyes, Zhao Lanche smiled. Thank you. As they departed from Shangchen, Jiang Yanbai cast a glance back at the city, letting out a faint sigh. Are you reluctant to leave? Zhao Lanche inquired, riding alongside him. Your Highness, rest assured. While I may feel a sense of loss, my loyalty remains unwavering. He understood that Miss Jiang and the Jiang family had not abandoned him. Rather, they sought to provide him with a path forward. Having shed his identity as a Jiang family shadow guard, he was now to carve his own way with integrity. It matters not. Jiang Xinyan is not the sort to act dishonorably. You have my trust in her intentions. He recognized that both he and Huan Yi lacked loyal subordinates. Thus he had not anticipated receiving a shadow guard cultivated by the Jiang family. You may rest easy. Upon the city walls, Jiang Xinyan and Jiang Ting stood side by side. Sister, why did you give Yanbai to Zhao Lanche? Are you not concerned he might doubt Yanbai and take drastic measures? Jiang Xinyan watched the departing convoy and replied, Elder brother, one must trust their allies. Those who doubt cannot employ. Should Zhao Lanche entrust Jiang Yanbai with significant responsibilities and treat him as a confidant, he will gain a most loyal subordinate. If he does not trust Jiang Yanbai, then he does not trust me or the Jiang family, rendering any collaboration unnecessary. In such a case, I need only protect Zhao Huani. Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow, contemplating. Zhao Lanche. Oh Zhao Lanche, Jiang Yanbai has grown up in the Jiang family. Raised among shadow guards, I hope you comprehend the significance of this. Am I not placing a vulnerability in your hands? If you treat him sincerely, I am confident he will become your greatest asset, unwavering in loyalty. The Jiang family shadow guards are loyal to both the Jiang family and their master. I hope you do not disappoint me and understand my heartfelt wish for the well-being of you and your sister. Li Shuren had not noticed Jiang Yanbai, as the Jiang family had dispatched a team to escort them beyond the Tianjin borders. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Yi, pondering the Jiang family's intentions. As dusk fell, the delegation had no choice but to set up camp for the night. Li Shuren glanced into the distance, thinking, soon, it has been over half a month. In another 2 or 3 days, we should arrive at Tianjing. Jiang Guard, you have worked hard on this journey. In a few days, you will be able to return to Shangchen, Li Shuren remarked with a smile. Generally, you are too polite. Ensuring the safe passage of the delegation is our duty in Tianjin, Jiang Yi replied with a bow. Li Shuren smiled but said nothing more, taking a seat nearby to warm himself by the fire, while contemplating how to explain to the crown prince upon returning home why he had given the military token to the Xian prince. Zhao Lanche sat by the fire, extending his hands toward the flames. Brother, are you cold? Zhao Huani asked upon noticing. Zhao Lanche smiled at her. Perhaps, sister. Warm yourself by the fire as well. He then rose and approached Jiang Yanbai. Your Highness, Jiang Yanbai greeted with a bow. No need for formalities. You need not bow to me in the future, Zhao Lanche said softly. I believe Xinyan has briefed you on my situation and the tasks at hand. Today, I shall give you your first command. Your Highness, please proceed. Take good care of Huan Yi. No matter the time, I trust in the prowess of the Jiang family's secret guards. I implore you to protect my sister at all costs. Zhao Lanche spoke solemnly. Jiang Yanbai raised his head, his gaze resolute. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall risk my life to ensure her safety. Chapter 59. Borrowing the east wind, Zhao Huani gazed into the flickering flames before her. Everything was in place, save for the east wind. This night was destined to be one of unrest. As the night deepened, everyone but the watchman succumbed to slumber. Jiang Yanbai and Jiang Yi leaned against a tree, guarding Zhao Lanche and Zhao Huani. The sound of rustling winds filled their ears, prompting both Jiang Yanbai and Jiang Yi to open their eyes and grip their swords tightly. Yanbai, be cautious, Jiang Yi whispered. MHM, Jiang Yanbai replied. In an instant, he positioned himself beside Zhao Huani, squinting into the shadows around them. The wind picked up, and figures emerged. The watchman immediately sounded the alarm, startling those who had been asleep. Li Shuren quickly scanned their surroundings, exclaiming, "What is happening? General, we are under attack." Zhao Lanche's cold gaze pierced the night. "Who are you?" "People who wish to take your life," came the chilling response, followed by flashes of cold steel, each strike aimed with deadly intent. Zhao Lanche's expression hardened as he noticed Jiang Yanbai shielding Zhao Huani, granting him a measure of reassurance.
Li Shuren fought valiantly,
contemplating whether the Emperor of Tianjin sought their demise. It was unsettling. The journey had been peaceful, and just when they were about to return home, chaos erupted. The attackers were relentless, intent on annihilating the envoy. "Generally, be careful," Zhao Lanche cautioned. Li Shuren snapped back to reality as a blade grazed his arm. He retaliated with a swift strike, then moved closer to Zhao Lanche. "Thank you for the warning, Your Highness. Generally, their assault is fierce. Tread carefully. Your Highness. Could they be sent by Tianjin?" Zhao Lanche shook his head. The Jiang family sent their guards. They are unlikely to have been dispatched by Tianjin. Li Shuren glanced at Jiang Yi and the others engaged in combat nearby. Indeed, the Jiang family holds significant sway in Tianjin. If the emperor wished to send assassins, they would not have needed to escort us all the way. Jiang Yanbai resolutely shielded Zhao Huani, his eyes darting toward Zhao Lanche. Tonight's mission had been relayed by both the Xian King and the young lady. He was duty-bound to protect Zhao Huani. "Yanbai, go assist my brother." "I can defend myself," Zhao Huani implored anxiously, glancing at Zhao Lanche. "Princess, it is my duty, and you must understand that your safety is paramount," Jiang Yanbai replied, parrying an incoming attack. Zhao Huani clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on Zhao Lanche. Li Shuren watched in anguish as his comrades fell one by one, his heart breaking for his trusted men. They had sought their own demise, and he fought fiercely, bloodied yet determined. Zhao Lanche felt a pang of pity. He could not fathom the ruthlessness of his elder brother, who seemed oblivious to brotherly ties. Was power truly that significant? "Jiang Yi, leave one alive," Zhao Lanche whispered. Backs pressed together. "You need not worry, Your Highness." Jiang Yi surveyed their surroundings, sensing the moment was near. He signaled silently to the Jiang family guards to execute a complete annihilation. With a swift strike, he pierced the foe before him and delivered a decisive blow to his chin. Zhao Lanche observed as the tide of battle shifted quietly. Such was the might of the Jiang family. He glanced at Li Shuren, who, after enduring a long journey and now a fierce fight, was clearly exhausted, kneeling on the ground while propping himself with his sword. Seizing a moment, Zhao Lanche nodded to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi turned his gaze to a black-clad assailant, narrowing his eyes as the enemy redirected his charge toward Li Shuren. "Generally, watch out." Before Li Shuren could react, Zhao Lanche collapsed before him. Li Shuren lifted his gaze fiercely, only to see Jiang Yi eliminate the assailant from behind. Li Shuren hastily supported Zhao Lanche, his eyes reddening. Whether from the frenzy of battle or the fact that Zhao Lanche had taken a blow for him, he murmured, "Your Highness." Zhao Huani, aware of the night's deceptive undercurrents, could only watch in horror as her brother was wounded. "Brother." The campfire crackled ominously, illuminating the scattered bodies, drenched in blood. Zhao Huani and Li Shuren positioned themselves protectively around Zhao Lanche, while Jiang Yi and Jiang Yanbai stood beside them, the rest tending to wounds and the fallen. "Your Highness, I have failed in my duty, allowing you to be harmed," Li Shuren lamented, his heart heavy as he observed Zhao Lanche's pale complexion. Zhao Lanche regarded him, aware that the first piece in this deadly game had fallen, just as Jiang Xinyan had foretold. Those who had seen battle carried a semblance of loyalty within their hearts. "General, you are the pillar of our realm. Your safety is of utmost importance to me, brother." Zhao Huani watched as Zhao Lanche uttered his final words before losing consciousness. Li Shuren, filled with wrath, kicked at a captured assassin, who fell to the ground, coughing blood.
Speak. Who sent you?
He crouched down, seizing the man. I know you are a death warrior and fear nothing, but if you do not speak, I shall dismember you limb by limb, repeatedly, until you wish for death. If you still refuse, I will not hesitate to carve you up piece by piece. Covered in blood, Li Shuren completed his grim task, severing one of the man's arms. The assassin screamed, yet remained silent. Li Shuren smirked, a tough one, are we? He reattached the severed limb, only to remove it once more, repeating the torment. The assassin began to sweat profusely.
I'll talk.
It was the crown prince who commanded us. Li Shuren paused, his expression fierce. You are not being entirely honest. With that, he reattached the arm before severing it again. I speak the truth. It was the crown prince who ordered us to annihilate you in Tianjin. If the Xian king dies in Tianjin, the blame will fall squarely on them. That is all I know. Li Shuren furrowed his brow, inquiring seriously, what of the military token? Does the crown prince no longer desire it? We have arranged for someone to return it, claiming that it was taken back by the envoy at the last moment. At the last moment? So, the plan was to kill the Xian king? Our orders were to eliminate everyone in the envoy. The news was to travel from Tianjin to Tianjing, reporting that the Xian king and princess had been ambushed, and General Li had perished. Li Shuren let out a bitter laugh, never expecting that the news of a death in battle would come from within their ranks. How absurd! His efforts to support them had only led to such a grim fate. He tore open the assassin's tunic, revealing the dark emblem on his chest, marked as a death warrior of the crown prince. Staggering slightly, he moved from body to body, tearing open their garments to examine the dark emblems emblazoned upon their chests. Jiang Yi, witnessing this, tightened his grip on his sword. Watching as Li Shuren approached the fallen comrades, frowning, the prince has awakened. Upon hearing the call, Li Shuren swiftly turned and rushed toward Zhao Lanche's carriage. Jiang Yi exhaled, instructing, ensure that these bodies are cleared away promptly. He joined his comrades in lifting the corpses, and if Li Shuren were present, he would have noticed that the bodies being carried by Jiang Yi and the Jiang family guards were those of the very assailants who had wounded Zhao Lanche. With the black-clad figure winking at Jiang Yi. Your Highness, how do you fare? Li Shuren inquired, with concern. Zhao Huani helped Zhao Lanche sit up, placing a cushion behind him. Zhao Lanche coughed lightly. Do not worry, General, I am well. I have failed you, Your Highness. Li Shuren knelt, his body battered. Had it not been for the Xian king and the Jiang family guards, he feared he might have perished tonight. There is no need for such talk, General. You are a key minister of our realm, and even if I were to fall, it cannot come at the cost of your life. Otherwise, upon our return to Tianjing, I would have no explanation to offer my elder brother. Hearing this, Li Shuren bowed his head, realizing that the crown prince had dispatched death warriors with no intention of allowing him to return alive. He feared for his family. Yet, the crown prince had not anticipated that the Jiang family would provide escort. Otherwise, the Tianjing envoy might have truly faced total annihilation. Your Highness, I owe you my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. Such words are too grave, General. Li Shuren shook his head in self-mockery. Before arriving at Tianjin, he had already made preparations. To safeguard himself and his family, he had presented the military insignia to Prince Xian in front of everyone. But he never anticipated that the crown prince would resort to such drastic measures, completely annihilating the envoy. It was truly reckless. Your Highness, those assassins were sent by the crown prince. His actions indicate that he does not wish for you and the minister to return to Tianjing. Had it not been for Protector Jiang and the others today, we would have had no chance of survival. Over the years, the crown prince has monopolized power, secretly eliminating countless loyal ministers and generals. Now, he has turned his blades against you. Can your Highness truly allow the fate of Tianjing to fall into the hands of such a person? If you are willing, I shall assist you. Upon finishing, Li Shuren bowed deeply to Zhao Lanche, striking his forehead against the ground. Zhao Lanche narrowed his eyes at Li Shuren and suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, his heart heavy with shock and sorrow. You say those assassins are my elder brother's men?
How can that be?
Li Shuren lowered his head. Your Highness, I guarantee upon my family's honor that there are no falsehoods in my words. I have seen the dark patterns on the assassins, and I dare not deceive your Highness. Today, it is you who saved my life. From now on, I shall be loyal to you and will strive to reclaim that position for you." As he thought of the dark patterns on the assassins, a surge of hatred welled within him. His eyes reddened at the thought of his family. As a general of Tianjing, holding the military insignia, he could honestly say he had never harbored treasonous thoughts, yet the crown prince had been so wary of him. Chapter 60. Agreement. Zhao Huan exchanged glances with Zhao Lanche. Zhao Lanche, in pain, knelt partially before Li Shuren. Hearing the movement, Li Shuren quickly raised his head, startled at the sight. In the carriage, Zhao Lanche, kneeling, reached out to support Li Shuren's arm. "General, you know I have always been idle. This mission was highly recommended by my elder brother. How can I fight for anything? Your Highness is benevolent. For the sake of the people of Tianjing, you should strive for it." Li Shuren knew that Zhao Lanche's situation in Tianjing was precarious, not favored by the emperor and overshadowed by other officials, making it difficult to contend with the crown prince. He glanced at Zhao Huan beside Zhao Lanche and said, "Your Highness, if we return safely to Tianjing, the crown prince will likely discuss a marriage alliance with Tianqi. He has already subtly mentioned it to the emperor, who has agreed. If you continue to retreat, the princess might." Li Shuren did not finish his sentence. The bond between Prince Xian and the princess was profound, and he believed Zhao Lanche would understand the implication. Although Zhao Lanche was aware of the crown prince's intentions, he was astonished that their father had consented. What a father indeed! Zhao Huan observed Zhao Lanche, knowing her brother wished to leverage Li Shuren's words to push him forward. But now this matter might cause him to waver. She gently moved Zhao Lanche's hand, saying, "It's just a marriage alliance. As a princess, I should do something for Tianjing. Generally, there's no need to persuade him." With that, she prepared to assist Zhao Lanche up. "Your Highness, if the matter of the princess is insignificant, what about you? Having survived today, how will you face the crown prince upon returning to Tianjing? Would he let you go? Princess, have you considered how the crown prince would feel about your marriage? If Prince Xian posed no threat to the crown prince, why would there be attempts on his life today? Your Highness, aside from yourself, you have your maternal family, your grandmother, uncles, and aunts. Will you disregard them? I know your situation is difficult, but my family is likely facing misfortune as well. I implore you to take a stand for me." With that, he bowed several times before Zhao Lanche. Zhao Lanche looked at him, feeling compassion. After all, he was a man who had risked his life for Tianjing. He glanced at Huan Yi and thought, a marriage alliance is absolutely out of the question. My sister should marry whoever she chooses. He sighed, "General Li, please rise. This matter requires thoughtful deliberation." Upon hearing this, Li Shuren understood that Zhao Lanche had agreed. Zhao Lanche was injured, and the two could not converse further. Li Shuren urged him to focus on recovery. There would be many opportunities in the future. Once Li Shuren departed, Zhao Lanche closed his eyes, recalling the plan he had discussed with Jiang Xinyan before their departure. However, he did not expect the influence of the Jiang family to have already permeated Tianjing, and that there were individuals capable of speaking on behalf of the crown prince. "Brother Lanche, if you trust me, the assassination attempt was undeniably real. There was no need to stage such a performance." Observing Jiang Xinyan's earnest demeanor, Zhao Lanche became intrigued. The orders to kill you and Li Shuren must have come directly from the crown prince himself, which explains Li Shuren's intense hatred for him. Zhao Lanche knew this to be true, but the crown prince would not act hastily due to the military insignia. He refrained from taking action because he still wished to control the insignia, hence he needed to wait until they all returned to devise a more thorough plan. However, if someone were to tell him that it was possible to eliminate the three of you within Tianjin, thereby fulfilling Li Shuren's desire for valor in battle while also eliminating a significant threat and reclaiming the military insignia, if Prince Xian and the princess were to die in Tianjin, the blame would fall squarely on Tianjin. The crown prince would be implicated, and as for Li Shuren, he would perish fighting for your sake, ultimately falling to the hands of the enemy. At the moment of his death, Prince Xian could secretly return the military insignia to Tianjing, with the courier arriving bloodied at the gates of the Tianjing prince's residence. The truth would unfold as the messenger shared the tale. One was a general of Tianjing, another a prince, and one a princess. The weight of these three figures was enough to incite the entire Tianjing to fury and incite them to retaliate against Tianjin. Zhao Lanche gazed at the woman before him, who spoke so eloquently, as if narrating a story. Yet, who would voice it? There were no allies near the crown prince. The crown prince is surrounded by sycophants and schemers, lacking any true advisors. Consequently, he abandoned his original plans when Li Shuren delivered the military insignia.
Now.
As the return approaches, he must be quite anxious. At this moment, a guiding hand is needed, and I have a candidate in mind. Jiang Xinyan's unwavering gaze convinced Zhao Lanche. Yet, by the end, Zhao Lanche was left uncertain of Jiang Xinyan's chosen individual. They had indeed faced an assassination attempt, and the perpetrators were undoubtedly the Crown Prince's assassins. However, to utilize Li Shuren for his own ends, Zhao Lanche would likely have to endure some injuries. I will arrange for our people among the assassins. We shall act according to the situation when the time comes. The Jiang family's escorts will heed your command. Zhao Lanche opened his eyes, frowning deeply. Zhao Huan noticed his furrowed brow and inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" "Nothing, just that this wound truly hurts." "Brother, is there something between you and Xinyan?" Zhao Huan hesitated, wanting to speak. Zhao Lanche turned to her, understanding her concerns, and smiled gently, whispering, "Huan Yi. She helped us out of goodwill. As for her methods, and any potential threat to Tianjing, those are not considerations for me at this moment. In public, she is my ally. In private, she is your junior. Moreover, she is genuinely here to assist us when no one else would." For him, the Jiang family was one of the few truly loyal factions within the Five Nations. Yes, Xinyan acts for our benefit. Therefore, brother, regardless of the outcome, I hope we remain forever friends with the Jiang family. Indeed. As Jiang Xinyan perused the book in her hands, the little red dumpling nestled by her feet. When Yanxi walked into Jiang Xinyan's room, the red dumpling lazily lifted its eyes. "Sister, this little red dumpling is truly adorable. What brings you here today?" Jiang Xinyan continued to read, inquiring. "I simply wanted to see the commotion." Yanxi replied, sitting beside Jiang Xinyan. "I heard that the residence has been quite lively lately. When I arrived, there were many people outside the general's residence peering in. It seems to be quite the spectacle." Jiang Xinyan turned a page of her book nonchalantly. "Sister, I can't help but feel you knew about this in advance." Yanxi leaned closer, asserting her belief. Jiang Xinyan smiled softly. "How could I possibly know beforehand?" Yanxi, puzzled, straightened up. "But why does the fifth prince seem to regard Jiang Xinyan so differently?" Sister A. Jia was unaware of the turmoil that had gripped the noble ladies of Shangqin recently. All of them anxious that the selection of the fifth prince's consort would fall upon a daughter of the general's household. However, could it be that a mere illegitimate daughter would be chosen as the fifth prince's consort? The fifth prince's consort? It seems there is no candidate at all. Jiang Xinyan could not bear the weight of this. Jiang Xinyan set aside her book and lifted her teacup. "Where is Aziz? Is she not with you?" She claimed she would return but has gotten lost each time. This time, she insisted on finding her way to her uncle's house. "Let her be. She won't get lost on her own." Jiang Xinyan shook her head and smiled at Aziz's nature. "Sister Xinyan, Sister Shi." Yanzi rushed into the room, startling the little red fox, which puffed up in alarm and stared at her. Observing this, Jiang Xinyan picked up the fox from the ground and gently petted its fur. "Humph, this little fox always fluffs up when it sees me." "Sister Xinyan, you still pet it." Yanzi pouted, fixated on the little fox resting in Jiang Xinyan's lap. With a laugh, Jiang Xinyan continued stroking the fox's fur. Yanxi playfully pulled Yanzi over. "You, still quarreling with a little red ball of fluff? It's no wonder you scare it every time you burst in. Perhaps it is time to amend your ways." Yanzi glared at the little fox, sitting beside Yanxi. "I came to see Sister Xinyan, and was simply excited. I did not mean to frighten it." "Sister Xinyan, where are Fei Luan and Bai Luo?" Yanzi looked around and inquired. "They should be accompanying a Xian, as today my elder brother is selecting a personal guard for a Xian, and they went along." "Little A Xian is to have his own guard. Sister, I want one too." Yanzi immediately turned and tugged at Yanxi's sleeve. Yanxi glanced down. "Little Z, a Xian is a boy. You have your own little maid." "Fine then," Yanzi sighed, resting her head on the table. Jiang Xinyan chuckled softly at the scene, continuing to pet the little red fox, which wagged its tail happily. Chapter 61. Jiang Nan Bai Luo and Fei Luan, dressed in male attire, followed behind Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian surveyed the line of young boys before him. Although he had always had little servants around him, he had never selected a guard skilled in martial arts before. "Brother, may I choose a few?" the little fellow asked eagerly, lifting his head. Jiang Ting reached out to ruffle Jiang Xian's hair. "Two." These two will accompany a Xian as he grows up, so choose wisely. Nodding, Jiang Xian looked carefully at them. To be able to stand before the young master, the boys must have been meticulously selected by the eldest master. Jiang Xian's eyes scanned the group until they were drawn to a scar on one boy's face, prompting him to ask casually, brother, who among them is the most skilled? Jiang Ting glanced at one of the boys, who stepped forward. Jiang Xian observed the youth, whose solitary demeanor was accentuated by the scar on his forehead. The boy was reticent, merely bowing slightly to Jiang Xian and the others. Youth, what is your name? The boy furrowed his brow. Jiang Nan. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow. An elegant name indeed. Jiang Shoa claims you are the most formidable here? I want the strongest. You shall spar with Jiang Shoa. If you can win even a single move against him, you may accompany me. At these words, the other boys instinctively took a step back. They were but 10 years old, yet among their peers, they were considered exceptional in martial arts. However, Jiang Shoa was no ordinary opponent. He was the second most skilled guard next to Jiang Yi, essentially their leader. Jiang Nan looked up at Jiang Shoa, questioning the challenge. Jiang Shoa, without a word, moved to the opposite side and launched an attack. Though Jiang Nan was young, he nimbly evaded Jiang Shoa's assaults. Jiang Ting observed for a moment before retracting his gaze. The disparity in skill was evident, yet Jiang Nan was not one to be easily trifled with. As expected, Jiang Nan managed to narrowly secure a victory with an impressive maneuver against Jiang Shoa. Good. The little fellow's eyes sparkled as he looked up at Jiang Ting. Brother, I want Jiang Nan. Jiang Ting nodded. Very well, you may choose one more. At this, Jiang Xian scanned the remaining boys. They straightened their backs, awaiting his selection. Yet Jiang Xian, after a thorough glance, found no one else he particularly desired. The little fellow felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he known, he would have summoned his sister for assistance, as his brother offered no suggestions. He turned to Bai Luo and Fei Luan, and Bai Luo smiled at him. Little master, if you cannot decide, we can reconsider later. There is no need to rush. Indeed, Fei Luan chimed in. Jiang Xian glanced at his elder brother once more. Jiang Ting leaned down, speaking earnestly. Xian, when I was your age, no one provided suggestions for me either. However, the one you choose will be your confidant. Someone to whom you can entrust your life. The number is secondary. Yes, brother, Xian understands. Ultimately, Jiang Xian selected only Jiang Nan. The other boys watched as they departed, understanding there was no envy in their hearts. Jiang's family was their family. Jiang Nan trailed behind Jiang Xian, indifferent to his surroundings, his eyes dimming as he clenched his fists. Jiang Ting led Jiang Xian down the street, followed by Bai Luo, Fei Luan, and Jiang Nan. The little fellow was in high spirits today, eager to show his sister the guard he had chosen, even if he was somewhat taciturn. At least he would have someone to practice martial arts with in the future. Jiang Xian excitedly guided Jiang Nan to find Jiang Xinyan. Upon entering the room, he noticed both of his cousins were present. Little A Xian, have you met Sister Shi and Sister Az? Little A Xian, where is your guard? Yanzi stood up and peered behind him, spotting the youth with the scar, standing stoically. Jiang Xian approached his sister, muttering, Sister, today I chose only one little guard. Jiang Xinyan reached up to adjust Jiang Xian's collar, speaking gently. He must be quite formidable then. Having spent time with Jiang Xian, one would realize that he only regarded those he deemed exceptional with special favor. It was clear that the guard he selected must have been the strongest. The little fellow's eyes sparkled as he proudly lifted his chin. Indeed, Jiang Nan is the most skilled guard. HM? Jiang Nan? Hearing this name, Jiang Xinyan looked up at the boy standing there, a knowing smile gracing her lips. In the days to come, you and Xian shall rely on one another for your lives. Upon hearing the last 4 words, Jiang Nan raised his head to meet Jiang Xinyan's gaze. Rely on one another for life. He then lowered his head again, thoughts drifting to his younger brother, a pang of sorrow clenching his heart. Jiang Xinyan cast him a glance, her fingers brushing over the scar on her hand. Jiang Nan had arrived at Xian's side earlier than in her previous life. This child bore a heavy burden. After Yan Shi and Yan Zi departed, Jiang Xinyan personally went to the Jiang family training grounds. If her memory served her right, the boy was in the woodshed there. Upon entering the woodshed, she found a frail child lying beside a pile of firewood, his complexion pale. Jiang Xinyan's heart softened as she approached, squatting down to feel the child's forehead. The steward, accompanying her, asked in confusion, Miss, do you know this child? Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow as she lifted the child into her arms, her voice cold. The training grounds are not without military doctors. Why was he not treated in a timely manner? Even if he is not a member of the Jiang family army, should we not help an ordinary citizen? The steward was taken aback, attempting to explain, Miss, it is simply that this child cannot take in medicine anymore, so. He was left here to fend for himself. He was not part of the Jiang family army, merely someone who collapsed at the training ground's entrance. It is fortunate we brought him in and cared for him. Left here to fend for himself? She observed the housekeeper's expression, which confirmed her words, and let out a cold sneer before carrying the child away. Bai Luo watched in astonishment as her young mistress returned with a child, and hurriedly stepped forward to take the little one in her arms. Fei Luan was stunned, asking, Miss, where did you find this child? After all, the child looked frail and weak, nowhere near as plump as a healthy infant. Fei Luan, please summon Dr. Jiang, she instructed. Fei Luan complied and left promptly. Jiang Xinyan was practicing martial arts with Bai Yi when he heard that his sister was calling for Dr. Jiang. Fearing something had happened to her, he hastily excused himself and rushed back to the residence. Upon seeing the child on the bed, he paused in surprise. Sister? Jiang Xian looked at his elder sister in confusion. Jiang Xinyan gently stroked Jiang Xian's head and said softly, Xian, let us wait for Dr. Jiang to examine this child. He is too weak. Relieved that his sister was unharmed, Jiang Xian turned his attention back to the frail child and nodded. This child has suffered greatly. He must be nurtured back to health, Dr. Jiang said, frowning as he took the child's pulse before moving aside to write a prescription. Jiang Xinyan glanced at the child on the bed, thinking, surviving a great calamity often brings future blessings. Leaning against the bedside, she drowsily heard a voice and opened her eyes to meet a pair of clear, bright eyes. Fairy sister, am I dead? The child on the bed asked. Jiang Xinyan smiled gently. How do you feel? Would you like some water? The child nodded slightly. As she fed him water, Jiang Xinyan noticed the child's gaze remained fixed on her. After losing his brother, no one had cared for him so attentively. Fairy sister, are you here to save me? Yes, lie still and take care of your health. Okay. The child, easily soothed, closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When Jiang Nan saw his younger brother for the first time, he was taken aback by the expressions on his protector's face, feeling a shared sense of joy. Brother. After a few days of care, the child showed some vitality and was overjoyed to see his brother. Thank you, young lady, Jiang Nan said, kneeling before Jiang Xinyan and bowing multiple times. Fairy sister, it was little Tian's playful nature that caused him to get lost. It's not my brother's fault. He gently tugged at Jiang Xinyan's sleeve. A year ago, when his brother had visited him, he had been reluctant to let him go. After his brother left, he secretly followed, only to lose his way and not find his brother or the path back to his grandmother's house. Jiang Nan looked at the little Tian and smiled through his tears. Jiang Xinyan turned to Jiang Xian, who approached her as their eyes met. Sister, a Xian. Little Tian is younger than you. Would you be willing to take care of him? Jiang Xian pondered for a moment, glancing at Jiang Nan. His brother should also be his brother, and he nodded with determination. Sister, I am willing. Good, then from now on, little Tian shall practice martial arts with you. She turned to little Tian, would you like to stay? You can accompany a Xian, just like your brother does. Jiang Nan tightened his grip on little Tian's hand, looking down at him. The frail child beamed and nodded. As long as I am with my brother, everything is fine. All right, from now on. Your name shall be Jiang Bei, Jiang Xinyan said with a gentle smile. Chapter 62. Rescuing on Wolf Mountain. Jiang Xinyan looked at the letter in her hand and heaved a sigh of relief upon learning that Zhao Lanche and the others had safely returned to Tianjing. She had already arranged matters on that side, so there was no need for her to intervene at the moment. It was time to give Jiang Xinyan and Beitang Jingyu a nudge as well. Bai Luo, have there been any updates from the informants at the manor? Miss, not yet. But they left some time ago, and I am concerned. Bai Luo hesitated to continue. Jiang Xinyan rubbed her finger over the scar on her hand, her gaze darkening. Then I shall visit them personally. As dusk began to fall, Jiang Xinyan discreetly had Bai Luo lead away Yun He and Beitang Yunzhan's hidden men, slipping quietly out of the city. At the city gate, Fei Luan had prepared a horse for Jiang Xinyan. After a moment's hesitation, Fei Luan spoke. Miss, are you truly sure you do not want me to accompany you? Do not worry, I shall return by dawn at the latest. With that, Jiang Xinyan mounted her horse and departed. As she rode towards the manor, Jiang Xinyan sat upon her steed, gazing at the manor nestled in the distance. At this hour, how could the manor still be ablaze with lights? Puzzled, she furrowed her brow and dismounted. She approached the manor. lightly touching her toes to the ground before leaping into a tree, steadying herself as she peered into the courtyard. Sure enough, there were many people within. The leader of the group was completely covered, making it impossible to discern their features. Jiang Xinyan maintained a calm demeanor for years, aside from the annual remittances. The Jiang family had neglected the manor, allowing it to be claimed by others. What a clever move by Jiang Xinyan. In her past life, she had not delved into why Jiang Xinyan had learned such exquisite dancing in such a small place, but now, answers were beginning to present themselves. Sir, those who came a few days ago have been dealt with. Now only one is left alive, one of the lackeys gleefully reported to the leader. Jiang Xinyan observed closely. The leader cast a glance at the lackey and nonchalantly replied, "Throw them to the wolves. If anyone else comes, do the same." Jiang Xinyan gritted her teeth. It was time to rescue the people of the Jiang family. When had they ever deserved such treatment from these individuals? She quietly descended the tree and waited for the men to exit the door, following them closely, until she lifted her gaze to the mountain before her, her pupils constricted. Wolf Mountain. She had never paid attention to this manor before, unaware that it was backed by Wolf Mountain. Observing the figures in the distance, she drew a dagger from her waist, but before she could advance, her arm was seized. Jiang Xinyan retaliated instinctively, and after exchanging several blows, she finally recognized the person before her. Meng Ziki? At that moment, Meng Ziki bore none of the frivolous demeanor one might expect from a young master. Instead, he radiated an aura of sternness. Jiang Xinyan instinctively frowned. Had he been following her? She had not sensed it at all. "You cannot act yet," Meng Ziki said in a low voice. He had been drinking with Chen Jiabao and the others in an inn when he noticed Jiang Xinyan disguised as a man leave the city and decided to follow her. Jiang Xinyan instinctively harbored a dislike for him, but as he glanced into the distance, she followed his gaze, holding her breath. In the far distance, glowing green eyes appeared. Was that a pack of wolves? "The wolves have caught the scent of blood," Meng Ziki warned, noticing Jiang Xinyan frozen in place. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jiang Xinyan turned her attention to the group in the distance, then briefly surveyed the approaching wolves. She could not abandon the Jiang family members, especially those she had sent out. After contemplating for a moment, she noted that the men held torches, and for now, the wolves dared not attack. However, once they discarded the captives, she could not be certain of what would happen next. A murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Meng Ziki surveyed the surroundings and spoke softly. "They likely intend to throw the captives down the mountainside. There are over 10 of them. How confident are you?" Jiang Xinyan raised her gaze, her cold determination shining through. A mere 10 men were not a concern, yet she knew that if she acted, the resulting bloodshed would provoke the wolves. "If I join you, we can move faster," Meng Ziki suggested, glancing at the men. His admiration for the Jiang family had been ingrained in him since childhood, but alas, his father viewed them as enemies. Jiang Xinyan shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, 2 people working together would be faster than one. "Thank you." Meng Ziki smirked slightly. What a sudden shift in the wind. "Keep the fire safe, hurry. Throw them down the mountainside to make it easier for the wolves." Just as they were conversing, a lackey's neck was suddenly cut. "What happened?" the leader exclaimed in shock as the torch fell to the ground. Jiang Xinyan gripped her dagger tightly, blood droplets falling onto the torch. Meng Ziki sheathed his sword and picked up the fallen torch. Jiang Xinyan cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground and turned her attention to the only living person, supporting him with one hand as she inquired, "Can you still walk?" The man, upon recognizing his savior, exclaimed with excitement, "Miss." "Yes, it is I. Do you still have the strength to walk?" "Yes, miss. But I failed to accomplish what you entrusted to me," he choked out, lamenting not only his failure but also the loss of his companion's life. Jiang Xinyan lowered her gaze and reassured him, "It is of no consequence." The howl of wolves echoed in the distance, prompting Meng Ziki to survey their surroundings. "We must leave now." Jiang Xinyan looked at the bodies of her family members, her heart heavy with sorrow. She closed her eyes and implored, "Meng Ziki, please take him down the mountain first." Meng Ziki frowned, seemingly aware of her intentions, and countered, "We cannot linger here. We must depart immediately." "Take him down the mountain," she insisted, her tone leaving no room for argument. Meng Ziki cast a deep glance at her, resigned, and agreed to escort him down. Jiang Xinyan surveyed the area and planted the remaining torches into the earth. "The Jiang family shall not neglect you. I will ensure your families are taken care of. It is because of me that you have lost your lives." She dragged the bodies of the 3 men to a nearby rock, picked up a torch, and apologized. You should have been laid to rest properly, but it is better than being devoured by wolves. Just as she was about to ignite the fire, the howls of wolves grew closer. She turned instinctively, her pupils dilating as she beheld a wolf standing before her, its eyes glowing green, deterred only by the flames. Another wolf emerged, seizing a body lying in the distance, while the remaining wolves, seeing Jiang Xinyan's stillness, advanced to claim the corpses of the 10 or so men. Jiang Xinyan could not afford to wait any longer. In a panic, she turned to light the fire but trembled, accidentally scorching a small wolf that darted past her. The creature yelped and fled. Without a moment to spare, Jiang Xinyan hurled the torch onto the bodies of the 3 men, watching as the flames consumed them. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, turning to face the growing number of wolves, she felt a tremor of fear. Perhaps it was the memory of her past life, where she had met her end at the jaws of vicious dogs, that now manifested as an unprecedented dread in the presence of wolves. Jiang Xinyan tightened her grip on the dagger, steadying her trembling hand, and raised her gaze. Her expression fierce. The wolves multiplied, encircling her, baring their teeth in a menacing display. Jiang Xinyan pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, realizing that her earlier mishap with the small wolf had likely sealed her fate. One wolf howled at her, prompting her to glance back at the fire before squinting her eyes and retreating slowly to the side. However, the wolf was unwilling to let her escape easily. One lunged at her, and she narrowly evaded it but was grazed by another, leaving a mark on her arm. Jiang Xinyan seized a nearby torch and struck the attacking wolf across the face, sending it crashing to the ground. Since retreat was not an option, she resolved to fight fiercely. One wolf after another fell under her blows, igniting the pack's fury as they howled in unison. With the flames beside her dwindling, the wolves continued to close in. Jiang Xinyan's breath quickened. Competing with wolves in speed was akin to throwing eggs against stones, and her position offered no trees for refuge. She steadied her breathing, raised her eyes, discarded the now extinguished torch, and brandished her dagger. She, Jiang Xinyan, would not perish at the hands of wolves again. The agony of being devoured alive was a torment she had endured once too often. Chapter 63. Escape. When Meng Ziki returned, he encountered a scene he would never forget. Jiang Xinyan, disregarding her wounds, wielded her dagger with swift precision, plunging it into a wolf's eye before forcefully throwing it aside, startling the pack. Meng Ziki quickly hurled a torch into the throng of wolves, drawing his sword and rushing to her side. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her black attire was stained with blood, uncertain whether it was hers or that of the wolves. "Why have you returned?" Jiang Xinyan rasped. "Do not worry. I have secured your people," Meng Ziki replied, fending off another wolf. Jiang Xinyan glanced at him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Meng Ziki, with his back to her, smirked slightly. "First, let's figure out how to descend the mountain before you thank me. How do we go down?" Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes, her mind consumed with the urge to fight. It seemed that Jiang Xinyan's earlier ferocity had intimidated the wolves, or perhaps Meng Ziki's presence bolstered their fighting spirit, causing the pack to retreat slightly, though they still glared at them, unwilling to back down completely. Observing this, Meng Ziki grasped Jiang Xinyan's arm, commanding, "Stop. They are leaving." Jiang Xinyan tilted her head to regard him, suppressing her murderous intent. Once the wolves had retreated, Meng Ziki exhaled in relief, grateful that the Wolf King had not been alerted. "The Wolf King?" Jiang Xinyan questioned. "Indeed, this is Wolf Mountain. The Wolf King does not emerge easily. But should it appear, we may not leave here unscathed," Meng Ziki explained as he sheathed his sword. Jiang Xinyan nodded. "I am grateful for your assistance today." "Ha!" Meng Ziki chuckled softly. "Jiang Xinyan, I suppose we can consider ourselves friends now, can't we?" Jiang Xinyan regarded Meng Ziki, disheveled as he was, and her heart warmed. Initially, she had placed him and his father, Meng Ji, among the Jiang family's adversaries. Yet on this night, Meng Ziki had indeed aided her, regardless of any ulterior motives. "Yes. Friends," she affirmed, glancing at the wolf carcasses at her feet. "If not for you today, I would have been in a far worse predicament." They exchanged smiles. As they descended the mountain, Jiang Xinyan heard the wolves' mournful howls, echoing endlessly. After bringing the man back to the residence and ensuring he was settled, she turned to Meng Ziki, puzzled. "Aren't you returning to your estate?" "I will, and you? Shouldn't you see a doctor for your injuries?" Meng Ziki frowned at her, noting that she had not paused since descending, attending to her servants while neglecting her own wounds. Jiang Xinyan glanced down at her bloodied attire, realizing her injuries were indeed severe. If she returned to the estate now, it would alarm her elder brother. It is of no concern. I can manage. You, however, should seek medical attention for your wounds, she insisted. Meng Ziki acquiesced, casting a lingering gaze at her, pondering how the Jiang family could raise a woman like Jiang Xinyan. I shall take my leave. Jiang Xinyan nodded to him and turned to depart. Meng Ziki stood rooted, watching her figure fade into the darkness. Glancing down at his own injuries and chuckling softly, Jiang Xinyan walked to the entrance of the ancient tower. Fortunate that it was late at night and the streets were deserted. Otherwise, her appearance would surely frighten onlookers. She raised her head to glance at the plaque, then suddenly coughed, spitting out blood. The princess had merely relaxed from her tense state, resulting in a coughing fit and fainting. As for her injuries, they were primarily bite wounds, likely inflicted by wolves. Dr. Zhang was summoned from the residence of Prince Chen to the ancient tower in the dead of night, frowning as he assessed the situation. Beitang Jingyu's expression was grim as he gazed at the figure lying on the bed. Had it not been for the commotion that had drawn attention from the ancient tower, he would not have known how gravely injured Jiang Xinyan was. Thank you for your diligence. Please stay at the ancient tower until the princess recovers, Yun Che instructed as he escorted the doctor out. Beitang Jingyu sat beside Jiang Xinyan's bed, his brow furrowed deeply. He had hardly dared to believe the message conveyed by the people from the ancient tower. How could she be so severely injured? Has she learned to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair? Even Yun he was kept in the dark. He examined the bandaged wounds on her arm, gritting his teeth. Injured by wolves? It appears there was more than one. Those from Wolf Mountain? When Jiang Xinyan awoke, she found Beitang Jingyu keeping vigil at her bedside. She attempted to rise but quickly realized the severity of her injuries, rendering her unable to move. Hearing her stir, Beitang Jingyu opened his eyes, fixating on her without a word. As Jiang Xinyan was observed by him, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. How peculiar that she had found herself at the ancient building's entrance yesterday. I am thirsty, she murmured softly. Beitang Jingyu gently assisted her and brought the cup to her lips. I can manage on my own, Jiang Xinyan insisted, reaching for the cup. Yet, Beitang Jingyu remained unmoved, compelling her to reluctantly withdraw her hand. After quenching her thirst, Beitang Jingyu fixed his gaze upon her and uttered, "Speak." Jiang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated her predicament to be so dire. Had she known, she would have insisted on having Yunha accompany her. She had always been cautious about her life. Relaying the sequence of events, she recounted everything. Beitang Jingyu listened intently, then, after a pause, gritted his teeth and inquired, Meng Ziki? Jiang Xinyan nodded, saying, fortunately. He was there, otherwise, I could not have been certain I could hold out until the wolf pack retreated. Beitang Jingyu furrowed his brow, refraining from further comment, and asked, what do you intend to do about Chuangzi? Jiang Xinyan's expression darkened at the mention of dealing with. That group had undoubtedly taken countless lives from the Jiang family. Debts must be repaid with blood. I will handle this matter for you. Focus on your recovery, he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Jiang Xinyan, feeling a pang of guilt, found herself unable to retort. I should return home. Having been away for a night. Are you not concerned about the rumors that may arise upon your return? Beitang Jingyu gazed at her coolly. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. But Jiang Xinyan felt that Beitang Jingyu appeared more formidable than usual. With Biluo providing me cover, I should be fine. Enough. You are too injured. You should rest here at the ancient building for today. I have already summoned Miss Yen. Sierre? Inviting Sierre will only worry my uncle. Seemingly reading Jiang Xinyan's thoughts, Beitang Jingyu stood and said, I have only informed Miss Yen of this matter. She will keep it confidential. Shortly after Beitang Jingyu departed, Yen Shi arrived. Upon entering, she found her older sister weakly lying on the bed and hurried to her side. Sister, how could you be so severely injured? Jiang Xinyan smiled reassuringly. It's nothing to worry about. What excuse did you use? Yen Shi noticed Jiang Xinyan still smiling at her, and her temples began to throb. I told the family that I was accompanying you to pay respects and would stay on the mountain for a day. I also informed Biluo, who will handle matters for the Jiang family. That is good. Sister, what exactly happened? When the Crown Prince's men came to seek her out, she had been skeptical. However, given that it concerned Jiang Xinyan and involved the Crown Prince's people, she had ventured forth alone, only to find it was indeed true. Jiang Xinyan gazed at Yan Shi soothingly. Do not fret. It's merely a minor injury. How can it be minor? Yan Shi exclaimed, noticing the bandaged arm already stained with blood, which made her eyes well up with tears. Sire, I am thirsty. All right, Yan Shi quickly went to fetch water. Jiang Xinyan smiled as she watched Yan Shi's retreating figure. She wondered where Beitang Jingyu had gone. Chapter 64. The Night of the Wolf Hunt Master. This is the place, Yun Che reported, surveying the Zhuangzi before them. Beitang Jingyu raised his gaze and approached the estate, with Yun Che closely following. As they arrived, they found no guards in sight. Beitang Jingyu's expression darkened.
Yun Che.
Without hesitation, Yun Che kicked the door open. A sight of crimson greeted them. Beitang Jingyu frowned. It seemed the individuals who had ascended the mountain last night had not returned, raising suspicions that those at the estate had investigated and silenced the witnesses. After surveying the premises, Yun Che returned to Beitang Jingyu's side, stating, Master, they have all been silenced. Beitang Jingyu understood. This man was indeed ruthless, sparing not even his own. Could it be those from Tianlin? He squinted. If they were indeed from Tianlin, why had they infiltrated Tianshan? And what of Jiang Xinyan? Did they aim to dismantle the Jiang family? Standing at the foot of the Wolf Mountain, he looked up.
Yun Che.
What have Yunling and the others been up to lately? Upon hearing this, Yun Che felt an ominous premonition. Master. Yunling and the others have been at the Minji Hall. They have yet to return. Dispatch orders. The Minji Hall has been idling for too long. Have them come to hunt wolves. With that, Beitang Jingyu turned to leave, leaving Yun Che in a state of shock. Hunt wolves? The foremost assassination organization hunting wolves? The prestigious Minji Hall is to hunt wolves? Yunling would certainly be devastated upon hearing this. As expected, upon receiving the orders from Shangchen, Yunling, within the hall, read the message multiple times, questioning if it truly stated hunt wolves. Was it so simple to hunt wolves? We are assassins, not beast catchers. In haste, Yunling returned to Shangchen. Fifth brother, did the master truly issue such an order? Are we indeed to hunt wolves, or is this wolf a person? Yunling grasped Yun Che's arm, seeking clarity. Yun Che's expression remained stoic as he glanced at the incessantly chattering Yunling, replying, The wolves of Wolf Mountain. Stunned, Yunling stood frozen. Truly wolves? The sky had fallen. Yunling felt as if the world had crumbled. Did the master no longer want him? Were they to be sent to feed the wolves? Yun Che looked at Yunling with disdain as he indulged in his fanciful thoughts. While employing the Minji Hall to hunt wolves was indeed a waste of talent, it posed significant danger. However, recalling Jiang Xinyan's grievous injuries, he felt that the Minji Hall should not be outdone by a mere woman. Hence, he shared with Yunling the details of Jiang Xinyan's injuries. Though the master had not mentioned it, Dr. Zhang had indicated that the wounds on Jiang Xinyan resembled those inflicted by wolves. Coupled with the master's order to hunt wolves, it became evident that Jiang Xinyan had likely been harmed by the wolves of Wolf Mountain. Listening to this, Yunling frowned deeply. Noticing his rare solemnity, Yun Che felt puzzled until Yunling suddenly exclaimed, Wow, the princess is truly remarkable, single-handedly fighting her way out from amidst a pack of wolves. Upon witnessing Yunling's expression of admiration, Yun Che realized his worries were unfounded. Get lost. Oh, fifth brother actually told me to get lost, ha ha ha. Yunling chuckled, then turned serious again. However, the wolves on Wolf Mountain may not be so easily defeated. Indeed. You should return to the hall and think of a plan. All right, I am off. Yunling hurriedly departed. Sister, will you be able to return in your current state? Yan Shi assisted Jiang Xinyan to the table. It is ill-advised to remain at the ancient building indefinitely. Over time, the family will grow anxious. Jiang Xinyan seated herself, gazing at Yan Shi with a slight frown. Moreover, the situation at the Zhuangzi. Sister, if Jiang Xinyan is indeed colluding with others to undermine the Jiang family, it would be wise to eliminate her sooner rather than later. Jiang Xinyan nodded in agreement. Yes, Sire, do not worry too much. I understand that you wish to keep the Yan family from becoming too entangled in court affairs. However, Sire, the Yan and Jiang families are intertwined and cannot be separated. Should the Jiang family face adversity in the future, the Yan family will also be unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, Sire, I can share some of the burdens with you. Yan Shi regarded Jiang Xinyan with a grave expression. Jiang Xinyan's hands trembled slightly beneath the table. Indeed, the Yan and Jiang families were essentially one.
Sire,
Jiang Xinyan offered her a smile, conveying unspoken understanding. Unbeknownst to anyone, Jiang Xinyan and Yan Shi departed early the next day in a carriage back to the Jiang family. To their surprise, Jiang Xinyan was already standing at the entrance of the Jiang family, smiling sweetly as she greeted them. "Sister has returned today. Allow me to welcome you." Jiang Xinyan disembarked from the carriage and approached Jiang Xinyan, responding with a hint of sarcasm. "Sister's kind intentions are noted." With that, she turned and entered the main gate without looking back, with Yan Shi closely following. Jiang Xinyan watched their departing figures, gritting her teeth. The previous day, news had reached her from the estate about someone investigating the Zhuangzi, coincidentally right when Yan Shi had invited Jiang Xinyan to pay respects. What a coincidence! The individual who had come to vent his anger had been in close contact with the fifth prince recently, thus managing to suppress his outrage. Jiang Xinyan lowered her gaze. Taking a deep breath, she needed to tightly grasp the fifth prince to rise above Jiang Xinyan. Upon seeing Jiang Xinyan enter the courtyard, Biluo and Feilwan hurriedly approached to assist her. As soon as she entered the room, the little red ball of fluff rushed over to sniff Jiang Xinyan's scent. "Miss, are your injuries severe?" Biluo asked anxiously. Jiang Xinyan offered a soothing smile to the two, reassuring them that it was merely a minor injury and there was no need for concern. "Miss," Biluo called softly, her brow furrowed. "I should have insisted on accompanying you. Had I been there, you would not have been hurt." Fei Luan lowered her head in self-reproach. "It's all right. This has nothing to do with you. I never expected to be injured myself," Jiang Xinyan replied gently. Seeing Biluo and Fei Luan's expressions of guilt, Yan Shi called out, "Sister, enough of the self-blame. I am fine now." "Biluo, you should truly provide me with some of your poison for self-defense," Jiang Xinyan mused. "If we encounter any vicious wolves or dogs again, at least I will have a means of escape. Human strength pales in comparison to poison." Biluo nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for more protective measures for the Mississippi. While they spoke, they noticed Jiang Xian peering in from the doorway. Jiang Xinyan smiled at the fluffy head. "A Xian, come in." "Sister." Jiang Xian approached with concern in his eyes. "Did you hear?" Jiang Xinyan asked affirmatively. The little one nodded. "Sister, are you hurt?" "It's nothing serious. I am already well. But this matter must not reach father or elder brother, understood?" Jiang Xinyan gently ruffled his hair, noticing he had grown a bit taller. Jiang Xian pouted, clenched his fists. "Sister, please recover well. I will study diligently with master to protect you sooner." Jiang Xinyan smiled and nodded. After Yan Shi and Jiang Xian departed, Yunhe stood before Jiang Xinyan, his head hung low in frustration. Jiang Xinyan glanced at him. "It is not your fault. I deliberately kept you away, so do not worry." "It was my negligence. I was not vigilant enough," Yunhe replied. "If there are matters you do not wish for me to know, a little carelessness is acceptable." Hearing this, Yunhe looked up then lowered his gaze again. "What does the princess mean?" Jiang Xinyan sighed. Jiang Xinyan, trust those I employ, but I also have my own matters to attend to. Do you understand?" "I understand," he replied. Jiang Xinyan sipped her water and looked at him. "However, there is indeed something I need you to do." Yunhe sensed it was not a pleasant task, or else the princess's smile would not seem so disquieting. Chapter 65. Rumors resurfaced. Beitang Jingyu gazed at the gentle woman before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet he pressed the pouch at his waist and patiently accompanied her. He turned his back, staring into the distance. Su Yi had been missing for some time, and he pondered the reasons behind her absence. Just then, he heard soft words by his side. "Your Highness, is it too presumptuous of me to invite you for a lakeside outing today?" Jiang Xinyan lowered her head with a slight smile. Beitang Jingyu raised an eyebrow. "Not at all." Jiang Xinyan secretly delighted in her success, and when she looked up again, her demeanor transformed into one of gentle charm. With affectionate eyes, she slowly said, "I know your Highness is busy with matters of state, but one must occasionally take a break. I have brought some fine wine for you to savor." Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes. Having spent time with Jiang Xinyan, he was aware of the rumors surrounding them and his rightful consort. He glanced at the woman beside him, feeling a sense of irritation, yet memories of her as a child calmed him. He masked his expression. "You are thoughtful." Jiang Xin gently shook her head, urging him to take a seat. "Your Highness, please." Beitang Jingyu turned and entered the cabin. Jiang Xinyan followed, pouring him a glass of wine with a soft smile. Though it could not compare to the finest Qing wine, it was still a rare vintage. "Your Highness, please enjoy." Beitang Jingyu raised the cup, took a sip and nodded. "Not bad. You are indeed thoughtful." I am glad you like it, Jiang Xinyan replied with a slight smile. They say a smile can captivate a city. While Jiang Xinyan's smile may not be that enchanting, it undeniably eased Beitang Jingyu's tension, reminding him of their first meeting in Qing. You need not concern yourself with the recent rumors in Shangchen, Beitang Jingyu explained. Ultimately, it was his presence that had embroiled her in gossip. Jiang Xinyan bit her lip in silence. Need not concern myself? Was it not rare for the fifth prince to show her such favor? Then why did he frequently shower her with kindness and gift her with fine wine? She looked up at him, noticing his cup was empty, and proactively filled it again. Your Highness need not worry. I do not mind my humble status. It is already a blessing for me that you are willing to befriend me. Her understanding and grateful words elicited a nod from Beitang Jingyu, who took another sip of his wine. Jiang Xinyan watched him drink, lowering her gaze as her nails dug into the handkerchief. Stealing a glance at the person standing outside the cabin, she smirked. With rumors swirling in Shangchen, she initially believed the fifth prince harbored feelings for her, yet he claimed she need not concern herself.
How could that be?
She intended to become the fifth prince's consort and eventually the empress. She could not allow him to dismiss her so lightly. A fleeting fantasy, she thought. Fifth prince, please forgive me. After a brief conversation in the cabin, Jiang Xinyan rose to take her leave. Beitang Jingyu observed her with mild surprise, glancing outside the cabin. Noting that it was still early, will you not stay for a meal before departing? I have delayed your highness long enough, she replied softly, displaying a demeanor of obedience and understanding. Beitang Jingyu stood. Very well, let Xiao Yi escort you. Thank you, your highness. The two emerged from the cabin, the midday sun shining brightly, and more boats crowded the lake. Jiang Xinyan stood aside, watching Beitang Jingyu quietly instruct Xiao Yi. She exchanged a glance with Shui Er, signaling her. Shui Er trembled slightly, lowering her head. Beitang Jingyu approached her. Xiao Yi will see you home. Thank you, your highness, Jiang Xinyan curtsied. But before she could rise, Shui Er stumbled and lunged toward Jiang Xinyan, resulting in a startled cry. Jiang Xinyan lost her balance and fell directly into the lake. The boat rocked violently, and Xiao Yi rushed to Beitang Jingyu's side, steadying him. Your highness, are you all right? Beitang Jingyu regained his balance and shook his head, casting a fierce glance at Shui Er, who was now panicking. I did not mean to. I get seasick. Fifth prince, please save my lady. Beitang Jingyu turned his gaze to the lake, seeing Jiang Xinyan struggling, her hands flailing in the water. In a moment of confusion, he saw the little girl from years ago calling for help, instinctively preparing to jump in. Xiao Yi quickly restrained him. Your highness, there are too many people. If he jumped in, he would be entangled with Jiang Xinyan. Yet, Beitang Jingyu seemed oblivious to Xiao Yi's warning, pushing him aside and leaping into the water. The boats on the lake, now filled with spectators, began to murmur. Is that not the fifth prince? Indeed, that woman appears to be from the Jiang family.
Does she not?
They have been quite close lately. Xiao Yi frowned at the clamor from the lakeside. When Jiang Xinyan was rescued,
Så hørte dræbt til klog over her.
Beitang Jingyu, seeming to awaken from a trance, narrowed his eyes at the unconscious Jiang Xinyan lying on the ground. What had just happened? Irritated, he ordered Xiao Yi, head to shore. Once the boat docked, Beitang Jingyu immediately took Jiang Xinyan to the physician, whispers of rumors trailing behind them. Your highness, are you all right? Xiao Yi handed Beitang Jingyu a cup of ginger tea, worry evident in his voice. Beitang Jingyu took it, downing it in one go, pressing his hand to his forehead. Is she awake? Xiao Yi shook his head, speaking softly. The doctor says not yet, your highness. Should we leave? This may escalate. Beitang Jingyu's expression darkened. Was today merely an accident? He glanced at the pouch at his waist, retrieving a jade pendant and rubbing it thoughtfully, his agitation growing as he cast a suspicious glance at the pendant. Your highness? Xiao Yi called gently, noticing his silence. It is of no concern. We shall wait for her to awaken before we depart. Xiao Yi let out a soft sigh, pondering over the owner of the jade pendant, concerned that it might weigh heavily on him. If the owner possessed a noble status, it would not be an issue, however. It turned out to be a recognized illegitimate daughter. Jiang Xinyan was aware of this matter while observing Jiang Xian and Jiang Bei practicing martial arts. She smirked, noting that Jiang Xinyan had begun to make her move. Yet she wondered why Beitang Jingyu, who was already aware of the pendant's owner, had not taken the initiative to be with Jiang Xinyan. Nevertheless, it seemed that fulfilling Jiang Xinyan's ambition of climbing the social ladder was now in order. Upon awakening, The first thing Jiang Xinyan did was to kneel before Beitang Jingyu to apologize, supported by Shuer. Her complexion was pale, and she appeared weak as she knelt before him, beseeching, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I am truly unworthy of your rescue. If anything were to happen to you, I would find it impossible to atone." Beitang Jingyu furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "It is all my fault for not properly guiding Xinyan. I implore you to punish me instead and spare my maid." Shuer, kneeling beside her, quickly bowed her head multiple times in agreement. Beitang Jingyu helped her up, stating, "Your health is still fragile, and the ground is cold. It is merely a trivial matter. Rise." Jiang Xinyan's eyes brimmed with tears, evoking a sense of pity. "Thank you, Your Highness." Beitang Jingyu did not say more, instructing her to return home to recuperate. Xiao Yi, standing nearby, hesitated before speaking. Chapter 66. Throwing the table. Young Master Yan has arrived. Please escort him upstairs, the innkeeper called out upon spotting Jiang Xinyan approaching the ancient building. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, indicating that she did not require a private room today, just a pleasant seat would suffice. Very well. The innkeeper specifically chose a window-side table for her. As Jiang Xinyan glanced outside, she spotted Beitang Jingyu. A mocking smile curled upon her lips as she rested her chin on her hand, observing him with keen interest. Everyone in the capital knew that he had recently saved the Jiang family's cousin, and it seemed that good news was imminent. Somehow, this information reached the emperor's ears. And Beitang Yunfeng teasingly inquired whether Beitang Jingyu had intentions toward Jiang Xinyan, contemplating bringing her into his residence. Jiang Xinyan pressed her left thumb against the scar on her index finger, smiling as she mused about Beitang Jingyu's thoughts. It was indeed peculiar that he had outright refused Beitang Yunfeng's inquiry. Shang Wansen glanced at Beitang Jingyu beside him, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Jingyu, what are your thoughts? Now that you have found Jiang Xinyan, why do you not consider marrying her?" Jingyu's reluctance to marry her could not possibly stem from her status. Otherwise, he would not have searched for her all these years. Beitang Jingyu struggled to respond to his friend's question. The truth was that Jiang Xinyan's background was not dissimilar to what he had initially believed. He had always thought that the young girl from years past was merely a child of an ordinary family, and her status was of little consequence. Yet somehow, whenever he thought of her, another face would flash through his mind, Jiang Xinyan. He squinted slightly, pressing the sachet at his waist and letting out a soft sigh. After all, it was Jiang Xinyan who had saved him, and he should not subject her to undue embarrassment. Perhaps it was wise to wait until the situation stabilized before addressing matters concerning Jiang Xinyan. Just as Shang Wansen thought Beitang Jingyu might remain silent, he unexpectedly spoke. Shang Wansen understood. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed not the time for such discussions. Moreover, whenever he thought of Jiang Xinyan, his brow furrowed. She was far too delicate to be of any assistance to Jingyu. If it were Jiang Xinyan, however, she was one of the few exceptionally intelligent individuals in the 5 nations, the legitimate daughter of a great general, and a disciple of an ethereal master. She would be of great help. Beitang Jingyu's subordinates had made contact with Meng Ji, hoping he would align with their side, particularly after losing the Jiang family's support and seeking reinforcements elsewhere.
Shang Guansen spoke softly.
Upon hearing this, Beitang Jingyu scoffed lightly, believing that his third brother was simply unworthy of being his rival. Keep a closer watch on him. Meng Ji's loyalty depends on his whims. After all, only my third brother and I can truly compete for the title of crown prince. Indeed, I have already dispatched someone to monitor him. Additionally, the merchant convoy is fully prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Shang Wansen lowered his voice. Beitang Jingyu understood, lifting his gaze to Jiang Xinyan, nonchalantly saying, "Pay attention to her." Jiang Xinyan had not anticipated that Beitang Jingyu would notice her. She raised an eyebrow and offered him a perfunctory smile. Shang Wansen followed Beitang Jingyu's gaze and saw Jiang Xinyan, dressed in men's attire, seated on the second floor of the ancient building, gazing back at them. For some reason, he felt that there was a mocking glint in her eyes, and her smile did not reach them. Beitang Jingyu stepped into the ancient building, making his way to Jiang Xinyan's table.
"Princess."
Jiang Xinyan clenched her teeth as she watched him and Shang Wansen take their seats across from her. "Prince, are you here to drink as well? The wine at the ancient building is renowned in Tianjin. As a prince, I must indulge in a few cups," he replied, pouring himself a drink from the jug on the table. Jiang Xinyan smirked at him, her expression mischievous. "Indeed, the wine you selected today is quite delightful. Yet it still falls short. If you had visited Shangqing and tasted its wine, you would find this lacking. Beitang Jingyu set down his cup and looked at her.
Oh,
I have heard that Shangqing wine is the finest in Tianjin. Alas, I have yet to experience it. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally savor Shangqing wine. Jiang Xinyan expressed her regret, sensing that Beitang Jingyu was probing her. Meanwhile, Shang Wansin's expression darkened. Did Jingyu suspect that Jiang Xinyan was the one who had saved him? Upon hearing her words, Beitang Jingyu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, but still managed to smile. I apologize for intruding upon your time today. As for your wine, I shall treat it. Once Beitang Jingyu had walked away, Jiang Xinyan's smile faded, her jaw clenched tightly as a wave of murderous intent began to rise within her. She glanced at the wine on the table, wrinkling her nose in disgust, and stood up, heading toward the ancient residence. Upon entering the ancient residence, she finally quelled her feelings of nausea. The innkeeper lightly knocked on the door of the residence, prompting Jiang Xinyan to turn and beckon him inside. Young Master Yan, would you like me to bring in the wine from outside? The innkeeper inquired, aware that she was someone his master had instructed him to attend to with utmost care. Jiang Xinyan, feeling irritable, replied patiently, no need. That table has been thrown out. After saying this, she placed a gold coin on the table. Thrown out? The innkeeper gazed at the gold coin, astonished. Did you mean to say the entire table was discarded? Seeing him still standing there, Jiang Xinyan raised her eyes. Is this not sufficient? Calculate the price for that table, the chairs, and the food, and go to the Jiang family to collect it. She mused that since this was the ancient building, surely a single gold coin would not suffice for compensation. The innkeeper, not daring to accept her gold, quickly smiled and said, You jest, my lady. There is no need for your money. I will instruct my subordinates to dispose of that table immediately. Please rest. I shall bring you another table shortly. With that, he retreated. When the dishes and wine were brought back, Beitang Jingyu accompanied them. She cast him a quick glance and then ignored him. Who made you angry today? Beitang Jingyu asked with a smile as he sat beside her. Nothing in particular. By the way, my jade pendant? She turned to him. Beitang Jingyu paused, smiling. You seem to care quite a bit. Don't worry, it's safe with me. His words held a double meaning. Jiang Xinyan chose not to respond. Yesterday, my elder brother summoned me for a game of chess. In our conversation, it seemed he intended to establish Jingye as the crown prince. The edict should be issued in the next few days, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Unforeseen circumstances? Jiang Xinyan traced the scar on her index finger, reflecting on the significant events that had transpired in her past life. It was precisely during these few days that she had just met Beitang Jingyu, finding his demeanor as a prince to be exceptionally gentle and kind, which had led her to develop a fondness for him. Consequently, she had shared information regarding the third prince's succession with him, and he had taken the opportunity to express his ambitions and affections. She, Jiang Xinyan, is no sheltered young lady confined to her quarters. She has been mentored by the transcendent, her knowledge and skills dedicated to the welfare of the world, and her heart is filled with profound aspirations. Thus, she holds a favorable view of Beitang Jingyu's ambition to contend for the throne, for his words and deeds indeed bear the weight of a wise ruler within the depths of the palace. As for Beitang Jingyu, Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes. What are your thoughts? Beitang Jingyu raised an eyebrow. Yen, as I mentioned before, let us observe the struggle from a distance. My two nephews are not to be underestimated. Jiang Xinyan chuckled softly, agreeing with Beitang Jingyu's astute assessment. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. The outcome remains uncertain. Chapter 67. Inflicting damage at night. Beitang Jingyu sat quietly at a table, with Shang Wansin beside him, their expressions grave. Sir, we have received news from the Black Tower. There has been a significant influx of officials visiting the third prince's residence, and the Grand Princess's Grand Tutor has also made an appearance. Upon hearing the title of the Grand Tutor, Beitang Jingyu clenched his fists, his tone darkening. What of Mengji? He remains inactive, Shang Wansin replied earnestly. Beitang Jingyu sneered. If Beitang Jingyu wishes to become the crown prince, he is still far from ready. We can prepare for Lin Su. Shang Wansin abruptly stood, interjecting, That's unwise. One move influences the entire game. If Lin Su acts, we will inevitably be affected. Are there no other options? Beitang Jingyu cast a cold glance at him. Shang Wansin gritted his teeth. While there may be no alternatives, Meng Ji is likely still observing. If I did not hold his fatal weakness, do you think he would not turn against us? If we cannot strike decisively, I will ensure my third brother remains unqualified for that seat. Beitang Jingyu's gaze turned fierce. Realizing further persuasion would be futile, Shang Guanxin conceded. Yet if Lin Su acts, the entire court and populace will surely react. When Yunhe entered, clutching a wolf pelt, the little red creature bristled and bared its teeth at him. Jiang Xinyan, engrossed in a game with herself, lifted her gaze at the commotion and called out, "Oh, red dumpling." The little fox, baring its teeth yet retreating, scurried to Jiang Xinyan's feet and nestled in her skirt, peeking out at Yunhe. "What do you have that makes the little fox so fierce?" "Fierce yet cowardly." Yunhe rubbed his nose and replied, "Your Highness, it is a wolf pelt." "A wolf pelt?" Jiang Xinyan paused her game, looking over. "What is this?" "Your Highness, it is from the Wolf King of Wolf Mountain." Jiang Xinyan rose and approached him, reaching out to touch the pelt. Yunling went to Wolf Mountain to hunt wolves and brought this back. "Hunt wolves?" Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow. "I had not heard of this." She looked down at the pelt, recalling that Beitang Jingyu had previously mentioned that all the people from that estate had been silenced. It seemed that the people of Tianlin were wary of being discovered and took matters into their own hands. But this wolf? As a thought crossed her mind, she smiled, warmth blooming within her. "Give it to Biluo to keep." Yunhe complied and exited with the pelt. The little fox, seeing him leave, emerged and leaped onto Jiang Xinyan's lap. Jiang Xinyan affectionately smiled, stroking its head and returning her attention to the chessboard. With determination, she made a move that severed the path of the white pieces, but it also sacrificed half of her black pieces.
Lin Su.
Jiang Xinyan focused intently on the game. Lin Su was the brother of the third prince's consort. The matter of Lin Su could indeed thwart Beitang Jingyu's path to the throne. However, it must be said that Beitang Jingyu's maneuver was ruthless, sacrificing so many of his own. 3 days passed, and the city of Shangchen was abuzz. The cause being a tragic event at a brothel named Tianxianglu where a woman had died. If it had been an ordinary woman, it would have been inconsequential. Yet among the crowd, someone recognized the figure who leapt from the building, the youngest daughter of Duke Su. A month prior, she had gone missing, and notices had been posted throughout Shangchen seeking her. Who would have thought she would jump to her death from this brothel? The crowd murmured in shock. Before long, Duke Su arrived in haste, stumbling to his daughter's side, while his wife, upon seeing their daughter's condition, collapsed to the ground. Duke Su knelt beside his daughter, extending a trembling hand to gently close her eyes, only to suddenly raise his head, eyes wide with fury, glaring at the brothel before him. After searching for his daughter for so long, he had not anticipated she had been abducted to this den of vice, forced to leap to assert her identity. How infuriating! Such a brazen place exists beneath the emperor's nose. With a command, Duke Su ordered the establishment to be surrounded completely. Although he held no real power, he was a genuine member of the imperial family, having once saved the late emperor's life, and was deeply respected throughout the realm. His only daughter, cherished dearly, had met such a tragic end. He could not let this pass lightly. Beitang Jingyu watched from a distance, his expression inscrutable. Shang Guanxin furrowed his brow. Duke Su's daughter? Did you know her identity beforehand? Beitang Jingyu cast a sidelong glance at him. The one I prepared for is not her. Lin Su. Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes, not expecting Lin Su to be so audacious. Jiang Xinyan was astonished upon learning the deceased was Duke Su's daughter. How could it be Duke Su's daughter? Could it be Beitang Jingyu's doing? No, Beitang Jingyu did not prepare for her. In his past life, a tragedy did occur at Tianxianglu. But the victim was not from the Su family. Duke Su's eldest son, with his thunderous methods, thoroughly investigated Tianxianglu, only to find the trail leading back to the third prince. Duke Su rushed into the imperial palace with evidence in hand. Beitang Yunfeng looked at the testimonies in his hand, his expression growing darker. He slammed his palm onto the table, cursing, "Nonsense. I implore your majesty to give justice. Avenge my daughter's death." Duke Su cried out in anguish as he knelt on the ground. Beitang Yunfeng furrowed his brow and hurriedly ordered someone to assist him to his feet. "I will certainly provide Duke Su with an explanation." After speaking, he commanded someone to summon the third prince. The third prince, observing the man kneeling at his feet, lifted his foot and kicked him fiercely. "You have stirred up such a great mess, and yet you still have the audacity to seek my assistance? I warned you to be cautious." Cautious? But what did you do? Did you not investigate the backgrounds of those you abducted beforehand? Immediately sever your connections. Lin Su stood and approached Beitang Jingyu's side. "Third prince. This was an oversight on our part. These were supposed to be common girls. They saw that Miss Su was strikingly beautiful and sought to present her to the third prince. Who would have thought that Miss Su would be so ungrateful? Despite being tempered for several days, Lin Su dared not continue, as he himself harbored intentions toward Miss Su. Beitang Jingyu regarded him coolly, his mind buzzing. A strategist beside him frowned. Your Highness, this matter may escalate significantly. Beitang Jingyu was acutely aware. Had the death occurred within the brothel, he could have concealed it. But alas, it occurred in a bustling marketplace, and the victim was none other than Duke Su's daughter. Duke Su would insist on a thorough investigation, and once that occurred, it would likely expose the illicit dealings of Jiang Xinyan, human trafficking. He closed his eyes. Before entering the palace, Beitang Jingyu received a list from a strategist, who spoke softly. Your Highness, although we are deeply involved, we are not alone in the court. Recently, numerous officials have visited Jiang Xinyan, and they are all aware of where the girls come from, each having received their share of benefits. Your Highness, should the Emperor inquire, you need only admit to lax management. Beitang Jingyu glanced at him, accepting the list with a nod. In the carriage, Beitang Jingyu scanned the names on the list and smiled. Quite a number of individuals from my fifth brother's circle have visited. You have done well. As soon as Beitang Jingyu arrived, Beitang Yinfeng hurled all the documents in his hand at him. Beitang Jingyu hurriedly knelt. Father. Beitang Yinfeng raised his foot and kicked him. As a prince, how could you engage in such dealings? Father. I am terrified. I only just learned of this matter, but I was unaware beforehand. You were unaware? Were your people unaware? Beitang Yinfeng was furious. Your Majesty, as you are aware, I have always been lenient towards the people in the residence. The actions they undertake in private are truly unknown to me. The third prince has certainly distanced himself from this affair. The Duke of Su openly mocks us. Your Highness, I am deeply pained by the loss of your daughter, but this was not by my design. Father, I have brought Lin Su here, awaiting your judgment. Third prince, do you truly have no connection to the Tianqiang Tower? The Duke of Su asked through gritted teeth. Beitang Jingyu straightened himself and replied, no. Beitang Yinfeng does not wish to see the son of his. The evidence has been laid before him, yet he continues to deny it. The Duke of Su turned away from him and bowed to Beitang Yinfeng, Your Majesty. Beitang Yinfeng pressed his fingers to his brow. Chapter 68. The dismissal of half the court. At this moment, Beitang Yunjian and Beitang Jingyu arrived outside the hall together. Beitang Jingyu raised his hand in greeting. Little royal uncle. Beitang Yunjian acknowledged him and turned to send a little eunuch inside to inform. Your Majesty, Prince Chen and the fifth prince are outside. Upon hearing this, Beitang Yinfeng hastily called for them to enter. Jean, what brings you here? Before Beitang Yunjian could pay his respects, Beitang Yinfeng smiled at his brother. Beitang Yunjian chuckled and bowed to Beitang Yinfeng. Today, it is particularly lively here, royal brother. He cast a glance at the kneeling Beitang Jingyu and spoke casually. Beitang Yinfeng coughed lightly and turned to Beitang Jingyu. What brings you here today, fifth brother? Beitang Jingyu presented a memorial with both hands. I have just learned of the tragic death of the Duke of Su's daughter at the Tianqiang Tower. A large number of citizens have flocked to my door, pleading for me to take action. After understanding the situation, I truly do not dare to act on my own, thus I have come to seek your judgment, father. A nearby eunuch quickly approached to take the memorial from Beitang Jingyu and handed it to Beitang Yinfeng. Beitang Yinfeng looked at Beitang Jingyu with suspicion, took it, and shifted his gaze from Beitang Jingyu to the document in his hands. Beitang Jingyu glanced up at Beitang Jingyu. What did the fifth brother deliver? Just as he was pondering, something struck him heavily on the head. Beitang Yinfeng, enraged, threw the memorial at Beitang Jingyu after reading its contents. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Beitang Jingyu, disregarding the blood that had begun to bead on his forehead, hurriedly knelt lower. Beitang Yunjian raised an eyebrow from the side. Is this true? Beitang Yinfeng inquired. Replying to father, it is absolutely true. They are still kneeling at my gate. I was genuinely alarmed to learn that such activities could occur under the Emperor's rule. Beitang Jingyu replied with composure. Beitang Yunjian glanced at the memorial on the ground, stepped forward to pick it up casually, opened it and chuckled. Indeed. They possess quite the audacity. Human trafficking? The Tianqiang Tower is engaged in such dealings. After reading it, he cast a cool glance at the nearly prostrate individual. How does your royal brother intend to deal with this? Beitang Yinfeng gritted his teeth. They shall be severely punished. Beitang Jingyu's heart sank. Lin Su's fate seemed sealed. The Duke of Su took the memorial from Beitang Yunjian's hand. quickly scanning it, and was astonished. His daughter was sold to this place.
Lin Su.
I request to handle this matter. After glancing at the person on the ground, he thought, had it not been for his royal status, he would have certainly made Beitang Jingyu accompany his daughter to the grave. Beitang Yunfeng, with a sidelong glance at the Duke of Su, empathized with his loss, then turned to Beitang Jingyu. Ultimately, it is my reckless son who has caused this trouble. Duke of Su, I shall ensure you receive an explanation. After this case is resolved, I will personally send Lin Su to your residence. Father, Beitang Jingyu exclaimed, kneeling on the ground, I am guilty. Beitang Yunfeng frowned at him. What now? Beitang Yunzhan observed his fifth nephew with interest. Please punish me for my lack of restraint. I only learned of the incident after it occurred, and there are indeed people in my residence involved in this matter. I implore your judgment, father. Upon hearing this, Beitang Jingyu rolled his eyes. This fifth brother had yet to present his list, but he had already taken the lead. Beitang Jingyu also bowed his head, stating, I too bear guilt for lack of restraint. Here is the list that Lin Su entrusted to me. He is filled with regret. I beseech you to review it, father. Beitang Yunfeng, suppressing his fury, examined the individuals on the list, his expression dark and cold. He then looked at Beitang Jingyu.
Ha!
Should I commend my son for his foolishness or his utter foolishness? Most of the names on the list are those who have, to varying degrees, supported him. By presenting it, he essentially sets himself aflame.
Truly.
Utterly useless. Following this incident, Beitang Yunfeng's disappointment in Beitang Jingyu reached an all-time high. Unbeknownst to him, by the time he realized this, his strategist had already vanished. This case was handed over to the Ministry of Justice for main trial, involving 22 officials of varying ranks. The news shook both the court and the populace, leading to widespread discussions among the people. Shang Guanxin gazed at his friend, who sat leisurely drinking tea, frowning as he approached. You appear quite at ease. Are you aware of how many carefully cultivated individuals have been ruined by your move? Beitang Jingyu has lost half his supporters. We too have not escaped unscathed. Beitang Jingyu smiled, yet, my third brother will no longer have the chance to become crown prince. Throughout history, which crown prince has ever been implicated in such damaging affairs? The people's hearts have been lost. Indeed, but do not forget, since ancient times, victors write history. The records are forever in favor of the successful. The third prince is, after all, the legitimate son of the empress, and his maternal family has not fallen into decline.
Ha!
Beitang Jingyu scoffed. The empress's legitimacy means nothing if she loses her position. Moreover, the incident involving Lin Su has entangled so many officials.
Shang Guanxin remarked sarcastically.
Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the teacup. The court is due for a cleansing. Inside the ancient tower, Jiang Xinyan frowned at the words on the paper, her expression growing increasingly grim. Although she already knew from her past life which officials would likely be involved, witnessing it again in this life still stirred her blood. Beitang Yunzhan sighed softly. The Ministry of Justice has nearly completed their investigation. It is only a matter of days now. These individuals will receive their comeuppance.
Ha!
With officials like these, Tianqin will eventually fall into their hands. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan was momentarily stunned. She had always believed this to be a ploy devised by Beitang Jingyu to undermine Beitang Jingyu.
But,
from another perspective, is it not also for the sake of Tianqin? A clear court is essential for a clear governance. Beitang Jingyu.
Ayan?
Beitang Yunzhan called out to her as he noticed her lost in thought. She came back to her senses. What do you think? How will the emperor deal with them? Beitang Yunzhan raised an eyebrow. My royal brother is a good emperor. When he promises severe punishment, he will not be lenient. Several days later, the investigation concluded, and the Ministry of Justice submitted the results. During the morning assembly, an unusually solemn atmosphere prevailed. Beitang Yunfeng cast a cold glance at the officials kneeling below, sneering. The kneeling officials dared not breathe a word, fearful of provoking his wrath. Beitang Yunfeng's eyes darkened, glaring fiercely at them. Just thinking about how these seemingly virtuous officials were secretly engaging in such undertakings made his teeth itch with anger. How young were the daughters of those commoners? Knowing full well the dubious origins of these women, they still allowed such developments to unfold, and profited from it. What kind of money is this? It is the money of the morally bankrupt. Scoundrels. Scoundrels. I never expected Tianqin to have such good officials who serve the nation and its people. The words good officials were bitten off by Beitang Yunfeng. Ministry of Justice.
He roared.
Present. The Minister of Justice quickly stood to respond. Investigate the implicated officials thoroughly. Beitang Jingyu declared sternly, anyone involved in this matter or who received money. Confiscate their properties. All other implicated officials, regardless of rank, shall be dismissed and investigated. Investigate them all again. Ministry of Revenue. Present. The Minister of Revenue also hurriedly stood to respond. Go, apologize to every household. The emperor's laws apply equally to the common people. The third prince's lack of restraint over his family, the Lin family shall be demoted to commoners, and the Lin residence shall be confiscated. The third prince shall have his salary docked for 3 years. He shall kneel at the palace gate for 3 days. The officials kneeling at the palace gate felt a jolt of fear. Punished to kneel at the palace gates. Alas! They were struggling to save themselves and could hardly concern themselves with the third prince. The Minister of Justice and the Minister of Revenue exchanged glances. The latter seemed relatively untroubled, as he merely needed to offer an apology to the common people. However, the Minister of Justice was in a dire predicament. The court was in disarray, with half of it gone. It appeared that the upcoming months would be challenging. Chapter 69. Chunguer's plans. Jiang Xinyan was not surprised by this turn of events. Beitang Jingyu unfailingly held a firm stance. As the sovereign of a nation, the welfare of the populace was of paramount importance. The two ministers were indeed suffering, she thought with a slight smile, shaking her head. But what was there to find amusing in this situation? Hearing her thoughts, Jiang Xinyan raised her gaze, only to see Meng Ziki smirking at her from across the table. Is your injury completely healed? She inquired. Jiang Xinyan nodded, having evaded the ancient residence today, which seemed to have led to an unexpected encounter. What about you? She asked. Rarely do you remember the times we fought for each other, Meng Ziki remarked, glancing at his teacup. Jiang Xinyan chuckled softly, pouring him a cup of tea. Meng Ziki looked at her with a smile, noticing that each time they met, she was donned in men's attire. Shaking his head, he lifted his teacup, blowing gently upon the surface. I've heard the court is preparing for a reselection of officials? Jiang Xinyan turned to him, impressed by his keen awareness of the news. She scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. If she was not mistaken, the sword he wielded on Wolf Mountain was strikingly familiar, resembling the one used by the cloaked figure from the fifth prince's residence. Not one to reveal her insights, she merely raised an eyebrow. Seeing Jiang Xinyan remain silent, Meng Ziki scrutinized her with suspicion. Ah? The sword you carried that day was indeed exquisite. Where did you acquire it? Jiang Xinyan inquired casually. My sword? Meng Ziki studied Jiang Xinyan closely, puzzled by her sudden mention of it. What was her intention? Abruptly, he recalled something. But surely Jiang Xinyan was unaware that he had recognized her visit to the fifth prince's residence. In truth, Jiang Xinyan was oblivious to the fact that Meng Ziki had seen through her disguise. She had been masked that day, after all. However, she had realized that he was indeed the cloaked figure from that day. What? Do you fancy it? I could give you one, Meng Ziki teased with a nonchalant smile. Please, I'd rather not. I prefer poison, Jiang Xinyan replied with a smirk. Meng Ziki shook his head, chuckling softly. Jiang Xinyan lifted her teacup, grinning as she suggested. Young Master Meng, why not consider participating in the selection? Meng Ziki looked at her incredulously. Me? Become an official? The thought of it is laughable. Should avoid meddling in court affairs. Jiang Xinyan shot him a glance, pondering that if he were truly a wastrel, then there were hardly any wise youths left in Shangchen. Meng Ziki, while sipping tea, glanced at Jiang Xinyan, wanting to inquire her thoughts on the third prince's punishment, but hesitating. Feeling their relationship had not yet reached the level of sharing political insights. Jiang Xinyan surveyed the scene below, bemused. It was strange how, even in this elegant setting, she always seemed to see those she preferred to avoid. Jiang Xinyan had not left the residence for days since being rescued from the water by the fifth prince. She had expected the fifth prince to grant her a title, yet he had clearly declined the emperor's proposal. How could she accept this? After all, Beitang Jingyu had shown her affection. Where had things gone awry? As Jiang Xinyan walked ahead, He followed her listlessly, bemused by the odd tasks assigned to him by the princess. Jiang Xinyan raised her hand to prop her chin. Observing that Biluo had already dismissed most of Jiang Xinyan's supporters in the residence, only a few remained in the Ziliyuan, and it had been days since any pastries had been delivered to her. It seemed that Jiang Xinyan's backers were aware that she had not fallen for the trap and had not yet abandoned her, likely due to Beitang Jingyu. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Xinyan's eyes. Time was of the essence, and she needed to act swiftly. Meng Ziki, noticing her gaze fixed out the window, asked with curiosity, "Have you discovered something intriguing?" Remaining unperturbed, Jiang Xinyan languidly remarked, "Do you think those busy scrambling for a few coins would also plot against their own families?" Plot against their families? Meng Ziki bit his lip. "I doubt it. They are too preoccupied to even consider such a thing. Unlike my father, who seems to have far too much free time." Jiang Xinyan turned to him with a smile. "Oh, really? I beg to differ. Even for a handful of silver, they would scheme if necessary." Rising, she declared, "I must take my leave. Let us dine together another day." Meng Ziki nodded, watching her depart. As Jiang Xinyan reached the entrance of the Rui hairpin shop, she coincidentally encountered Chen Guo. With a bright smile, she approached. "Guo, Xinyan?" Chen Guo grinned. "What a coincidence. You haven't been out for ages. I haven't seen you in days." Leaning in, she teased softly, "I thought you were at home stitching your wedding dress."
Jiang Xinyan is shakes flushed, playfully nutging Chen Guo.
"You always love to jest with me." Chen Guo laughed, her eyes sparkling. "So, what have you been up to at home?" Jiang Xinyan mumbled, "Just caught a slight cold." "Oh, a cold?"
Chen Guo regarded her meaningfully.
Feeling increasingly embarrassed under her gaze, Jiang Xinyan quickly replied, "All right, I must go check on some jewelry. No more jesting. Let us go together." Chen Guo chimed, accompanying Jiang Xinyan into the Rui hairpin shop, the largest jewelry establishment in Shangqin, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship. Jiang Xinyan's eyes immediately fell on a pair of matching pendants, and she stepped forward to examine them closely. Chen Guo leaned in. "Do you like it? Is it for the fifth prince?" Jiang Xinyan surveyed the surroundings before looking at her. "Nonsense. I merely admire the craftsmanship. When have I considered gifting it to anyone?" Feigning realization, Chen Guo nodded, pondering, could it be that the fifth prince truly has feelings for Jiang Xinyan? Although the Qin family currently has only one daughter, who is highly regarded, she is not the legitimate daughter. Her elder sister's mother is still alive, though bedridden. Her days are numbered. It's prudent for her to plan for herself. If Jiang Xinyan were to marry the fifth prince, it might offer her some advantage. With a smile, Chen Guo said, "Xinyan, if you truly like it, I'll gift it to you."
"Ah?
Gift it to me?" Jiang Xinyan looked at the pendant in her hand. Although she indeed wished to present it to the fifth prince, its price was beyond her means. "But it's too precious." "It's nothing. We've known each other for so long, and I've never given you a gift. If you genuinely like it, I'll give it to you." Chen Guo replied with a smile, aware that Jiang Xinyan likely had little money, being merely a distant cousin residing in the general's residence. Unable to refuse, Jiang Xinyan accepted Chen Guo's generous gift with gratitude. "By the way, Xinyan, my grandmother's birthday is coming up soon. I'd like to invite you. You must come." "A birthday celebration?" Jiang Xinyan felt a bit anxious at the mention of a banquet but maintained a composed smile, agreeing, "All right." Chapter 70. A double joy for the Qin family. Upon returning to her residence, Jiang Xinyan discovered an invitation resting on her desk. Picking it up, she read, "Deputy Minister of War?" Soon it would likely be the Minister of War. "Miss, this was just brought over by the eldest young master. It's an invitation to the birthday celebration of Lord Chen's mother. He invites you to accompany him in a few days," Biluo informed her. And Failwan?" Jiang Xinyan noted the absence of her maid since entering the house. Biluo smiled. "She's next door with the young master." Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow, wondering why Failwan had been spending so much time with a Xian lately. "Why don't you go see for yourself?" Setting the invitation down, Jiang Xinyan made her way toward the door, with Biluo hurrying to follow, glancing at her attire before pausing in her tracks. When Jiang Xinyan arrived, she observed Beitang Jingyu leisurely savoring his tea, occasionally glancing at Jiang Xian. Confused, she scanned the courtyard, wondering where Bai Yi was and when her master had changed to Beitang Jingyu. Approaching him, she inquired, "Where's Failwan?" Jiang Nan stepped forward and greeted Jiang Xinyan. "Mississippi. Please do not call me miss in front of Bai Yi," she gently reminded, her brow slightly furrowed. Jiang Nan nodded in acknowledgement. Beitang Jingyu lifted his gaze to her. "Where's Failwan? Where is Bai Yi?" Jiang Xinyan asked. "Brother Bai has gone to see Failwan about preparing medicine," he explained. Jiang Xinyan tilted her head in confusion. Beitang Jingyu stood and elaborated, "Your little maid, in order to ensure Bai Yi can teach your brother without worry, volunteered to care for his mother. And also prepare the medicine." Jiang Xinyan raised her hand to her forehead, chuckling softly, "That Failwan. Sister Fairy. Jiang Bei had grown more handsome over time and scampered to her side, looking up at her. Jiang Xinyan crouched down. You've gained a little weight. Jiang Xian stood by, watching his sister. Sensing something, Jiang Xinyan reached out and gently patted Jiang Xian's head. He smiled and softly called sister. It seems I no longer need to practice horse stance daily, Jiang Xinyan remarked, glancing at the wooden posts nearby. My master instructed me to stand on the wooden post. Just then Bai Yi approached. I and you have come. I came to see your disciple, Jiang Xinyan replied, nodding at him. By the way, since you are here, please take Miss Failwan back with you.
Bai Yi smiled helplessly.
Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow. After all, Failwan is a maid of the Jiang residence, and since she is free, it would be good for her to help you. Bai Yi pursed his lips. Then please thank her on my behalf. Jiang Xinyan felt a chill at the back of her neck and turned to see Beitang Jingyu smiling at her. Your Highness? Ian. Would you care to take a stroll with me? Jiang Xinyan walked alongside Beitang Jingyu as they exited. Your Highness, do you wish to speak with me? Beitang Jingyu glanced at her from the corner of his eye as he walked ahead. Regarding the recent selection of officials, are you not considering letting Bai Yi try? Jiang Xinyan looked at him, puzzled by his intentions today. Beitang Jingyu stopped and turned to face her. In these past days, I have become quite familiar with Bai Yi. He indeed possesses considerable talent and is a promising candidate for an official position. Jiang Xinyan slightly raised her chin, clasping her hands behind her back. I do not intend for Bai Yi to pursue a scholarly path. My expectations for him are very high.
Oh.
Very high expectations? Beitang Jingyu regarded her with an enigmatic smile. Jiang Xinyan felt a shiver down her spine and instinctively explained, Bai Yi is well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. But a military officer is truly his most suitable path. Beitang Jingyu chose to remain silent and turned away to walk ahead. Jiang Xinyan touched her nose and followed him. The emperor had specifically chosen the day of old Madame Chen's birthday to elevate Chen Chong to the position of Minister of War. And the decree had been sent to the Chen residence early, a double joy for the Chen family. Chen Guo smiled brightly as she pulled Jiang Xinyan over to chat. I haven't congratulated you on your father's promotion yet, Jiang Xinyan said with a gentle smile. Chen Guo laughed, thank you. Since the decree was issued this morning, our doorstep has been trampled. Even Lin Jingjing has come. She is usually very selective and rarely attends gatherings. My father even invited General Jiang and the princess. Didn't you two sisters come together? Jiang Xinyan's expression shifted when she heard Lin Jingjing's name, and upon learning that Jiang Xinyan and Jiang Ting were invited,
her demeanor changed.
Had it not been for Guo handing her the invitation, she would not have been able to attend. Perhaps my cousin wanted to accompany my brother, but did not come with me, Jiang Xinyan said calmly. Hearing this, Chen Guo felt that Jiang Xinyan must have gone to the military camp, as the general would still be on duty at this hour, truly a disregard for details. In the distance, Lin Jingjing spotted Jiang Xinyan and shot her a fierce glare. What a flirt! Not long ago, Hua Ge mentioned Jiang Xinyan, comparing her to this impoverished relative of the Jiang family. How infuriating! Jiang Xinyan had arrived with Jiang Ting, who had picked her up from the Jiang residence. Upon arriving at the Chen residence, she unexpectedly ran into Beitang Jingyu, a twist of fate she couldn't quite comprehend. General, Princess, Jiang Ting greeted, bowing respectfully. Jiang Xinyan merely nodded her head dismissively. Beitang Jingyu waved his hand. Today is old Madame Chen's birthday. No need for excessive formalities. Jiang Xinyan internally scoffed at the irony of his words. No need for excessive formalities, yet he still insisted on the formalities. As they entered, Jiang Xinyan felt a headache upon spotting Lin Jingjing, who promptly approached her. Greetings, fifth prince. No need for formalities. Beitang Jingyu responded just as Lin Jingjing redirected the conversation to Jiang Xinyan. Princess, you are truly late. Your cousin arrived before you. Were you genuinely at the military camp to fetch the general? The sarcasm was palpable. Jiang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. At the military camp? Jiang Ting's expression darkened at Lin Jingjing's words. Miss Lin, please be mindful of your speech. My sister was brought back by me. I heard it from your cousin. Not my own words, Lin Jingjing retorted, slightly taken aback. Jiang Ting frowned at her response. Jiang Xinyan gently patted her brother's arm. Brother, please follow His Highness to the men's table. Let's not cause a scene today. Jiang Ting nodded in agreement. Once Jiang Ting departed, Jiang Xinyan lazily surveyed the women's seating area and noticed Jiang Xinyan chatting with Chen Guo and several other young ladies. She smirked and approached them.
Cousin,
weren't you supposed to go pray today? Such a lack of sincerity will surely not earn you any blessings. Jiang Xinyan flinched. Cousin. The emphasis on cousin was evident, as if she wished to bite her tongue off. I said we were going to pray today, but that does not mean we must go at this exact hour. Earlier, when my brother came to fetch me, I even sent someone to your courtyard looking for you, only to find your mother saying you had gone to pray. You must have set off early. Jiang Guar looked at Jiang Xinyan with suspicion. I did not hear her mention a prayer today. The others present understood Jiang Xinyan's veiled insinuation. Her cousin had claimed that Jiang Xinyan went to the military camp. Jiang Xinyan fiddled with the handkerchief in her hands, speaking softly. Perhaps my mother misremembered the date. Cousin, I did not know you would call for me. Otherwise, I would have waited for you at home. Jiang Xinyan regarded her with a knowing smile. How could you not be called for old Madame Chen's birthday banquet? After all, the emperor's banquet also included you, and you even performed a dance. At her words, the crowd began to murmur, surprised that Jiang Xinyan had performed. Wasn't he that at the morning banquet? Shui Yan was the main dancer. What about Jiang Xinyan? They all began to piece together the truth. Jiang Xinyan's face shifted between white and green as she gritted her teeth. Jiang Xinyan. Princess, please take your seat. The banquet will begin shortly. Oh. It seems Miss Yan has arrived as well. Chen Guar interjected to diffuse the tension. Sister. Yan, she approached Jiang Xinyan. Shaozi, shall we take our seats? Jiang Xinyan cast a meaningful glance at Chen Guar. Chapter 71. A request under the scrutiny of the crowd. Jiang Xinyan sat down, clenching her teeth. Chen Guar soothingly patted her hand. It appeared that Jiang Xinyan's relationship with the Jiang family was rather strained. However, glancing at the Jiang family, her father had recently been promoted to Minister of War, and their legitimate daughter had been married off. Only one legitimate son remained. Yet, her brother treated her well. And although she was a concubine's daughter, her status would not be low in the future. The Jiang family did not align with any prince, which was of little use to her, but Jiang Xinyan was different. The fifth prince treated her with distinction. Sister. Jiang Xinyan turned to Yan Shi with a smile. I am fine. Sister Xinyan, are you angry? Yan Zi asked bluntly. Jiang Xinyan remained silent, initially dismissing Jiang Xinyan's petty schemes. However, her brother's recent anger, combined with the encounter with Beitang Jingyu, had left her in a rather irritable mood. Taking a moment to calm herself with a sip of tea, she cast a cold glance at Jiang Xinyan. Yanxi, seemingly recalling something, leaned closer to Jiang Xinyan and whispered, Sister. Chen Guar. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow.
Her gaze sweeping toward Chen Guo.
Was Jiang Xinyan truly a friend to her? Yanxi continued. This person wields rather insidious tactics. She has sent her legitimate sister to the countryside, and now her stepmother lies bedridden, unable to attend today's gathering. It seems only the second young lady of the Qin family is known within the confines of the Qin residence. Yanzi, listening intently, cast a disparaging glance at Chen Guo. Zi. When I entered, I noticed a small pond at the Qin residence with a beautiful koi fish. You should go take a look. As Jiang Xinyan observed Yanzi's fixation on Chen Guo, she instinctively tried to divert her attention, knowing that Yanzi was still young and did not need to be entangled in such matters. Is that so? Indeed, upon hearing this, Yanzi's attention was swiftly redirected. Yanxi also looked at her younger sister. Little Z, let the maid accompany you. Go take a look. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yanzi eagerly rose to see the koi fish. Once Yanzi had wandered off, Jiang Xinyan turned to Yanxi and inquired, Do you know which courtyard Madame Chen resides in? Yanxi furrowed her brow in thought. I visited once before. Do you wish to meet Madame Chen, sister? If you do, I can guide you. I believe I still have some memory of it. Very well, let us go. Yanxi glanced around the banquet, noting that no one was paying attention to them at present. The two made their way to the back courtyard, where Yanxi, relying on her memory, led them to the entrance of Madame Chen's courtyard. Looking up at the nearby stunted trees, she said, This is it. Jiang Xinyan frowned. The residence of a matriarch appeared far too dilapidated. Upon entering the courtyard, she exchanged a startled glance with Yanxi. Yanxi was alarmed. It had not looked like this the last time she visited. The neglect angered her further. After all, Madame Chen had a son who seemed utterly unconcerned about his mother's well-being. Jiang Xinyan approached the door without impediment and, before entering, heard a cough from within. She raised her hand to knock. An elderly woman appeared, and Yanxi called out, Granny Fong, presumably a confidant of Madame Chen. Miss Yan, what brings you here? Granny Fong looked at Yanxi in surprise. Isn't today the celebration for the old Madame's birthday? Why have you come to the back courtyard? Granny Fong, this is my sister, Jiang Xinyan. We wish to see Madam Chen. Please, allow Miss Shear to enter, came a gentle, yet weak voice from within. Upon hearing this, Granny Fong stepped aside to let them in. As Jiang Xinyan entered, she instinctively frowned at the heavy stench of medicine. Miss Jiang. The figure lying on the bed raised her eyes to Jiang Xinyan and softly called her name. Jiang Xinyan approached her. Madam Chen, I apologize for the intrusion. Madam Chen managed a faint smile. It brings me joy that you have come. My courtyard has not seen such liveliness in ages. You are Shear, sister. And I am delighted to welcome you. She attempted to say more but was seized by a fit of coughing, prompting Granny Fong to become visibly anxious. Madam, you lack the strength. Please speak less. It is fine, Madam Chen reassured her with a smile. Yanxi, unable to bear it, remarked, Madam Chen. Ah Su will be saddened to see you like this. At the mention of Ah Su, Madam Chen's eyes glistened with tears. It is my weakness that I cannot help my daughter. Jiang Xinyan understood that Ah Su was likely her daughter, but she was puzzled about Yanxi's connection to Chen Su. She glanced at Yanxi questioningly. Yanxi pursed her lips. Sister, I have some personal feelings regarding this matter. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Jiang Xinyan turned her attention back to Madam Chen. Madam, do you wish for Chen Su to return? The moment the question left her lips, Madam Chen's face lit up with joy, though it quickly faded as she shook her head.
Return?
With Ah Su's temperament, coming back would only invite suffering. As she spoke, she rose abruptly and Jiang Xinyan, startled, quickly supported her. Madam Chen, what are you doing? Miss Jiang, I know you can help Ah Su. I implore you, rescue her from that miserable place. She did not marry willingly. She was wronged. Please save my daughter. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Jiang Xinyan scanned the room for Jiang Xinyan. Puzzled by her absence, when Yanzi approached her, Jiang Xinyan frowned, wondering what the second young lady of the Yan family wanted with her. Yanzi scrutinized her with disdain. Staying in the manor, you should at least know how to behave. Yet you keep provoking my sister Jiang Xinyan. Humph, how presumptuous. Just because you found a concubine's daughter, you think yourself superior? There are plenty of daughters from noble families in Shangchen. As for a concubine's daughter, she cast a glance at Chen Guo. There's no shortage of them. A concubine's daughter is still a concubine's daughter. She cannot hold a candle to the legitimate ones. With that, she huffed and walked away. Chen Guo frowned, her teeth clenched, wondering what the second young lady of the Yan family meant. Perhaps she came to show off her sharp tongue. Don't mind her. By the way, did you see Jiang Xinyan and Yanxi earlier? Chen Guo found no offense in the direct mention of their names. But after glancing around and finding them absent, she thought, could they have left? No. The second young lady of the Yan family is still here, so they should still be present.
Sister.
Exiting Madame Chen's courtyard, Yanxi called out to Jiang Xinyan, who paused to regard her. What is it? Sister, I apologize. I hope you can help Chen Su. Our Yan family is not involved in court matters, making it inconvenient for us to intervene. Jiang Xinyan looked at Yanxi, recalling that the Yan family had a long-standing history of serving in official capacities, maintaining a reputable lineage until her uncle's generation. Her uncle, a free spirit, had chosen not to be constrained by such ties. It was said that before her grandfather passed away, he had made a vow that the Yan family would not hold office for 3 generations thereafter, the reasons for which remained unknown. Nevertheless, the royal family had always treated the Yan family with respect. Shangchen had never looked down upon them. As sisters, there is no need for further words. However, Shear, do you hold a considerable regard for Chen Su? Yanxi sighed. Chen Su is kind and low-key. I have a decent relationship with her. Until recently, when the legitimate daughter of Chen Darren returned to the Chen residence, Chen Guo, who is skilled in manipulation, received widespread acclaim from everyone in the Chen household. In fact, Ah Su sought me out before her misfortune, but I was away at the time, taking little Z to the mountains for a brief stay. Upon returning, my servant informed me. So, this matter has weighed heavily on your mind? Yanxi nodded. I could have helped her, could have pulled her from the brink of disaster. Upon descending from the mountain, I heard that she was publicly accused of having an affair with a farmer, which I did not believe. Regrettably, before I returned home, she was quietly married off by the Qin family. Where she was sent, I have no knowledge. She sought information as well, but the Qin family remained tight-lipped, and even Madame Chen was unaware of where Chen Su had been married. Not to mention Chen Su's brother, who was utterly indifferent. Had she been present that day, she could have avoided this calamity. Even if the Yen family lacks a title, I could have found a way to save her. When I saw Chen Guo'er at Jiang's house, she carried herself with the airs of a noble young lady, truly. It made me want to remind her of her status as a concubine's daughter. Chapter 72. Collision. Jiang Xinyan listened, her brow slightly furrowing. Sister, is it possible for you to locate Chen Su? Jiang Xinyan was uncertain. Even if she could find her, given the time that had passed, she dared not imagine what had become of Chen Su.
Ishal dome at most.
Having promised Madame Chen, she was determined to exert every effort. Returning to the banquet, Jiang Xinyan adjusted her sleeves, lost in thought, when Beitang Jingyu approached her directly. Despite her growing irritation, she maintained her composure, rising to greet him. Your Highness, the fifth prince. Princess, no need for such formalities. He waved his hand dismissively. I did not see the princess at the banquet. Jiang Xinyan smiled. Could the fifth prince see the ladies' section from the men's? Beitang Jingyu paused, surprised.
Oh.
It seems this prince must have been mistaken. In the distance, Jiang Xinyan observed the scene, tightly clutching the handkerchief in her grasp. Chen Guo'er, noticing her, spoke up. Sister, what do you mean? Knowing that the fifth prince has intentions toward you, why do you meddle? Guo'er, do not speak carelessly. Perhaps my sister has matters to discuss with the fifth prince.
Ha.
What matters could she possibly have? Chen Guo'er sighed. By the way, have you presented the token of affection to the fifth prince yet? Upon seeing Jiang Xinyan remain silent, Chen Guo'er grew anxious. You haven't forgotten to deliver it, have you? If you miss this opportunity today, someone else may seize it. I will find someone to bring the fifth prince to the rockery. You must hurry and give it to him. Jiang Xinyan hesitated, her face slightly flushed. Would that be inappropriate? Not at all. After all, the fifth prince treats you far better than others. Just wait for the right moment. With that, Chen Guo'er departed. Jiang Xinyan gazed at Beitang Jingyu, who was chatting with Jiang Xinyan in the distance, biting her lip before turning toward the rockery. In the shadows, Yunhe silently followed her. When Beitang Jingyu was called away, Jiang Xinyan instinctively glanced at Jiang Xinyan's seat, puzzled. She's gone. By the rockery, Jiang Xinyan awaited Beitang Jingyu, who appeared somewhat irritated as he called out her name. Jiang Xinyan turned, offering a gentle smile. Greetings, Your Highness. No need for pleasantries. What brings you to seek me? Jiang Xinyan, nervously clutching her handkerchief, shyly retrieved the token of affection from her sleeve and presented it to him. Your Highness, this is my heartfelt sentiment. I hope you'll accept it. With her head bowed, she held the token in her hands. Beitang Jingyu's brows furrowed as he recognized the token. He ought to accept it. The person before him was the one he had longed for. The one he had been searching for. This was her sincere gesture. In a world where it was not uncommon for a woman to express her feelings to a man, it should be a trivial matter. However, he found himself unable to extend his hand. Yunhe, observing the scene, thought to himself how accurately the princess had predicted it. After Jiang Xinyan had been injured previously, he had been tasked with ensuring her safety, especially in the presence of the fifth prince. Reluctantly, he reached into his sleeve and retrieved a pouch of powder, carefully gauging the wind direction. Fortunately, the breeze was just right today, allowing him to disperse it seamlessly while holding his breath. Jiang Xinyan, noticing Beitang Jingyu's hesitation to reach out, lifted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, and said, I have overstepped my bounds. With that, she prepared to reclaim the token. Beitang Jingyu, unable to bear the sight of her tear-filled eyes, extended his hand. Jiang Xinyan's face lit up with a smile. Your Highness, I accept your sentiment. As Beitang Jingyu took the token, he glanced at the jade pendant at her waist. His heart softening. You look far more lovely when you smile. Jiang Xinyan beamed. Then I shall always wear a smile in your presence. For reasons unknown, Beitang Jingyu found himself entranced by her smile. He moved his left hand closer to hers, and Jiang Xinyan could hear the rapid beating of her heart. Followed by him taking her hand and drawing her into his embrace. I apologize for the distress I have caused you. Jiang Xinyan understood that he was likely referring to the rumors circulating recently. She no longer minded. Having accepted her token meant he had acknowledged her affections. And that was all that mattered. After consuming 2 cups of tea, Jiang Xinyan noticed Jiang Xinyan had yet to return and smirked as she approached Chen Guo'er. Yan Shi, curious, followed suit, while Yanzi trailed behind her sister. Upon seeing Jiang Xinyan approach, Chen Guo'er greeted her with a smile. Princess, Miss Yan. Miss Chen. Have you seen my cousin? The banquet is nearing its end. Surely she isn't left early? Princess, I have not seen her. If she were to leave, She would certainly inform me. True, I worry for my cousin being new to this environment. If she were to accidentally offend someone, it would reflect poorly on our Jiang family. Jiang Xinyan chuckled lightly.
Chen Guo frowned.
A nearby lady interjected. Indeed, if I were the princess, I wouldn't sure my relatives did not appear in such gatherings unannounced. It seems we must trouble someone to search for her. Chen Guo's expression darkened as she replied, I will send someone to look for Xinyuan. Perhaps she is merely in the restroom. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow. In that case, I shall join the search, as she is a member of the Jiang family. Just as Chen Guo was about to refuse, the elderly matriarch approached. Princess, is there something amiss? Matriarch. My cousin is missing, and I would like Miss Chen to assist in the search. The matriarch smiled. Of course, let us find the young lady from the Jiang family. Chen Guo watched helplessly as her grandmother summoned others to search for Jiang Xinyan, though others were unaware. She knew her cousin had not returned because she was likely still with the fifth prince. After a while, anxiety began to creep in. Grandmother, I will also search for her. Before she could finish, a maid hurriedly approached. What a commotion! The matriarch scolded. The maid quickly bowed her head, stammering, It's the Jiang family's young lady. And Lin Jingjing, who relished the Jiang family's misfortunes, squeezed her way over. And what? Seeing the maid hesitate to speak, she scoffed. What nonsense are you muttering? Where is Jiang Xinyan?
Speak.
Perhaps frightened by Lin Jingjing's presence, the maid stuttered. She's by the rockery. Jiang Xinyan lazily shot a glance at Chen Guo, noticing her flustered demeanor. Then she caught Lin Jingjing's disdainful glance and heard her triumphant tone. I shall go take a look. Your maid is quite timid.
With that,
she headed toward the rockery.
Chen Guo hurriedly pursued her. Miss Li.
The surrounding ladies exchanged glances before following suit. Jiang Xinyan's eyes gleamed as she languidly trailed behind. Sister, what has Jiang Xinyan done to tarnish the Jiang family's reputation? Yan Shi inquired, anxious. No need to worry. Yin, he is likely executing my plan. She merely encountered a bit of romantic distraction, a mere accident on Jiang Xinyan's part. I was just contemplating how to advance their relationship. As the crowd arrived at the rockery, they spotted Jiang Xinyan emerging, her steps hurried, and her shawl trailing on the ground, her hair slightly disheveled. She abruptly looked up, stunned by the approaching group. Behind her, Beitang Jingyu emerged, rubbing his forehead, frowning. What have I just done? It felt as if he were in a dream. Having embraced and kissed Jiang Xinyan. Chapter 73. Clearly, someone has orchestrated this. Upon seeing Beitang Jingyu, the crowd gasped. Observing their demeanor, it was evident what had transpired. They recalled the rumors circulating recently and silently watched. Beitang Jingyu, deep in thought, lifted his gaze to find a throng before him, led by Lin Jingjing, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Lin Jingjing was both astonished and vindicated, knowing that Huage would no longer speak ill of Jiang Xinyan in her presence. Jiang Xinyan instinctively hid behind Beitang Jingyu, clutching his garment. Beitang Jingyu frowned, glancing back at the girl behind him, who had reddened eyes and slightly swollen lips. Trembling as she adjusted her shawl, his heart raced as he turned to face the onlookers. This? The fifth prince? Matriarch Chen stepped forward. Beitang Jingyu lowered his gaze to adjust the fragrance pouch at his waist, and when he raised his eyes again, he had regained his composure. A faint smile tugging at his lips. What? Still not dispersing? His demeanor was relaxed, yet his tone commanded respect. The crowd hurriedly lowered their heads and dispersed. Beitang Jingyu caught sight of Jiang Xinyan in the back, calling out, Princess. Jiang Xinyan halted, turning around. Fifth Prince? Your Highness, regarding today's incident. It was I who overstepped. I shall certainly pay a visit to apologize on another day. Apologize? Jiang Xinyan looked at him, then tilted her head to glance at Jiang Xinyan standing behind him, feigning confusion. If the fifth prince harbors feelings for my cousin, there is no need for apologies. I shall return home to inform my father and facilitate your union, thus sparing the fifth prince the agony of unrequited love and the necessity of waiting for a birthday celebration to see my cousin. The ladies who had not yet departed overheard this and gasped. How deeply the fifth prince must cherish Jiang Xinyan. Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes, fixating on her. Yan Shi behind him furrowed her brows, while Yan Zi also turned to look at Jiang Xinyan, who had already tidied her attire and hair, standing quietly. Your Highness, truly. Such meticulous consideration. Perceiving the barely concealed ire in Beitang Jingyu's tone, Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow and, turning her gaze to Jiang Xinyan, spoke coldly. If the fifth prince does not hold those affections for my cousin, then the Jiang family cannot tolerate such slander against our name. The fifth prince may do as he pleases. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart. Jiang Xinyan stepped forward, apologetically stating, "It is all my fault for choosing today to express my feelings." Beitang Jingyu closed his eyes and did not look at her. "It's fine. Let us return home." The situation had spiraled beyond his control. "Jingyu, what transpired today? You are not one to lack decorum."
Shangguan-sen hurriedly paced.
The entire Shangchun is abuzz with gossip. The fifth prince and Jiang Xinyan openly declared their affections in the rockery. To phrase it nicely, it is a mutual attraction. To phrase it poorly, there are many interpretations. This is undoubtedly a ploy by someone. Beitang Jingyu sat silently, eyes closed. This matter was indeed suspicious. As Shangguan-sen stated, he was not one to lack propriety. Moreover, he had yet to make a decision regarding Jiang Xinyan. How could he act upon her? He opened his eyes, gazing intently at the heart-shaped pendant in his palm before placing it on the table. "Xiao Yi, fetch a doctor." Xiao Yi understood and took the pendant with him as he exited. Shangguan-sen took a seat, pondering. How do you plan to resolve this? Many officials' wives witnessed it. You may have no choice but to marry her. He thought that since Jiang Xinyan was the woman Jingyu liked, Jingyu would indeed be willing.
Beitang Jingyu remained expressionless.
Glancing at his friend, without speaking, the two remained silent until Xiao Yi returned, reporting, "Sir, I examined it. It is merely a common heart-shaped pendant, nothing amiss." Beitang Jingyu took it, closed his eyes, and sighed. Very well. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Xinyan knelt in the hall, where Jiang Ting cast her a cold glance. "Today, you truly brought honor to the Jiang family." Jiang Xinyan wept softly. "Elder brother, I could not stop the fifth prince." Jiang Xinyan sat nearby, sipping tea. Jiang Ting turned. "Ian, it is late. You should return to your quarters." "Elder brother, there is no need to avoid me." She stood before Jiang Xinyan and asked, "Do you think the fifth prince will marry you?" "Xinyan, what makes you believe you could become the fifth prince's consort?" Jiang Xinyan's head snapped up, teeth clenched. "Sister, what do you mean?" Jiang Xinyan smiled gently. "I merely believe the emperor would not permit someone of no standing to marry the fifth prince as his legitimate consort." Jiang Xinyan's mind buzzed. Indeed, she lacked the status of the second miss of the Jiang family. Yet, she must clarify her position with the fifth prince. Jiang Xinyan observed her. "Elder brother, please return to your room and rest. We shall make plans once father returns in a few days." She then instructed Biluo to inform others that the Jiang family would not be receiving guests recently. In the Shili courtyard, as Jiang Xinyan entered, Ansing slapped her across the face. Jiang Xinyan stared in disbelief at her mother. "What have I done wrong?" Ansing scolded. "What have you done wrong? What do you think? The timing was not right. Why did you associate with the fifth prince? For so long. He has not shown you any initiative. Are you not aware that he may not be interested at all? Why act so recklessly? But today, it was the fifth prince who initiated contact. He was the one who embraced me." Jiang Xinyan retorted.
"Oh.
So, second Miss Jiang believes the fifth prince likes you?" Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Xinyan instinctively took a step back and turned to face the newcomer. In the shadows, Yunhe narrowed his eyes, concealing himself in the night. The figure, cloaked in black, sat at a table, eyes glimmering with derision as he regarded Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan felt uneasy under his gaze and explained. "Today's incident was initiated by the fifth prince. Throughout Shangchun, has he ever shown affection to any other young lady? He is uniquely different with me, a fact you cannot deny." The figure chuckled. "Second Miss is quite confident. Are you not afraid that the fifth prince has ulterior motives? I have already sent someone to investigate. Thus, I hope you can be of use and secure a title from the fifth prince. Otherwise, you truly are just a pawn in our game." Jiang Xinyan's pupils contracted slightly. "I will." After the man departed, Yunhe also quietly slipped away. Jiang Xinyan listened to Yunhe's account. A figure in black? Only their eyes were visible. It bore some resemblance to the person from the village. She raised her head, smiling brightly at Yunhe, causing him to shiver. "You performed well in this task. That fragrance was quite effective." Yunhe smiled awkwardly, tugging at his lips. "It is merely what my subordinate ought to do." Yunhe, keep a close watch on Jiang Xinyan. If that person returns, follow him and ascertain his destination. If discovered, retreat immediately, and do not act recklessly. We must also catch some smaller fish. Seeing Jiang Xinyan's serious expression, Yunhe nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. The betrothal early the next morning, Beitang Jingyu was summoned to the palace. Beitang Yinfeng regarded his son and after a moment inquired, "What is the situation with the girl from the Jiang family?" Beitang Jingyu knew he could no longer conceal the truth and replied, "Father, it was my transgression. I request your decree for a betrothal."
Beitang Yunfeng seid.
"I understand. Since you have spoken, how could I not grant your wish? Very well, you may leave." He gestured for him to depart. Outside the hall, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan greeted him and was about to enter the hall when Beitang Jingyu called out to her. Jiang Xinyan turned. "Does the fifth prince have something to discuss?" "Jiang Xinyan, have you truly never been to Shangqing?"
Beitang Jingyu asked.
Jiang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, then smilingly shook her head. "Fifth prince? What of Shangqing?" Beitang Jingyu shook his head and walked away. Jiang Xinyan traced the scar on her hand, squinting at his retreating figure, pondering what he suspected. In her previous life, he had never shown such doubt, instead placing his trust in Jiang Xinyan. Why now? Had she revealed any weaknesses? Not dwelling on it, she turned and entered the hall. "I pay my respects to your majesty. May the emperor be well." Upon seeing Jiang Xinyan, Beitang Yunfeng's brows lifted in amusement. "Yan, rise." "Your majesty, why have you summoned me today?" Jiang Xinyan inquired. "Indeed. I have a matter to discuss. Your cousin from the Jiang family. Where did she come from?" "I have not heard of her from Beimo." "In response to your majesty, she is my cousin, a distant relative who has come to seek refuge. It would not be proper to let her stay elsewhere. So the Jiang family can accommodate her." Beitang Yinfeng contemplated, then approached Jiang Xinyan. "Jiang Xinyan, is it? Just a character's difference from your name." Jiang Xinyan lightly smiled. A single character's difference can lead to vastly different outcomes. Beitang Yinfeng chuckled. "You child. But Jingyu is quite decent. Would you not consider becoming his daughter-in-law?" Originally, he intended for Yan to marry the third son, yet Beitang Yunfeng sighed internally, lamenting his son's lack of ambition. Ajan is also quite good, though he is a bit older than Yan. Reflecting on this, he frowned, realizing that while Yan's marriage should be left to her discretion, he still needed to ensure it was a wise choice. "Xinyan has indeed earned the title of a county princess in your presence. Xinyan is not greedy. It seems that Miss Yan is not impressed with my few sons. No matter, in the future, if there are suitable candidates, I shall keep an eye out for you." However, Beitang Yunfeng hesitated to speak. Jiang Xinyan understood. Her uncle was worried about Jiang Xinyan's status, which did not quite match that of the fifth prince. It was insufficient for her to become the fifth prince's primary consort. Beitang Yinfeng regarded her thoughtfully and nodded, acknowledging that her status was indeed somewhat low. Nevertheless, she was from the Jiang family, and it would suffice for her to be a secondary consort. Yet, at her age, she had not yet reached the age of coming of age. With a sigh, he furrowed his brow. Jiang Xinyan refrained from speaking further. Age was not a significant issue. In the eyes of outsiders, they had already shared intimate relations, and marriage was inevitable. As for the position of a secondary consort, that too would depend on the Jiang family standing. Outside the palace gates, as Jiang Xinyan lifted the curtain of her carriage, she spotted Beitang Yunjan seated within. She glanced at the driver, said nothing, and gracefully took her seat. As Yunha drove away with an upright posture, a mix of emotions swirled within him. Would the county princess send him back? If so, would Yunling laugh at him? Beitang Yunjan smiled at her, asking if the edict for their betrothal was imminent. Jiang Xinyan shot him a sidelong glance and murmured in response. If I were to seek an edict, do you think the emperor would agree?" At his words, Jiang Xinyan frowned and looked towards him. Beitang Yunjan chuckled. Jiang Xinyan, observing his laughter, stated, "Perfect. I have a matter to discuss with you. Help me find someone." Beitang Yunjan propped his head up, intrigued. "Brother Yunjan, I plan to request a marriage edict from uncle to betroth me to you. I shall be the only one to become the Princess of Chun." The young lady raised her chin, speaking boldly by the riverside. Jiang Xinyan suddenly sat upright, wiping the sweat from her forehead, descending from her bed to pour herself a glass of water, drinking it down. What a dream! It felt so real. Was it also her memory? She closed her eyes, cursing Beitang Yunjan for his jesting words that day. It must be so. She opened her eyes and lay back down in frustration. The next morning, Chen Guaya hurriedly delivered an invitation to the Jiang residence, exclaiming, "Xinyan, I heard the emperor intends to grant you a marriage to the fifth prince." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where did you hear this?" It's all over outside. It can't be false. The edict will be issued in a few days. I told you. The fifth prince has an interest in you. Soon, you shall be the fifth prince's wife. Jiang Xinyan shyly lowered her head, realizing the emperor was indeed granting the marriage. It must have been the fifth prince who sought it. He had always treated her well. As she contemplated this, a glimmer of ambition flashed in her eyes. Jiang Xinyan, now my status surpasses yours. Just wait. All the hardships I endured in the countryside will be repaid in full. If it were not for Jiang Xinyan and Yan Inua, she and her mother would have returned long ago. She would have been a legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, a proper noble woman in the realm, instead of suffering from her mother's grievances as a child, lacking a father's presence, and being forced into such a position by others. Days passed, and amid Jiang Xinyan's anxious anticipation, the edict for marriage finally arrived. Kneeling on the ground, she listened intently, only to hear it was for a secondary consort. How could it be a secondary consort? Her scalp tingled as she stiffly accepted the edict. Though she had anticipated it would not be for the primary consort, she still harbored a flicker of hope. With a sullen expression, she raised her head, concealing her disappointment, and smiled at the one who announced the decree while taking out a pouch of silver to reward them. The eunuch smiled and gently pushed it away, saying, "Miss, you are too polite. We have another matter to address. The emperor's command states that since you are not the primary consort and have yet to come of age, the marriage shall be simple, and your wedding gown cannot be bright red. You must remember this." Simple? The gown cannot be bright red? Jiang Xinyan's complexion paled, struggling to suppress her mirth. The commoner will remember. By the time Zhang Beimor returned, the edict had been issued, and the marriage settled, yet he was still furious. For this union was not particularly respectable for the Jiang family. "Father, it is already settled. Why fret over it? Is it that you disapprove of Xinyan?" Jiang Xinyan offered a cup of tea to the sighing Zhang Beima. He accepted it, explaining, "How could I blame you? But her actions reflect poorly on you. How will you find a suitable husband in the future? Though she is publicly regarded as a cousin, she is still from the Jiang family. Such behavior tarnishes our reputation." Jiang Xinyan felt warmth in her heart. "Father, do you think I am unworthy of marriage? Besides, if I truly am unwanted, you and brother can support me. When a Xian grows up, I will have a Xian too. I have no worries about food or drink." Hearing this, Zhang Beima smiled, looking at Jiang Xinyan with pride. "My dear, you hold a Xian in high regard. That is wonderful. As your father, I shall support you for a lifetime. If it does not work out, we shall find a son-in-law to come to our home. I shall educate you." Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Very well." Chapter 75. Identity. Jiang Xinyan looked at Zhang Beima and smiled. This was the first time her father had come to her courtyard. "Father, Xinyan pays her respects." She eagerly approached him. However, Zhang Beima ignored her and sat on a stone bench, his voice cold and hard. "If it were not for your current engagement with the royal family, given your disgraceful actions, I would have sent you back to the countryside." Jiang Xinyan gazed at his indifferent expression, feeling a sting in her eyes, but quickly suppressing it. "Father, I did not know when I became disgraceful. Have you never considered bringing us back?" she finally asked. Zhang Beima, upon hearing this, scoffed. "I have fought valiantly in battle, undefeated. I never expected to be undone by your mother. I, Zhang Beima, have only one wife, Yan Inua, and I have 3 children, Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Ting and Jiang Xian. As for you, you are not the daughter I wished for. Raising you is only out of respect for my wife. Were it not for Inua, you would not even have been born." His cold gaze swept over the jade pendant that Jiang Xinyan wore. "Were it not for Inua, you would not even have had the chance to exist." As his icy words fell, Jiang Xinyan staggered back a step, never expecting to be regarded by her father as someone unworthy of existence. "In the future, be cautious in your words and actions. After all, our Jiang family has never acknowledged you, and I shall not recognize you as my daughter." After Zhang Beima departed, Jiang Xinyan slumped onto the stone bench, motionless for a long while. She clenched her teeth and swept all the tea utensils off the table in a fit of rage. Shuer, hearing the commotion, rushed over and immediately knelt, lowering her head in fear. Jiang Xinyan's eyes glinted with malice. "What a Jiang Beima! What a Jiang family! You refuse to acknowledge me? One day, I will make the Jiang family respectfully welcome me into the ancestral hall and have my name inscribed in the family tree. Then, I will torment them one by one until they meet their end, to relieve my heart's resentment." Are dreams ineffective? Then she would seek other means. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and when she opened them again, the harshness had subsided somewhat. Looking at the kneeling maid, she commanded, "Get up and clean this place."
Yes.
Jiang Xinyan observed her cautious demeanor, disdain written across her face. Then she thought perhaps it was time to reveal her identity to Beitang Jingyu. Jiang Xinyan arranged to meet Beitang Jingyu at the ancient tower. Initially, he hesitated to go, but decided to attend upon realizing the engagement was settled. Jiang Xinyan, as usual, greeted him politely and poured him tea. Beitang Jingyu sat down and inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Jiang Xinyan, taking a seat opposite him, replied, "I have something to tell the fifth prince. Previously, I believed it was a matter of great importance and should not be spoken lightly. But now that we have an engagement, I must tell you the truth." Beitang Jingyu looked at her skeptically. Jiang Xinyan lowered her head and said, "I am the illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family." Gathering her courage, she raised her gaze to meet his. "I am Jiang Beima's illegitimate daughter." Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes, having been aware of this matter from the outset, yet he did not expect her to voice it. After all, the marriage of Jiang Beima was a union personally ordained and officiated by the emperor himself. From the very beginning, it was known among the esteemed families of Shangqin that Jiang Beima would likely never have any concubines. It was rumored that the emperor had once remarked at their wedding banquet that should Jiang Beima ever betray his promise, he would be met with severe punishment. Whether this was a jest or something more serious remained unclear. As for Jiang Xinyan's situation, he suspected the emperor had a clearer understanding of the undercurrents involved. Noticing Beitang Jingyu's silence, Jiang Xinyan pinched her thigh beneath the table, her eyes reddening as she spoke. "I grew up in the countryside with my mother. Just the two of us. Without a father, I was overjoyed when my mother brought me back to the Jiang family, thinking I would finally meet my father. However, he denied me, refusing to acknowledge my identity openly, and instead claimed I was a distant relative of the Jiang family. He said he had never hoped for my birth. But what have I done wrong?" As her words trailed off, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Beitang Jingyu furrowed his brow slightly. She must have endured considerable hardship in her childhood. "Then, how did you end up at Shangqing?" he inquired. Jiang Xinyan jumped slightly in panic. "Shangqing? Why bring that up?" She lifted her head, choking on her words. "Perhaps it was due to my youthful exuberance. My mother could not refuse me, and since I lacked a father's affection, she indulged me." "You were playful in your youth?" Beitang Jingyu observed her, realizing that upon returning to the Jiang family, she must be fervently seeking General Jiang's approval. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "You must promise to smile in my presence from now on." Jiang Xinyan looked at him and managed a faint smile. "Your Highness, we are already betrothed. You may simply call my name." With tears of joy, she replied, "Jingyu." Overwhelmed, she embraced him, weeping softly in his arms. The warmth of her presence caused Beitang Jingyu to instinctively furrow his brow, only to relax again as he raised his hand to comfort her. "Please, do not cry." Jiang Xinyan nodded, lifting her chin, her smile growing more radiant, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Beitang Jingyu escorted her to the gates of the Jiang residence, advising, "Return home now. Do not take General Jiang's words to heart. You shall have my support in the future." Jiang Xinyan smiled. "Indeed, I shall have Jingyu by my side." Beitang Jingyu observed her smile, which bore a resemblance to Jiang Xinyan's sister, and he reached out to gently ruffle her hair. "Go inside. Focus on embroidering your wedding gown." "Yes," she replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she turned to enter the estate. Beitang Jingyu, seemingly affected by her smile, looked down, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. Upon returning home, Jiang Xinyan found Anseng waiting for her at the table. She suppressed her smile. "Mother, it is late. Why have you not rested?" Anseng looked up at her. "My dear, since returning to the Jiang family, you have not confided in me." Jiang Xinyan sat down. "What would you like to discuss with me, mother?" Anseng's beautiful eyes dimmed. "Since your return, it seems you have grown increasingly dismissive of my words." "My dear, I would never harm you. Consider this. Upon your return, your illusions were shattered, and along with them, your future was compromised. You have secured a marriage agreement, but it is merely that of a secondary wife, completely derailing our initial plans. The fifth prince may not genuinely care for you. His approach could be for other reasons. You are too hasty in this matter." Jiang Xinyan shifted impatiently, interrupting her. "Mother, what could the fifth prince possibly gain from me? He is aware that I cannot assist him in any way. In truth, I have always harbored intentions of utilizing him since our acquaintance began. The engagement is set. We are now inseparable. Besides, how do you know he lacks sincerity toward me? Furrowing her brow, she added, I am exceptional. What is wrong with Beitang Jingyu being enamored with me? Yet it was mother who had allowed that man to hold our fates in his hands without resistance. What leverage does he possess over you? He is untrustworthy. Jiang Xinyan recalled how Jiang Xinyan had descended from the mountain, claiming he would arrange everything, yet he returned unscathed to the Jiang family, while we lost half our people. Do you truly believe he is aiding us? Silence. Aunt Zeng slammed her hand on the table, causing Jiang Xinyan to fall silent, staring at her. Aunt Zeng rose. If I hear you speak such words again, you need not recognize me as your mother. That man is not someone you can offend. She understood that her daughter had become blinded by immediate gain and had grown excessively radical, casting one last deep gaze at her before departing. After Aunt Zeng left, Jiang Xinyan irritably approached her bed, opening a hidden compartment beneath the mattress, contemplating the items within, and making a decision. Miss, there was poison in the master's tea. Biluo reported as Jiang Xinyan was combing her hair. The comb fell from her hand as she abruptly turned to Biluo. My father? Rest assured. I have already dealt with it. This morning, Xiao AI discovered that the tea leaves had been tampered with while serving tea, Biluo explained. Jiang Xinyan pressed on her scar, biting out 3 words. Jiang Xinyan. Yes, it was Jiang Xinyan. Failwan exclaimed angrily. Who else in this household would dare commit such an act? What kind of poison? Snake venom. A single drop can lead to instant death, Biluo stated seriously, her heart racing. Thankfully, Xiao AI was meticulous and discovered it early. Fortunately, Master had not yet gone to court. Typically, he would drink tea upon returning. It was frightening to imagine the chaos that would have ensued had it gone unnoticed. Jiang Xinyan's expression darkened. Jiang Xinyan. She must have harbored murderous intent after father reprimanded her yesterday. How cruel. Miss, you should not have allowed Yunhe to rest last night. Failwan interjected urgently. Last night, Yunhe came to deliver a message to you, and seeing his tired eyes, you sent him back to rest, which led to this predicament. It has nothing to do with Yunhe. Jiang Xinyan had this intention from the start. It was unavoidable. Biluo responded. She had already cast illusions on Master. Perhaps she realized the illusions were ineffective, thus resorting to such ruthless poison to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Jiang Xinyan pondered, looking at Biluo, who nodded in understanding. I sent someone to check on the eldest and youngest masters. For now, no abnormalities have been detected. Jiang Xinyan breathed a slight sigh of relief. They had been too aggressive. Yet, had not Aunt Zeng also pushed Jiang Xinyan to her limits? She rubbed her finger over her scar, feeling the surge of murderous intent. Failwan, summon Aunt Zeng. Yes, Failwan replied, adopting a composed demeanor as she left to fetch her. As Jiang Xinyan finished her makeup and changed her attire, concubine Zeng arrived fashionably late. Did concubine Zeng oversleep? Jiang Xinyan observed her with a teasing smile. The smile on concubine Zeng's lips faltered, and before she could speak, Failwan interjected. Miss, when I went to fetch concubine Zeng, she was tending to the flowers and asked me to wait a while. Concubine Zeng cleared her throat. The eldest daughter wouldn't hold it against me, would she? My flowers were quite thirsty. If I didn't water them soon, they might not survive the day. With such affection for her plants, how could I harbor any resentment? Jiang Xinyan continued, her brow furrowing. This morning, some snake venom inexplicably found its way into Father St. Perhaps a serpent from the courtyard mistakenly wandered in. I have already dealt with the snake and specifically summoned you to inquire whether you would care for some snake soup. Concubine Zeng's heart jolted. Snake venom? How could it end up in the tea? Was it Xinyan? Previously, during our time at the estate, she had carelessly lost a vial of snake venom before returning to the Jiang family. Concubine Zeng chuckled nervously. I cannot abide snakes. I do not believe I could enjoy snake soup. Oh. Then I wonder if Sister Xinyan would partake? I shall have someone deliver some to her shortly. She fixed her gaze on concubine Zeng, and since the latter did not wish to indulge, Xinyan decided against it. Upon hearing this, concubine Zeng quickly rose. I shall take my leave. After concubine Zeng departed, Biluo inquired, Miss, do you intend to sow discord between her and her daughter? Failwan leaned closer, observing Jiang Xinyan. With an impassive expression, Jiang Xinyan retorted mockingly, concubine Zeng is no fool. Xinyan has been too reckless in her actions. Did Yuni not mention their quarrel yesterday? I wager she believes that with Beitang Jingyu as her so-called support, she can afford to disregard the Jiang family, rendering her mother somewhat superfluous. With that thought, she narrowed her eyes. With a smile at the corners of her lips, Jiang Xinyan styled her hair, thinking today Jiang Beima would meet a tragic end at home. And next it would be Jiang Xinyan. One by one, she would send them away. Then, using Beitang Jingyu's identity, she would enter the family tree as the sole descendant of the Jiang family, inheriting the entirety of their legacy, and subsequently marry Beitang Jingyu in grandeur.
Ha!
A fanciful dream. What a farce it is to wish for death in such a languid manner. She wickedly curled her lips. Chapter 77. Mother-daughter divergence. Just as she reveled in her triumph, concubines pushed the door open and entered with a noticeable commotion. Jiang Xinyan, annoyed, turned her head, and upon seeing her, changed her expression. Mother, why have you come so early? It was you who poisoned the tea with snake venom, concubines asserted confidently. Jiang Xinyan frowned. What snake venom? Concubines gritted her teeth and stepped closer. The snake venom in Jiang Beima's tea.
Do not dare deny it.
Jiang Xinyan was taken aback. How do you know? Have you had someone watching me? Her displeasure was evident, and her expression soured. Observing her demeanor, concubines understood all too well. Foolish. Do you not think through your actions? How can one achieve anything recklessly? You are wasting all the effort I've invested in raising you. Jiang Xinyan clenched her teeth, straightened her posture, and replied with a smile. Isn't our purpose in returning to destroy the Jiang family? Isn't that person's goal to obliterate the Jiang family from Tianjin? This is the swiftest method. Mother, it is your indecisiveness that hinders us. The Jiang family has never acknowledged us. Why cling to that pitiful and laughable sentiment? Do you have any feelings left?
Ha!
Do you still hold affection for Jiang Beima? She had resolved to eliminate Jiang Xinyan by any means necessary. Concubines shook her head with a bitter smile, naive. Do you think your schemes are undetectable? Jiang Xinyan has already seen through them. She summoned me early this morning.
Jiang Xinyan posed, impossible.
Is Jiang Xinyan all-knowing? How could she possibly know about the poison? Concubines regarded her coldly. Is it not better to remain untroubled until your marriage? If you bear the first son of the fifth prince, you will enjoy a position of great honor. Your standing will be immeasurable, and at that time, Jiang Xinyan will be at your mercy. Truly foolish. Jiang Xinyan glared at her. Mother, the snake venom is known to you alone. Concubine Zeng, recognizing her daughter's demeanor, felt profound disappointment and warned, should you act rashly again, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my daughter. Jiang Xinyan watched her leave, her eyes filled with malice. Miss Jiang, what a fierce spirit you possess. The sudden voice startled Jiang Xinyan, and she turned, astonished to see the visitor. When did you arrive? The man in black chuckled, taking a seat beside her. Miss, your decisive manner has indeed impressed me, and I believe my master will appreciate your approach. Jiang Xinyan regained her composure and sat across from him. Is that so? If so, why seek distant means? She smiled. The man in black observed her. Noting her ruthlessness surpassed that of her mother, perhaps he should inform his master to consider a change. After all, eradicating the Jiang family was imperative, and sacrificing a pawn or two was inconsequential. After the man in black departed, Jiang Xinyan raised her chin, brushing her sleeves across the table. No one despised the Jiang family more than she did. In the tea house, a performance was underway, with only one dashing young master swaying gently to the rhythm of the opera. The man in black entered and approached him, arms raised high, palms inward, right hand resting on his left wrist near his forehead, bowing respectfully. If Jiang Xinyan were present, she would recognize this as a royal salute from Tianlin. The young master did not spare him a glance, his gaze firmly fixed on the stage, compelling the man in black to maintain his position without moving an inch. After a long while, the young master lazily glanced at the man in black. You may rise. Thank you, my lord. He scoffed lightly, dismissing with a wave of his hand, signaling the performers to exit. Have I not mentioned, do not call for me without reason? Speak. What has transpired? The man in black bent forward. My lord, the two pawns placed within the Jiang family are of little use. I had no choice but to consult you. I already knew that. I simply did not expect them to be so utterly useless. What a waste of my years of effort. Jiang Xinyan has some connection to Beitang Jingyu. Perhaps he could be a valuable piece. He felt his blood pulsing with excitement, smiling at his subordinate. You have not met my expectations in the recent tasks, especially regarding Jiang Xinyan. The man in black was alarmed and quickly knelt, my lord. The previous 2 failures regarding Jiang Xinyan were mistakes. After she descended the mountain, and after that incident with Nanshan, I underestimated my opponent. Is that so? Opportunities are fleeting. Now, taking her life will not be so easily accomplished. The Jiang family remains utterly unmoved. This contradicts my plans. My lord. Today I ventured to the Jiang family and discovered that Jiang Xinyan is quite decisive. She directly poisoned Jiang Beima's tea with snake venom. A ruthless individual. Perhaps we should employ poison ourselves? Do you think Jiang Xinyan is a fool? She can discern illusions. Do you believe there exists another poison more lethal than Tianlin's sacred poison? How can you still call yourself a key figure of Tianlin? The man in black lowered his head further. This individual was not to be trifled with. Although rarely present in Tianlin, his methods were ruthless and his schemes profound. It was no wonder the emperor willingly entrusted him with all of Tianlin's spies in Tianshan. My lord, it is my failure in carrying out the task. What of Jiang Xinyan? The man in black cautiously inquired. The man reclined in his chair, idly tossing a fruit in his hand. She is no match for Jiang Xinyan. But if I think of something amusing that could cause trouble for the Jiang family, I may as well keep her around for now. Understood. And he put away the fruit. Beitang Jingyu, I have stumbled upon an intriguing matter. You might consider sharing this just with my chess pieces. As the figure in black emerged from the tea house, he fortuitously encountered the carriage of the Yen family, and with a flicker of his gaze, he deftly sidestepped. At noon, Yunhe found himself in Jiang Xinyan's courtyard, seeking forgiveness. Jiang Xinyan pressed her forehead, contemplating Yunhe's predicament, before stepping outside. There had been a grave error on the part of her subordinate, nearly resulting in calamity. It was precisely as Biluo had warned. Even the thought of it now sent shivers down her spine. Had the snake venom gone undetected, and General Jiang consumed it, she dared not envision the upheaval it would have wrought in Tianjin, or the turmoil along the borders. How could this be your fault, Yunhe? You are no deity, capable of perpetual vigilance. Enough of this matter. It shall not be discussed further. Miss Shear and Miss Azzy have arrived, Fei Luan announced as she entered. Casting a glance at Yunhe, who stood aside. Shear and Azzy? Quickly, invite them in. Sister, what has transpired? Upon entering the courtyard, Yanxi noticed Yunhe standing in the center, his expression one of deep regret. Jiang Xinyan shot him a glance. It is nothing. You may leave. If your guilt weighs heavily, focus on your responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Yunhe promptly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Jiang Xinyan. Who would have imagined that a seemingly gentle maiden could possess such a venomous heart? He resolved to keep a close watch on her. Where is Azzy? Didn't she come? Jiang Xinyan inquired, glancing towards the courtyard gate, but not spotting Yanzi. Little Z stopped to buy some jerky, and went to find Ashwan. Yanxi replied with a smile. The 2 sisters then entered the house. Chapter 78. Jiang Xinyan learns the truth, sister. What has happened? Yanxi asked eagerly upon entering the room, sensing something was amiss. Fei Luan picked up the red dumpling. Miss, I will take the dumpling outside to frolic. Biluo served tea to the 2. Misses, take your time. I shall join Fei Luan. Seeing this, Jiang Xinyan responded with a nonchalant hum. Yanxi regarded them with suspicion as they exited, shutting the door behind them. Confused, she turned to Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan nudged the teacup towards Yanxi. First, have some tea. Yanxi lifted the cup and took a sip. Observing her drink, Jiang Xinyan recounted the events that had transpired. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room. Jiang Xinyan sipped her tea casually, casting a sidelong glance at Yanxi, who appeared to be seething. It had been a while since she had seen her so furious. How outrageous. This is simply intolerable. Sister, why do you still keep such a person around? Look, this teacup set is a complete set. Breaking one will make it difficult to find a pair again. They say the Yen family's young strategist is the most composed. Do not tarnish that reputation. Sister, how can I remain calm? If not for your foresight, I might have encountered Bai Fu today. She struck the table in frustration. That Jiang Xinyan is truly detestable, capable of harming her own father. Sister, now that she is betrothed to the 5th prince, we cannot act against her for the time being. Shear, what brings you here today? Jiang Xinyan interjected. Yanxi frowned. I merely came to visit. There is nothing of great urgency. Jiang Xinyan nodded. I have sent someone to find Chen Su. I will inform you once I have news. Very well, Yanxi agreed. Sister, since it is getting late, stay for a meal before you leave. Noting Jiang Xinyan's interruption, Yan Shi chose not to pursue her thoughts further. As dusk fell, Yunha caught sight of the figure in black. Sir? Jiang Xinyan regarded the newcomer. Did you not come earlier? Have you made your decision? She asked with a smile. The figure in black furrowed his brow. Your snake venom has been uncovered. Jiang Xinyan is likely now on guard against you. Jiang Xinyan was well aware of this. But there was no turning back. Even if it meant tearing apart their facade, she had no fear, for her conflict with Jiang Xinyan was destined to be unending. She would personally ensure Jiang Xinyan's demise. Beitang Jingyu, I have uncovered something intriguing. The figure in black tapped his fingers on the table, observing her with a smirk. Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes. Jingyu? What is it? He appraised her from head to toe. I overestimated you. Do you understand why Beitang Jingyu regards you with such favor? Listening to his words, Jiang Xinyan frowned slightly. Why? She instinctively sensed it was not a good sign. The figure in black sneered. It is due to the Jiang family's jade pendant you possess. Jiang Xinyan glanced down at the jade pendant at her waist, retrieving it and scrutinizing it. The words of the figure echoed in her ears. How absurd! Beitang Jingyu has been seeking his savior all along, and his savior bears this jade pendant. This means a member of the Jiang family saved him. Yet you, who have never left the estate since childhood. He regarded Jiang Xinyan with keen interest. Noting her complexion drain of color, leaving only pallor, surely, she had begun to piece together the truth? Whose light had she borrowed? Jiang Xinyan. She hissed through clenched teeth. Suddenly raising her gaze, only Jiang Xinyan could have saved Beitang Jingyu, and he mistook me for her? But I possess the jade pendant. As if recalling something, she focused intently on her pendant. It had been touched by Bilua once. At that banquet, Beitang Jingyu had also handled the pendant. She examined the pendant meticulously, and as her grip loosened, it shattered. It is a fake. She had never cherished this pendant, having worn it for over a decade without much thought, yet how could she not recognize it? Did this mean her pendant was in Jiang Xinyan's possession? Now, you know what you must do. I want to know where Jiang Xinyan saved Beitang Jingyu. Shangqing. The figure in black raised an eyebrow in response. Shangqing?
No wonder.
Jiang Xinyan closed her eyes, stepping forward and crushing the shards beneath her feet. What else do you know? The figure in black rose. Nothing more. This information was hard-won. Utilize it wisely. Do not disappoint us, for your life rests in my hands. Jiang Xinyan did not turn around. Only when silence enveloped the room did a flush of color return to her face, her expression darkening with malice. Her life was not for the taking. Yunha quietly followed the figure in black, trailing him to an alley where he entered a residence at the end. Initially tempted to investigate, he recalled Jiang Xinyan's instructions and memorized the location before departing. Within the residence, a yard full of figures in black stood, the atmosphere tense. The figure in black gazed at the assembled crowd, removed his mask, and approached with a furrowed brow. Lord Exa. The leader, hands clasped behind his back, feigned a smile. Lord, who long time no see. When did Lord Xian arrive? I was not informed. The figure in black expressed irritation. Does the one far away in Tianlin distress me and summon Xianqing? Xianqing chuckled. Lord Hu, it is not for you to know when I arrived. The master is also concerned for the young master. After all, it has been quite some time since you have achieved any notable progress in Tianqing. Notable progress? The words from Lord Xian were effortlessly dismissive. The two had been rivals in Tianlin, and now their enmity was palpable.
Ui.
A low reprimand caused Hui to lower his head. Xianqing turned, eyeing the newcomer, bowing with arms raised above his head, right hand resting on his left wrist in greeting. The newcomer regarded him with cold indifference, his tone flat. Lord Xian claims there has been no notable progress. You must accept that, as Lord Xian has labored greatly in Tianlin. I dare not. Xianqing bowed low. Hui, observing this, let out a scornful laugh.
See.
What is Lord Xian up to? Rise. The youth smirked. Xianqing felt a twinge of displeasure but restrained himself, standing upright. Young master. A glint of malice flickered in the youth's eyes. Since you have come to Tianqing, I am your sole master. Xianqing frowned in discontent. The youth's murderous intent intensified, and in an instant, his pale hands had gripped Xianqing's throat fiercely. As the wind stirred, it blew the hood from the youth's cloak. Cough, cough. Xianqing was pinned against the wall, the yard filled with shadowy figures, drawing swords against the youth.
Ui, alarmed. Stand down.
The youth cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, tilting his head with a cold smile, veins bulging on his hands. Lord Xinyan, I may be young, lacking precision. So it is best that your men do not point their swords at me. Xinyan Cheng's face flushed crimson as he struggled to raise his hand, urging them to sheath their swords. Isn't this better? The young man, with a sullen expression, tugged at the corners of his mouth, yet his grip remained unyielding. Observing Xinyan Cheng's complexion gradually pale, Hu irrespectfully interjected, My lord, Xinyan Cheng is after all the envoy from that esteemed faction. I beseech you to show him mercy. It was not that Hu feared Xinyan Cheng's demise. On the contrary, he would welcome it. However, at present, Tianqin indeed required manpower. And he cast a glance at the assembled crowd, noting that some among them were Xinyan Cheng's trusted confidants. The young man, with a mischievous grin, stared at Xinyan Cheng for a moment before finally relaxing his grip. Scram! Xinyan Cheng collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as he reached for his neck. Hu glanced at the evident bruising on Xinyan Cheng's throat. Hastily, Xinyan Cheng knelt before the young man, expressing his gratitude for the mercy shown. The young man narrowed his eyes. You and Hu, having arrived in Tianqin, are now my people. What should not be spoken of, what should not be relayed back to Tianlin, must remain unsaid. Otherwise, understood. Excellent. As for the Jiang family, I have my plans. Without my command, no one is permitted to act recklessly. With that, he donned the hood of his cloak and turned to depart. As Hu watched him leave, he cast a glance at the prostrate figure of Xinyan Cheng, advising, Do not underestimate our lord. Otherwise, you may find yourself dead before you even realize it. Chapter 79. Greetings from the nephew. Jiang Xinyan listened to Yun He's report, her brow slightly furrowing. This cloaked figure possessed quite the skill. Beitang Jingyu sought her out privately. It seemed few were privy to the truth, yet he managed to uncover it. Impressive indeed. Yun stood nearby, also taken aback. He glanced at Jiang Xinyan, surprised to learn of the connection between the princess and the fifth prince. You may withdraw for now. When that person seeks out Jiang Xinyan again, inform me immediately. Yes. Yun bowed and exited. As Jiang Xinyan pondered this new information, the door swung open. She looked up to see Beitang Yunjan entering. Do you not think it's rather late, Your Highness? Beitang Yunjan walked straight toward her and sat down at his side. Is that so? I initially intended to return the jade pendant, he chuckled, but now, I find I have no desire to do so. Jiang Xinyan turned to regard him. So, at what age did you rescue my nephew? She did not expect to hear such a question upon his arrival. Jiang Xinyan, aware of his thoughts, paused before responding, I must have been 8, though I cannot recall the specifics. What are your plans now? Your cousin is aware of it. And so what if she knows? Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow dismissively. Her aim is merely to leverage the situation to ensnare Beitang Jingyu. I know her too well. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks for her. She will undoubtedly solidify her identity as her savior. Surely, you do not believe she has any genuine affection for Beitang Jingyu? Beitang Yunjan did not perceive Jiang Xinyu's interest in his nephew as anything noble. She is likely more intrigued by his status. He turned to Jiang Xinyan. Yen, did you already know Beitang Jingyu was searching for you? Inquiring if you were stating a fact rather than asking a question. Jiang Xinyan met his gaze. You already have the answer in your heart, do you not?
Beitang Yunsan smiled.
I have come to inform you that I have made progress regarding the person you asked me to find. How do you intend to thank me? Chen Su has been located? Jiang Xinyan had never doubted Beitang Yunjan. He appeared carefree, but she would invite the prince to dinner at a later date. Beitang Yunjan continued, You would not believe whom she has married. Jiang Xinyan's interest piqued at his words.
Beitang Jinglin. Beitang Jinglin?
The first prince? Jiang Xinyan exclaimed, surprised. Wasn't it said she married a farmer? She thought back, recalling that she had scarcely heard of this first prince in her previous life, only knowing he had been sent away to recuperate in a serene environment due to his frail health. How could Chen Su marry him? It is said she was initially betrothed to a farmer, a family so uncouth that it was hardly a marriage, but rather a search for a servant. Beitang Yunjan frowned as he spoke. In any case, I cannot envision the life she leads now. However, my nephew, residing in that village, could not bear to see her suffer, so he spent some silver to bring her back. Jiang Xinyan listened attentively, pondering if the two had developed feelings over time. Chen Su, originally a well-bred young lady, is cultured and graceful. Beitang Jingyu saved her from hardship, and she must be grateful. After spending time together, they likely became attached. The first prince has a good heart.
Beitang Jingyu nodded.
Beitang Jingyu was his eldest nephew, having followed him closely since his birth. And they shared a good relationship. Regrettably, whenever he thought of Jinglian's frail condition, Beitang Jingyu felt a pang of sorrow. Do you wish to pay a visit? Jiang Xinyan contemplated. She had promised she heir regarding Chen Su, and decided to go. The following morning, they arrived at Beitang Jinglian's residence. Little uncle. Beitang Jingyu smiled at him. Alin. Jiang Xinyan calmly appraised the first prince, noting he bore no trace of nobility, resembling a delicate scholar in a simple white garment. He gently lifted the door curtain and emerged. What brings you here, little uncle? He asked with a smile. But the next moment, he coughed lightly. Beitang Jingyu swiftly assisted him to a seat. Do not let your emotions fluctuate too greatly. Jiang Xinyan took a seat beside them. Beitang Jingyu smiled and shook his head gently. No harm. I shall be well shortly. It has been a long time since I last saw you. Beitang Jingyu smiled back. How have you been? You look better than the last time we met. Beitang Jingyu nodded. Indeed, this place is picturesque, a splendid location for recuperation. His gaze turned to Jiang Xinyan and, who might this be? Beitang Jingyu introduced. This is Jiang Dajuan's eldest daughter, Jiang Xinyan. The daughter of the Grand General? I initially thought you were to be my future aunt. Beitang Jingyu exclaimed with a smile, momentarily startling Jiang Xinyan. Beitang Jingyu raised an eyebrow. Noticing Jiang Xinyan's ears turn crimson, he chuckled softly. It was my oversight, he said, slightly bowing his head toward Jiang Xinyan. Not at all. You speak the truth. Before Jiang Xinyan could respond,
Beitang Jingyu replied to Beitang Jingyu.
Jiang Xinyan felt a stir within.
Beitang Jingyu.
Beitang Jingyu observed their interaction and smiled slightly. It seems little uncle has yet to win over a beauty. I must clarify, my relationship with Prince Chun is not as you envision, Jiang Xinyan interjected. I have come today to meet the first prince's wife, Chen Su. Beitang Jingyu turned to Jiang Xinyan as Su? What does Miss Jiang seek her for? Chen Su is the legitimate daughter of Lord Chen Chong. I wonder if the first prince is aware of this? Chen Chong? Beitang Jingyu furrowed his brow slightly, unaware of this aspect of a Su's identity. As he contemplated, he listened to Jiang Xinyan recount Chen Su's experiences. Even he, with his gentle temperament, could not suppress his anger. Alin. Beitang Jingyu placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Beitang Jingyu took a deep breath. A Su has gone to the morning market and has yet to return. Miss Jiang, your purpose for coming here is? At the behest of my cousin Shi and Lady Chen, I have come to find her. Alin, I am back. The voice drew everyone's attention toward the newcomer. A lively, radiant young woman appeared before them. Jiang Xinyan gazed at her, slightly furrowing her brow. Lady Chen had described Chen Su as gentle and serene. Yet the woman before her wore a bright smile, exuding cheerfulness even before entering the courtyard. Chen Su scanned the courtyard, noticing unfamiliar faces. A Su, come here. Upon hearing Beitang Jinglian's call, Chen Su hurried to his side and quietly asked Alin, who are these two? Have you not met them? Beitang Jingyu asked, puzzled. If she were indeed Lord Chen Chong's daughter, it was understandable that she had not encountered Jiang Xinyan, but what about little uncle? My little uncle and my future aunt. With this introduction, Jiang Xinyan opened her mouth to speak, but reconsidered, knowing that even if she explained, this first prince would maintain his perception. Beitang Jingyu, however, wore a grin. Upon hearing this, Chen Su exclaimed, Oh? You are my little uncle and little aunt. I shall fetch you some water to drink. Jiang Xinyan observed as Chen Su entered the room, casting a glance at Beitang Jingyu. Was it possible that Chen Su did not recognize him? That seemed unlikely, for Beitang Jingyu was renowned, and every noble lady of Xincheng was well acquainted with him. There was something peculiar about this situation. As Chen Su stepped inside, she hummed a little tune while removing her backpack, washing her hands before fetching a cup and heading outside. It was a rare occasion to see a relative of her beloved Alin. She must entertain them well. Come, have some water. Chen Su called cheerfully as she emerged. Jiang Xinyan received the water with an impassive demeanor, glancing at Beitang Jingyu, who appeared to understand the subtle tension. Alin, how was your day? Chen Su seated herself beside Beitang Jingyu, taking his hand in hers. Beitang Jingyu smiled, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, assuring her that he felt quite well today. Was the market bustling this morning? Indeed, Chen Su nodded, her excitement palpable. Once you feel better, I'll take you there. Jiang Xinyan watched the two with a discerning eye, noting their close bond. Yet, she squinted slightly, sensing something amiss with Chen Su. Perhaps the events she endured had altered her temperament. However, Jiang Xinyan distinctly observed Chen Su's hand resting on Beitang Jinglin's pulse. She sipped her water and set the cup down. "Ah, Su," Beitang Jinglin called softly. Chen Su looked up at him. "Your little aunt has come to see you. She has something to discuss." Upon hearing Beitang Jinglin's address, Jiang Xinyan pressed her fingers to her temples in exasperation. "What is it, little aunt?" Chen Su responded eagerly. Beitang Yunjian smiled knowingly from the side. Jiang Xinyan cleared her throat and explained, "I have come at your mother's behest to find you." She scrutinized Chen Su's expression and continued, "If you wish not to return, I can help you escape your plight." However, she gazed at Chen Su and Beitang Jinglin, opting to say no more. Chen Su's expression remained unchanged. She was no longer the Chen Su of old. Yet, recalling the wounds she had suffered and the painful memories, she felt a surge of vengeance rising within her. A smile crept across her lips. "Very well. I shall return." Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow in surprise.
Asu?
Beitang Jinglin regarded her curiously. Chen Su turned to him and said, "All in. I wish to return. I did not disclose my identity to you earlier because, having been cast aside, I felt no need for it. But I cannot swallow this humiliation. Will you wait for me here?" She spoke softly, her gaze resting upon him, full of warmth and affection, unlike her own hands, stained with blood. She narrowed her eyes, concealing her murderous intent, and offered him nothing but a smile. Beitang Jinglin was tempted to express his desire to accompany her, to protect her, but seeing her smile, he too smiled back.
All right.
"I have prepared some medicine for you. Be sure to take it regularly. I shall return within 3 days at the latest." The gentle yet resolute expression on Chen Su's face startled Jiang Xinyan. 3 days? She exchanged a glance with Beitang Yunjian, intrigued by the turn of events. "Little aunt, you've been eyeing me suspiciously. Is there something on your mind?" Chen Su asked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan pressed her thumb against the scar on her finger, her heart racing. "You are not Chen Su."
Chen Su smiled slyly.
"Alin's little aunt is quite astute. Being too clever can be troublesome. I have heard of you, Jiang Xinyan, the esteemed daughter of General Jiang. You are known for your extraordinary talents." Jiang Xinyan scrutinized her, launching an attack. Chen Su laughed and deftly parried her strike. The two exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Jiang Xinyan noticed Beitang Yunjian approaching and withdrew her hand. Chen Su raised an eyebrow playfully. "Are you afraid your little uncle might witness your fiery temperament? You're not worried about Alin seeing it?" Jiang Xinyan retorted, amused. Alin did not follow. Chen Su replied confidently, prompting Jiang Xinyan to laugh. "Ayen, I've fetched some water. Would you care for a drink?" Beitang Yunjian approached, glancing at the two. Jiang Xinyan declined, stating that it was getting late and they should depart. "Little uncle, it seems little aunt has become shy," Chen Su teased, receiving a cold glance from Jiang Xinyan as she boarded the carriage. Chen Su rubbed her nose sheepishly and joined her in the carriage. "Little aunt, you know, being too clever is not always a virtue. Sometimes, a little ignorance can be blissful. After all, I am Chen Su now." She lowered her voice and gazed at Jiang Xinyan, who met her gaze, making Chen Su uncomfortable under her penetrating stare. Jiang Xinyan averted her eyes. "What is your purpose in getting close to Alin?" Getting close to Alin? What could he possibly offer me? "Oh, my Alin is gentle and considerate. He truly cares for me."
Chen Su chuckled, had affection evident.
"With your intelligence, having seen us together today, I assume you have deduced Alin's identity." "Only just today." Chen Su pouted, dismissing the notion. "Why would I care about his identity? I only need to know that he is my husband. Are you aware of Chen Su's past?" Chen Su nodded gravely. Jiang Xinyan frowned, realizing that this person before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Su, yet she was distinctly different. She sat up straight, fixated on her. Chen Su instinctively recoiled, puzzled by Jiang Xinyan's sudden intensity. Jiang Xinyan pressed her thumb against her scar, a chilling realization dawning upon her. This individual was not Chen Su. She had assumed the identity of Chen Su, perhaps having been reborn into her life. In a hushed voice, Jiang Xinyan asked, "Might you reveal your true identity?" Chen Su shook her head, wary of Jiang Xinyan's perceptiveness. "You are too clever," You must have surmised something extraordinary. Those who know my identity do not last long. As Lin's future little aunt, it is best if you remain unaware of too much. Jiang Xinyan refrained from further inquiries. Had it not happened to her, she would find it hard to believe. How do you plan to take your revenge? Little aunt. You shift topics too swiftly. Chen Su smiled sweetly, her demeanor reminiscent of a refined lady, yet Jiang Xinyan found her smile unsettling. Revenge? Naturally. I shall return the favor in kind. I, Chen Xiaoxiao, am not one to forgive easily. Those who offend me will find themselves in the underworld. Had Jiang Xinyan heard her true thoughts, she would have recognized the person before her as Chen Xiaoxiao, the most notorious assassin in the realm. Unmatched in her prowess and the one talent the Minji Hall could never recruit.
Chen Guoya?
Chen Xiaoxiao regarded her with a dismissive pout. Just a mere illegitimate daughter. You nobles have your flaws. A proper legitimate daughter should not be bullied by a mere concubine. If it were me, I would simply capture that illegitimate daughter and feed her to the wolves. Jiang Xinyan felt a pang of offense at those words, but chose not to respond. After a moment's reflection, she finally spoke. Are you really planning to capture her and feed her to the wolves? The intrigues of noble families are far more complex than you imagine. Chen Guoya is currently the only daughter of the Chen family, while you might manage to kidnap her. The moment you return home, everyone will scrutinize your actions, except perhaps your mother, who may not care for your return. Moreover, Chen Su was far too gentle-hearted to harbor malicious intentions against her younger sister. Having gained a kind and understanding sister, she would naturally care for her with sisterly affection. Jiang Xinyan felt compelled to explain. However, Chen Xiaoxiao remained unconvinced. Kindness does not put food on the table, little aunt. Jiang Xinyan looked up at her, a smile of agreement breaking across her face. Indeed. Chapter 81. Only Chen Su is dead. Jiang Xinyan did not immediately return Chen Su to the Chen family. Instead, she diverted to the Yan family residence. Is Zi not here? Jiang Xinyan inquired upon noticing Yan Zi's absence. Zi has gone to her aunt's house for a short visit, came the response. Jiang Xinyan nodded and softly said, Sheer, Chen Su is in the carriage. Yan Shi's gaze shifted toward the carriage as she murmured, Su. Sister, let us enter the estate. Jiang Xinyan nodded in agreement. The carriage was drawn to the back door, and Chen Su stepped down. As soon as Su and Yan Shi saw her, they hurried forward, pulling her into the courtyard while inspecting her closely. Are you well? How is your health? Chen Xiaoxiao was turned around in a circle, catching a glimpse of Jiang Xinyan, who gave her a knowing look. Understanding instantly, Chen Xiaoxiao switched to addressing her as Chen Su, gently saying, I'm fine. Sorry to worry you. It's my fault. Had I been there that day, I would have protected you. Yan Shi tightly grasped her hand, which left Chen Xiaoxiao momentarily dazed. Memories of Yan Shi and Chen Su flashed through her mind. Yan Shi, although a slightly fragile girl, had learned a few self-defense techniques from Jiang Ting in her youth. Yet, now, the strength in her grip was remarkable. Chen Su raised her other hand, resting it over Yan Shi's, patting it gently, in reassurance. I truly am fine. Do not worry. Su, your mother has missed you dearly. Since your departure, her health has deteriorated. You ought to visit her. Chen Su's heart ached at this, and she nodded in agreement. Yan Shi led them to the Chen residence. Disguised as Jiang Xinyan's maid, Chen Su followed along.
Aunt.
How much longer must I maintain this charade? I am not free when I am not near Lin, she remarked. Jiang Xinyan shot her a glance. Was it not 3 days? You mentioned that time frame upon your departure, so resolve it swiftly. Chen Guoya and Jiang Xinyan were indeed using each other to their advantage. It seemed fortuitous. The expression in Jiang Xinyan's eyes softened slightly as she regarded Chen Su. Feeling a chill on her back, Chen Su asked, Aunt, do you not think the weather has turned rather cold? It shouldn't be. Your Highness, Miss Yan. Chen Guoya greeted the two, bowing her head without acknowledging the maid trailing behind Jiang Xinyan. Miss Chen, Yan Shi nodded slightly at the newcomer. My sister and I have come to visit Madam Chen. Thank you, Your Highness and Miss Yan, for your concern, but my mother is unwell and likely cannot receive guests at this time. Chen Su observed in silence, suppressing her anger and lowering her head. Jiang Xinyan smirked slightly. You describe it as unwell. I merely inquired out of concern, not to invite Madam Chen for a leisurely outing. Chen Guoya felt displeased at this, but restrained herself due to Jiang Xinyan's status. It seems I have been thoughtless. Let them proceed. It presents an opportunity to rid ourselves of that sickly woman. The three made their way to the back courtyard, where Chen Su was struck by the desolation of her mother's quarters, anger surging within her. As the head of the household, her mother's situation was pitiable, and it was evident they were both easily oppressed. Just then, Granny Fong emerged upon hearing the commotion, her eyes immediately landing on Chen Su, her eyes reddening.
Miss.
Granny Fong approached. Where is my mother?
Chen Su inquired.
Madam is inside. You should go in, Granny Fong urged, ushering the three of them inside. Who has come? Madam Chen, lying in bed, coughed lightly. Madam, it is your daughter, who has returned, Granny Fong choked out. Madam Chen struggled to sit up, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Su, Maya Su has returned. Seeing her mother nearly tumble from the bed, Chen Su rushed to support her. Tears streamed down Madam Chen's face. My daughter, are you angry with me for not protecting you? I was too weak, Su. Will you come back to your mother?
Chen Su remained silent.
Su, I am sorry, it is all my fault. Madam Chen continued to apologize, suddenly coughing violently, blood escaping her lips. Mother. Chen Su quickly checked her pulse, concern etched on her face. I am fine. Your return is enough to ease me. Madam Chen held Chen Su's hand gently.
Su.
Have you been well?
Chen Su's brow furrowed.
Not well. I have perished at the hands of that family. Beside her, Jiang Xinyan understood the truth and frowned. Chen Su is no longer here. That is a fact. Even if everyone believes the person before them is Chen Su, she is indeed not. Chen Su's life had been extinguished, and the entire household bore the burden of that guilt. Mother, please rest. I shall avenge myself, she vowed.
Su.
Madam Chen wished to say more but, seeing the determination in her daughter's eyes, fell silent. It is enough that you have returned, safe and sound. After leaving the Chen residence, Jiang Xinyan observed Chen Su and quietly asked, What are your plans? Blood for blood.
Chen Su declared.
Jiang Xinyan, I am no virtuous person. Thus, the lives of those who took Chen Su's life are forfeit. She recalled the moment she first regained consciousness, unable to move, her body covered in blood and wounds. Even she, Chen Xiaoxiao, had never endured such severe injuries. Chen Su had been beaten to death. In that moment of despair, how much pain must she have felt? How hopeless. Persecuted by those she considered family. A murderous glint flashed in Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes. Jiang Xinyan could clearly sense the murderous intent radiating from her, sharp and palpable. Thinking of Lin, she smiled. In her moment of peril, she had encountered Lin, who had bought her and cared for her tenderly. Never having met anyone so kind. Even in her frail state, he had tended to her, staying by her side until she could walk. Jiang Xinyan, noticing the smile on her face, looked at her with disdain. Do not become infatuated. As she exited the Chen residence. She noticed Jiang Xinyan's disapproving expression directed at Chen Su. She approached them. Sister, I have calmed Madam Chen. Yes, Shir. I will first place Chen Su in the ancient tower. Let us go. The trio made their way to the ancient tower, during which Chen Su recounted her experiences to Yan Shi, sparing her the worry. How despicable. Su, where is the family that harmed you? I will not let them go unpunished.
Chen Su smiled lightly.
It is of no consequence. I do not seek revenge on them. If it were not for them, I would not have encountered Lin. Only Jiang Xinyan was aware that the family had long since perished. She had come to understand that, with Chen Su's vengeful nature, that family had likely met their end long ago. She glanced at Chen Su, who raised an eyebrow in response, as if to say that the family had been eradicated the very day she had healed. They had simply informed Lin that they had moved away. Jiang Xinyan turned her head away, no longer wishing to look at her. Chen Su's spirited nature, her thirst for vengeance, and her clear sense of right and wrong only deepened Jiang Xinyan's curiosity about her true identity. Chapter 82. By their own methods after sending them off, Chen Guo went to the Jiang residence. Xin Yuan, your cousin and the eldest daughter of the Yan family visited us today to see my biological mother. I wonder what scheme they are concocting. Jiang Xinyan turned to her. What business do they have at your home? Your biological mother has been ill for some time. Has she not?
Indeed, Chen Guo replied, perplexed.
Jiang Xinyan pondered for a moment and asked, Do you have any news of your biological sister? Chen Guo set down her teacup and scoffed. Her? She is beyond redemption. I have made arrangements privately. She is likely dead by now. Jiang Xinyan seated herself at the table. I truly do not understand what purpose they have in visiting Madam Chen, but if there is only one reason, it must pertain to your biological sister. So, Guo, you should be cautious. Over time, Jiang Xinyan had come to realize that Chen Guo was not as easy to deal with as she appeared. Both women were willing to sacrifice others for their own interests. By the way, have you set a date for your marriage to the fifth prince?
Chen Guo inquired.
Not yet. The last time was merely an engagement announcement, and we must wait a while longer for the wedding date. Xinyan, since there are no concubines in the fifth prince's residence, you are his first consort. Why not employ some tactics to make him dependent on you?
Chen Guo whispered.
Dependent on me? Jiang Xinyan felt a stir of interest. After all, the person whom Beitang Jingyu longed for was not her. She should ensure he could not live without her and recognize her as his savior. After Chen Guo departed, she visited the Rue E hairpin before returning home. In the dead of night, Chen Su stealthily entered Chen Guo's bedroom, observing the sleeping figure on the bed. A sly smile crept across her face as she produced a small vial, waving it near Chen Guo's nose. Chen Guo frowned slightly before fainting. Chen Su hoisted Chen Guo out of the door and cast her into a room, subsequently scattering a powder within and gently closing the door behind him. Jiang Xinyan observed coldly, recognizing this place as the abode of a servant. Indeed, the man's methods resonated with her preferences. Chen Xiaoxiao turned to Jiang Xinyan, approaching her with a teasing inquiry about enjoying the moonlight. Jiang Xinyan scoffed. This individual was far from her taste. You cast her here, and no one shall know. The sounds from within made Jiang Xinyan furrow her brow. Chen Xiaoxiao leaned closer, offering a mysterious smile. Just watch her, auntie. When Chen Guo awoke, she clutched her mouth tightly, utterly distressed, her first instinct being to ensure her secret remained concealed. She glared fiercely at the servant lying beside her, enduring pain as she departed. Jiang Xinyan glanced over, noting the alarmingly swift awakening, exactly what she desired, for it would instill a perpetual state of fear within her. Are you not concerned she might silence that servant? Jiang Xinyan inquired of her companion. Chen Xiaoxiao, unfazed, replied with a casual smile, if she silences one, I shall find her another. Jiang Xinyan shook her head in resignation. Chen Guo stumbled back to her chamber, trembling as she secured the door. How could this be? She had distinctly fallen asleep in her own room. Sitting on the floor, she suddenly recalled Chen Su, shaking her head in denial. Impossible. Chen Su was dead. The one who suffered from a terminal illness? Chen Guo bit her lip until it bled, releasing it only when she resolved that it was indeed for her daughter's vengeance that Chen Su had returned. For now, she would endure this indignation. But come morning, the mistress of Qin Manor would surely be sent to her final resting place. Never did Chen Guo anticipate that Chen Su would stand before her once more, her expression one of pure astonishment as she beheld the figure in her grandmother's chamber. How dare she? How could she enter the Chen household, seemingly unscathed? Jiang Xinyan, observing from the side, found the expression on the second young lady of the Qin family utterly captivating. Your Highness? Chen Su was, after all, a family disgrace. How could this have drawn the attention of royalty? The elder matriarch of the Qin family cast a discontented glance at Jiang Xinyan, though she refrained from voicing her concerns. Chen Su had already been cast out by the family. Her demise in the outside world would be of no consequence. Yet here she was, returned at the behest of Jiang Xinyan herself. Jiang Xinyan remained seated, smiling as she addressed the elder matriarch. Chen Su is, after all, a legitimate daughter of the Qin family. What disgrace has she committed that warrants sending your own granddaughter into the hands of others for punishment and instruction? The legitimacy of Chen Su's birthright seemed to bolster her standing in the eyes of Jiang Xinyan.
Chen Guo narrowed her eyes at Jiang Xinyan.
Pondering when the two had become so familiar, the elder matriarch smiled kindly. Your Highness, this is indeed a family matter. Jiang Xinyan replied with a gentle smile. Oh? Does the elder matriarch believe this princess is meddling in affairs that do not concern her? The elder matriarch regarded Jiang Xinyan, the young girl who, despite her tender age, exuded an air of authority that was hard to ignore. Your Highness, my grandmother has stated that this is a family matter. Chen Su has been expelled from the Qin family and is no longer one of us. Even should she perish outside, it has nothing to do with the Qin family. Chen Guo stepped forward to bow to Jiang Xinyan, deciding it was no longer necessary to feign obedience. Upon hearing this, the elder matriarch merely frowned, refraining from retorting. Is that so? Elder matriarch, are you certain that Chen Su is no longer a member of the Qin family? Or should we consult Lord Chen? Jiang Xinyan's gaze flicked to Chen Chong as he entered. Chen Chong approached with a solemn expression, bowing to Jiang Xinyan, Your Highness and Yang. He then turned to Chen Su. Ah Su, you committed an act that tarnished our family's reputation, and you must acknowledge it. Now that you are married, you are no longer a daughter of the Qin family. The honor and disgrace of the Qin family are no longer your concern. Jiang Xinyan felt pity for Chen Su. This family was driven solely by greed, and it was no wonder that they allowed a concubine to humiliate a legitimate daughter. Clearly, Chen Su had lost her value. Chen Xiaoxiao scoffed internally. Chen Su, did you see that? Images of Chen Su's despair as she was forced out of her home flashed through her mind. She recalled Chen Su kneeling at the entrance of the Chen household for 3 days, with no one to offer her solace. She saw the hopelessness in Chen Su's gaze as she accepted a marriage proposal with a smile, though tears brimmed her eyes.
Today,
she had come to visit her mother, realizing that since the Qin family did not welcome her, she had no reason to linger. Chen Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a malicious smile as her gaze swept over the assembled company, finally resting on Chen Guo, whose skin prickled in response. Sister, it is not that I do not plead for you. Rather, your transgressions are too grave, Chen Guo claimed with feigned innocence. Chen Xiaoxiao, uninterested in her words, turned to Chen Chong. I would like to request that you draft a letter. A letter of divorce from my mother. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Chen Guo thought Chen Su was being utterly unrealistic. Did she believe she could flaunt her power simply because Jiang Xinyan was present? The elder matriarch was equally displeased. Her son had just been appointed as a minister. How could he allow a divorce? Unfilial daughter. Chen Chong thundered in anger. You are being outrageous. You have committed an act of shame. Father. Before Chen Chong could continue, Chen Xiaoxiao interrupted. You accuse me of shameful acts? What constitutes shame? Chen Chong shook his head repeatedly. You have lost your mind.
Chen Yaoyao left ostentatiously. Chen Su.
Swear before heaven and earth that if I have indeed committed any disgraceful act against the Qin family, may I face dire consequences. Or perhaps, the person who has committed such acts is not me? She directed her gaze at Chen Guo. Chen Guo felt a surge of panic. Was her sister truly losing her mind? What are you looking at me for? Chen Xiaoxiao smiled enigmatically, as if recalling something. Oh, before I left home, I saw you getting rather close to a certain man. Is it true that you are still pure? Chapter 83. The deceased Argon Jiang Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such bluntness from Chen Xiaoxiao. She had expected a more subtle revelation. Chen Guo's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Chen Su, seething. Sister, why must you seize the opportunity to humiliate me? It was her. It was Chen Su who did this. She felt utterly unprepared for this public confrontation. What if it were to be revealed before everyone? Chen Chong turned to Chen Guo with suspicion, noting her unusual demeanor, and began to form a plan. Meanwhile, the elder matriarch, leaning on her cane, rose and struck the floor with it, exclaiming, Enough. She approached Chen Su, lifting her cane to strike, but Jiang Xinyan's left hand moved slightly, and Chen Xiaoxiao calmly raised her hand to block the elder matriarch. The matriarch stumbled and fell to the ground. Grandmother, if your health is not well, it would be wise not to act so rashly, lest your next birthday be celebrated in a coffin, she said with an unsettling nonchalance. Unfilial daughter. Chen Chong raised his hand to strike, but Chen Xiaoxiao shot him a sharp look, rendering his hand motionless. I did not come here to negotiate with you. A divorce is imperative. Additionally, how fortuitous, I happened to encounter your beloved today.
Chen Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Guo beside the elder matriarch, smiling. Guo.
Do ensure you support grandmother well. We would not want her to collapse. Chen Guo stared in disbelief at the person entering, her eyes wide with horror. Sister, why are you so shy upon seeing your beloved? Are you afraid to speak? Chen Xiaoxiao kicked the servant to the ground. Speak. Do you have proof of your affection for my sister? The servant trembled as he knelt, recalling how, the previous night, the second young lady had unexpectedly found herself in his room. He had long admired her, and now this presented a fortuitous opportunity. This morning, the eldest young lady said that the second young lady is already his, and that it would be difficult for her to marry elsewhere. It would be better for her to follow the eldest young lady's example. Though the marriage might not be ideal, it would at least preserve the family's reputation. The head of the household values such reputation above all. Sister, have you chosen any random man to tarnish my reputation?
Chen Guo protested.
Perhaps you should listen to what he has to say? Chen Guo fixed her gaze intently on the kneeling man. Should he dare utter a word, she would not show him mercy. However, The servant had no inkling of Chen Guo's intent, mistakenly believing that she had developed feelings for him, especially since she had visited his quarters. After the incident with the eldest young lady, he felt he was no longer unworthy of the second young lady, given that his circumstances were far superior to those of a peasant. Guo and I are already wed. I implore Lord Chen to bestow her upon me. Upon hearing this, Chen Guo nearly lost her balance, exclaiming in fury, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have never had any dealings with you. You cannot deny it, second young lady. Just yesterday, you were with me." Chen Chong, in a fit of rage, hurled a teacup at the servant. Yet, the man did not flinch. Instead, he straightened his posture and declared, "Guo has a brown birthmark on her chest. Furthermore, I still possess the second young lady's belly band in my quarters." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch turned away in shock. "Grandmother." Chen Guo hurriedly supported her, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Father, this man is slandering me."
"Oh,
"How does my sister believe he is slandering you? He even knows of the birthmark on your body." Chen Xiaoxiao reveled in the chaos, enjoying the spectacle. Chen Guo was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard, reminiscent of the time she had startled Chen Su. She shot a cold glance at Chen Su, who smirked back at her with palpable mockery. Jiang Xinyan, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, rose and declared, "This princess has truly witnessed a fine performance here at Lord Chen's. Now, Lord Chen, it is time to draft the divorce papers. You would not want to be compelled to seek the emperor over such trifles, would you?" Her gaze was icy and resolute. Chen Chong slumped into his chair, realizing that the divorce papers were now a necessity. As for the second young lady, I dare say in a few days she shall once again partake in the celebratory banquet at Lord Chen's household. Rest assured, this princess shall present a grand red envelope. Your Highness. Chen Chong glanced at Chen Guo, knowing she was his sole daughter and that he could not allow this marriage to be solidified. Jiang Xinyan, seeing through his thoughts, lowered her voice and threatened, "Lord Chen, the esteemed man Shangchen has already extended a favor to the Jiang family. Do you truly believe your second daughter can marry into any prestigious family?" Chen Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Xinyan, admiring her cousin's intimidating demeanor. Until now, no one had ever stood up for her. Well, except for Lin. She smiled. Chen Chong ceased speaking. Chen Guo was already rendered useless, regardless of her innocence. Chen Guo collapsed to the ground, her head bowed. She rejected this. How could she be bound to someone she had already defeated, someone she had long since trampled underfoot? She glared venomously at the servant, then grinned menacingly. "A Su, my health is a burden to you. You need not concern yourself with me, Mrs. Chen whispered softly from the carriage alongside Chen Su. Chen Xiaoxiao remained silent. She believed she should not have rescued the Chen family. For a woman who could not protect her own daughter was too cowardly in her eyes. If she had not intervened, Mrs. Chen would likely not survive long in the Chen residence. However, Chen Su still cared for her mother. Otherwise, she would not have felt such pain upon entering that courtyard yesterday. It was Chen Su who felt the anguish for her mother. With a sigh, she turned her gaze to Mrs. Chen, her expression unwavering, causing Mrs. Chen to startle. "Mrs. Chen," Chen Xiaoxiao began. Mrs. Chen gazed at her in stunned silence. "You guessed correctly. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. I cannot believe you failed to see it. Chen Su and I are indeed polar opposites. She is gentle and kind, obedient and demure. She never raises her voice or leaps when she walks. She excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, reflecting your remarkable upbringing. She is truly a paragon of virtue." Observing Mrs. Chen's reaction, Chen Xiaoxiao continued, "As for myself, my actions today are entirely unlike those of your daughter. My nature is bold, vengeful. I have no respect for elders and am stained with the blood of countless individuals. A person as duplicitous as Chen Guo would not last long under my hand, for I strike without mercy and have no time to waste." Mrs. Chen covered her face, her sobs uncontrollable. "A Su, she is dead," Chen Xiaoxiao stated bluntly. Before she died, she clutched a broken jade ring tightly in her hand. "I presume it was the bracelet you gifted her." Alas, that bracelet lies shattered. In a desperate attempt to cling to her final connection to the Qin family, the man she married beat her to death. She was left bloodied and discarded at the doorstep, left to fend for herself. "It is I who failed to sue. It is all my fault," Mrs. Chen gasped, blood spilling from her mouth. Chen Xiaoxiao checked her pulse, frowning. The blood had been expelled. From the moment she laid eyes on Mrs. Chen, she had understood the source of her affliction. The deceased are gone. May you find peace. I have brought you out so that you may live well. Mrs. Chen looked up at her, closing her eyes as tears streamed down her face.
Asu.
I have wronged you. Take me to the mountains. She wished to pray for Asu, to remain accompanied by a flickering lamp, beseeching her daughter for peace and happiness in the next life. Chen Xiaoxiao said no more, simply nodding in agreement. Chapter 84. The Fate of Chen Guer 1. I thought you would not tell her, Jiang Xinyan observed, gazing at the temple before them.
Chen Xiaoxiao,
with her hands behind her back, also stared at the structure. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Such secrets cannot be hidden. Even if she took Mrs. Chen to live with a Lin, the truth would eventually surface. Their temperaments were as different as night and day. And I miss a Lin. I must return quickly to keep him company. Jiang Xinyan's unexpected words caught Chen Xiaoxiao off guard. Aunt, when you and Uncle marry, Alin and I shall certainly attend the wedding banquet. By then, Alin will be much improved. Everything is heading in a favorable direction. Jiang Xinyan lowered her eyes, contemplating that perhaps things could improve even more swiftly. Chen Xiaoxiao turned to her eyes shining with sudden light. Jiang Xinyan glanced at her, retrieving a silver leaf from her bosom. I shall seek out the poison doctor on Mount Ningyuan. Thank you, Aunt. Chen Xiaoxiao took it eagerly, embracing her in excitement. Jiang Xinyan pressed her fingers to her temples in exasperation. Beitang Jingyu should be able to live a bit longer. However, Jiang Xinyan watched Chen Xiaoxiao, noting how she had thrown the Chen family into disarray while remaining untouched herself. She had merely allowed the culprit to experience what Chen Su had endured.
Yit, Chen Guer.
With her temperament, would likely not acquiesce to a marriage against her will. What you don't understand, Aunt, is that I intend to strike her a heavy blow at the moment she feels most hopeful. As for the Chen family, Chen Xiaoxiao smiled faintly at Jiang Xinyan. When Chen Guer sneaked into the Jiang family's abode, Jiang Xinyan was inside embroidering her wedding gown. Chen Guer glanced at the dress, her heart swelling with jealousy. Xinyan,
Please help me.
Jiang Xinyan quickly assisted her to her feet, inquiring what had transpired. Chen Guer tearfully recounted the events, but Jiang Xinyan's eyes flashed with disdain. This person held no value for her. Guer, do not fret. Perhaps there are other ways? Upon hearing this, Chen Guer grasped her tightly. Xinyan, do you have another plan? Jiang Xinyan pushed her hand away, frowning. Guer, let go first. Yet, Chen Guer refused to relent. Jiang Xinyan was her only hope. The fifth prince's consort could still wield influence. If her father truly intended to marry her off to that servant, she could hardly bear to contemplate it. This thought inexplicably drew her to the fifth prince. If Jiang Xinyan, a mere cousin, could attract the prince's favor, then surely she, though not a legitimate daughter, was still a proper daughter of an official family. Her father held the position of Minister of War, which surely placed her above Jiang Xinyan. Releasing Jiang Xinyan, she crafted a scheme in her mind, smiling sweetly at her. Jiang Xinyan regarded her with suspicion. Guer, the decision lies with your father, however. You are not in control of the situation now. She examined her closely but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Perhaps her father would not be so heartless. Enough about me. What of you? Have you encountered the fifth prince again? Jiang Xinyan felt somewhat puzzled, but did not dwell on it. She shook her head and replied, You must be quicker. What if one day the fifth prince encounters a lady from another household? There are many noble women in Shangchen, Xinyan. You must stabilize your status so you can assist me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan realized the truth of her words. Chen Guer was still waiting for her help. Although she no longer held value, the Chen family could still prove beneficial to the fifth prince. With this thought in mind, she decided it was time to arrange a meeting with Beitang Jingyu.
Noticing Jiang Xinyan's wavering resolve, Chen Guer concealed a smirk.
She carefully inquired about the timing of their meeting, watching as Jiang Xinyan assumed the demeanor of a future consort to the fifth prince. And a cold smile crept across her face. One mustn't blame her. After all, self-preservation is paramount. Chen Guer arrived early at their meeting place, instructing a servant to light incense within the room before quietly departing. After changing back into her own attire, she observed Beitang Jingyu entering. Jiang Xinyan would not arrive early, for she had told her the previous day that it would be acceptable for the fifth prince to wait a moment longer. This would surely make him think of her more. With a lowered gaze, she adjusted her garments, stepped forward, and boldly pushed open the door, announcing her arrival with an air of feigned surprise. I'm late. Upon raising her head, She quickly performed a curtsy, greeting the fifth prince. Beitang Jingyu glanced up, frowning. "Why are you here?" With a charming smile, Chen Guo replied, "Your Highness, it was my oversight. I must have taken a wrong turn." She noticed him sitting rigidly, his cold stare fixed upon her. Beitang Jingyu clenched his hands tightly on the table. At first, he felt merely displeased by the scent in the room. But now he understood. This incense had likely been tampered with. "The Ministry of War? Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Guo asked softly as she approached him. Beitang Jingyu gritted his teeth, sweeping the incense burner from the table to the ground. "Get out." "Your Highness, I am unaware of what wrong I have committed," she exclaimed, smiling at the fallen incense burner. She reached up to wipe the sweat from his brow, but he seized her wrist tightly, forcefully throwing her hand away. "Jiang Xinyan!" Chen Guo cried out, looking pitifully at him, then casting a glance at the incense burner. How infuriating! Was the incense insufficient? Beitang Jingyu stood, preparing to leave. But Chen Guo was unwilling to let him go. She quickly sprang toward him, catching him off guard with a tight embrace, her face twisted in repulsion. "Your Highness, I am the daughter of the Minister of War. If you can allow Jiang Xinyan into your residence, I can as well. What I can offer is far more than what she can." She clung to his waist, her hands caressing him lightly, and when she saw he remained unmoving, she cunningly continued, "Guar can provide you with much more. I am the only daughter of the Chen family, while Jiang Xinyan is merely a relative of hers." Beitang Jingyu closed his eyes, his brows furrowed in anger, biting down hard on his teeth. He had no inclination to hear another word. He attempted to pry her hands off his waist. Chen Guo, sensing his resistance, tightened her grip even further. When Beitang Jingyu felt his belt loosen under her grasp, fury surged within him, and he yelled, "Get off!" At that moment, Chen Xiaoxiao, eavesdropping nearby, could not help but click her tongue in disbelief. The fifth prince truly had remarkable restraint in the presence of such temptation. Seated at the table, Jiang Xinyan felt a twitch in her eye as she sipped her tea. Where had they gotten to? He coughed lightly. "Your Highness, we are almost there." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao approached. "Shall you go first, or shall I?" Jiang Xinyan glanced at her with indifference, a smirk gracing her lips. "It matters not." Chen Xiaoxiao rubbed her hands together, grinning eerily. Yunhe's expression cracked slightly. When Jiang Xinyan opened the door, she was taken aback to see Chen Guo sprawled on the ground, disheveled and pitiful, while Beitang Jingyu's belt lay abandoned, his outer garment also on the floor. Shocked, she gazed incredulously at the scene. "Chen Guo." Beitang Jingyu remained silent, radiating coldness. He suppressed his inner turmoil, silently straightening his clothing and casting a mocking glance at the fallen woman. "Very well. So this is how you repay my kindness." Chen Guo flinched at his icy tone and countered, "Guo is already the fifth prince's woman. What do you mean by repay?" Chapter 85. The Fate of Chen Guo, 2. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the elegant chamber, having witnessed the scene when Jiang Xinyan had pushed the door open. While it was not a grand assembly, the presence of nobility was undeniable, for they were in the emperor's domain. Suddenly, a not particularly tall man rushed forward, forcefully pushing open the door to Beitang Jingyu's chamber. The onlookers turned their gazes towards a room, where they beheld the second Miss Chen still lying on the ground, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Beitang Jingyu with longing. Meanwhile, Jiang Xinyan, the expected consort of the fifth prince, stood beside him. Her face contorted in rage as she glared at Chen Guo. What was happening here? A servant burst into the room, quickly approaching Chen Guo, and raised his hand to strike her face, shocking the crowd. Who was this person? Chen Guo stared in disbelief at the intruder, astonished that he dared to strike her. The servant, filled with shame and fury, glared at Chen Guo. He had been preparing for their wedding at home when he was informed that Chen Guo was at the tavern seducing the fifth prince. Though of lowly status, he could not endure such humiliation. "You shameless woman! You are already mine, yet you dare to flirt with others. Just look at yourself." Chen Guo's eyes widened in shock. "You lie. You lie." Panic-stricken, she looked at the people in the tavern, her gaze darting toward Beitang Jingyu. She caught a glimpse of murderous intent in his eyes. "No, no." The servant seized her roughly. "The minister has already promised to marry you. What lies are you telling? You ungrateful woman." Chen Guo trembled, desperately seeking Jiang Xinyan's assistance. "Xinyan, you can testify for me." "I did not." Jiang Xinyan's eyes glinted with malice. But she quickly altered her demeanor to one of sisterly compassion, feigning sorrow. Gua,
How could you?
you knew I had an appointment with Jingyu today. How could you act so recklessly? You have already pledged yourself to this man. She glanced at the servant, lowering her head to wipe away a tear. I considered you a friend. How could you betray me? Jiang Xinyan hesitated, then turned to Beitang Jingyu. Jingyu, today, because of me, you have been wronged. Guar told me yesterday that she intended to marry. I had no idea. She wept softly, lamenting how such a person could exist. Utterly shameless. The crowd, upon hearing this,
Cast disdainful glances at Chen Guar.
it was evident that the Qin family lacked proper upbringing. This second daughter was inferior even to the eldest daughter of the Qin family, who was known for her propriety and decency and had even married beneath her status. Chen Guer felt a chill in her heart. She wanted to defend herself, but found no words, for her father was approaching, and with a resounding slap, she found herself momentarily dazed. Unfilial daughter. He had initially hoped to delay the marriage, perhaps offering more money to smooth things over. But now, this scandal had been laid bare in broad daylight. She had brought shame upon the Qin family. Fifth prince, I apologize for my daughter's misdeeds. Please forgive us. I shall take her home and discipline her severely. Chun Chong bowed deeply. Beitang Jingyu's eyes burned red with fury. Your daughter truly opens one's eyes. When the Qin family hosts a celebration, I shall present a generous gift. Xinyan, let us go. Seeing his unusual demeanor, Jiang Xinyan complied and assisted him in leaving. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoxiao sat back down, disinterested. Not to your liking? Jiang Xinyan raised her gaze to her. The Qin family's reputation is ruined today. Offending Beitang Jingyu means they shall no longer have a chance to rise. Auntie, after all, he is the Minister of War. Beitang Jingyu is unmoved. This is an excellent opportunity for recruitment. Jiang Xinyan chuckled. An excellent opportunity? I fear he will not destroy the Qin family. Beitang Jingyu may appear gentle, but he does not care much for a mere Minister of War. After all, he lacks for nothing in terms of military power. Shouldn't you reply now? Lin is still waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxiao smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes, I should reply. Chen Guo, confined in the woodshed, pondered her misdeeds with a grim expression. Pondering her wrongdoings?
Ha!
She had bribed the maid who brought her meals, changed her clothes, and stealthily slipped out, skillfully making her way to the stable boy's room. The stable boy was taken aback upon seeing her. Aren't you supposed to be in the woodshed? Once you're out, we can go directly to my home and live a stable life. His impatience was evident. He felt such an undisciplined person did not deserve his kindness. Chen Guo smiled gently, a smile that stirred something in the stable boy's heart. He stepped forward, but before he could speak, a cold blade was plunged into his heart. He looked at her in disbelief. Chen Guo remained smiling, though her smile was dark and venomous. You deserve to die. Go to hell. She stabbed him repeatedly, blood splattering her face, yet she continued to smile. They all deserve to die. Chen Xiaoxiao smirked as she observed the scene. Chen Guo suddenly turned, startled to find Chen Xiaoxiao standing behind her. It's you. Chen Guo glared fiercely. Chen Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. TSK, you really are ruthless. Chen Guo chuckled. Don't be impatient, sister. You're next. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Chen Xiaoxiao with the dagger. Chen Xiaoxiao watched her as if finding amusement, deftly seizing the cold blade from her grasp and toying with it. Chen Guo stared in shock. When had Chen Su possessed such skill? Now it's your turn. Chen Xiaoxiao sneered, the knife falling swiftly. Not a drop of blood spilled. I am Chen Xiaoxiao. Remember this when you meet your sister in the underworld and seek atonement. Chen Guo collapsed to the ground, wide-eyed. Chen Chong, upon discovering Chen Xiaoxiao had slipped out, was furious. Ultimately, he found their lifeless bodies in the stable boy's room, staggering a few steps at the sight of the gruesome scene. The anticipated joyous news for the Qin family never arrived, and the funeral was conducted hastily, with the two buried without ceremony. Aunt, Lin, and I will depart soon. Do you need me to convey any message? She looked at Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan shook her head. Safe travels. She watched Chen Xiaoxiao walk away, turning to meet Beitang Yunzhang's gaze. Thank you. Jiang Xinyan understood his gratitude for her expertise in poison, swiftly changing the subject. Your niece is quite interesting. Beitang Yunzhang chuckled lightly. Chen Chong has been impeached. The memorial has just been submitted. Jiang Xinyan was not surprised. Chen Chong was never a righteous official, and it was likely he had many damning secrets. Someone from your side can fill the position. He indeed had someone in mind. However, she, being familiar with Beitang Jingyu, was aware of the past. He lowered his gaze, recalling how he once thought the young girl was willful, leaving without a word. He had always believed she would return in due time. But that parting had turned into an endless farewell. After sending Chen Su away, Jiang Xinyan visited the Chen residence. She sat in the upper seat, leisurely stirring her tea, while Chen Chong stood before her, his expression grave, waiting for her to speak. Jiang Xinyan was not in a hurry. After a moment, she rose, stating, "It's getting late. This princess should take her leave." Chen Chong looked at her in confusion. Had she come merely for tea?
Yet.
He noticed she had not even taken a sip. "I shall see you off, my lady." Jiang Xinyan suddenly seemed to remember something, turning to Chen Chong. "Lord Chen. Su is no longer a member of the Chen family, is she?" Chen Chong bowed slightly in response. Then, Jiang Xinyan's words left him frozen in place. As she moved forward, she said, "Chen Su is now the legitimate wife of the crown prince." The crown prince? The legitimate wife? In that instant, he felt as though he had aged a decade, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, Chen Su had been cast out from his family, no longer a member of the Qin clan. Naturally, her future wealth or poverty had nothing to do with the Qin family. 3 days later, the court dismissed Chen Chong from his position, and the old matriarch of the Qin family fell gravely ill. Chen Su's elder brother, realizing the depth of his sins, also resigned and fled. The Qin family thus fell into decline. Chapter 86. Who else to trust? Jiang Xinyan sat in her room, staring at her wedding gown, reminiscing about the day she assisted Beitang Jingyu into her carriage. Beitang Jingyu had been enduring, and she believed it was Chen Guo'er who had used incense on him. She leaned closer, softly calling out to him. Beitang Jingyu only closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. She placed her hand over his. However, in the face of beauty, he remained unmoved. Jiang Xinyan began to doubt herself and him. Just as someone had said, Beitang Jingyu harbored no feelings for her. With this thought, her expression darkened. Chen Guo'er was dead, and the Qin family had no chance of revival. She needed to befriend other noblewomen to secure her position. The image of Lin Jingjing flashed through her mind, but the thought of Lin Jingjing's attitude towards her made her uneasy. However, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shuer gently knocked on the door, causing Jiang Xinyan to look up, setting aside her wedding gown.
"Come in."
Upon receiving a response, Shuer pushed the door open and respectfully stated, "Miss, the 5th prince has sent you an invitation to dine tomorrow. In response, just say I will attend tomorrow." After Shuer left, she resumed her embroidery on the wedding gown. Jiang Xinyan arrived early at the meeting place with Beitang Jingyu, ensuring the incense was removed and the dishes prepared in advance, waiting for him. Beitang Jingyu brought Xiao Yi along. "You stay here and guard." "Yes." Xiao Yi cupped his hands and stood at the door. When Beitang Jingyu entered, he did not smell the fragrance. He glanced at the open window and then at Jiang Xinyan. It seemed she had prepared everything in advance. "Jingyu, sit." Jiang Xinyan smiled at him as he entered. Beitang Jingyu nodded and took a seat. Jiang Xinyan offered him a cup of wine, smiling sweetly. "Busy today? Thank you for escorting me back to the manor the other day." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan paused slightly. "It was nothing. It was my fault for involving you. I did not know about Guo'er." She sighed lightly. "As long as you are well, that is enough. I should have been more discerning." Beitang Jingyu, seeing her self-reproach, furrowed his brows. "It's not your fault. Now let us eat." Jiang Xinyan lifted her head and smiled. "All right." Beitang Jingyu smiled back and picked up his chopsticks. After dining, Beitang Jingyu was about to escort her back to the manor when he noticed the absence of her jade pendant at her waist and casually asked, "Didn't you wear your jade pendant today?" Jiang Xinyan looked down at her waist, understanding the situation. Her eyes carried a hint of disappointment. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke, "Actually, I lost my jade pendant long ago. Fearing my father would misunderstand that I do not value the Jiang family's pendant, I made a replica. The other day, I accidentally shattered the imitation. Well, it never belonged to me anyway." She raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "No one knows about this. However, since I have already revealed my identity to you, I should share everything else as well. Our relationship will be the closest from now on." Beitang Jingyu stiffened, looking at her, his heart softening in an instant. It was she. If there had been any hesitation in the past, now, she had said it herself.
Xinyan.
We are about to marry. You will have everything you desire, including the Jiang family's status. He touched the sachet at his waist, wanting to present it to her. To tell her he had always been searching for her, but for some reason, he hesitated to take action. Jiang Xinyan slowly leaned against his chest, nodding. Jingyu, do you know? To receive your favor is a blessing for Xinyan. As for anything else, I do not care. If Beitang Jingyu were to lower his head at that moment, he would certainly notice the triumphant smile at the corner of Jiang Xinyan's lips. Beitang Jingyu gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, if it were anything else, it would be fine, but this is your identity, what you rightfully deserve. Rest assured. I will take care of everything for you. After saying this, he gently pulled her back, looking into her eyes, and solemnly stated, your identity is very important. In the future, having the status of a Jiang family daughter will elevate you. Do you understand? Jiang Xinyan's heart was already filled with joy. Yet she feigned innocence and nodded in response. I apologize for the trouble. You are already quite busy. Before she could finish her words, Beitang Jingyu interrupted her, saying, it's no trouble at all. From now on, I shall never find your matters bothersome. Jiang Xinyan smiled. Jingyu, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. Beitang Jingyu fixated on the jade pendant on the table, lost in thought. Shangguan-san regarded him with suspicion. You've been staring at that pendant since your return. Do you have something in mind? Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. Otsen, do you know? Today she claimed that the jade pendant she possesses is fake. Shangguan-san frowned. She? Jiang Xinyan? Isn't that already common knowledge? Beitang Jingyu replied, indeed. But it was merely my speculation before, now that she has spoken it herself. It confirms that I have not mistaken her. The one who saved me is Jiang Xinyan. Congratulations. You have both a benefactor and a consort now.
Shangguan-san remarked disdainfully.
Should I return the pendant to her? Why not? It rightfully belongs to Miss Jiang. Let it return to its original owner and perhaps even rekindle a familial bond. How splendid! Beitang Jingyu delicately picked up the jade pendant and placed it into a scented pouch, his gaze softening as he caught a glimpse of the faint crimson hue beneath the jade. Shangguan-san observed him, propping his head on his hand. But Jingyu, the great cause is not yet accomplished. Jiang Xinyan is far more suitable for you than Jiang Xinyan. At this, Beitang Jingyu paused and turned to his friend, Otsen. In this matter, I do not wish to cause her sorrow. The Jiang family has never treated her well, not even granting her a proper identity. Even without the Jiang family, I fear not. Tianchen is not solely reliant on the Jiang family to defend the nation. Shangguan-san lowered his voice. Although the Jiang family maintains neutrality, they are loyal to the throne. Jingyu, with the recent dismissal of Chen Chong and the new appointment of Zheng Qing, we have not intervened. Even if we have troops at our disposal, the Jiang family should never be underestimated. Beitang Jingyu was well aware of the Jiang family's significance. After all, his third brother once sought to forge a marriage alliance with them. Though he was reluctant, he could not deny their importance. Do you think the Jiang family will interfere? If they were to do so, how could Jiang Xinyan seek to have the marriage decrease solely under her control? A single-minded individual. She has indeed blocked the paths of all within the royal family, aspiring to be the prince's consort. Historically, no emperor has ever had only one consort. Shangguan-sen understood that the Jiang family would not meddle, yet he lamented the situation. If they were to lend their support, Jingyu would undoubtedly garner more favor with the emperor. In terms of military power, he would be unmatched. Beitang Jingyu averted his gaze, his mind flashing to Jiang Xinyan's countenance. If he desired, he could indeed consent to Jiang Xinyan's wishes. Prior to finding Jiang Xinyan, it mattered little, but the moment he recalled Jiang Xinyan's heart-wrenching smile, he remembered her carefree laughter from childhood. She must have endured much hardship, which made her seem so pitiful now. Sin. I will eventually take action regarding the Jiang family. His voice was calm as water, yet Shangguan-sen felt the undercurrents of turmoil beneath. He sympathized with the Jiang family, but recognized that those in power have historically tread upon blood and bones. One emperor, one set of ministers. How could the Jiang family be an exception? With an army of 700,000 at their command, any aspiring emperor would surely tread carefully. Shangguan-sen furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the emperor had ever harbored doubts or suspicions regarding Jiang Beima, for in Tianchen, the Jiang family was deeply loved by the people. Jingyu, if you were to ascend the throne, who would you trust? He looked at Beitang Jingyu, but ultimately, he could not voice his inquiry. Chapter 87. Confrontation between mother and daughter Yun, he stepped silently out of Jiang Xinyan's courtyard, surprised to have overheard Beitang Jingyu's hidden ambitions. It seemed that since he had followed the princess, he had been entangled in matters he could not speak of. Upon reflection, he believed Yunling would be far more suited for this role. Jiang Xinyan smirked disdainfully. Where are you going? To the position of empress? Jiang Xinyan, oh Jiang Xinyan, how are you managing to climb such lofty branches? You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself. Indeed, Jiang Xinyan was quite pleased, especially after revealing her lost jade pendant to Beitang Jingyu, who subsequently treated her with newfound respect. As expected, 5 days later, the wedding date was set for the 15th of next month. Jiang Xinyan, with a smile dancing at the corners of her lips, sat at the table. Seems like the second miss is in good spirits. Hu Yi stood quietly in Jiang Xinyan's room, hands clasped behind his back. Jiang Xinyan was taken aback, her brows knitting together as she looked at the newcomer, whose face was obscured except for his eyes. You always appear so mysteriously. Hu Yi ignored her, taking a seat. With just over 20 days until the wedding, your wish is about to be fulfilled. But do not forget, there are still matters between us that remain unresolved. Jiang Xinyan lifted her chin defiantly and replied, of course. Yun he had not forgotten Jiang Xinyan's instructions. As soon as the cloaked figure arrived, he promptly informed Jiang Xinyan. Her eyes gleamed with determination. They're here. She instructed Failwan to deliver the items she had prepared in advance. Failwan hurriedly carried the gifts to Ansung. Ansung was aware that Jiang Xinyan was to marry next month. After all, she was her daughter, and there would be no lingering animosity. Regarding the previous incident, she decided to send the gifts from Jiang Xinyan along with her own to Jiang Xinyan's room. However, Ansung observed the tightly shut door of Jiang Xinyan's chamber with confusion. She has never closed her door so tightly during the day. She gestured for the maid to wait below and approached the door, contemplating whether to check the situation. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Second miss. If you can prove your worth, my master will certainly reward you. A mere consort is nothing. Jiang Xinyan lifted her gaze. Sir, we are in a mutually beneficial relationship. There is no need for such temptations. Consort? What if she were to rise to the position of empress? Your master has yet to catch her eye. And that includes you. Currently, our common enemy is the Jiang family. I believe I desire their downfall, especially Jiang Xinyan, more than you do. Her eyes glinted with malice and ambition. Hu Yi narrowed his eyes dangerously. Do not forget, if I reveal that you are not Beitang Jingyu's savior, it could spell trouble for you. Jiang Xinyan frowned. What brings you here today? Being cornered by someone is quite unpleasant. She impatiently glanced at her attire before looking up. On the day of the wedding, let me enter the 5th prince's residence. Hu Yi stated nonchalantly. How could that be possible? Jiang Xinyan rose to her feet. Although the wedding day would be chaotic, with personnel coming and going, it was still the 5th prince's residence. I cannot guarantee your safety. If you are caught, it will undoubtedly implicate me. Hu Yi smiled. Second Miss Jiang. I am merely informing you, not seeking your approval. Jiang Xinyan clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. What business do you have? That is not something the second miss needs to know. Jiang Xinyan gritted her teeth, though he always referred to her as second miss. She felt only mockery in his tone. Just as she was about to speak, the door swung open abruptly. Jiang Xinyan looked at Hu Yi in alarm, then turned to see Ansung, finally relieved. She shot a displeased glance at Ansung before sitting down. Ansung concealed her anger, greeting Hu Yi calmly. Why did you not inform me of your arrival, sir? Xinyan is still young. Some matters should not be decided by her. On the wedding day, I will arrange for you to enter the residence. Seeing her mother acquiesce to the man's request, Jiang Xinyan's dissatisfaction deepened. Indeed, Ansung was far more adept at gauging the situation. Second miss, do not think that by associating with Beitang Jingyu you can soar to great heights. I have many ways to keep you in check. The threat was palpable in his words. Jiang Xinyan remained silent. After he departed, she forcefully slammed the teacup in her hand, casting an angry glare at concubine Zeng. Why did you agree to him? Concubine Zeng, equally displeased, questioned. When did you establish contact with him privately? He is not someone you can provoke, and how dare you disregard my warnings, stepping over me?
Fan.
Have you forsaken me as your mother? A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang Xinyan's eyes, brief yet intense. She soothed. Mother, what are you saying? You are my mother. How could I ever abandon you? It was he who approached me first. Perhaps what? Perhaps you will be left with nothing but bones. Jiang Xinyan stared at concubine Zeng in astonishment, as it had been a long time since she had displayed such fury. Mother, what you can do, I can do as well. Perhaps you should enlighten me about his true identity. She stepped closer to concubine Zeng, continuing, Mother, in the entire Jiang family, only you and I are truly related. You should not keep secrets from me. What position I may attain in the future remains uncertain. You should inform me of his intentions, so that I can prepare accordingly. Concubine Zeng looked at her daughter with disbelief. Prepare accordingly? He will assist us. But have you forgotten? Your dancing skills are utterly ruined. Were it not for the fifth prince, he would not have allowed you to remain here today. Once we return to the Jiang family, we will be limited at every turn, and he is fully aware of this. To him, we are merely two useless pawns. Long past our prime, Jiang Xinyan felt her mother's timidity was unwarranted. Her current status was vastly different. How could she be considered useless? She raised her chin, no longer meeting concubine Zeng's gaze, and spoke coolly, Mother, you underestimate your daughter. Am I to be valued solely for my ability to dance? Rest assured, I will demonstrate how I can elevate the Jiang family from the dust. As for you, Jiang Xinyan smiled, I will ensure you are cared for in your old age. You need not worry about being forgotten after 100 years. Returning to the Jiang family, she too felt the constraints imposed by concubine Zeng. Were she not her biological mother, things would have been different. Concubine Zeng shook her head, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. You have indeed grown. You are about to be married. I came today to present you with some jewelry, only to find this. She sighed, closing her eyes. Enough. When I open my eyes again, let me give you one last piece of advice. He is not someone you can casually manipulate. It is dangerous and not worth the risk. I will contact the teacher again to clarify things. Jiang Xinyan abruptly turned to concubine Zeng, Mother. Why can't you let go? Even if you spoke, I believe he would make his own judgments. He knows who is best suited to assist him against the Jiang family. You are getting older, and some matters cannot be undertaken. The mother and daughter stood in opposition, neither willing to relent. Jiang Xinyan regarded her with cold eyes. Chapter 88. Does sister dislike it? Concubine Zeng was utterly disheartened. Upon returning to her room, she dispatched a letter. She knew those people were not to be trifled with. She recalled how, years ago, they had thrown everyone from the village to feed the wolves. The ground had been soaked in blood. Luckily, the Jiang family had not visited often. Otherwise, with those numerous lives lost, a significant uproar would have ensued. She closed her eyes, the gruesome scene flashing through her mind. Were it not for the fact that she and her daughter belonged to the Jiang family, and that they still held some value, they might have ended up in the wolves' bellies long ago. She could not allow Xinyan to court danger. She could do so, but Xinyan could not. Thus, she must sever the connection between them. Jiang Xinyan sat angrily, gazing at the table full of gift boxes. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a brocade box, and she reached for it. What is this? She opened it to find an entire set of floral hairpins, crafted by 7 masters. Displayed prominently at the Rue Hairpin Hall, coveted by many noblewomen. She had once considered purchasing it but lacked the funds and did not wish to offend those young ladies over a set of jewelry. Her teeth clenched as she fixated on the hairpins in her hand. It was Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan had done this intentionally, flaunting her current status. What others desired, she could acquire effortlessly.
Xue.
Hearing Jiang Xinyan's voice, Shui hurried in, only to find Jiang Xinyan glaring at a box with a grim expression. Cautiously, she responded, Mississippi. I ask you, who sent this jewelry? Shui approached, glancing at the table. Earlier, when concubine Zeng had come, the matron had passed her the gift list. She picked it up, quickly scanning it, and replied, Miss, this is the dowry gift from the eldest lady. Sure enough. Jiang Xinyan furiously hurled the hairpins to the ground, the beads scattering everywhere. Shui instinctively knelt, burying her head and not daring to speak. She had seen this set of hairpins before when accompanying the miss to the Rue Hairpin Hall. It was quite valuable. Jiang Xinyan finally managed to calm herself, standing to instruct, if I return and find this mess again, you will kneel outside all night.
Xue quickly nodded obediently.
Jiang Xinyan left with a cold smile. She made her way to Jiang Xinyan's courtyard, her eyes filled with jealousy as she gazed at the words bamboo courtyard. With a determined stride, she entered. Upon entering, she encountered Biluo, who approached to pay her respects. Jiang Xinyan had already adopted a docile demeanor, not allowing Biluo to rise, and inquired, "Is my sister in?" Biluo remained in a bowing position and replied, "The miss is inside." Jiang Xinyan fixed her gaze on her, a cold smile gracing her lips as she gently urged, "Get up." Biluo straightened. "Miss Xinyan, please make yourself at home. I must fetch some desserts for my lady." She had no time to engage in idle chatter with Jiang Xinyan. If it were Feilwan, she would have simply turned and left without a second glance. Jiang Xinyan nodded with a smile, watching Biluo depart before withdrawing her gaze and entering the room. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw the sleeping red dumpling, who immediately bared its teeth. Ignoring the little creature, Jiang Xinyan approached Jiang Xinyan. "Sister, are you reading? Am I disturbing you?" Jiang Xinyan looked up. "Oh, it's my sister. No trouble at all. Do you have something to discuss?" Jiang Xinyan sat beside Jiang Xinyan, smiling as she spoke. "It's nothing urgent.
Just that I saw the gift you sent.
I thought it was far too extravagant. Sister, you should take it back. My status truly does not warrant such gifts." Jiang Xinyan set down her book and picked up her teacup. "It's not extravagant. No matter how precious the hairpins are, you will be able to wear them in the future. Besides, everyone knows I bought them to give to you. If you return them, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule?" Hearing Jiang Xinyan's words, Jiang Xinyan felt puzzled. "Everyone knows?"
How could that be?
Seeing her look of confusion, Jiang Xinyan smiled softly. "When I went to the Rui Hairpin Hall, I happened to encounter the legitimate daughter of Lin Xiangshu. Miss Lin also had her eye on this set of hairpins, and I had to put in quite a bit of effort to secure them." Jiang Xinyan's mind buzzed. "Lin Jingjing? She also coveted it? If she knew the hairpins were now in her possession, sister. You, HM?" Jiang Xinyan looked at her lazily. "I heard your maid say you liked them, so I bought them for you."
How about that? Xue?
Jiang Xinyan frowned slightly. "As for Lin Jingjing, do not worry. I made it clear to her that this was meant as your dowry gift. How could it be shabby? After all, you are marrying the fifth prince. Though your status may not be particularly noble, everything that should be provided, sister will arrange for you." Jiang Xinyan could almost picture Jiang Xinyan's scene of purchasing the hairpins, imagining how Lin Jingjing must have shown no favor. While Jiang Xinyan had undoubtedly used her impending marriage to the fifth prince to provoke Lin Jingjing, Jiang Xinyan observed Jiang Xinyan, who now wore a slight, regretful smile. "What's wrong? Does my sister not like it?" What could Jiang Xinyan say? That she did not like it?
How could that be?
Jiang Xinyan adored it. "Thank you, sister, for your thoughtfulness." After bidding farewell to Jiang Xinyan, Jiang Xinyan casually picked up a nearby fluffy red ball, which was quite attuned to her thoughts. As expected of a pet she raised, the creature seemed to share her disdain for certain individuals. "Miss, Jiang Xinyan has undoubtedly cursed you 1,000 times in her heart." Feilwan observed Jiang Xinyan's retreating figure before turning to Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan stroked the red ball, arching an eyebrow, without offering a rebuttal. "TSK, miss. If Jiang Xinyan were to discover that this auspicious hairpin belongs to you, wouldn't she be even more enraged?" Jiang Xinyan affectionately groomed the little fox. Reflecting on the auspicious hairpin, she raised her eyes, feeling a sense of gratitude toward the previous owner of the hairpin, who must have had their reasons for such a splendid piece of craftsmanship. However, she had little interest in managing that workshop. Throughout her journey, Jiang Xinyan was seething with indignation. She was still contemplating how to win over Lin Jingjing, but now it seemed that not just Lin Jingjing, but the noble ladies of the upper echelons would likely harbor some grievances against her. Perhaps, she pondered, maybe she could take the opportunity to invite them for a gathering. After all, she would not lack for hair accessories in the future. Why not present a floral tribute? A smile crept onto her face as she made her way to the west courtyard. Due to the distance, Jiang Xinyan's anger intensified. She recalled having thrown that hairpin and wondered if it could be repaired, hastening her pace.
Xue.
Having painstakingly gathered each bead from the broken accessory and placed them carefully in a box, was about to leave when she collided with Jiang Xinyan.
Miss.
Jiang Xinyan pressed her forehead, casting a cold glare at the kneeling Shuang. With a swift kick, she exclaimed, "You wretched servant! How dare you gossip about my affairs with others?" Jiang Xinyan seized her collar, threatening, "If you dare to do so again, I shall have your tongue. Now leave."
Xue.
Feeling a wave of relief, hurriedly retreated. Chapter 89. A Tactic to Leverage. Jiang Xinyan glowered at the departing Shuer before taking a seat at the table. Her gaze fell upon the brocade box, where the scattered pieces of her hairpin made her frown. She wondered if the auspicious hairpin could be restored. When Lin Jingjing received Jiang Xinyuan's invitation, she smirked in disdain, thinking, what kind of person sends me an invitation? Miss, after all. She is destined to be the future consort of the fifth prince. Perhaps you should consider attending? A nearby maid suggested. Mentioning Jiang Xinyuan's status only served to irritate Lin Jingjing further. She turned to her maid. Tell me, if I were Jiang Xinyan, I wouldn't even bother with a mere cousin. Yet she has the audacity to buy gifts for others. What? Is Jiang Xinyan trying to ingratiate herself? The thought of Jiang Xinyan triumphantly wearing that hairpin filled her with rage. She had even wagered with her sisters that she would acquire that hairpin. She had pleaded with her mother for a long time. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The maid, observing her mistress. Couldn't he help but stifle a laugh, miss? The Duchess has to manage the entire Jiang family's affairs. With her family celebrating, it is only fitting for the eldest daughter of the Jiang family to make some arrangements. Lin Jingjing scoffed. Arrangements? What does it matter if Jiang Xinyuan becomes a consort? Disdainfully, she tossed the invitation onto the table. Very well, I shall see what Jiang Xinyuan is up to. Hu Yi glanced at the letter presented by Aunt Sung, which detailed the various matters they had handled, with the sole request being to keep Jiang Xinyuan out of it. Ha! Hu Yi narrowed his eyes, interpreting it as a threat against him. Beside him, Xianqing sneered. Your pawn seems eager to leave the board. Hu Yi shot him a glare. Loose lips sink ships. You would do well to speak less and act more if you wish to survive a few more years. Xianqing shot him an indignant look, clearly implying that she possessed ample evidence against them. What? Has your identity been exposed? Ha! This pawn of the master isn't particularly formidable, and she might just bite back. Hu Yi regarded him coolly, putting away the letter. Just a couple of insignificant insects. Ha! I shall seize the opportunity to crush them. The master had never considered these two worthy of his attention. After nurturing them for so long, they were merely a source of amusement. Oh, is that so? I hope to witness the day you resolve this issue flawlessly. Hu Yi suppressed the urge to strike Xianqing, turning to leave. I hear you purchased a rather expensive hairpin? Beitang Jingyu placed a white piece on the chessboard, looking up at the woman before him with a faint smile. Jiang Xinyan lowered her gaze at the board, responding affirmatively. A yen. When Beitang Jingyu called her, she looked up in confusion. What is it? He continued. I will be leaving Tianjin for a while. Jiang Xinyan didn't press further. Beitang Jingyu noticed her lack of inquiry and chuckled lightly. The emperor has dispatched me to Tianzhou. Should you encounter any troublesome matters, instruct Yunhe. Tianzhou? Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brows, speculating, is it regarding the princess of Geli? Tianzhou had always been stable, yet only the prince of Geli could stir any commotion. Beitang Jingyu nodded. Tianzhou seeks to marry a princess from Tianqi, inviting various nations to the wedding. The emperor has asked me to investigate, as this marriage has been kept rather secretive. I hadn't heard any news prior. It seems the nation of Tianzhou poses little threat. However, the nation of Tianqi harbors treacherous ambitions. Proceed with caution.
Beitang Jingyu regarded Jiang Xinyan.
I cannot rest easy leaving you alone in Tianjin. Jiang Xinyan gazed at Beitang Jingyu, feeling a stir in her heart. Yen. Ensure Yunhe remains by your side at all times. As for Jiang Xinyuan, I will have someone keep watch over her. Yunhe, you must stay close. Seeing his serious expression, Jiang Xinyan found herself unable to voice her objections, silently nodding in agreement. I know you possess the ability to protect yourself, but this time, the enemy lurks in the shadows. Just as Jiang Xinyan was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door.
Come in.
Bai Luo pushed open the door to the ancient residence, walking over to Jiang Xinyan's side, whispering, Miss. Jiang Xinyuan has taken something to the auspicious hairpin as master for repairs. I want it done double time. Understood. Bai Luo nodded to the two before departing. Jiang Xinyuan sat in the reception hall of the auspicious hairpin, awaiting a response, and after what felt like an eternity, her impatience grew. Finally, the shopkeeper approached her. How is it? Can it be restored to its original state? Jiang Xinyuan raised her chin, inquiring. The shopkeeper smiled at her. It can certainly be repaired. But noticing his hesitation, Jiang Xinyuan snapped. But what? The shopkeeper chuckled. The cost will be rather high. Jiang Xinyan dismissed his words, thinking it was merely a repair fee. How much? The shopkeeper regarded her with a slight smile. At least 3,000 taels. Jiang Xinyan gasped, slamming her hand on the table. What? The shopkeeper maintained his smile. That is indeed the case. She retorted angrily. You sold this hairpin for only 1,200 taels. I am bringing it in for repairs. And you want 3,000 taels from me? The shopkeeper looked equally helpless, explaining, the price at which the hairpin was sold was already reduced. Now that you've damaged it so severely, the cost of repair, including labor and materials, is quite substantial. Alternatively, would you consider purchasing another piece of jewelry? Noticing Jiang Xinyan's incredulous expression, the shopkeeper tentatively suggested, purchase another piece? Jiang Xinyan gritted her teeth. The invitation had already subtly indicated Lin Jingjing. If she were to comprehend that hint and Jiang Xinyan couldn't produce the hairpin, she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. 3,000 taels. All her savings combined wouldn't amount to 1,000 taels. She paced back and forth in the hall before abruptly stopping. How long will it take for the repairs? At the latest, 3 days. No, I want it repaired by tomorrow. I will come to collect it. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment before replying. As long as the repair fee is provided, it can be done. Good. Jiang Xinyan glared at the shopkeeper through gritted teeth. I shall send it to you. The shopkeeper still wore a cheerful expression as he escorted Jiang Xinyan out. Just before leaving, Jiang Xinyan added, if news of the hairpin's repair leaks, rest assured. The Roy hairpin will keep it under wraps. Miss Jiang will not disclose it either. The shopkeeper replied thoughtfully. Jiang Xinyan felt a pang. The hairpin Jiang Xinyan had purchased was meant to flaunt to her, but the shopkeeper likely withheld the information to prevent any discord between the sisters. She cast him a disdainful glance, thinking, that's enough. Her heart ached. 3,000 taels were at stake. She had intended to approach Jiang Xinyan to coax some money from her, but how could she ask for funds now? Chapter 90. Unexpected fortune upon returning home. Jiang Xinyan gathered all her silver, but it still fell short. She glanced at her jewelry, hesitating. Was Lin Jingjing worth the investment? Yet, considering Lin Jingjing's father, the Minister of Revenue, if she could curry favor with Lin Jingjing, she might also win over the minister. She would never have to worry about money again. With this thought, Jiang Xinyan resolved her indecision, gathered her silver and jewelry, and left her room. Surely, Ansung had some as well, hiding in the shadows. Jiang Xinyan watched as Ansung exited her room, glanced around, and hurried into Ansung's chamber. She stood inside, surveying the room, her gaze fixed on the head of the bed. Before returning to the Jiang family, she had seen her mother retrieve a pile of silver from there. Now. She rushed forward, lifting the bedding, and smiled. Just as she suspected, there was a hidden compartment in the bed. Opening the compartment revealed 2 boxes. She reached for one and opened it, finding it filled with silver notes. Just as I thought. Though the Jiang family seldom visited the estate and showed little concern, they were always generous with its resources. After a quick count, there were indeed tens of thousands of taels. Jiang Xinyan's face blossomed into a radiant smile. With this much, she need not fret, but the thought of her mother's secretive nature annoyed her. She felt a growing disdain for Ansung and opened the other box, frowning upon discovering it was filled with blank sheets of paper. After searching for some time and finding nothing, she returned them to the box, tucking the silver notes away. She placed the boxes back in their hiding spot and quietly exited. Once she left, Yunha stealthily entered, extracting all the papers from the other box. Jiang Xinyan, holding the white papers, inquired, did you retrieve these from the hidden compartment beneath Ansang's bed? Yunha nodded, explaining that there was a stack of silver notes alongside the stack of blank papers, which seemed odd. If they were truly ordinary sheets, why hide them so discreetly? Jiang Xinyan mused, intending to leverage the situation for a profit from Jiang Xinyan, but it turned out Ansung was quite wealthy. She looked at the papers, contemplating something. Biluo, fetch the revealing powder. At once. Shortly thereafter, Biluo presented the revealing powder to Jiang Xinyan, who sprinkled it on one of the sheets. Instantly, words began to appear. Jiang Xinyan examined the paper closely. Seeing this, Biluo sprinkled the remaining sheets, revealing the text gradually. Use the dream well. Do not ask what should not be asked. If you mess up again, there shall be no need to spare you too. Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow, realizing these were correspondences between the mother and daughter and the cloaked figure. Miss, Biluo called, handing her a sheet. Failwan, having approached Biluo to glance at the correspondence, felt an urge to rush to the Shili courtyard and pummel the mother and daughter into submission. Jiang Xinyan took the paper, exclaiming, so, it is truly them. Biluo seethed with rage, realizing that the ambush they had faced was orchestrated by them. How despicable. This was clearly an attempt to eliminate them. Miss Failwan awaited Jiang Xinyan's command, ready to apprehend the two. Jiang Xinyan meticulously organized the letters. Yunhe, has Prince Chen informed you? You need not monitor Jiang Xinyan any longer. Yunhe bowed, affirming, yes, my lord instructed me. My current task is to protect the princess. Jiang Xinyan nodded. In that case, remain at the bamboo courtyard. Inform me of any developments at the Shili courtyard. Understood. Jiang Xinyan stood, moving toward the door, gazing into the distance. What of Tianlin? In her past life, there had indeed been conflict between Tianlin and the Tianqi kingdom, but Tianlin? There had been no disturbances until her demise.
Now,
it seemed the Tianzhou kingdom and the Tianqi kingdom had formed an alliance. In her previous life, she had been stationed at the border, encountering occasional skirmishes, but never a full-scale war. It was only upon her return to Tianjin that her brother, a Xian, who had been stationed at the Tianqi border, was caught off guard by an attack. She frowned, wondering how the Tianjin kingdom fared now. The letter from her senior sister only reported safety. She felt uneasy. It was imperative to visit and check on the situation soon. The next day, Jiang Xinyan swaggered into Rui Hairpin, presenting her silver notes to the shopkeeper. Is my hairpin ready? The shopkeeper placed a teacup on the table beside Jiang Xinyan and accepted the silver notes.
Yes.
It's all packed in the box. Jiang Xinyan watched as the shopkeeper presented the box to her, smiling. Set it aside for now. Bring out your finest jewelry for me to peruse. The shopkeeper, feeling a twinge of doubt, nevertheless instructed a servant to fetch them. Jiang Xinyan raised her chin, glancing around Rui Hairpin, lifting the teacup to take a sip. Then scrunching her nose in disdain. Do you not have good tea here? We do, but our best tea at Rui Hairpin comes at a cost. The shopkeeper hesitated to elaborate. Jiang Xinyan, incensed by anyone implying she lacked wealth, insisted, bring forth your finest tea. Seeing this, the shopkeeper could hardly protest, and quickly went to brew more tea. The servant approached, carrying a jewelry box. Miss Jiang, here are our finest pieces. Allow me to display them for you. Jiang Xinyan nodded with pride. The servant laid out the jewelry boxes on the table before her, opening them one by one. With one glance, Jiang Xinyan's heart raced. These pieces were truly exquisite. She eagerly picked up a jade bracelet, its delicate transparency catching the light like a clear spring. Stunningly beautiful. She adorned her wrist with the bracelet, growing fonder by the moment. Miss Jiang, your taste is impeccable. This jade bracelet is our shop's finest. Only one in existence. The servant smiled, confidently promoting the piece. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting to a pearl hairpin. What of this pearl? She held the hairpin, incredulously caressing the largest pearl upon it. This is a rare pink pearl, hard to come by. It is our shop's treasure. Jiang Xinyan's eyes sparkled. She had never seen such a beautiful pearl. And pink, a treasure of the shop? How much for this hairpin? Just then, the shopkeeper approached with a teacup. Glancing at the hairpin in Jiang Xinyan's hands. Miss Jiang, we cannot sell this hairpin. After all, it is our shop's treasure. Jiang Xinyan felt slightly displeased and retorted. Since you brought it out, it implies it can be sold. Name your price. The shopkeeper's eyes glimmered, his smile unwavering. Miss Jiang, I truly cannot sell it. Just tell me the price. Jiang Xinyan was unwilling to waste further words. I will take all of these. She surveyed the jewelry on the table. The shopkeeper exchanged a glance with the servant, his brow furrowing as if he hadn't heard correctly. Miss Jiang, you wish to purchase all of these? Everything on the table? Jiang Xinyan nodded impatiently. After a rough calculation, the shopkeeper realized it would total over 10,000 taels. Just the pearl hairpin alone was already valued at over 3,000 taels, not to mention the others. Remembering the earlier instruction to double the price, it seemed this time would be no exception. After a considerable pause, the shopkeeper took the initiative to speak. If Miss Jiang wants it, it would require 35,000 taels. However, I shall offer you a discount, 33,000 taels. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan instinctively fell into a daze. 33,000 taels? She had only received 47,000 taels in notes from her mother. Could she possibly spend over 30,000 taels at once? Noticing the shopkeeper and the servant gazing at her, she could not retract her words. Just a moment ago, her tone had been so dismissive. If she chose not to buy now, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? She fixed her gaze on the jewelry laid out on the table. As the future consort of the fifth prince, she must possess some adornments to avoid being looked down upon by others. Once married, she would manage the household and would not have to worry about lacking funds, right? With this thought, her heart calmed slightly. She raised her head and smiled. Very well. I shall take them all. Please wrap them up for me. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper turned and exchanged a knowing glance with the servant, who promptly nodded and began to package the jewelry. Jiang Xinyan then lifted the freshly brewed tea prepared by the shopkeeper, savoring a sip. It was exquisite. Instantly, she straightened her back, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Chapter 91. Borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. Jiang Xinyan gazed at the pile of silver notes on her table, her fingers tracing the scar on her hand. What is this? Failwan squinted with a smile. Miss, this is the sum of 36,000 taels in silver notes that Ruizhan just delivered. The shopkeeper mentioned that Jiang Xinyan purchased quite a number of fine jewelry from him. He sold them to her at double the price, including the previous headpiece. The total comes to this amount. It seems the shopkeeper possesses quite an eye for discerning value. Jiang Xinyan hadn't anticipated that Jiang Xinyan would spend money on more jewelry. Failwan, send 16,000 taels to Ruizhan. The rest, you and Biluoyan share. Failwan was momentarily taken aback, but then cheerfully accepted the silver notes and left. Meanwhile, Yunhe, lying on the roof, was stunned. Share? Does that mean he gets a portion too? 2,000 taels. The princess is generous. It would be better if Jiang Xinyan bought more. No. He must share this good news with Yunling. Let him share in the joy. Oh no. Let him feel envious. As anticipated, upon learning that following Miss Jiang could yield wealth, Yunling wept and clamored to Beitang Jingyu, insisting he too must protect Miss Jiang. Beitang Jingyu, exasperated by Yunling's antics, pressed his forehead with his hand, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. Jiang Xinyan had already displayed the floral headpiece that day, certain that Lin Jingjing and the others would notice it at first glance. She planned to dine at Gulu during lunch, ensuring a grand spectacle. She inwardly reveled. Schwer, please book a private room at Gulu for me. Yes, Mississippi. Schwer departed with the silver. Miss Jiang Xinyan truly believes herself to be the second young lady of the Jiang family, hosting a banquet without even informing you. Failwan remarked, clearly agitated. Jiang Xinyan remained indifferent. She had never cared for such gatherings. Moreover, Jiang Xinyan had invited Lin Jingjing, whom she could easily read. It was simply a ploy to replace Chen Guo, who had fallen out of favor, with another companion. However, Jiang Xinyan had likely chosen the wrong person. Though Lin Jingjing was flamboyant and difficult, she would never ally herself with Jiang Xinyan. Lin Jingjing held herself in high regard, and few from the prestigious families of Shangqin caught her eye, let alone a cousin from the Jiang family. She would not lower her status, nor would she feign friendship simply because Jiang Xinyan was about to marry into royalty. That was her character. Besides, her grandfather supported her. Although Lin Lao had retired from official duties, he had numerous protégés. Considering this, Lin Jingjing was quite admirable. It was just her mother. Jiang Xinyan felt a tinge of disdain. Lin Jingjing followed the servant through a winding path to Shili Garden, her expression displeased. Covering her nose with her hand, glancing up at the signboard, she scoffed inwardly, wondering how such a rural, impoverished relative dared to hold a banquet. Seeing them arrive, Jiang Xinyan stood up with a bright smile. Miss Lin, Miss Fong. Oh, where is Miss Sun? Noting only the two of them, she glanced behind, having invited Lord Sun's granddaughter, Sun Rilai, from the Ministry of Rights. Fong Qin replied with a glance. Aru is unwell, so she couldn't come today. I am merely here at my family's behest. My father is allied with the fifth prince, and I must curry favor with his future consort. But she was reluctant. After all, she was the daughter of a deputy minister, and a mere unknown wasn't worth her presence. Lin Jingjing scanned Jiang Xinyan before speaking. I haven't congratulated you, Miss Jiang, on your upcoming marriage next month. You truly possess remarkable fortune to catch the eye of the fifth prince. Jiang Xinyan's smile faltered, and she regretfully replied. Since Miss Sun cannot attend, let's take our seats. Lin Jingjing let out a derisive laugh, tossing her head back as she entered to sit down. Fong Qin followed with a smile, taking her place. Jingjing is just like that. You may sit as well, Miss Jiang. Jiang Xinyan hesitated, her tone soft. No worries. Miss Lin is simply a person of temperament. She had grown accustomed to Lin Jingjing's behavior after encountering it at the Grand Princess banquet. A person of temperament? Lin Jingjing chuckled. It seems my cousin understands me well. Yet, it is unfortunate. I am not genuine, but merely feigning disdain. What kind of banquet are you hosting today? Jiang Xinyan suppressed her irritation, still smiling. I have been in Shangchen for some time, and have yet to invite everyone for tea. I feel quite guilty. I hope to foster closer ties in the future.
Ha!
Lin Jingjing chuckled lightly. What? Shangchen is your family's? Why must you be the one to invite? Acting as if you are the host. And why should we foster closer ties? Are we familiar? Fan Qin lowered her head, stifling a laugh. Lin Jingjing's words were indeed harsh. Jiang Xinyan's complexion paled, her voice stiff. Miss Lin, why must you target me so? I merely wish to make a few friends. Lin Jingjing raised an eyebrow, gazing at Jiang Xinyan. Target?
Ha! You speak well.
You wish to be friends with me? Do you think I, Lin Jingjing, can be friends with just anyone? Very well, Jingjing, let us speak less today. After all, it is Miss Zhang's banquet. We should not embarrass her. Fan Qin hurriedly intervened, for this lady would eventually be the 5th prince's consort. She shot Lin Jingjing a warning glance. Lin Jingjing curled her lip. She had never given Jiang Xinyan face, so why offer it to her cousin? If not for the chance to see the Jiang family. She wouldn't have bothered to attend. Miss Lin, a few days ago, my sister bought me a floral headpiece as a dowry. I believe it resembles the one you desire. Sister mentioned you also wanted it, and if I were present, I would never allow her to take something you like. Lin Jingjing propped her chin, though she was foolish. She was not naive. Jiang Xinyan had indeed taken the piece she fancied, but was Jiang Xinyan trying to provoke her? Hosting a banquet today was merely a facade. Since Miss Lin desires it, Jiang Xinyan thought it best not to hoard something she didn't cherish. I would rather gift it to you, Miss Lin, for I am not so attached to it, Jiang Xinyan spoke slowly, feigning a considerate demeanor as she glanced at the floral headpiece on the table. In truth, as soon as they entered, both Lin Jingjing and Fan Qin had spotted that headpiece, assuming Jiang Xinyan had displayed it to flaunt. Fan Qin looked to Lin Jingjing, who was now smiling with a mix of irony fixed on Jiang Xinyan. Fan Qin felt a twinge of anxiety. Jiang Xinyan had likely bitten off more than she could chew. Jiang Xinyan turned her gaze to Lin Jingjing, nodding. Are you saying you wish to accept this headpiece as a gift? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan realized Lin Jingjing might be tempted. After all, if she were to purchase it, it would cost a considerable sum. Now it was practically free. Just as she savored her triumph, Lin Jingjing scoffed mockingly. Am I a beggar? Why would I need your charity? Even if Jiang Xinyan were to attain the title of consort, she would still be unworthy of Lin Jingjing's attention. In terms of status, Jiang Xinyan did not qualify. Even as a consort, she would still be looked down upon by many in Shangchen regarding her marriage. Cousin, it would be better for you to keep it for yourself. Lin Jingjing chuckled. Jiang Xinyan, hidden from view, tightly clutched her handkerchief. Lin Jingjing's maid subtly tugged at her mistress's attire, signaling her to temper her words. It wouldn't do to offend others too greatly, after all. All right, Miss Jiang, don't take it to heart. Jingjing, as you know, has little regard even for the princess. Fan Qin endeavored to smooth over the situation. Are we dining at the ancient tower today? Miss Jiang, you need not go to such expense. A simple meal at home would suffice. Jiang Xinyan, with a gentle demeanor, addressed Fan Qin. How can we not treat our esteemed guests with the proper respect? Fan Qin nodded in agreement. Lin Jingjing cast an impatient glance at her maid, blinking lazily. As the three found themselves in this awkward predicament, each sipped their tea. When Jiang Xinyan entered, she observed the scene. Lin Jingjing appeared lethargic, Fan Qin was unhurried, and only Jiang Xinyan's expression was fraught with barely suppressed anger. She approached with a smile. Today, my cousin is hosting a banquet. I apologize for any shortcomings. Hearing her voice, Lin Jingjing turned her attention to Jiang Xinyan. Too indolent to rise. Fan Qin stood, bowing, Your Highness. No need for such formalities. Jiang Xinyan replied, standing beside Jiang Xinyan, her gaze landing on the floral hairpin. Doesn't Xinyan dislike this adornment? Jiang Xinyan hesitated, awkwardly responding, Not at all. Jiang Xinyan frowned, her countenance tinged with sadness. Yet it seems this hairpin has been mended? How could Jiang Xinyan know? Jiang Xinyan regarded her with suspicion. No, it was like this when my sister gifted it to me. Jiang Xinyan shook her head, retrieving a delicate silver pin from Bai Luo's hand. This was originally part of the hairpin. I had removed it for inspection when I delivered it to you, and forgot to place it back. However, I just noticed that the spot for the silver pin seems blocked. Judging by the craftsmanship, it appears only the Rui hairpin could have been repaired. Xinyan, has this adornment been damaged? Jiang Xinyuan's eyes widened with alarm. No, perhaps my sister is mistaken. This silver pin doesn't belong to it. Hearing this, Lin Jingjing rose and approached, glancing at it. Indeed, this silver pin is part of the hairpin. I distinctly remember noting this detail. She cast a suspicious look at Jiang Xinyan. So, it's damaged, and thus you intended to give it to me? She was almost amused by the absurdity. Jiang Xinyan noticed Lin Jingjing's gaze and shifted her own, avoiding eye contact. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xinyuan's lips curved slightly. Sister, if the Rui hairpin has been mended, there should be evidence of where this silver pin was inserted. Why not keep the pin? I shall inquire with the Rui hairpin on another occasion. But alas, since it can no longer be used, it matters little. I rather like this silver pin. Understanding Jiang Xinyuan's intent, she obediently remarked, if you like it, then let it remain. Jiang Xinyan nodded. Xinyuan, should you wish to have it repaired, I can take it for you. The proprietor mentioned that if it is damaged from a fall, the Rui hairpin will mend it, without charge. Free? Jiang Xinyan exclaimed in surprise. How had she been unaware that the Rui hairpin offered complimentary repairs? That 3,000 taels would be for naught. Lin Jingjing noticed Jiang Xinyuan's changing complexion and, in a teasing tone, remarked, indeed, all items from the Rui hairpin come with unconditional repairs. No wonder, considering your cousin is not from Shangqin. It's quite understandable she would be unaware. Jiang Xinyan cast an exasperated look at Lin Jingjing. Miss Lin, please do not hold it against my cousin. She is not overly familiar with Shangqin. Lin Jingjing huffed dismissively, clearly uninterested. I shall take my leave, then. Jiang Xinyan, teetering on the brink of despair, exclaimed, Miss Lin. She turned her hopeful gaze toward Fang Qin. Fang Qin, filled with regret, nodded. Miss Jiang, we shall take our leave. It is too much for you. It is no trouble at all. I invited you both to my residence. How can I allow you to depart so soon? Let us dine first. I have already reserved a private room at the ancient tower. As Jiang Xinyan attempted to persuade them to stay, Shuer entered, approaching Jiang Xinyan and whispering, Miss. The ancient tower has informed us that all private rooms are fully booked. There are no vacancies left. The only option is the main hall. But we would have to wait 2 hours. Jiang Xinyan's face turned ashen, her hands gripping her handkerchief in frustration. Jiang Xinyan, with keen hearing, caught every word and instinctively smiled. Since it's such a rare occasion for you both to visit the Jiang residence, if you do not mind, why not dine here? Jiang Xinyan shot Jiang Xinyan a glare, questioning her intent. Was she attempting to poach their guests? Lin Jingjing raised her chin obstinately. Dining with the esteemed Princess Anyang? Very well. With Lin Jingjing's acceptance, Fang Qin found it difficult to refuse, casting an apologetic glance at Jiang Xinyan, who returned with a look of mock pity. Fang Qin cleared her throat. It is an honor to accept the princess's invitation. Jiang Xinyan smiled, glancing at Jiang Xinyan. What am I, cousin? Come dine with us in my courtyard. Jiang Xinyan forced a smile. No, I am feeling somewhat unwell and would not wish to intrude on my sister. Thank you for your consideration. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Guests of the Jiang family are always welcome. As she watched them exit her courtyard, Jiang Xinyan could no longer contain her simmering anger. Wretched people. All of them. Shuer bowed her head in silence. Jiang Xinyan's eyes glinted with fury as she turned sharply to Shuer, striking her with force. Useless. You couldn't even secure a private room. What good are you? Shuer, stunned, quickly knelt, eyes brimming with tears. It is all the servants' fault. Wretched girl. You are no better. The Jiang family has no good servants. Jiang Xinyan's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on the floral hairpin. Rui hairpin. How dare they deceive me? It could have been repaired for free. Jiang Xinyan led her guests back to her courtyard, giving instructions. Bai Luo, prepare some fine dishes for our guests. Bai Luo nodded and departed. Lin Jingjing surveyed Jiang Xinyan's courtyard, her brows raised. This place is rather nice. It is certainly a vast improvement over Jiang Xinyan's quarters. Your Highness is too kind. Fang Qin politely acknowledged Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan smiled lightly. It is no trouble at all. What concern is it for me, a princess, to lack a few delectable dishes? Lin Jingjing shot a glance at Fang Qin before turning back to Jiang Xinyan. Isn't that so? Jiang Xinyan smiled down indeed. By the way, she produced the silver pin she had previously mentioned and extended it to Lin Jingjing. Lin Jingjing regarded her with suspicion. What is this for? I thought Miss Lin might fancy this silver pin. After all, the floral hairpin is rather ornate. I presumed you were interested in the silver pin atop it, which is why you wished to purchase it. Oh, perhaps not. Lin Jingjing mused, her tastes often leaning towards the extravagant. Yet Jiang Xinyan was not mistaken. Lin Jingjing indeed cherished the silver pin, its delicate beauty striking in its simplicity. Why are you giving this to me? Jiang Xinyan. Are you attempting to ensnare me in some scheme? Is this pin poisoned? Lin Jingjing regarded Jiang Xinyan with curiosity. Fang Qin stifled a laugh nearby. It is harmless. A gentleman appreciates the beauty of others. I have little interest in such matters.
Consider it a small gift.
Lin Jingjing was further baffled. Jiang Xinyan would bestow a gift upon her? Everyone in Shangqin knew that Lin Jingjing held a disdain for Jiang Xinyan. After all, I have been away from Shangqin for many years. Perhaps you are the only one who has consistently thought of me among the noble ladies. Jiang Xinyan jested. Fang Qin shook her head, amusement evident. I cannot fathom how this came to be. Since childhood, Lin Jingjing has never failed to cast a sharp remark at Jiang Xinyan. TSK. Lin Jingjing accepted the silver pin, declaring, "Consider this a token of compensation for the trouble your cousin has caused me. After all, Brother Hua has been incessantly speaking of Jiang Xinyan." She had never seen Brother Hua praise any other woman. This Jiang Xinyan, soon to be married, remains as unscrupulous as ever. TSK, truly a vixen. A relative of the Jiang family is quite troublesome. Upon reflecting on this, I couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xinyan, filled with sympathy. Jiang Xinyan pressed her finger against the scar on her digit, perplexed. Chapter 93, set up multiple times Princess, I truly apologize for the disturbance today. Fang Qin stood at the entrance of the Jiang residence, bowing to Jiang Xinyan as she took her leave. She had not anticipated dining with Jiang Xinyan today. Surely, upon returning home, she would face her father's reprimand for neglecting Jiang Xinyan. Beside her, Lin Jingjing offered a perfunctory bow to Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan smiled gently. My cousin was likely unable to come out in time to see you off. Please forgive any oversight. Your cousin is soon to marry into a prestigious family. We dare not find fault. Well then, we shall take our leave. Lin Jingjing lifted her foot to board the carriage. Princess, farewell. Jiang Xinyan nodded towards Fang Qin, watching as their carriage receded into the distance. My lady, Jiang Xinyan is no longer at home. She is likely seeking out trouble at the Rui hairpin. Fail Wan. Let us return, Jiang Xinyan said with a slight smile. Inside the carriage, Lin Jingjing gazed at the silver hairpin in her hand, pondering whether Jiang Xinyan was extending a gesture of goodwill. Humph. She was not so easily swayed. My lady, what are you thinking? Lin Jingjing's maid inquired. Noticing her intense focus on the hairpin, snapped back to reality, Lin Jingjing tucked the silver hairpin away. Let us stop by and buy some pastries for my father. At that moment, Jiang Xinyan was seated in the Rui hairpin, seething with anger. The shopkeeper approached, a forced smile on his face. Miss Jiang, do you wish to purchase anything else? Purchase anything? Jiang Xinyan raised her hand and swept the teacup off the table. It shattered upon impact, scattering fragments everywhere. The shopkeeper, dismayed at the sight of his broken teacup, frowned and inquired, Miss Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Xinyan scoffed coldly, standing up. What is the meaning? I wish to know what this Rui hairpin signifies. Am I to receive a complimentary repair for my headpiece? 3,000 taels. Are you implying I must part with 3,000 taels? Do you think me easy to bully? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper furrowed his brow, his tone growing colder. Miss Jiang, all jewelry purchased from Rui hairpin can indeed be repaired for free. This is common knowledge. However, the headpiece you brought is not one you purchased. If Miss Jiang had brought it for repair, I would gladly cover the costs. The servant beside him nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, our shop offers free repairs, but only if the customer is present or has a receipt. You did not provide a receipt when you brought it in, Miss Jiang. Just like those items you bought later. We issued receipts for those, and damages incurred thereafter can be repaired free of charge. She clenched her teeth. Jiang Xinyan had not given her a receipt. She recalled the silver hairpin and turned to the shopkeeper. Your floral headpiece contains a silver hairpin. Why was no space left for me during the repairs? The shopkeeper's temper flared. I have never encountered such an ill-mannered and ignorant young lady from a noble family. I say, Miss Jiang, you did not provide the silver hairpin to me at the time. The hairpin can be worn independently. How would I know you intended to remove it? You never mentioned this at the time. In truth, The craftsman had asked the shopkeeper about it. But when the master purchased the headpiece, she had praised the beauty of the silver hairpin and even removed it. When Jiang Xinyan sent it back, the shopkeeper assumed it was a gift to the master. However, the master, in her coming-of-age ceremony, would surely receive a unique hairpin. This matter must be addressed. Jiang Xinyan was at a loss for words. Thus, her 3,000 taels were wasted. Upon leaving the Rui hairpin, she was consumed by rage. It felt as if she had been played for a fool. That teacup was worth 100 taels. Rui hairpin truly knew how to profit. The mere thought of the shopkeeper demanding compensation for the teacup left her seething. She glanced back at the Rui hairpin, vowing that one day she would reduce this establishment to rubble. The servant, watching her board the carriage, muttered, if she knew she had been duped, she would likely go mad. Humph. A poor relative, undoubtedly. The ways of Shangchen are profound. Rui hairpin is certainly not a place where she can act recklessly. The shopkeeper sneered and turned back into the shop. Xinyan. Upon entering the courtyard, Jiang Xinyan found herself face-to-face with concubine Zeng, who sat waiting for her. A momentary panic seized her, but she quickly composed herself. What was there to fear? Concubine Zeng struggled to suppress her anger, her gaze calm as she regarded Jiang Xinyan. She never expected the items she had hidden beneath the bed to turn into an empty box. Only Jiang Xinyan knew where she had concealed them. Had it been merely the missing silver notes, she would not have felt such fury. Thinking of those letters, she stood abruptly. You took what I hid beneath the pillow. Jiang Xinyan smiled sweetly, mother. What are you talking about? Xinyan, those silver notes will eventually belong to you. I do not hold it against you. But the contents of that other box are yours to return. Humph. They will eventually be mine? Then why did you not produce them earlier? Knowing I am in need of money and on the verge of marriage, you never offered them. Now that they have been taken, you speak of them. Jiang Xinyan cast a disdainful glance at concubine Zeng and took a seat. Mother, if they are to be mine in due time, what is the purpose of your words now? Concubine Zeng exhaled deeply. But those blank papers are of no use to you. Blank papers? Jiang Xinyan's eyes flickered. Did those papers hold another meaning? You need not know. Just return them to me. Mother, I have never taken your useless papers. Jiang Xinyan shrugged off the matter. Concubine Zeng's brows knitted tightly, her disbelief evident. She sat beside Jiang Xinyan, grasping her hand. Xinyan, you are to be married soon. It is time to prepare a proper dowry. Jiang Xinyan looked down at her hand, which had been seized by concubine Zeng, remaining silent. Concubine Zeng continued. In the past, I was anxious, fearing you would be taken advantage of, which led to my inappropriate words. My dear, we are the closest of kin. Those blank papers are of no use to you. Jiang Xinyan frowned, withdrawing her hand impatiently. Enough. I have said I did not take them. If you seek blank paper, I have plenty. I will have Schwetter give you some. Concubine Zeng's beautiful eyes glinted with malice as her voice turned cold. Xinyan, those are of no use to you. Jiang Xinyan ignored her. Her mood was already sour, and it was merely a matter of worthless paper. Mother, I am tired. I will not sit with you any longer. As concubine Zeng watched Jiang Xinyan retreat to her room, her frown deepened. Even if Jiang Xinyan had taken the letters, she would not be able to decipher their contents. So it mattered little. Yet, Jiang Xinyan's attitude upon returning to the Jiang family had changed significantly. Chapter 94. Searching for letters, concubine Zeng was at a loss as to how to protect Jiang Xinyan. Those letters must have been taken by her. Suppressing her frustration, she headed towards Jiang Xinyan's courtyard. Why has concubine Zeng come to visit today? Jiang Xinyan smiled as she regarded her visitor. It is proper for me to pay my respects daily to the eldest young lady. I only recently learned that Xinyan invited guests over, which is truly neglectful of me. Concubine Zeng replied humbly. Jiang Xinyan observed her closely, suspecting that concubine Zeng had discovered her missing letters and had come to probe for information. Concubine Zeng, please rise. There is no need for such formalities. Concubine Zeng straightened. It has been some time since I last saw the young master. Jiang Xinyan remained silent, signaling Bai Luo to prepare tea for concubine Zeng. Bai Luo complied and departed. Miss Xinyan is to be married next month. As her mother, it is my duty to prepare a dowry for her. Unfortunately, I am lacking in funds. Observing the hesitant demeanor of Aunt Zeng, Fei Wan beside her could not help but roll her eyes multiple times. Jiang Xinyan smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. Aunt Zeng, seeing that Jiang Xinyan did not respond, gazed at her with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xinyan, somewhat troubled, finally spoke. After all, Xinyan is a member of the Jiang family. The dowry should rightly come from us. However, to the outside world, Xinyan is merely a cousin of the Jiang family, and an excessively lavish dowry would not be appropriate. Besides, Ansung is aware that my father is a military general, and our household relies entirely on his salary and rewards. Although we possess a few shops, they are part of my mother's dowry and cannot be touched. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Xinyan mentioned that she had heard her elder brother say that a significant portion of her father's salary had been sent to the estate over the years. And surely there must be some savings by now. Is it possible that Ansung has none? Ansung, with an awkward smile, explained that as Xinyan is indeed a daughter of the Jiang family, any funds would naturally be allocated for her education. The remaining money over the years is quite limited. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation. There is no need for Ansung to worry excessively, although Xinyan is marrying into a prominent family. She is still a secondary wife. Furthermore, the capital knows that Xinyan is a cousin of the Jiang family, so a modest dowry would not be too embarrassing. Noticing that Ansung lingered, Jiang Xinyan, feeling a bit impatient, inquired if there was something else on her mind. Ansung replied that it was nothing of great importance. Only that with the young master and young lady studying so much, she wondered if she could have some sheets of paper to write on and pass the time. Ansung's gaze darted toward Jiang Xinyan's desk. Jiang Xinyan, understanding the request, agreed, instructing Fei Luan to fetch some high-quality paper. Fei Luan approached the desk. Ansung hurriedly stood up, insisting that it was unnecessary to trouble Fei Luan, as she could fetch it herself. Quickly, she approached the desk and examined the items on it. Jiang Xinyan took a sip of her tea, watching her retreating figure with a slight smile. Fei Luan, suspicious, handed the paper to Ansung, who, upon not finding what she sought, frowned and accepted it. Thank you, young lady. I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Ansung said, bowing slightly as she departed.
Miss, what does she mean by that?
Fei Luan glanced at Ansung's retreating form.
Below chimed in, Miss.
She is asking you for a dowry, and is still trying to haggle. Jiang Xinyan, suppressing her smile, looked toward the desk, feeling regretful. Ansung exited with the paper she had carefully inspected. Jiang Xinyan's desk had no errors, and if Ansung had obtained those letters and had some revealing powder, traces would have been left behind on the surface. Thus, it must have been Xinyan who had taken those letters, possibly deeming them important, as her daughter knows her too well. Just as Jiang Xinyan fell asleep, Ansung quietly pushed open the door and approached the bedside. Gazing at Jiang Xinyan with a slight sigh, she tucked in the quilt and made her way to the dressing table. After rummaging on the desk for a moment and glancing at the bed, she took out a fire starter, growing increasingly astonished. Since when did her daughter possess so many ornaments? At first glance, they appeared quite valuable. Frowning, she cautiously opened a small box, discovering a piece of paper inside. But not the item she sought. Unfolding it suspiciously, she found it was a receipt for a Ru-E hairpin, over 30,000 taels. She could hardly believe her eyes. The savings she had painstakingly accumulated had been spent so lavishly. Placing the receipt back, she calmed herself and continued searching, but found no further documents. Jiang Xinyan, hardly sleeping soundly, opened her eyes groggily, sensing some commotion. She glanced toward the dressing area and saw Ansung inspecting something with a fire starter. Jiang Xinyan stealthily got out of bed and approached her from behind, glaring coldly at Ansung. Startled by the sudden presence, Ansung turned, dropping the fire starter in surprise. Mother, what are you searching for? Jiang Xinyan cast a glance at her jewelry box, then fixed her gaze back on Ansung. Ansung hesitated. I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just checking to see if you were awake. Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes, skeptical. Mother, do you need a fire starter to come see me? Why are you standing by my dressing table? Mother, what are you looking for? Jiang Xinyan pressed, her tone impatient as she urged her mother to leave. Ansung's eyes darted around, about to offer an explanation when she noticed the fire starter had begun to spread flames. Xinyan, quick. We must leave. Jiang Xinyan glanced back. Her curtains were already engulfed in flames. The mother and daughter hurried out of the room. Outside, Jiang Xinyan called for Shui quickly. Go summon help to extinguish the fire. Shui looked up and saw the flames were quite fierce. She dashed out of the west pavilion. Jiang Xinyan, alerted by the commotion, arrived to find half of the room ablaze, adjusting her cloak around her. How did this fire start? Ansung appeared somewhat flustered. Jiang Xinyan glared at her, then sorrowfully gazed at her room, suddenly recalling her silver notes and jewelry still inside. In a panic, she attempted to rush back inside. Jiang Xinyan, noticing her distress, exchanged a glance with Fei Luan. Understanding the situation, Fei Luan quickly grabbed Jiang Xinyan. Miss, what are you thinking? Although the fire is manageable, you cannot rush in. If you suffer any losses, how can we explain it to the fifth prince? Jiang Xinyan felt anxious. The flames had calmed somewhat, yet she had valuable belongings inside. Fei Luan, gripping her tighter, insisted, Miss, wealth is but a material possession. You must not risk your safety. Chapter 95. A fruitless effort. Jiang Xinyan's gaze was fixed on the burning room. If it weren't for her mother, her room would not be aflame. Her silver notes, her jewelry. She turned to glare fiercely at Ansung. Ansung shivered under her fierce gaze. Jiang Xinyan coldly observed the growing rift between the mother and daughter, knowing that in her past life, Ansung had not met a favorable end. Miss, the fire has been contained. However, the bed area has suffered significant damage and will likely be uninhabitable for a while, Bai Luo reported, frowning. Jiang Xinyan truly knew how to cause trouble, creating chaos even at night. Once the flames subsided, Fei Luan released Jiang Xinyan, who rushed inside, relishing the misfortune. Ansung followed her into the room. Ah! Jiang Xinyan's cries echoed from within. Jiang Xinyan covered her ears and stepped inside. The room was a complete disaster. She lazily glanced around Jiang Xinyan's bedroom, finding it a pitiful sight. Her eyes darted to Jiang Xinyan's dressing table, and she raised an eyebrow. This area had miraculously escaped the flames. Jiang Xinyan was distraught. Her silver notes were hidden beneath her pillow. With just one glance, Jiang Xinyan realized Jiang Xinyan's silver notes had likely perished in the fire. How peculiar that both mother and daughter chose the same hiding place for their money. Jiang Xinyan clenched her teeth in anger, fists balled tightly. Jiang Xinyan approached, attempting to soothe her. Fortunately, only half the room was burned. Thankfully, your wedding gown was not stored here. I will send someone to repair it tomorrow. It will surely be intact by your wedding day. Jiang Xinyan ignored her, consumed by the loss of her silver notes. Not even her own savings remained. Ansung observed Jiang Xinyan's distraught expression and glanced at the disheveled bed, suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Her brows furrowed in distress. Seeing Jiang Xinyan silent, Jiang Xinyan turned to Ansung. It's getting late. Let Xinyan stay in your room tonight. We can discuss matters tomorrow. I shall take my leave now. Cousin Zeng absent-mindedly nodded, neglecting to pay her respects to Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan curled her lips, cast a glance at Jiang Xinyan and the room, then turned to leave. On the way back to Zhu Garden, Fei Luan's excitement was evident as she smirked. Bai Luo glanced at her and laughed. Are you that happy? Of course. Did you not see Jiang Xinyan's room? This is what one gets for their own misdeeds. But what a fire it was. Fei Luan scratched her head in confusion. Just then, Yunhe brought the latest news. Your Highness, I just inquired. Yunfu said that Zeng was sneaking around Jiang Xinyan's room, and the fire seemed to have been caused by a fire-starting stick. Yunfu? He must be from Beitang Jingyu's faction. Why visit Jiang Xinyan at this late hour? What does he need a fire-starting stick for? Fei Luan asked Yunhe. Perhaps he was looking for something, Yunhe replied, glancing at Jiang Xinyan. Your Highness, you were correct. Zeng is searching for those letters. She likely believes Jiang Xinyan has taken them. TSK, those two. Fei Luan shook her head repeatedly, a look of disdain on her face. Jiang Xinyan stood frozen before her bed. Zeng approached her, speaking softly, Xinyan, it's all right. Jiang Xinyan will send someone to repair it tomorrow. Is that what I care about? Jiang Xinyan spun around in a frenzy, shouting, Isn't this fire caused by you? Zeng stood momentarily stunned, staring at her. Jiang Xinyan's expression was fierce. Now look. All my money is gone. How can I marry into the fifth prince's household? How shall I win hearts? Zeng's expression darkened. There was hardly anything left. She looked at Jiang Xinyan. What about your pile of jewelry? How much silver did you spend? Don't you realize there's nothing left to depend on? Jiang Xinyan frowned, reluctant to discuss this matter. What I want to ask you is, what exactly are you looking for in my room? Those blank papers. I told you. I haven't touched those things. Jiang Xinyan snapped irritably. She walked over to her dressing table to check her jewelry. Fortunately, nothing had been affected on this side. However, she closed her eyes, calming herself, then turned to Zeng. I don't know what use those papers have. Mother, you don't trust me. You have never handed me the banknotes. If I hadn't discovered them, when would you have given them to me? Zeng furrowed her brow, a hint of anger rising within her. Why must she give her the banknotes? After years of saving, it was all for the two of them to have a future. Now, it was all in vain. If one day they were to be driven out by the Jiang family, would they be left to wander the streets?
Shan.
Have you ever considered that if our actions are exposed one day, our fates will be dire? At least we would have some silver to survive. But now, you have squandered those tens of thousands. Squandered? Before Zeng could finish, Jiang Xinyan interrupted, scoffing, Mother, am I squandering by buying a few items for my dowry? Have you never intended to give me the banknotes? I will soon be part of the royal family. How could I end up on the streets?
Ha.
Mother, you truly care for me. You have even calculated my future for me. She sneered. You know I am to marry Beitang Jingyu. You know my status is precarious. And I need money to win hearts. But what have you done for me? You brought me into this world, yet cannot provide me with wealth and grandeur. I've been used by others since childhood. And now I am still being manipulated. Instead of helping me, you set my room ablaze? Jiang Xinyan's eyes glistened with anger as she spoke fiercely. You are indeed my dear mother. Why was I not born to Yan Inua? Had I been her daughter, I would have had a father, brothers, an elder sister, and a younger brother, everything I desire. From birth, I would have been a respected young lady of the Shang-Qin family. Upon hearing this last statement, Zeng could not help but raise her hand and slap Jiang Xinyan fiercely. Afterward, she stared in disbelief at her trembling hand. Jiang Xinyan tilted her head with a mocking smile. Mother, can't you tolerate this? She looked up, rest assured. While I may not wish to have been born to you, you are still my biological mother. I will ensure you sit in the position of a general's wife. Look how filial your daughter is. She laughed maniacally, which caused Zeng to feel a pang of pity. Ultimately, she had made a mistake. In a moment of folly, she had only thought of climbing up to Jiang Beima. But she had forgotten that Jiang Beima and Yan Inua were so deeply in love that they could accommodate no one else. Images of Yan Inua appeared in her mind. Yan Inua walked up to her, comforting her and acknowledging Jiang Xinyan's identity. Zeng closed her eyes, speaking earnestly. Everything I do is for your own good. Even if it means being used by others, it's for you to return to the Jiang family to have a legitimate identity. But while I can be used, you cannot.
Xinyan.
Enough. You should go rest. I am too tired to argue with you. Ultimately, her mother was still advising her to keep her distance from the man in black. How could that be possible? She wanted the Jiang family to perish. She wished to torment Jiang Xinyan in every possible way. This so-called talented young lady of Tianjin. She intended to strip her of all her identities and status. Jiang Xinyan's eyes brimmed with hatred. Zeng gazed at her, filled with regret at that moment. She should not have pushed her daughter into such a predicament. Chapter 96. It is mine. Beitang Jingyu arrived at the Jiang family early in the morning. He sat in the front hall, receiving news from his subordinates that Jiang Xinyan's room had caught fire. He felt a twinge of concern for Jiang Xinyan and rushed over immediately. When Jiang Xinyan realized Beitang Jingyu had arrived, she hurriedly changed into a light-colored dress, knowing he seemed to favor such attire. Jingyu. The young lady approached him with a bright smile, bowing gracefully before him. Beitang Jingyu promptly rose to assist her. Are you injured? Jiang Xinyan shook her head, calmingly smiling. I am unhurt. Do not worry. How could the fire have started for no reason? Perhaps the weather is dry. She asked shyly. Did you come specifically to see me?
Beitang Jingyu nodded.
Jiang Xinyan felt a slight satisfaction. It seemed he still had some affection for her. When Jiang Xinyan entered, she saw Jiang Xinyan and Beitang Jingyu locked in a gaze, seemingly immersed in deep feelings. She cleared her throat a couple of times and greeted, Fifth Prince, with father and elder brother absent. What brings you here? Beitang Jingyu released Jiang Xinyan and took a seat. I heard your room caught fire, so I came to check on you. The fifth prince is quite kind to his cousin, Jiang Xinyan remarked, glancing at Beitang Jingyu. Noticing there was no tea served, she instructed by Luo behind her. Go bring tea for the fifth prince. Yes, Mississippi Jingyu. You have been sitting for a while without anyone serving you tea? Jiang Xinyan finally noticed the absence of teacups on the table. Beitang Jingyu laughed nonchalantly. It is merely that this prince arrived a bit early. Jiang Xinyan turned to the maids nearby, confused by their behavior. Seeing this, Jiang Xinyan sternly commanded, each of you shall receive 10 strokes. The maids bowed their heads in response and left. Jiang Xinyan felt a pang of sympathy. Sister, isn't that a bit too harsh? Jiang Xinyan turned to her. The Jiang family upholds strict discipline. I do not know what has happened today, but it cannot be easily forgiven. I hope the fifth prince will not take offense. Beitang Jingyu shifted slightly. The princess is merely reprimanding her own people. This prince would not dare to speak. Indeed, as soon as Beitang Jingyu arrived, Jiang Xinyan was aware. Failwan, you go monitor their punishment. Yes, Mississippi Failwan turned and walked out with a smile. Isn't it the miss who forbids serving tea? I doubt they need to be truly punished. Bai Luo entered with the teacups. As she passed Jiang Xinyan, they exchanged a knowing glance. She slowly approached Beitang Jingyu, lowering her head and squinting slightly. Fifth prince, please have some tea. Just as she handed over the cup, she inadvertently spilled tea all over Beitang Jingyu. What is wrong with you? Jiang Xinyan, seeing the situation, scolded and hurriedly stood up to help Beitang Jingyu wipe himself with a handkerchief. Beitang Jingyu frowned and took the handkerchief from Jiang Xinyan's hand. In a moment of panic, Biluo knelt directly in front of Beitang Jingyu, stealthily pulling off his fragrance pouch, begging for forgiveness. You reckless girl, how could you be so bold today? Jiang Xinyan asked with concern. Throughout this, Beitang Jingyu remained silent. The tea was scalding, and he gritted his teeth as he wiped the tea stains off his clothes. Jingyu, go change your clothes, Jiang Xinyan said worriedly. Yes, Biluo. Quickly go find my brother, and get a set of clothes for the fifth prince. Beitang Jingyu looked up at Jiang Xinyan, gritting his teeth and saying, I trouble you. Princess. Jiang Xinyan shook her head, apologizing, I have been negligent. Biluo hurriedly went to fetch the clothes. Jiang Xinyan looked displeased at Biluo's retreating figure and turned to Beitang Jingyu, her eyes filled with concern. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the dropped fragrance pouch and quickly bent down to pick it up. In that instant, the jade pendant fell. With a clink, the three looked down. Jiang Xinyan curled her lips into a smile, glancing at Beitang Jingyu with a feigned look of surprise. Beitang Jingyu, however, frowned deeply. Jiang Xinyan reached out to pick up the jade pendant, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is this
My jade pendant?
ISNT this the pendant of the Jiang family? Jiang Xinyan's voice snapped the two back to reality. Jiang Xinyan looked up at Beitang Jingyu, holding the pendant in her hand, and softly called out, Jingyu? Beitang Jingyu sighed slightly. I found this when I was young. Is it from the Jiang family? Jiang Xinyan was now certain that what the person had said was indeed the truth. It was Jiang Xinyan who had saved Beitang Jingyu. But why did Beitang Jingyu possess her jade pendant? This jade pendant? It belongs to Xinyan, right? Jiang Xinyan looked at Jiang Xinyan, her expression one of sudden realization. Jiang Xinyan relaxed her brows, lowered her head, and smiled gently. It is mine. Beitang Jingyu, ignoring the scalding tea stains on his clothes, focused his gaze on Jiang Xinyan. His voice slightly hoarse. Is it yours? A flicker of panic crossed Jiang Xinyan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling affectionately at Beitang Jingyu, affirming, It is indeed mine. She had just glanced at it. Apart from a slight red stain on the pendant, it was undoubtedly hers. So, my cousin and the fifth prince share such a connection. Jiang Xinyan chuckled. No wonder the fifth prince treats my cousin so differently. Sister. Jiang Xinyan playfully glared at Jiang Xinyan. Did Jiang Xinyan truly not realize that the person Beitang Jingyu was looking for was her? Jiang Xinyan glanced sideways at Jiang Xinyan. Although she did not understand how her jade pendant ended up in Beitang Jingyu's fragrance pouch, no one could now question her. Jingyu, it turns out my jade pendant was taken by you. I am very happy, Jiang Xinyan said, beaming at him. Biluo returned with Jiang Ting's clothes, stepping forward. Your Highness, please change into these clothes. Jiang Xinyan took the clothes, worriedly saying, Jingyu, you should change first. My brother's clothes should fit you. Beitang Jingyu glanced down at his own clothing, frowning as he nodded. Sister, please excuse me for a moment, Jiang Xinyan said, giving a slight bow to Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan nodded. Go, lest you neglect the fifth prince. Watching the two walk away, Jiang Xinyan smiled with a hint of mockery. Miss, will the fifth prince suspect anything later? Biluo approached Jiang Xinyan, still somewhat worried. After all, Beitang Jingyu was a prince, seemingly ambitious. And such individuals are generally not to be trifled with. Although they were enemies, this was too conspicuous. Hopefully, Beitang Jingyu would not grow suspicious. Jiang Xinyan smirked. He won tea. Even if he notices, what of it? Raising an eyebrow, she added, even if he realizes. Jiang Xinyan will ensure that everyone in the heavens knows about it. So, she would help Jiang Xinyan a little. After all, it was a lovely tale, wasn't it? Let her position as a concubine be more secure. Chapter 97. Becoming a cherished tale. Jiang Xinyan led Beitang Jingyu to the back courtyard, selecting a guest room. Jingyu, please go in and change. I will wait here for you. Beitang Jingyu nodded, instinctively glancing at her hand. She still held his jade pendant, and he felt a twinge of displeasure. Why was she so reluctant to return it to its rightful owner? Jiang Xinyan smiled, her mood inexplicably buoyant, tilting her head to look at Beitang Jingyu, playfully asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I'll go in now." "All right, I will wait for you." Beitang Jingyu took the clothes and went inside. He frowned as he entered the room, and after a moment, he casually draped his discarded clothing over the screen. Glancing down at his scorched skin, he nonchalantly changed into Jiang Ting's clothes. Jiang Xinyan looked down at her jade pendant, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thus, the original pendant in the fragrance pouch was likely Jiang Xinyan's. She could roughly guess who had swapped these pendants. Yet, she found it puzzling. Knowing she was Beitang Jingyu's savior, why didn't Jiang Xinyan marry him? With Jiang Xinyan's status, the position of the primary wife was within easy reach. She curled her lips in disdain towards Jiang Xinyan, who failed to seize such a golden opportunity. When Beitang Jingyu emerged, he saw Jiang Xinyan standing there, examining the jade pendant with a smile on her face. He approached, looking down at it, wondering if its return brought her joy. Jiang Xinyan was startled, lightly patting her heart, joyful. "Jingyu, I never expected the person I saved in my childhood would be you."
Is that so?
"Are you happy?" Facing Jiang Xinyan's counter-question, Beitang Jingyu paused, feeling a flicker of joy at first. Yet, for some reason, it was not as exhilarating as he had imagined. He nodded subtly. "Since you cherish this pendant so much, it should be returned to its rightful owner." Jiang Xinyan smiled, "All right," and casually hung the pendant at her waist. "Jingyu, would you or the token of our unity that I gifted you?" Of course. As Jiang Xinyan had anticipated, within a day, the tale of Jiang Xinyan and Beitang Jingyu spread throughout the streets and alleys of Shangchen. The story narrated how Jiang Xinyan fortuitously saved the wandering fifth prince in her youth, losing her cherished jade pendant. With the pendant as a clue, the fifth prince searched for years, finally reuniting in Shangchen, where he silently protected his savior, and their feelings blossomed into love, promising each other a lifetime together. Unable to contain his affections, the fifth prince petitioned the emperor for marriage, allowing them to share a harmonious life together. Jiang Xinyan heard it and dismissed it as a joke. Yet, how could she resist fanning the flames of such a heartfelt tale? Thus, not only in Shangchen but throughout the entire Tianjin, this cherished story circulated, and somehow, word spread that Beitang Jingyu and Jiang Xinyan had met in Shangchen, a place already known for its elegance. Their story attracted even more literary figures. Jiang Xinyan was filled with joy, her spirits lifted. She no longer cared about the loss of silver notes. After all, now, she was renowned in Shangchen, no, in Tianjin. Sheng Guanxin teased her, gazing at her friend. Who would have thought? You and Jiang Xinyan would become a celebrated tale. Now everyone speaks of your deep affection, saying she is gentle and kind. Truly a perfect match. Beitang Jingyu, however, only furrowed his brows, unable to relax. Who had leaked this information? He felt an inexplicable annoyance. Reflexively, he reached for his waist, only to pause. The pendant had indeed returned to its rightful owner. The token of unity? He was not particularly keen on wearing it, but remembering Jiang Xinyan's face, he reluctantly hung it at his waist. Sheng Guanxin looked at him with suspicion, then asked earnestly, "All right, before you said not to consider marriage yet. But now that it has come to this, let us take it one step at a time. So, Jingyu, what are your plans next?" Beitang Jingyu poured a glass of water for Sheng Guanxin. With the grand wedding approaching next month, and with Xinyan not being the primary consort, the arrangements were not overly complicated. After the wedding, they planned to have Lu Shan lead them into the city in smaller groups. Beitang Jingyu narrowed his eyes. He had waited far too long. Currently, the young emperor's uncle had gone to Tianzhou Kingdom, and the 5 nations would not remain peaceful for long. He needed to prepare himself to ascend to the throne. Beitang Yunzhan chuckled at the news from Shangchen. Yunling, beside him, tugged at Yunch's sleeve. "What is our master laughing about? It's rather unnerving." Yunche, with an expressionless face, glanced at Yunling but did not respond. Yunling rolled his eyes at him. "You Beitang Jingyu focused on the densely written letters before him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a delightful exchange between Beitang Jingyu and Jiang Xinyan.
So,
This was the connection between her and his fifth nephew. Beitang Jingyu grinned mischievously, leaning back lazily as he shattered the letter in his hand with a flick of his internal energy. Yunling watched his master as actions, open his mouth and poked Yunche. The master is angry. I'll take my leave. With that, he stealthily slipped away. Yunche, bring Yunling back. Beitang Yunjian's voice was languid. Yunche cupped his hands in acknowledgement and exited. The room was left with only Beitang Jingyu, who rose and walked to the window, gazing at the crescent moon above. Do you miss me? He mused, his gaze resolute, hands clasped behind his back. Unexpectedly, there was yet another twist in the tale. The young man sat in the tea-house, listening to the melodies above, laughing exuberantly. Master, what do you think of this? He asked cautiously. The young man glanced at him. Jiang Xinyan is merely a pawn, one that should have been discarded long ago. But Beitang Jingyu, perhaps he can be of use. On the day of the wedding, Beitang Jingyu must be present. As for how you persuade him, that depends on your skill. Rest assured, for Beitang Jingyu harbors grand ambitions. Collaborating with us will hasten his ascent to the throne. Excellent. If our grand venture succeeds, your future is limitless. The young man smiled, patting his shoulder before departing. Respectfully bowed to his departing figure. After sending him off, he sat down, not revealing to his master the threats from the Zheng family. Just as the master said, merely a small pawn, of no consequence. What of the correspondence?
Who could trace it back to him?
It had been a long time since he had encountered such a naive pawn. Meng Ziki sat in the elegant chamber of the ancient building, rarely hearing the recent buzz about the two individuals. Meng Xiong, what are you looking at? Chen Jiabao cheerfully peered downstairs, seeing nothing unusual among the bustling merchants. Meng Ziki smiled slightly but remained silent, taking a sip of tea. By the way, Meng Xiong, have you heard about the fifth prince and Jiang Xinyan? Chen Jiabao's interest piqued. Isn't that Jiang Xinyan the girl I saw in the ancient building that day? Chen Jiabao clicked his tongue. She claimed to be the second miss of the Jiang family, yet she's merely a distant relative. Meng Ziki's smile faded. Jiabao, do you believe what she said? Chen Jiabao chuckled, waving his hand. Not at all. That little demeanor is clearly a. He did not finish his sentence, and the other young gentleman laughed knowingly. Chen Jiabao then expressed a hint of regret, but the other one from that day was truly extraordinary. What a beauty.
Oh?
So Chen Xiong is quite taken with her? She must be a stunning beauty. They jested. Meng Ziki frowned, ready to express his annoyance, but caught sight of someone in the street and smiled. Why does she love to wear men's attire so much?
Chapter 98, Hosting Destai.
Meng Xiong, where are you going? Chen Jiabao blocked Meng Ziki as he stood to leave. The crowd turned to look at him. Meng Ziki maintained a plastic smile as he regarded Chen Jiabao, patting his shoulder. You all enjoy yourselves. He then exited the ancient building. Chen Jiabao paid him no mind, turning back to jest with his companions. Once outside, Meng Ziki leaned against a wall, watching Jiang Xinyan not far off. She was likely accompanied by her brother. Jiang Xian stood beside his sister, grinning as he observed her purchasing items. Sister Yan, let me carry that. Jiang Bei, ever perceptive, took the items from Jiang Xinyan's hands. Jiang Xian rolled his eyes at him, little tail. As soon as their sister arrived, he followed her closely, blinking at Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan smiled, reaching out to pat the little fellow's head. Little Bei is still small, a Xian is the big brother. Jiang Xian nodded, smiling, agreeing with his sister's words. A Xian is jealous. Jiang Bei stuck out his tongue at Jiang Xian, hiding behind Jiang Xinyan, while Jiang Nan looked at his younger brother with a smile. Little Bei likes the eldest miss. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Jiang Nan, raising an eyebrow, then looked down at Jiang Bei, thinking it was likely because she had saved the child that he was particularly fond of her. He showed no smiles towards his elder brother, always wearing a solemn expression. Much like a little scholar. You've been working hard with your studies. Today, I brought you out to have fun. You can eat whatever you want. Thank you, sister. Jiang Xian had learned a lot from his master recently. Jiang Xinyan tilted her head, observing Jiang Xian. He seemed to have changed a bit, smiling more than before, reminding her of the boy clad in armor. She chuckled. Jiang Bei, noticing Jiang Xinyan's gaze fixed on Jiang Xian, quietly inched closer to him, sweetly calling out,
Sister Yan.
Jiang Xinyan laughed at this. Well then, what do you want to eat? Sister Yan, Little Bei wants to eat big pork knuckles.
Alright.
Little Bei shall have big pork knuckles.
Jiang Xinyan playfully pinched Jiang by's nose.
Meng Ziki watched from a distance, reluctant to interrupt, and only approached as they prepared to leave.
A yen.
Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow upon hearing the familiar address, Young Master Meng. Meng Ziki smirked lazily. You and I share a bond of life and death. Is it too much to ask you to call my name? Not too much, but... Well then, since that is the case, let's not be so formal. Are you dining? We can eat together. He smiled at Jiang Xian. Is this your brother? Jiang Xian glanced at Jiang Xinyan, sensing her discomfort towards this person, yet he claimed to share a bond with her. Let's eat together. Jiang Xinyan, recalling that night when he was covered in blood, felt her heart soften. A Xian, this is the young son of General Meng. You may call him brother. Jiang Xian looked at Meng Ziki, raised his hand in greeting and sweetly said, Hello, young Master Meng. These two are my brother's bodyguards. Greetings, young Master Meng. Jiang Nan cupped his hands in respect. Jiang Bei mirrored his brother's gesture. Meng Ziki smiled. Today I will treat. Another day, I shall invite your eldest miss. Thank you for your generosity, Jiang Xinyan said, stepping into the ancient building without hesitation. Meng Ziki chuckled softly, following her inside. The group was led by the innkeeper to an elegant room. Jiang Xian and Jiang Bei eagerly claimed seats beside Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan kept smiling, took a sip of tea, and cheerfully announced, Today, Ziki is treating. Do not hold back. Eat freely. Hearing Jiang Xinyan address him, Meng Ziki raised an eyebrow. Yes. Eat freely. A yen, your cousin has been quite flamboyant lately. Jiang Xinyan merely smiled. Have you heard about it? Ha, who in Shangshan hasn't he heard?
Jiang Bai,
who had been eating, looked up. Sister Yan, Little Bei doesn't he know? Jiang Xinyan chuckled lightly. Indeed, there are still those who are unaware. Meng Ziki cleared his throat, glancing at the other three, then turned his attention back to Jiang Xinyan. Noticing his serious expression, Jiang Xinyan's gaze darted to the low table beside them. Understanding, Meng Ziki rose and walked over. Jiang Xinyan also rose to her feet, saying, Sister, go have some tea. You all eat. She seated herself beside Meng Ziki and whispered, What is it? Meng Ziki, his playful demeanor shifting, lowered his voice. Previously, Jiang Xinyan mentioned in the ancient building that she is the second miss of the Jiang family. I wonder if you still remember? Jiang Xinyan nodded. Recently, rumors about her and the fifth prince have been rampant. Be cautious. The second miss of the Jiang family? Jiang Xinyan scoffed, a smirk gracing her lips. She must be fated for such a title. As for what you said, I have taken note of it. Jiang Xinyan shall never hold that status in this lifetime. I shouldn't speak too much about the Jiang family affairs, but your cousin is not benevolent. If she truly is your father's daughter, you should take this matter seriously. Rumors will inevitably circulate, like ants shaking a tree. Jiang Xinyan nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Meng Ziki, with a light-hearted expression, remarked, We share a bond of life and death. No need for such formalities. Jiang Xinyan frowned, too indifferent to engage further, and returned to her seat. Meng Ziki followed suit, a smile lingering on his lips. Jiang Xian observed the exchange, casting a glance at Meng Ziki before returning to his meal. Should he inform Brother Yanzhan? Perhaps it was unnecessary, as his sister seemed to harbor no fondness for Meng Ge. Seeing Jiang Nan finish his meal and move to a low table, Jiang Xinyan called out, Jiang Nan, go find the shopkeeper and have him pack some pastries for me. Jiang Nan complied and exited. Sister, are these for master? Jiang Xian inquired. Jiang Xinyan dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Yes, and also for Failwan and Biluo. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today we did not bring Sister Failwan. She will surely be upset knowing we enjoyed such delicacies. Jiang Xinyan smiled without responding. Meng Ziki observed them, finding their sibling bond heartwarming. Once, there were rumors that Jiang Xinyan disliked her younger brother, but now it seemed such rumors were largely unfounded. He found this atmosphere quite pleasant. Next time, I must invite me back. Jiang Xinyan cast him a languid glance. Was he no longer planning to maintain his frivolous persona around her? I fear a Xian might learn from you, and become a dandy as well.
What shall we do then?
Meng Ziki dismissed her jest with a wave of his hand. How could someone from the Jiang family become a dandy? Isn't your family also a prominent one? Jiang Xinyan replied with a teasing smile. Meng Ziki paused, chuckling, My family? Only you would compare my family to yours. The Meng family hardly qualifies as a noble family. The Meng family? His father? In his eyes, merely ordinary. Jiang Xinyan instinctively pressed her fingers against a scar on her hand. To others, it would seem he looked down upon the Meng family. Yet he was indeed a son of that household. She furrowed her brows slightly, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 99. A day of gratitude today. I thank young Master Meng for the treat. At the entrance of the Jiang family, Jiang Xinyan nodded to those who had accompanied them back. Well then, I am indebted to your courtesy. Meng Ziki lazily grinned. Jiang Xinyan smiled warmly. Return home early. I shall surely invite you back another day. Goodbye, Brother Meng. Jiang Xian bowed. Meng Ziki waved them off and turned to leave. As Biluo and Failwan stepped out of the gate, they spotted Meng Ziki. Failwan craned her neck to see and asked, Miss, is that Meng Ziki? Sister Failwan, we brought you some pastries, Jiang Xian said, taking a box of pastries from Jiang Nan and offering it to her. Failwan's eyes brightened upon hearing this, from the ancient building. Thank you, young master. Biluo chuckled softly, shaking her head. Jiang Nan, take the rest to Bai Yi. Yes, Mississippi. Jiang Bei tugged at Jiang Xinyan's sleeve. She looked down to see Jiang Bei and smiled, kneeling beside him. Little Bei, what is it? Sister Yan, will you still come to visit Little Bei? Jiang Xian stood nearby, watching his sister. Jiang Xinyan hesitated, then smiled gently. Of course, Sister Yan has just been too busy lately, which is why I haven't visited. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei's face lit up with joy. Jiang Xinyan turned to Jiang Xian. Sister knows she has neglected a Xian recently, but I also know a Xian has been studying diligently with Bai Yi. A Xian. In due time, the affairs of the family will lessen greatly, and I will have more time to accompany you. Jiang Xian nodded obediently. It won't be long. Soon, the Jiang family will return to tranquility. Second miss, you seem quite spirited these days. Hu Yi observed Jiang Xinyan, noticing her dismissive glance. Hu Yi squinted his eyes. Why are you here again? You already promised to take me to the fifth prince's residence on the wedding day. What more do you want? Jiang Xinyan spoke with impatience, feeling that he underestimated her. Not to mention her impending marriage to the fifth prince, her acquaintance with him already placed her among the notable figures in Tianjin. Though it wasn't her dancing that gained her fame, her love with Beitang Jingyu undoubtedly made her the envy of many. Hui looked at her with mockery, finding her prideful demeanor distasteful. Does this woman think too highly of herself? Or does she underestimate me? Such a lowly status. Yet she carries herself as if she were above all. Who granted her such confidence? Jiang Xinyan adjusted the hairpin in her hair, her eyes filled with disdain. It's nothing personal, but if you wish to collaborate with me, there may be some obstacles that need to be removed. Jiang Xinyan turned her head, gazing at him in confusion, only to see a pair of eyes filled with malice, causing her heart to race instinctively. Hu Yi smiled slightly. Second miss, do consider it. After all, your identity should be made known to the world. Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brow tightly. The following morning, Jiang Xinyan brought pastries to Jiang Xinyan's courtyard. Biluo glanced at her with indifference, greeting her with a bow. Why is Miss Jiang delivering pastries to our miss? Miss Xinyan, allow me to carry those for you. Biluo offered, stepping forward to take the pastries from Jiang Xinyan. Jiang Xinyan readily obliged. Sister, are you awake? I thought you would be up by now. So I got up early to make some pastries to share breakfast with you. She stepped inside. Jiang Xinyan was outside, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief that Failwan had handed her. On the stone table beside her lay a sheathed sword, and a small red fox was curled up on the table, napping soundly with its head resting on the sword's hilt. As it sensed a presence, it suddenly awoke and bared its teeth at Jiang Xinyan. Failwan, take the little red ball inside. Failwan picked up the fox, soothing it as she stroked its fur before entering the house. The creature sister raises is quite ferocious, Jiang Xinyan remarked, covering her nose with a handkerchief. Jiang Xinyan's eyes flickered with displeasure. What brings you here, Xinyan? Jiang Xinyan set the handkerchief down with a smile. It has been a while since I came to greet you, and I thought to bring some pastries to see you. Jiang Xinyan glanced at Biluo, who subtly shook her head. Sister, you are thoughtful, but with the wedding approaching, it is best to start preparing early. No need to trouble yourself with such matters here. Jiang Xinyan took a seat at the stone table, her hand resting upon it, her face radiating happiness. I need not concern myself with trivialities. Jingyu says I should merely wait for the wedding. The fifth prince treats you very well, Jiang Xinyan remarked. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyan raised her chin proudly, unaware that Jiang Xinyan's tone was laced with sarcasm. Bailu, quickly bring over the pastries I made. Biluo stepped forward and placed the box of pastries on the stone table. Sister, do try some, Jiang Xinyan urged eagerly, opening the box with bright eyes, waiting expectantly for Jiang Xinyan's response. Jiang Xinyan gazed down at Jiang Xinyan with an imposing presence, causing the latter to feel a sense of trepidation. I do not have a fondness for sweet delicacies. Let us set them aside for now, Jiang Xinyan replied with a faint smile. Not fond of sweet treats? Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brows. For was not Jiang Xinyan known for her love of such indulgences? She forced a smile, thinking that next time she would prepare something savory for her sister. I appreciate your efforts, Xinyan, Jiang Xinyan said as she took a seat. With the wedding approaching next month, it seemed the Jiang family should begin preparations. However, as a secondary consort, it was likely that the family would not host an extravagant affair for her. Jiang Xinyan expressed her disappointment. The smile on Jiang Xinyan's lips faltered, and after a moment, she obediently replied, It is of no consequence. My identity is already rather awkward. She certainly did not wish for it to remain so. She desired her status to be recognized boldly. Jiang Xinyan maintained a calm expression, observing her quietly. If her identity were to be revealed, it would require a significant opportunity. And Jiang Xinyan must have already devised a plan in her heart. She had always been self-serving, seeking power and status, and would eliminate any obstacles in her path, utilizing every means at her disposal, even if that individual were her own kin. Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes. As for your identity, I am powerless to change it. Should you be recognized as the second young lady of the Jiang family, your future at the fifth prince's residence would surely be brighter. Jiang Xinyan shook her head and sighed. By the way, have you not yet paid your respects to your mother this morning? Father and elder brother have gone to court, and since you are soon to be married, you should spend more time with her. Jiang Xinyan blinked in a fluster. Indeed, she ought to be with her mother more. No matter, I shall accompany my sister for breakfast first before visiting my mother. After all, the days of dining together will likely diminish. Her voice held a tinge of reluctance, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Jiang Xinyan's heart harbored a cold derision. After their meal, Jiang Xinyan walked back to the Wesley courtyard, her mind elsewhere. The man in black had clearly instructed her to bring her mother. But how could she bring herself to do so? Her brows knitted tightly as her fingers fidgeted with the handkerchief in her grasp. Upon returning to the Wesley courtyard, Jiang Xinyan paused outside the room of concubine Zeng, hesitating on whether to enter, when she overheard voices from within. There is no need for concern, my lady. The young miss is soon to be married to the fifth prince. Her future status may rise even higher, nursely reassured concubine Zeng, who wore a troubled expression. Yet, concubine Zeng remained despondent, sighing. Do you think marrying a prince guarantees a worry-free life? I wish for her to ascend to greater heights. A life of glory and wealth. But that is only possible if she marries as a daughter of the Jiang family. She refuses to heed my counsel and insists on returning to the Jiang household prematurely. Look at what she has accomplished since her return. Not only is her identity unresolved, but she has also injured her foot, ruined her dancing skill. Had she listened to me, she would not be in this predicament. Concubine Zeng's frustration was palpable. Jiang Xinyan stood outside, her eyes narrowing with malice. Why should she be obligated to follow her mother's plans? My lady, Nurse Li called out helplessly. Concubine Zeng grasped Nurse Li's arm and spoke earnestly. You have been by my side for many years. I appreciate your support. You are aware of most of my circumstances. Lowering her voice, she continued. Xinyan is now entangled with that person, and she will surely face dire consequences. How can I remain at ease? Nurse Li patted her hand. Do not worry, my lady. The young miss is no fool. How could she allow herself to be manipulated by others? I know my daughter all too well. She believes that her cunning can outmaneuver others. Yet that man is ruthless. Xinyan is no match for him, and the forces behind him. Concubines enclosed her eyes in self-mockery. My daughter and I are nothing but pawns in their game. Nurse Li wished to offer further comfort, but was at a loss. My lady, have I made a grave mistake? After a long pause, concubines whispered, almost as if to herself. She should not have conspired with a tiger. She should not have filled Xinyan's mind with the Jiang family's shortcomings. She should not have instilled in her the belief that, regardless of the means, she must always stand at the pinnacle of power and status. My lady, The young miss will understand your intentions. Concubine, Xing shook her head. I've sent messages to that man, holding leverage over him. I hope he is wary. We can assist him in destroying the Jiang family. But he cannot cast me aside. He must not harm my daughter. He cannot drag her into the abyss. Reflecting on this, she felt increasingly frustrated with Jiang Xinyan's foolishness. That girl insists on entangling herself with that man. She is utterly oblivious to the danger, a simpleton. All my efforts are for her sake. Yet look at her attitude towards me. Concubine Zeng lamented. If Beitang Jingyu truly cares for her, that would be one thing. But if trouble arises, do you think that man will come to her aid? I do not wish for her involvement, yet she believes I am unwilling to confide in her. Does she truly think collaborating with him is a favorable endeavor? How naive! A series of denials echoed in Jiang Xinyan's ears, leaving her feeling amused. She adjusted her sleeve, her gaze resolute, and turned to leave. She had no desire to hear her mother's disparaging remarks about her intelligence any longer. My lady, that man has been suspicious from the very beginning. Do you truly intend to assist him against the Jiang family?
Nursalin kiretun shartaili.
Concubine Xing stood and moved to the vanity, taking a seat. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a slight smile gracing her lips, though her beauty had faded. Do you know? In the past, I had feelings for Jiang Beima, but I was also enamored by his power, thinking that with only one wife in his household, a few concubines would be inconsequential. Concubine, Xing chuckled softly. Yet, Jiang Beima held no affection for her. In fact, he loathed her. She could not forget the coldness in his eyes when he looked at her, as if she were a mere specter. She had meticulously orchestrated Yan Inua's appearance, who fortuitously witnessed them sharing a bed. But did you know? When Jiang Beima saw Yan Inua, his expression was one of panic. I had never seen a general so flustered. It was akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Had it not been for Yan Inua, I might never have borne Xinyan. But without Yan Inua, I might have become the lady of the general's household. How could I not resent her? Yet my greater resentment lies with Jiang Beima. She believed, she loathed their deep affection for one another, their marital bliss, leaving no room for others. She was envious. I despise him. Concubine, Xing spoke calmly. Hating Jiang Beima as heartlessness, he could have secured her a place in his household. Yan Inua had already been granted leniency. Yet, he obstinately drove the pregnant concubine Zeng to the countryside. Yan Inua was dead, but he remained alive. How absurd. If he loved her so dearly, why did he not accompany her? Thus, when that man approached me, I consented. I agreed to bring about the downfall of the Jiang family. Tears of laughter streamed down concubine Zeng's face as she wiped them away. The Jiang family holds no emotional ties for me, but he has promised me. On the day of the Jiang family's annihilation, I shall be the sole general's wife. Xinyan will be the only child of the Jiang family. She turned to Nurse Li. I will be the sole mistress of the Jiang family. Jiang Beima must be buried alongside me. The temptation was indeed great. And you now? I remain resolute in my intentions. Ultimately, the Jiang family will meet its end at my hands. Concubine Xing chuckled lightly, extending her hand to send the mirror crashing to the ground. The shards reflected her smile, rendering it even more chilling. Jiang Xinyan returned to her chamber, seated at her desk, scoffing. She could never have imagined that in her mother's eyes, she was so utterly useless. Her brows furrowed as she pondered. Leverage? So her mother possessed some hold over that man? Her eyes darted, suddenly recalling the papers that concubine Zeng had persistently requested from her. Those blank sheets? Could they hold some hidden significance? Jiang Xinyan's gaze fixed on the cabinet beside her, her expression icy. Once again, the words of the men in black echoed in her mind. Indeed, her identity should be known to the world. Jiang Xinyan had also stated that if she were the daughter of the Jiang family, regardless of whom she married, she would receive different treatment. I am sorry, mother. My identity must be made public. If my identity is revealed, wouldn't that make you the matriarch of the Jiang family? She squinted, contemplating, and smiled. As dusk descended, Jiang Xinyan raised her eyes to the sky, her expression calm, and remarked, Tomorrow will surely bring good weather. Fei Luan also looked up at the sky, observing the myriad of stars, and nodded in agreement. Indeed. By the way, miss, with Jiang Xinyan's wedding approaching, shouldn't we start preparing? After all, she is marrying into royalty. Our family must present itself well. Bai Luo, surprised to see Fei Luan concerned about such matters, cast her a glance. Jiang Xinyan replied with an affirmative sound and turned, instructing, "Let us purchase white silk first."
What?
Bai Luo and Fei Luan exchanged astonished glances. "Miss, white silk? Isn't that typically reserved for funerals?" Jiang Xinyan rubbed the scar on her finger and replied coolly, "A storm is brewing. The Jiang family must prepare for mourning." Chapter 101. I am sorry. In the dead of night, Jiang Xinyan approached the door of Anseng's chamber, furtively glancing around to ensure no one was in sight before quietly entering. She approached Anseng's bedside, gazing at her peacefully sleeping form, gritting her teeth in distress. After a moment, she smirked faintly and whispered, "Mother, I am sorry." Jiang Xinyan produced the rope she had prepared and stealthily advanced, unhesitatingly tightening it around Zeng's neck. Anseng felt a sudden suffocation in her dreams. Instinctively, she reached for her neck, startled by the sensation, and opened her eyes wide, never anticipating that someone would strangle her with a rope. She grasped the rope around her neck, her legs flailing. Upon seeing her awaken, Jiang Xinyan panicked and loosened the grip slightly. Anseng seized the opportunity and tugged at the rope around her neck, while Jiang Xinyan, regaining her senses, instinctively pulled back with all her strength. "Mother, I am sorry. Please consider this for your daughter. I need a legitimate identity. I need your blood-written proof of my lineage." Anseng, hearing the voice beside her, felt her mind go blank. "Xinyan?
No.
Mother, I am grateful for the life you have given me. Rest assured, I will burn incense and recite scriptures for you every day. Please grant me this." Anseng desperately clawed at the rope around her neck, tears streaming down her face. How could it be Xinyan? Her voice was hoarse, barely recognizable as she spoke. "Foolish child, Xinyan, you are foolish." Jiang Xinyan turned a deaf ear, her grip tightening on the rope, tears welling in her eyes, yet a smile graced her lips. "Xinyan. Xinyan." Anseng called out her name with reluctance. Was she really leaving? She felt uneasy. She had yet to witness Xinyan's marriage, nor had she helped her become a noblewoman of Shangqin. There were still so many things left undone, but she bitterly forced a smile, realizing her daughter wished her dead. How foolish. She closed her eyes, letting the final tear fall. Time passed, and Jiang Xinyan jolted awake, in a panic tossing the rope aside, trembling as she called out, "Mother!" She looked at the still figure on the bed, shivering as she reached out to push her. "Mother! Mother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please come back to life." She clutched Anseng's still warm body, shaking uncontrollably. What had she done? She struck herself hard across the face. "Mother!" A wail of anguish startled Li Mama. When Li Mama entered, she was met with a scene so shocking that she nearly fainted. She approached the bed in disbelief, staring at Jiang Xinyan clinging to Anseng. "Miss, what have you done?" Jiang Xinyan sobbed uncontrollably. I am sorry. She had killed her mother. How could you? Li Mama glared at Jiang Xinyan, her fury palpable. Jiang Xinyan released Anseng's lifeless body and turned to Li Mama, forcing her voice steady. "It is done now. You have watched me grow since childhood. You must help me." Jiang Xinyan gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at her. "In your heart, I must be your daughter, right? Please help me." Falling to her knees, she clutched at Li Mama's garments, pleading desperately.
Li Mama.
Her face streaked with tears, shook her head. "Mama, will you just watch me die?" Jiang Xinyan cried out. Li Mama glanced at Anseng's body and then at Jiang Xinyan, whom she had cared for since childhood, and finally, her heart softened, giving a reluctant nod. Jiang Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at the still form on the bed. She closed her eyes and prostrated herself 3 times. Rising, she took a piece of paper, pricked Anseng's finger, and wrote something on it. Li Mama turned away, unable to watch, her heart heavy with sorrow. After completing her task, Jiang Xinyan placed the blood-written document neatly on the table, then moved a stool over. Looking at Li Mama, she said, "Mama, please help me." Li Mama wiped her tear-stained face and, though reluctant, stepped forward to assist Jiang Xinyan in propping up Anseng. Jiang Xinyan tied the rope to the beam, securing it with a knot, and hung Anseng from it, knocking over the stool to stage it as a suicide. Once everything was set, Jiang Xinyan straightened the bed and turned to Anseng, her gaze resolute. "Mother, rest assured, I will become someone of significance." She approached the dressing table, her eyes darting as she crouched down, reaching beneath the table to search for something. When her fingers finally brushed against an object, a smile crept across her face. She had known her mother would not hide everything in one place. The letters she had checked earlier were indeed missing. But what she held now would suffice. That figure in black would never be able to manipulate her. To her surprise, she discovered her mother had hidden some silver notes here as well, though not much. It totaled around 7 or 8,000 taels. Jiang Xinyan's hair clung to her face, causing her great discomfort. She turned to Li Mama, instructing, "Mama, you must keep your mouth shut about tonight's events. For my sake, please pretend nothing happened." Li Mama collapsed to the ground, gazing at Jiang Xinyan, feeling increasingly alienated from her. Then, she stared blankly at Ansung. "Aunt, may you rest in peace." Jiang Xinyan stumbled back to her own room, closing the door behind her and collapsing to the floor. She was drenched in sweat, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Yet, she dared not wake Shui'er, nor could she bathe. She extended her trembling hands, vigorously rubbing them together, exerting all her strength until her hands turned crimson. She no longer had a mother. She had taken her life with her own hands. Suddenly, she laughed, murmuring to herself, "Soon, I will be the second young lady of the Jiang family. Mother, rest in peace. I will surely avenge you." She grinned maliciously, blaming it all on the Jiang family. On Jiang Xinyan. It was all Jiang Xinyan's doing. Yunhe, with a grave expression, knocked on Jiang Xinyan's door. Jiang Xinyan glanced down at the small fox sleeping on her lap and softly said, "Come in." Yunhe entered, bowing slightly. "Your Highness in Ziliyuan." He hesitated, then spoke somberly. "Ansung has passed away." He had never imagined that Jiang Xinyan would be so ruthless, even turning against her own mother. Jiang Xinyan remained calm. This was within her expectations. "Very well, you may leave."
Yunhe nodded yes.
After Yunhe departed, Jiang Xinyan raised her eyes coldly toward the door. "Jiang Xin. Ansung, I wonder how you felt before your death. Was your heart not torn asunder?" The next morning, the west courtyard was in an uproar. It was reported that when Granny Li entered to deliver water, she discovered concubine Zeng had hanged herself in her room. On the table lay a blood letter, every word inscribed conveying a singular message. Jiang Xinyan is of the Jiang lineage, the last blood relative of the Jiang family in the north. The letter denounced her lowly status, asserting that her death was to ensure Jiang Xinyan could be accepted into the Jiang ancestral hall to legitimize her identity. Chapter 102. A choice between two. By the time Jiang Beima was called home by Jiang Xinyan, the situation had already escalated throughout the morning. Discussions were rampant in the court. Jiang Beima, holding the blood letter in his hands, scoffed and cast it aside. Jiang Ting furrowed his brows tightly, glancing at the letter on the ground. "Father, I fear this letter has already spread. The court must be aware of the matter already." Jiang Xinyan understood how the letter had been disseminated. After all, it was a performance orchestrated by Jiang Xinyan herself, and she had no intention of hindering its spread. Jiang Beima ignored Jiang Ting and turned to Jiang Xinyan, noticing her silence and furrowed brows. He inquired with concern, "My dear, are you frightened?" Jiang Xinyan lifted her head, reassuringly replying, "I am well, father. However, how shall we address this situation?" Jiang Beima waved dismissively. "It matters not. I shall simply apologize to the emperor." For the first time in his life, he felt threatened by a woman, and it vexed him, especially when she resorted to such extreme measures.
Jiang Ting sighed.
The truth could no longer be concealed. Jiang Xinyan was to marry Beitang Jingyu, and the revelation of her identity was indeed ill-timed. The thought of the weeping in the west courtyard left him inexplicably agitated. "Father, how do you plan to address the emperor?" Jiang Xinyan asked, looking at Jiang Beima. Jiang Beima, increasingly frustrated, retorted, "It was I who brought this upon myself." He coughed lightly to mask his irritation, reflecting that he was, after all, the victim. He softened his gaze towards his daughter, stating, "This is a matter I have caused, my dear, do not worry." "Father, have you considered that if you acknowledge Xinyan, the Jiang family will forever be entangled with the fifth prince?" Jiang Ting interjected, nodding in agreement. Even Xinyan wished to stay clear of the royal disputes. Yet the fact remained that Xinyan was to wed Beitang Jingyu. Jiang Beima had not contemplated this deeply. In his mind, recognizing her was merely a matter of adding another mouth to feed. He had no expectations of her caring for Jiang Xinyan, nor did he dream of her aligning with the fifth prince. However, as Xinyan pointed out, in the eyes of others, acknowledging Jiang Xinyan would imply an alliance with Beitang Jingyu. Jiang Xinyan then proposed her own idea. "Father, what if you only acknowledge concubine Zeng?" Both Jiang Ting and Jiang Beima looked at her in confusion. Acknowledging concubine Zeng would inherently mean acknowledging Jiang Xinyan. For the letter stated, she shared a bond of marriage with you. Nonsense. Jiang Beima cursed vehemently. Jiang Xinyan and Jiang Ting exchanged glances with Jiang Beima, who realized his words had been imprudent and turned his gaze away. If you merely acknowledge concubine Zeng, then the events of the past can be truthfully recounted. However, we must be lenient with Xinyan. Are you suggesting father insist that Xinyan is merely the daughter of a relative? Jiang Ting began to grasp his sister's intent. Jiang Xinyan nodded, explaining that to claim Xinyan as father's daughter would be tantamount to deceiving the emperor. Previously, the emperor had inquired about Xinyan's lineage, and she had not provided an honest answer. Therefore, Jiang Xinyan could not be recognized as the second miss of the Jiang family. As for Xinyan, she would understand the implications of deceiving the emperor. Moreover, with her wedding to the fifth prince approaching, should she be recognized as Jiang's daughter, she would be required to observe mourning, thus postponing the marriage. The uncertainties of the future were unpredictable. Jiang Xinyan did not continue. Knowing Jiang Ting understood her meaning and nodded in agreement, he turned to Jiang Beima. Father, my sister's suggestion holds merit.
To Jiang Beima.
It mattered not how Jiang Xinyan was treated. Fulfilling his duty to provide for her was sufficient. Very well. I shall go to the palace and speak with the emperor. Father, if he inquires about Jiang Xinyan's parentage, I recall you had a distant cousin who passed away, and you could claim she is his posthumous child, raised by concubine Zeng since childhood, as they were inseparable, akin to a mother and daughter. Concubine Zeng, in her desperation, sought to secure an identity for Jiang Xinyan through her death, hoping she could find a source of support after marrying the fifth prince. Jiang Xinyan was aware that Beitang Jingyu likely already knew Jiang Xinyan's true identity. This explanation was merely a facade for public consumption. After Jiang Xinyan's eloquent reasoning, Jiang Beima found her argument quite reasonable and hurried to the palace to explain. Once Jiang Beima departed, Jiang Ting turned to Jiang Xinyan.
My dear.
Jiang Xinyan looked up at her eldest brother with a slight smile. Brother, the Jiang family will likely have to arrange a funeral for concubine Zeng. Jiang Ting regarded his sister intently, realizing her words were not something she could have conjured up in a moment. Brother, do you trust me? Jiang Xinyan asked, sensing his scrutiny. Unlike their father, Jiang Ting was perceptive. Though he harbored some doubts, he gazed softly at the young woman before him, chuckling gently. You are my beloved sister. Jiang Xinyan's lips curled into a smile. Brother, I shall trouble you with the arrangements for concubine Zeng's funeral. In the west courtyard, Jiang Xinyan knelt before concubine Zeng's bed, weeping uncontrollably, yet a flicker of joy lingered within her heart. Today, she had orchestrated the dissemination of the blood letter, and it seemed the court was already aware of her identity. When Jiang Xinyan entered, she furrowed her brows at the scene, approaching Jiang Xinyan and kneeling beside her.
Shan.
Take heart. Jiang Xinyan's sobs intensified. Jiang Xinyan feigned sorrow, saying, Xinyan, I know a servant was loose-lipped about today's events, and you are grieving your mother deeply. She glanced at the figure lying on the bed. She wished for you to have a support, but the Jiang family cannot acknowledge you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyan's tears abruptly ceased as she stared at Jiang Xinyan in disbelief. What was she saying? Jiang Xinyan, noticing the tears glistening on her face, spoke softly. The emperor has inquired about your identity before. The Jiang family did not recognize you then, and now to do so would amount to treason. As it stands, we can only acknowledge concubine Zeng. I know concubine Zeng is your mother. Acknowledging her means recognizing you as well. However, if you are acknowledged as the second miss of the Jiang family, you must observe 3 years of mourning and cannot marry during that period.
Jian.
The fifth prince is already of age. His choice of a principal wife should have been established long ago. Can you afford to wait 3 years? Jiang Xinyan's mind buzzed with the implications of treason and the burden of mourning. After 3 years, should the fifth prince take a principal wife, she would find it challenging to secure her position in the prince's household. She had only this marriage left, having believed she could wed as the second miss of the Jiang family, but now, if the Jiang family acknowledged her, the validity of this marriage remained uncertain. Yet if they did not acknowledge her, she would not only lose her claim to being a Jiang daughter, but also deny concubine Zeng as her mother. She collapsed to the ground in despair, torn between the titles of second Miss Jiang and the fifth prince. She could only choose one. Observing her plight, Jiang Xinyan scoffed inwardly. All her desires were in vain. In Jiang Xinyan's heart, it was clear that the fifth prince held far greater importance than the Jiang family. Thus, She would undoubtedly choose Beitang Jingyu, forsaking her own mother. Little did she know whether concubine Zeng, in the afterlife, would find peace. Chapter 103. The funeral. Beitang Yunfeng cast a cold glance at the prostrate figure, chuckling. Beima, you truly are full of surprises. Jiang Beima elaborated on the situation, and it was clear to him the true identity of Jiang Xinyan. Ayan has always been unwavering in her feelings towards you. Yet look at you. Beitang Yunfeng glared at him, with clenched teeth. Jiang Beima understood that Ayan, mentioned by Beitang Yunfeng, referred to his wife, Yan Inua. In this matter, he felt he had wronged his wife. What do you intend to do about Jiang Xinyan? I have no intention of recognizing her. I never thought of acknowledging her. In this matter, I have been negligent, allowing others to scheme against me. Beitang Yunfeng knew that he had been deceived. Otherwise, Ayan would have long since abandoned him. He shot Jiang Beima a disdainful glance and said, "Get up." Jiang Beima replied, "I shall remain kneeling, Your Highness." Beitang Yunfeng, amused by his friend's antics, dismissed him with a wave. "Kneel if you wish." Thinking of Jiang Xinyuan's marriage with the fifth prince infuriated him, and he flung a document at Jiang Beima. "You've created this mess. Clean it up." The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, rising to point at Jiang Beima and scolding him, "Because of your mess, Ayan has to come up with solutions for you. You truly are something. Get out. I do not wish to see you today. Your presence vexes me." Beitang Yunfeng exclaimed irritably, "Take a few days off. I do not want to see you in these days." Jiang Beima lowered his head, his face clouded with frustration. "As you command." Once Jiang Beima exited the grand hall, Beitang Yunfeng sat down, relieved to be free from his sight. Outside the great hall, Jiang Beima looked up at the sky, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of a woman from years past, smiling gently. Jiang Xinyan, dressed in simple white, knelt before the spirit of the late Zeng, devoid of any anger. By her side, Granny Li wept uncontrollably. Jiang Xinyan stared blankly at the floor, her mind a void. She was mistaken. Ultimately, she had failed utterly. Jiang Xinyan observed her from a distance, her expression inscrutable. It had been 7 days. Today marked Zeng's funeral. After all, she was a concubine. Even this mourning was exceedingly modest. As for Jiang Xinyan's identity, she had long arranged for clarification. It was easy enough to find a few rumors. The death of concubine Zeng not only failed to fulfill Jiang Xinyan's wishes, but also allowed Jiang Xinyan to publicly acknowledge the identities of Zeng and Jiang Xinyan. The death of Zeng initially drew some sympathy from the court, but there were also murmurs blaming the Jiang family for their lack of responsibility in recognizing Zeng and Jiang Xinyan. However, once the past was revealed, the tide turned. A woman who had used every trick in the book. A daughter with no ties to the Jiang family. Ultimately, Zeng was met with disdain, and Jiang Xinyan faced similar contempt. Yet the Jiang family graciously acknowledged Zeng, even personally overseeing her funeral. This made the Jiang family appear even more loyal and righteous. They not only did not shun Zeng but also raised her cousin's daughter. Although some rumors persisted, they were negligible. "Miss, the fifth prince has arrived." Biluo leaned close to Jiang Xinyan, whispering a reminder. Jiang Xinyan glanced at the newcomer. Beitang Jingyu was always impeccable in his conduct. Now, Jiang Xinyan's identity had no chance of reversal. He seemed to have a liking for her. Having met the fifth prince, Jiang Xinyan performed a respectful bow toward him. Biluo and Failwan followed suit. Accompanied by Beitang Jingyu, Xiao Yizhao also greeted Jiang Xinyan respectfully. No need for formalities. "Thank you, fifth prince." Jiang Ting approached Beitang Jingyu and clasped his hands. "How is Xinyan?" he inquired, looking at the one still kneeling, a twinge of concern evident in his voice. He had heard the recent rumors. He could not believe the Jiang family would abandon Xinyan. He clenched his fists, then relaxed. "I shall go see her." He stepped toward Jiang Xinyan. Xiao Yi remained in place, not following. Beitang Jingyu crouched beside Jiang Xinyan, gently patting her shoulder. Jiang Xinyan did not move. And after a while, she turned her head. Upon seeing Beitang Jingyu, tears streamed down her face. She threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. She was motherless now. He was all she had left. Only Beitang Jingyu remained. Beitang Jingyu, sensing her distress, held her close, softly comforting her. "Xinyan, do not cry." Jiang Xinyan bitterly replied, her voice hoarse and painful. "It's them. They are all to blame. They drove my mother to her death. Jingyu, it's the Jiang family. They refuse to acknowledge me. They are all to blame. Beitang Jingyu's hand on her back stiffened slightly. What was she saying? Jiang Xinyan narrowed her eyes, noticing Beitang Jingyu's body tense. What had Jiang Xinyan said to him? She then smirked subtly. What more can she say? It's just slander against the Jiang family. Jiang Xinyan clung to Beitang Jingyu as if he were a lifeline. She knew she could never let him go. She wanted to marry him. She would rise step by step to become the most revered person in Tianjin. She wished for the downfall of the Jiang family. She wished for Jiang Xinyan's demise. Uncertain how much time passed, Jiang Xinyan fell silent, and Beitang Jingyu looked down to find her unconscious in his arms. Frowning, he picked her up and made his way out. Xinyan has fainted. I would trouble the princess to lead the way. I shall take her back to her chamber. Jiang Xinyan raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. She observed as Beitang Jingyu laid Jiang Xinyan on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Beitang Jingyu turned, and their eyes met. Jiang Xinyan, feeling the moment, instinctively exited. Beitang Jingyu glanced at the person on the bed before following her out. Princess, you should have a doctor examine Xinyan. I will see to it. Jiang Xinyan nodded. The Jiang family's mourning was likely to be subdued by the time Xinyan married. Beitang Jingyu looked at her. Princess, do you not think the Jiang family is being rather inhumane? Jiang Xinyan turned to him. Fifth prince, what leads you to say that?
Ha!
Does the princess not know? Xinyan will soon be mine. I hope the Jiang family will not regret today's actions. Jiang Xinyan felt a chill run through her. Beitang Jingyu. He did not yet realize who would ultimately regret. Jiang Xinyan forced a smile, casually remarking, Thank you for your concern. The Jiang family has never been one to regret their decisions. I extend my early congratulations on your upcoming wedding, fifth prince. May you and my cousin share everlasting love. Beitang Jingyu furrowed his brows, watching Jiang Xinyan retreat. For some reason, he could not bear the hint of mockery in her eyes. Though her demeanor was respectful, he knew Jiang Xinyan had never truly bowed her head to him. Jiang Xinyan. Her gait was so proud and composed, reminiscent of the Empress. No. Perhaps even the Empress could not match her grace, tinged with a hint of languor. He could not comprehend her. Standing before the spirit hall, Jiang Xinyan coldly regarded the scene. Xinny, the time is nearly upon us. It is time to commence the rites. Jiang Ting approached Jiang Xinyan. Very well. Let us bury her soon. She feared that Zheng's spirit would not find peace even in death. What about Xinyan? Jiang Ting frowned, hesitating to speak. With her own daughter gone, there lingered a heaviness. Xinyan likely cannot rise just yet. We cannot delay. Let us go. Hearing this, Jiang Ting nodded. The emperor has granted my father leave. He has gone to see his brother and has not returned for days. Zheng has not even been entered into the family register. This is merely a formality. With that thought, Jiang Ting gestured for the servants to lift the coffin. Chapter 104. Prepare to close the net outside the Jiang residence. A considerable number of townsfolk had gathered. The Jiang family, however, did not carry the coffin out through the main gate. Instead, they used the side entrance. Those watching were not surprised. After all, it was through underhanded means that she became General Jiang's concubine, so exiting via the side door was only fitting. Indeed, this woman was likely not from a reputable family. Alas, General Jiang was such a good man. He never cared for her. It was said that he only took pity on her when Jiang Madam was still alive. General Jiang was raised in the village, receiving only the simplest sustenance. His affection for Madame Jiang was genuine, and he had never considered taking a concubine. This predicament arose not from fortune's favor, but rather from an ill-fated encounter with a woman seemingly enamored only by the wealth of the Jiang family. Unexpectedly, General Jiang regarded her with indifference. Indeed, I have heard whispers of this. Jiang Xinyan, taken in by Madame Jiang out of pity, was insisted upon by the Zheng family, who desired companionship for the child. Oh, is that so? Yes. It is said that she attempted to coerce General Jiang into acknowledging Jiang Xinyan as his own, hoping to secure her own standing in the household. Rumor has it she caused quite the disturbance multiple times. General Jiang felt it was only right to leave a legacy for his distant cousin, which is why he did not acquiesce. And so, she devised this scheme to force his hand. TSK. General Jiang has a harmonious family with children. To claim Jiang Xinyan as his daughter would be a blatant affront to him. Indeed, such a claim seeks to unsettle Madame Jiang in her grave. Yet it seems Jiang Xinyan is not particularly close to the Zheng family, as she did not even accompany them during the funeral rites. After all, she is soon to be wed. How inappropriate it would be to attend a funeral, ill-omened. The townsfolk engaged in lively discussions. When Jiang Xinyan awoke, the sky had darkened. Startled, she rose, feeling dizzy, and hurriedly made her way outside. Pushing open the door, she was met with the dim twilight and rushed towards the morning hall. Upon her arrival, she found the coffin had already been removed, along with all the arrangements. Jiang Xinyan collapsed to the ground, weeping silently. Anticipating her arrival, Jiang Xinyan approached her slowly. Jiang Xinyan, you did this on purpose. Jiang Xinyan glared fiercely at her. Jiang Xinyan, feigning ignorance, squatted down to meet her gaze, her voice calm. Why does my cousin say such things? Jiang Xinyan, abandoning all pretense, glared at her with malice. My mother is dead. You didn't even allow me to send her off. Is it not true that my cousin fainted, missing the time to pay her last respects? I may have fainted, but I am not dead. Jiang Xinyan felt that her inability to bid farewell to Aunt Zeng was entirely due to Jiang Xinyan's intentional neglect. Yet, Jiang Xinyan had indeed acted with intent. My dear cousin, you misunderstand me. Furthermore, Jiang Xinyan lifted her gaze, her eyes full of mockery, her tone still placid. But her next words left Jiang Xinyan in a state of alarm and fear. Are you certain Aunt Zeng wished for you to attend her funeral? Jiang Xinyan's throat moved, but she found herself at a loss for words, tears brimming in her eyes. She is my mother. It is you. You took my mother from me. Was it not my cousin's own choice? Jiang Xinyan dismissed further debate. You chose wealth and luxury over your own mother. I can only imagine that Aunt Zeng, if she knows, would be greatly disappointed. Jiang Xinyan rose, looking down at her. My cousin is soon to be wed. Do not dwell in sorrow. Prepare for your wedding. With that, she strode away. Jiang Xinyan glared daggers at her retreating figure, vowing to ensure Jiang Xinyan would suffer endlessly, that she would not find peace in death. When Mama Li arrived, she found Jiang Xinyan sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the former morning hall. Despite her resentment, Mama Li could not bear to leave her there and gently helped her up. Miss, do take care. Otherwise, Aunt Zeng's sacrifice will be in vain. Jiang Xinyan rose, closing her eyes as tears fell. When she opened them again, they were devoid of luster. Gripping Mama Li's hand with a fierce expression, she declared, Let us go back. Mama Li complied, and the two made their way to the western courtyard. Miss, shall we still purchase red silk? Heiress hesitantly asked Jiang Xinyan, who was engrossed in a game of chess. No need.
What? No need?
Though Heiress felt the same. She reasoned that Jiang Xinyan still bore the Jiang family's ties and was marrying from their household. How could they not make some preparations? Not dressing up? Wouldn't that be a blatant affront to the royal family? Bai Luo also found it inappropriate. Regardless of Jiang Xinyan, she was marrying the fifth prince. Jiang Xinyan glanced at the two, smiled. No need. The Jiang family has just held a funeral. It would be best to avoid any clash with the newlyweds. Let us only decorate the western courtyard. No red may be seen elsewhere. Heiress and Bai Luo reluctantly agreed. Jiang Xinyan returned her attention to the chessboard, narrowing her eyes, contemplating the wedding. Whether it would proceed smoothly remained uncertain. 15? She pondered if Beitang Jingyu would return in time to witness this drama unfold. It was time to prepare her net. One move, and all would be captured. In a good mood, Jiang Xinyan arranged the chess pieces. Nearby, a small red ball of fluff approached, wagging its tail, and leapt onto her lap, nuzzling against her. Jiang Xinyan looked down, setting aside her pieces to embrace the little creature, wondering how her senior sister was faring. Faster. Then I can seek out my sister. News from Tianjing arrived daily. Yet her worries lingered. Despite having instructed Yan Bai beforehand, she still questioned if those in Tianjing could manage. Bai Luo handed Jiang Xinyan a cup of water. Miss, do not fret. You have dispatched people to secretly protect Princess Huan, have you not? Jiang Xinyan took the cup, sipping thoughtfully. Has father not returned yet? Not yet. Jiang Xinyan mused, smiling. He must be enjoying a delightful conversation with uncle, forgetting the time. At that moment, Jiang Beima sat in the courtyard with a wine jar, gazing at the stars with a foolish grin. Yan Yicheng looked at him with disdain, unwilling to meet his gaze. Hey, big brother. Which star is Noah watching me from? I must ensure she sees me well, he declared, climbing atop a stone table with the wine jar in hand. Yan Yicheng cast a lazy glance at him. This place is indeed picturesque, nestled by mountains and water. He then turned his gaze to the distance, his eyes flickering.
Ano?
A Nua said she wanted to be an ordinary couple with me here. Jiang Beima chuckled foolishly, reminiscent of the first time a Nua brought him to meet Yen Yicheng. He remembered the day a Nua left, Jiang Beima's eyes crimson and lifeless, consumed by a desire for death. A Nua had truly understood him. Yen Yicheng considered him, recalling the scene just before a Nua departed. A Su had just been born. Wailing incessantly, and in the midst of joy, he received the devastating news of a Nua's demise. If you dare to follow me, I will never see you again.
Emma.
Our child is so small. I forbid it. You cannot leave me. Buried in the place we agreed upon, I will always be with you, all right? I will wait for you. You must come and tell me about our children. Yen Inua clung to Jiang Beima's sleeve, speaking in broken phrases. Jiang Beima stubbornly refused to yield. Seeing his resolve, Yen Inua had no choice but to let go. Beima, do you wish for my death? I cannot even close my eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Beima felt his heart shatter. How could he bear it? Ultimately, after Anua's departure, Jiang Beima chose not to follow. He understood that Xinyan did not cherish a Su. With a Su's arrival, she lost her mother, and in truth, Beima felt the same. A Su, from the moment of her birth, was not favored by her family. Yet, Beima carried the weight of responsibility. After all, Anua had insisted on bringing forth this child.